Chapter 1. The dragon carriage's way back. Natsuki Subaru's group continued to head directly east upon leaving the city of Pristella. They were heading towards the eastern edge of the world, the area in which the Augria sand dunes were contained, a plot of land with a rich history of having the witch beasts that have existed there for hundreds of years reject every existence from stepping foot onto their territory. It contained miasma that would cause travelers to lose their sense of direction and gnawed at their hearts. It contained groups of witch beasts as evil vanguards who would indulge themselves in devouring human lives. And then, there was the person who sought world peace, the person at the watchtower, who determined each and every one of the successes and failures made by those who came close. This person was the sage, Shola. Knowing that alone, it feels like we're lining up for suicide. Just being reminded of the obstacles that were ahead was enough to cause dejection. In reality, those that journeyed towards this place, while fully knowing what awaited them, were perhaps beings like suicidal people, or perhaps witch cultists. At any rate, it seemed like they were nothing but people with brain abnormalities. However, these people were neither of the above, and possessed no intention to die. It was rather the opposite. They intended to live. They would provide a path of life to each and every one of the people who had lost their way of living. They had begun this expedition in order to obtain this seed of hope. Nevertheless, it's strange. While imagining the swaying of the dragon carriage, Subaru whispered these words to the faces in front of them. When the people in the guest room heard his whisper, every single one of them had their eyes turned towards Subaru. A total of 4 glances came his way. Adding in Subaru to the other people in this carriage would make for a final sum of 5 passengers. This was what the situation looked like. Strange? Did something happen, Subaru? No. It's nothing important, Emilia-tan. It's just that I feel it's quite unexpected all these faces to be sharing the same dragon carriage and getting along so well. Subaru responded this way as he brushed off Emilia's question. To Subaru's right and left, securing both his sides, were Emilia and Beatrice. These were his allies. It was a given that these two would be with Subaru. But still, the question at hand would regard the 2 people up front. Well, that may be normal for you to feel like that. Actually, I thought it was really surprising too. So it'd be natural for Natsuki-kun to feel uncomfortable, huh? Ah. That is correct. The person who let out a high-pitched laughter and spoke with a Kansai dialect, or rather, Kararaji dialect, was Anastasia. After her reply in fake Kansai dialect, she gazed towards him with a meaningful look while feeling her hair. Anastasia, though if we're gonna talk exclusively about being uncomfortable, I ain't so sure you can beat Julius-san here. Julius. How harsh. However, please do not worry. I am also a knight at heart. Just a single night is enough for me to adjust my heart. Not to mention that a few days have already passed. I promise to never to show a sight similar to the shamefulness I displayed the other day ever again. Anastasia. So graceful. I'll be taking you on your word then. The manner in which Julius bowed in reply to Anastasia's banter-like remark was much like how he acted previously, but of course he would. He had sustained damage incurred by the authority of gluttony. But to be specific, it had borne effects on everyone around his person rather than on himself. Thus, the people that had changed their behavior had been his friends, rather than himself. He could not conceal just how upset he was upon receiving these reactions, but as he himself had just stated, he seemed to have accepted it with ease. Subaru, you're outrageous. Albeit he would not let his voice carry such praise, it was a pretty big deal. That weak part of his heart was not able to clearly express great praise. It was not as if Subaru was unfamiliar with that feeling as well. The feeling of having your own existence being left behind, having nobody around that shared his own memories. Natsuki Subaru, able to go back in time with return by death as he was, definitely possessed recollections of worlds that nobody else remembered. If he were to recall a single experience in which he had built up relationships only to have them lost, that would perhaps be the initial days at Roswell Mansion, those repeated days of his beginning at the Roswell Mansion. He had been summoned to another world, had struggled at the royal capital with the objective of helping Emilia, and then, as a result, he had been invited to Roswell's mansion. He then proceeded to experience 4 iterations of events before stepping foot into the 5th world. The memories of the 4 worlds up until then were held within Subaru, and nowhere else. Even now, it was difficult to forget the shock he had experienced from being treated as a stranger by the very same people with whom he had built relations with during those days at the mansion. That pain and sadness would never fade away. What is it, I suppose? Subaru. Why he suddenly started petting Betty's head, in fact. Subaru, don't worry about it. It's just... I'm deeply emotional by the fact you seriously saved me back then. Thank you. Thank you. Beatrice. I don't understand, I suppose. Also, my hair is getting messed up so you don't have to stop. But pet it just a little softer, in fact. Beatrice tilted her head towards Subaru as she occupied the seat half an ass away. Just like she had requested of him, Subaru delivered some pats to her head, not allowing him to forget his state of mind at the time he was truly saved. The only person whose feelings towards Subaru did not change during the loop of days at the mansion was Beatrice. They had met before return by Death's save point. So after that, she remained as the one person whose manner of coming into contact with Subaru did not alter. Moreover, the way he had been saved would also stay a secret to her for a long, long time. Subaru. After that, Emilia Tan saved me, huh? Emilia. Emilia made a curious face in response to Subaru's reminiscence. Subaru was right here, right now, because he had been saved by her kindness, voice, attitude, as well as the warmth of the lap that she had lent him. Subaru. That was why Subaru was able to recognize how impressive it was that Julius had actually accomplished it all on his lonesome. It had taken so much help, and so many times, 4 times worth of time in fact, for Subaru to overcome what Julius had. Or maybe it was because a certain someone was there to lend him a helping hand. A certain someone that was forgotten by Anastasia. A certain someone that did not seek for help from anyone in his own camp. A certain someone who had his ties severed with the quasi-spirits whom he contracted with. A certain someone that did not recall his blood brother either. If that were the case, then he would be grateful. Julius. Staring at people's faces for quite a while now. Is there something wrong, Subaru? Subaru. I'm doing nothing wrong. I was just thinking that it's not pleasant to see you smiling with such elegance after someone calls you graceful. Julius, beautifully elegant. That indeed has a splendid sound to it. I had never expected that I would receive praise from you. I am pleasantly surprised, or, well, that may be an exaggeration. Well, is it not a given? Subaru. I didn't mean to praise you, and it does piss me off to hear you put it like that. With his same manner from the past, or rather, with his reaction that made it seem as if he had become even more skilled with his tongue slips, Subaru ended up being the one annoyed. The evident frailness on his face back when in his brother's hospital room at Pristella had been hard to digest. Subaru had recollections of that time, when a lack of satisfaction was evident in his expression, prompting Subaru to complain. However, all of that seemed like completely forgotten history now. Emilia, you and Julius get along. Were you like this before the way you are right now? Subaru. Emilia Tan, you got it wrong. There is no way me and this guy get along well. Did you see my face? My eyes had the scariest look ever, although that's just my viewpoint. Emilia, really? I don't think you're right, but, I'm not talking about the look you had in your eyes. I'm talking about you saying that you two don't get along well. Subaru's eyes were the same as ever. They were really scary. Subaru. The same as ever. Really scary. Emilia. Well, for me, I like Subaru's eyes. I'm being truthfully truthful. Subaru. Damn it. How I wish that part about my eyes was cut out from the audio recording. Emilia let out a wry smile as she filled Subaru with regret. She then turned towards Julius with an inquisitive look, causing him to take a glance towards Subaru. Julius. I myself have no room to deny those words. In reality, to say that me and him are close would not be the most correct statement. Although in my eyes we are compromising with each other despite how things may look. Subaru. To put it as compromising, that's already condescending. Humble down there a bit. It's going to piss me off even more. Julius. What an abrasive point of view. Can you tell him that too? Julius sought Amelia's agreement on the matter, but she reacted to their exchanges by brushing up her hair and, Amelia, just as I thought, you are really close, right? Subaru? Come on, it should be already clear. Amelia. Eh? Well, I guess you are close. Then there was a slight disagreement with Amelia, but Subaru and Julius acted as if nothing had happened. This made Amelia become more and more baffled. Anastasia tried to restrain herself from laughing, letting out chuckles with a smile. Anastasia's reaction caused Julius to suddenly loosen his lips, as if indicating that he had calmed down. That transient master-servant relationship was hardly strange to Subaru, being someone who was familiar with the other side of it. The Anastasia at hand differed from the genuine Anastasia Hoshin, and was a fake, merely a fake. Anastasia's body was currently being used by the artificial spirit Echidna, otherwise known as Eridna. This so-called Eridna had no intentions of taking over her body, but he was unsure of how much he could trust her. Being someone who was aware of this situation, the one thing that Subaru did not fail to do was to prevent those unaware of the situation, like Amelia and Julius, from realizing it. Beatrice. Subaru, cut it out, in fact. Beatrice called out to Subaru, who was surely in a state of deep thought. This girl's hair was in a messy state, as Subaru was petting her head at all throughout this period of silence. Her cute face had a sour look. Subaru. Oh, my bad, Biko. Your cute appearance is a mess. Your hair's all messed up now. Beatrice, perhaps you shouldn't make it sound like Betty's cuteness is ruined from just her hairdo, I suppose. Moreover, your face is starting to look scary, in fact. Half an ass away from Subaru, Beatrice spoke while frantically fixing her messed-up hair with her hands. Subaru let out an "oh," preventing himself from talking, as Beatrice held a face that made it look like she thought him helpless. Beatrice, there's no point in making such an excessively worrisome face. I suppose Betty will take care of it, in fact. If something happens, Betty will notice it much faster than Subaru, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah. Beatrice spoke these words in response to Subaru's anxiety. Beatrice, the other person besides Subaru, who was aware of Eridna and how she was replacing Anastasia. Originally, Subaru had promised to keep it a secret for two reasons. First, to avoid causing any unnecessary commotion about it. Second, because Eridna had claimed to have no intentions to snatch control of Anastasia's body. However, Beatrice would be the only one to realize if something happened, albeit belatedly. They both were the same type of artificial spirit, two beings sharing a relationship with a witch Echidna. If it seemed like Eridna was planning something, Beatrice would surely sense it. Although, if he were to consider Beatrice's emotions, he did not feel like it was very advisable for Beatrice to get involved with Echidna. But, Beatrice, putting your unnecessary suspicions aside, it's fine that Subaru acted like Subaru and sought help from anybody without caring about who it was, just like you always have, instead of worrying about it alone, in fact. Though you came to Betty first, I suppose. I'll give you my praise this time for that, in fact. She replied with this, so that was the end of that. Amelia. I see it. Just when he thought that the dragon carriage had fallen into a state of silence, Amelia suddenly whispered these words. It seemed that Amelia had seen their destination afar, as she gazed out the window of the dragon carriage. Subaru also understood that the view out the window was changing into familiar scenery. Subaru, what a nostalgic road. We'll arrive at Roswell's mansion soon, huh? He murmured these words, first making sure to restrain his feelings from being near their first checkpoint, remembering their original goal. This group's destination, as mentioned before, were the Ogria sand dunes, the place where they would seek to consult Sage Shola. However, they had already arranged to stop by Roswell's mansion on the way, as so to prepare for their trip and to make a stop in their long expedition. There were many things that they wanted to talk to the fellow member of their camp about, including the incident at Pristella and the occasion of getting to speak with the sage. Also, moreover, Subaru. It's not just a simple stop. There was meaning in dropping by Roswell's mansion before beginning their expedition to meet the sage. When looking at the big picture, its meaning would be meager and small to the world. However, through Natsuki Subaru's small human eyes, it possessed great potential. Subaru squinted his eyes to envision the Roswell mansion, so distant that could not yet be seen. Each of the 4 people inside the dragon carriage were looking at Subaru. Various emotions were held by the colors of their eyes, but Subaru had no composure to take notice of any of their glances. When the dragon carriage arrived at Roswell's mansion, more than 1 hour had gone by past noon. The long migration from the city of Pristella, which had taken about 10 days, went on a temporary hold. Subaru. Oh, Petra, wah. They rode the ground dragons towards Roswell's mansion, gave their thanks to the coachman, and then got off the carriage. A petite maid rushed towards Subaru from the mansion, and jumped at him with unrestrained force. She came into his chest with might and force, and Subaru somehow managed to catch her while backing up. He then petted the head of the girl who had flown into his arms. Subaru. Petra, if you do that so suddenly, you'll startle me, you know. I've been gone for nearly a month now, but have you been doing well? Petra. I've been fine. As you can tell. However, Subaru, Sama has been having it rough, right? I've been worried ever since that letter came in 2 days ago. You were injured so much again, right? Can you handle the pain? Subaru. Embarrassing. Petra touched Subaru's body to confirm his pain as her reddish-brown-colored hair swung back and forth. As Subaru reacted to this with a wry smile, other people got off the dragon carriage. Subaru. Hey, Petra, do your job as a maid of the mansion properly. If you don't, Ram and Frederico will get mad at you. Petra. Okay, tell me about what happened later. She returned promptly, but it seemed like Petra's trust had been thoroughly damaged. Petra's worry would be inevitable if he told her about how he got involved in what seemed to be a city-wide uproar to try and obtain the crystal, though it was not something that Subaru intended to cause for the witch cult. However, that excuse would also be meaningless. It would be pointless, considering the truth was that most of the witch cult's purposes were related to Amelia's camp. Petra. Welcome guests. Compliments to your efforts to make this long trip. I am Petra Lete, a maid of this residence. I will be your guide towards the mansion. Subaru's recollections were put aside, and then Petra let out a vocal message coupled with a dignified gesture. Julius took Anastasia's hand to help her descend the carriage, and they both had looks of admiration on their face. Also visible was a somewhat prideful look on Amelia's and Beatrice's faces. Anastasia. Quite the well-behaved child. Even though you're little, huh? You're being thorough with your training. Julius. It certainly seemed like she was a completely different person, with her attitude of jumping at Subaru upon first sight. Petra. How embarrassing. Julius agreed with the smiling Anastasia, and then Petra's face grew redder and redder from their remarks. Julius looked down at her, then proceeded to look at Subaru, and... Julius. I see. I understand the reason why you are given the moniker of Lolamancer. Subaru. I'll have you know, Petra isn't as small as a little girl. And even if you call me that, the only lowly I will manse is Biko. Get your facts straight. Beatrice. Betty also isn't a girl that works hard to be used by Subaru at his convenience, I suppose. Subaru. You should get your facts straight as well, in fact. Subaru replied to Julius's banter in a cold way. And then Beatrice rebuked Subaru in an even more glacial manner. Subaru's mouth turned into a frown, falling silent, and Beatrice let out a sigh. She then looked at Petra's lower area. She stood aside her, and then made a slight movement to grab onto the edge of the skirt of the latter's maid outfit. Beatrice. Also, look, not much has changed throughout Betty and Petra's time. I suppo, wait a second. Betty feels like Petra has grown a bit. In fact, her hair has grown a bit too, I suppose. Petra, it's because 1 month has passed, and it's also my growth period right now. I will grow. And my hair will grow too if I don't cut it. Beatrice-chan will stay small though. Beatrice, well, what? In tarnation, in fact. Petra smiled as she hugged an astonished Beatrice tightly. Continuing to embrace the pouty-faced Beatrice for a sufficient amount of time, she then walked away, speaking, "Well then, allow me to guide you all, Subaru." "All right, we'll finally be going to the Emaga." He sought to follow her, but then someone's hand grabbed onto the back of his collar. Upon raising a choked voice, he looked back, only to be surprised by the fact that Amelia was the one who had reached out to his scruff. Amelia jerked Subaru's chin while holding onto the back of his neck and directed him towards the dragon carriage behind him. "Amelia." "Subaru, Patricia doesn't seem to be happy." "Anastasia." This has become a selfish affair, huh? If one were to throw their gaze towards the ground dragons as per Amelia's point, out of the 2 ground dragons that they traveled with, it would be noticeable that the beautiful jet-black ground dragon was glaring at Subaru with frightfully piercing eyes. That was Subaru's beloved dragon, Patricia. When Subaru tried to return her look, she turned away bluntly, then letting out a light but very displeased sound. "Amelia, you seriously weren't able to make up with her, even though you had 10 days, huh?" "Subaru." "Yeah, I know, but I really don't think it's my fault this time." Subaru scratched his head as he thought of what to do about Patrash, who was leaning onto his belly. Ever since they'd left the city of Pristella, Patricia had been giving Subaru the cold shoulder, or rather, a bit before that. When he went to the ground dragon's stable to pick her up, after the defensive battle against the witch cult was done and dusted, she was already in a bad mood. He didn't talk to Patrash, as Otto was out of commission because of his injuries. However, he had a long-standing relationship with Patrash. It was about time that Subaru found out what this beloved dragon was so angry about. "Subaru. Well, I know I neglected her during the uproar, and that I even made her feel lonely, but... Foa? Amelia? Subaru." Subaru was on the very end of his statement when Patrash lashed out her tail at him, causing him to become covered in dirt after taking a direct hit. As expected, Patrash had no mercy in her aggressive response. If he were to reply to her in a deceitful way, she would come to strike him without any hesitation. "Subaru. I would have never expected it to think that I was able to avoid Regulus's attacks before, but can't avoid this, is just Amelia. Are you all right?" Patricia decided to suddenly wave her tail again. "Doesn't this mean that you'll get hit once more if you don't say the right thing?" Amelia made that terrifying point as she went on one knee to lend him a hand. He looked at Patrash, and she certainly was there, shaking her long tail. She sliced through the air with the end of her tail as if to threaten Subaru. It felt like she was saying that she'd double the power for each mistake he'd make. He unconsciously lost the ability to speak properly, and his throat became cramped as he realized that he couldn't afford to reply carelessly. "Julius, even if you're careless like that, your ground dragon has an overwhelming amount of sympathy towards you anyway." However, that statement made by Julius, who was disheartened by the guidance's lack of success, would cause the undesirable effect that she would come at Subaru. Subaru pointed at himself and Patrash in response to Julius's argument. "And, Subaru, really? I'm kinda covered in all this dirt, you know? You call this sympathy? Julius, can you not even feel the proof of deep affection with your own eyes? She is a kind-hearted ground dragon. She is mostly aggravated that she was able to help you during that turmoil, and she is mad at you for not seeking for her help. So it might just be indignance, rather than anger, towards you. Subaru. What are you saying? Just how high you make her heroine power? Stop it!" The level of correctness of Julius's points was unknown, but at the very least, his words made Patrash's tail swinging come to an end. Subaru looked at Patrash once again, and she turned away, just like always, but Amelia. Looking at her now, it seems like she's somewhat embarrassed after hearing that. "Subaru, Amelia Tan, you noticed that too? I also noticed that. It makes my heart flutter. So don't do that too often, please, Patrash." He said these words, reached out nervously with his hand, and then Patrash finally lowered her head, allowing Subaru to touch her body covered with tough scales. And with this, it seemed like the Cold War where he had 10 days to make amends ended on a good note. "Petra, isn't that enough? Is everything fine now?" Petra was letting her impatience show through her shouts, as they continued to remain at the mansion's front garden without paying attention to the time. She had come out here having been instructed to guide them, and yet they were still taking so much time. Petra, if we don't return soon, Ramni-sama will get mad again, and Ram, if you can worry about such things, that means you were just a little bit short on your efforts. Petra! Kaya! Petra, who had been making light sounds with her footsteps, let out a shriek and then straightened her back due to that voice. Upon turning back, she saw a pink-haired maid far away, coming from the direction of the mansion. It was Ram, no mistake nor doubt about it. Ram slowly turned her gaze towards Subaru's group, and the guests after Petra became as still as a stone statue because of her glare, and Ram, even when I thought that Petra had gotten better at her tasks, seeing this situation on the cusp of recognizing your efforts, Ram is really disappointed. Petra, sorry Ramni-sama about my work. You were about to recognize me. Ram, yes. Your cooking is better than Ram's. Your cleaning is more sensible than Ram's. You're better at doing laundry than Ram. And you wake up earlier than Ram. So I was close to recognizing you. Subaru, you should have more self-doubt when you point these things out. Just how bad was this veteran maid in comparison with this girl who held 1 year of experience as a maid under her belt? Even if one were to take Petra's ability to learn quickly into account, the hurdle was so low that it wasn't even worth considering. In response to his shout, Ram snorted her nose with a hey, in a way that Subaru was completely familiar with, and Ram, how does one proceed to have doubt about oneself? Ram only holds expectations and self-confidence for herself. Subaru, I always felt like that part about you is the one thing that really deserves respect. Subaru thus responded to Ram's majestic declaration while being astounded. In reality, there was reason to emulate Ram's optimism. Or rather, there was reason emulating her fortitude. He just wished that she would be a bit more reflective of herself, but Subaru, if you did that, I guess it wouldn't really feel like you'd be the real Ram. Ram. That is a scary thought. Moreover, I do not think it would be ideal to leave guests out here for so long. Let us hurry up and enter the mansion. Subaru agreed with Ram's dismissive words. They had taken too much time outside the mansion. It wouldn't be surprising for Frederica, or even Roswell, to show up eventually, if they wasted any more time. The royal candidates in the Margrave were all to gather here, to talk about what they would be doing. Emilia. Is Roswell at the mansion proper right now? Ram, who had begun walking to guide the others, tapped Petra's shoulder to relieve her stiffness. At Emilia's call from behind, Ram replied with a yes, without taking a look back. Ram. Fortunately, he was sojourning at this residence when the letter arrived, so he has remained here. There was a summary in the letter about the Pristella affair, and there should be details to discuss. Subaru. Yeah, there should be. Considering a lot of things did happen, Ram. The number of people here now in comparison to when you first left has changed. Huh? Did Garf and Otto die? Subaru. Like hell I'd let them die. They aren't dead. They're just coming back home later, because of their injuries. Just as Subaru was about to breach the topic of the letter, his charge was countered. Ram let out a shrug with an indifferent manner in response. Ram. I am all too familiar with the depths of men who lack composure. Marusu's especially is one that has an open hole from which his contents are being poured out. So you should be careful. To have people become aware of your depths and then finding out you are empty inside is the worst. Subaru, that really hurts, so cut that out. Also, moreover, if the letter that had been sent to the mansion before their departure from Pristella, if those details were written in the letter, they should understand that this was no simple trip back for Subaru and the others. Therefore, when Subaru attempted to confirm the contents of the second half of the letter, and upon settling the words he would speak, Ram readily raised her finger. Ram. I told you, didn't I? Rest assured. Roswell-sama is at this mansion also. Preparations have been made for both the Sleeping Beauty and the confinement room. Although, Ram cut off her words towards Subaru at the end, and then gently licked her lips. She wet her lips with the red tip of her tongue, with a gesture that had a sense of gracefulness embellished somewhere in it, and said this, Ram. although neither of them were Ram's doings. It was Frederica and Petra's job. Subaru, why did you make a prideful face there? Anyhow, even though a whole month had passed until he had met her again, she still remained to be the same. Chapter 2. His way of providing a warm welcome, albeit this is late in saying, but the base for the Amelia camp had been moved to the main residence of the Mathers territory, different from the mansion that had been burnt to the ground in the past. However, the layout of the mansion didn't differ from the layout the past one possessed, as it was formatted in a familiar way. The main building was placed in the center, and the west and east wing buildings were established to the left and right. It was also formatted this way, so that the spaciousness would be just about the same, so they would seldom become confused when roaming it. The only problem was that it was just a tad too similar, making it much easier to forget Arlem Village was no longer located nearby. There had been several occasions where Subaru would wake up energetically, seeking to perform radio calisthenics in the village, and then somewhere along that long road, he'd realize he didn't know which way to turn next. Beatrice would subsequently catch up to him in a fuss, and she would be really angry. Anyhow, they had arrived at Roswell's mansion, got welcomed by the same old Petra and Ram, and entered the parlor where Roswell, the owner of the mansion, awaited them, but Roswell. Oh, welcome back. It's great that you came back safe. Roswell sat on the couch as he clapped his hands, welcoming them on their return. Subaru and Amelia were reflexively taken aback by Roswell's smiling welcome. They looked at his excessive and amicable smile, and then they looked at each other. Subaru. Amelia Tan, was anything weird written in the letter? Amelia. I don't know. Okay. Moreover, you didn't even go as far as to prepare a weird gift? Because, you know, Subaru and Roswell have secret talks sometimes. So, Subaru, no way. And even if I were to plan on giving Ross-Chi a gift, I'd put in my usual gratitude and consult Amelia Tan, Beatrice, Petra, Frederica, Patricia, and maybe even Ram to help me think of a way to reduce the amount of time and money needed for the gift. Beatrice, those were only names of girls, I suppose. Subaru, isn't it embarrassing for me to ask people like Otto and Garfield about a gift from a man to another man? Subaru responded to the displeased Beatrice, and then sent a wry smile in response to Amelia's scornful eyes. Incidentally, he had deliberately left out Rem's name in order to avoid causing anxiety for the others, so not for anyone to misunderstand, he did feel guilty about it. Anyhow, Roswell, who was witnessing the whole exchange, shrugged his shoulders. Roswell, what a surprising reaction. I worry about you guys' safety, so I wonder what's so weird about me being glad that you're all safe. It's natural, right? Amelia. That's true, but Roswell, you haven't really showed that side of yourself to us that much until now. So Roswell, it means I've had various changes in my way of thinking this past year. Shouldn't Amelia Salma be a bit happy about me becoming cooperative? Amelia, Amelia, right. Amelia responded to Roswell's brazen rejection in a way that was typical of her tolerant self, accepting his change of mind. He nodded his head at Amelia, and just seeing her waving her palms back and forth made Subaru unable to leave it at this inadequate level of trust. But, Beatrice, even if you were to try to understand his way of thinking, it wouldn't be possible, because it's too odd, in fact. Subaru is also a bit like that, but the like of that is more, I suppose. Subaru, you're being too vague with your words. Stroking the head of Beatrice, who seemed to have chosen to put in vague and senile words into her remark, Subaru now stepped into the parlor, following Amelia. The cheery Roswell. They were skeptical about him, but were somehow aware of his ulterior motive. In reality, he actually had just spoken of his motive himself just a moment ago. Roswell was seriously glad about Subaru and Amelia coming back safe. Now that his book of wisdom was no longer in his possession, being amiable was the best move he could take in order to fulfill the purpose that he had yet to reveal. His only objective was to have Subaru's actions break the obstacles that stood in the way. Subaru, if you feel that way, then that's fine. Though it'd be helpful if you were a little cooperative, Roswell. You will reach your goal with or without my help. That's why I believe my cooperation is an unnecessary portion of your power. It really isn't an even relationship. Subaru. It feels like I'm suffering an arrangement in an RPG where I can't use a support character. Normally it does. It was an arrangement where the extremely powerful support character would do anything but participate in the battle. Roswaal avoiding from participating in battles was much like such a condition. In his case, he would become more and more entertained while he continued to sit back and watch Subaru, someone who believed in his own power to change fate with his ability return by death, take desperate measures, continuing to drive himself deeper and deeper into predicaments. He was a cunning fellow, which made Subaru want to click his tongue. Anastasia, ain't it about time you introduce us as well? Subaru. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Roswaal. They're visitors. Allow them to seat themselves. Roswaal. I'm listening. Nevertheless, those are some interesting faces. The girl who was waiting out in the corridor spoke out to the people having a conversation at the entrance. Subaru let out a light apology to them, and then made a hand gesture towards Roswaal, who was sitting at the couch, signaling him to let them in. Roswaal stood up and then sat back down in the chief's seat with dead silence, then directing the two guests over to the visitor's sofa. Subaru and the others slowly took their places on the sofa that faced Roswaal. Roswaal, welcome. From so far you have come. The last time we spoke to each other face to face like this was at the recognition ceremony. Anastasia, that's true. Also, it's not like we'd spoken to each other in a proper conversation before. This essentially feels like the first time we'll be speaking to each other. The recognition ceremony that had come up in this conversation was the formal recognition of the suppression of the white whale, accomplished by a combination of the Amelia camp, Anastasia camp, and Crush camp, where they had been evaluated. As the small-scale ceremony had been carried out in the royal castle located at the royal capital, naturally, every member available immediately after the resolution of the sanctuary affairs had been present, as the representatives of each camp were together. He had vivid memories of Otto having a tense, pale face, and of the castle shining within Garfiel's eyes, and Roswaal had nonchalantly decided to participate, even after all the trouble he had put them through. What a guy. Well, he'd been nervous, yeah, but he couldn't say Amelia was any better than him in nervousness and fidgeting. It made sense, considering how she was being praised for achievements she didn't even have memory of achieving. Anyway, that was a meeting from the past. Mutual greetings were carried out in a hurried manner, and so, the conversation would immediately move on to the main topic, a report about the Thankler. Goblinaires Emerald, a city of Pristella. Roswaal. And just like the letter said, Otto-kun and Garfield have withdrawn because of their injuries. I see. Understood. These achievements are truly promising. A sigh of admiration escaped Roswaal after hearing the report. This made Amelia raise her eyebrows, voicing a hey with a slightly stern tone. Amelia, they were injured so badly they couldn't even return. Yet, you still put it like that. What are you trying to say, Roswaal? Let's refrain from jumping to any hasty conclusions. Yes, it is heartbreaking that they were injured like that. And yes, their forced, temporary withdrawal is no less heartbreaking than their wounds. However, on the other hand, no one in the camp has suffered fatal damage. If you consider the other camps, and taking into account you have encountered multiple Sin Archbishops indeed, this outcome really is miraculous. Amelia, Roswaal, naturally the scars caused by the Sin Archbishops should be treated promptly, but Amelia-sama and everyone else who endeavored to protect the city did their best so that the damage was kept to a bare minimum. I think that you ought to recognize that for yourself, Amelia. Oh, thanks. Her face one of someone who had not been convinced, Amelia delivered her thanks. In actuality, his words should have sounded like a sound argument. However, it was important to consider the impression one had of the speaker. Subaru had the thought that he was shady, and so all the others probably followed suit. Roswaal, putting the question of people's thoughts on me aside, shall we move on to something else? Incidentally, the person who summoned Amelia-sama to Pristella where such a ruckus occurred was Anastasia-sama. Was it not? What do you have to say about that, Anastasia? It's inexcusable that she was dragged right into that hubbub. If you want me to apologize, I'll do it properly, as I'm mentally prepared to do so, Roswell. And if you sincerely bow your head, this would end without having you paying back a single DMM. Oh, but you do not need to apologize to me. Emilia Sama has already turned you down, correct? Emilia? Because shouldn't the blame be put on the witch cult if they were the ones to cause mischief? Anastasia shouldn't be responsible for anything, because she merely invited us there. Also, it's not like we didn't accomplish the goals for which we were summoned out to Pristella Roswell. Cast a side glance, to which Emilia responded by feeling the pendant worn on her neck. A brand new, large spellstone was attached to the pendant. At this very moment, a fast-asleep Great Spirit was quietly awaiting for its revival. Obtaining this highly pure crystal gem, which would become Puck's anchor, that was something the camp had set as their goal, and something that had been achieved. Emilia, also, isn't it possible that the witch cult was driven back simply because we happened to be there? If you think about it that way, it should be seen as Anastasia's achieving Anastasia. To think of it like that'd be too favorable to another camp, so I'm gonna stop you there. For some reason, Anastasia was being rescued by Emilia's words of optimism. However, Roswell's current questioning was just an attempt to keep people in check. In fact, it was plausible that most of the witch cult's targets had been brought into Pristella by Subaru and the others. If that were to be pointed out, there was no doubt the atmosphere would become heavy because of the evil of the witch cult. Thus, it would be in their best interest to solidify the opinion. Let's work together. The witch cult blows. Subaru, the other 3 camps have already agreed on that. One Sin Archbishop was killed and one was captured man. One thing was happening after another with the witches' cult. Roswell, though, their organization skills are a bit dubious. In their case, they're a group of outlaws that have nothing to do with words such as cooperation and unity. Even if one of them was the last to stand, having lost all of their allies, and that lone lunatic's morale wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. Subaru? I can agree with that. Roswell's opinion was the same as Subaru's, so it was probably the correct one. The so-called organization of the witch cult was now more of a ragtag gang of lunatics rather than an actual organization. They could not bring themselves to be naive now that they thought lacked organization. They would not be obedient from now on. Simple as that. The remaining gluttony and lust's brutality would never be stopped. Subaru. That's why we need to find a way to resist them. The next thing I'll talk about is related to that. Roswell. Coming in touch with Sage Shola. Subaru. I know that it's not gonna be easy, but there's no choice but to try it as long as we can't come up with any other measure. Finally, an omnipotent and omniscient, or well, let's say omniscient. If the sage is really like that, there's no harm in just trying to talk to the person, right? Roswell. Although, everybody in the past couple hundreds of years who's tried that ended up suffering a big loss by paying with their levjob. He presented this common knowledge, and it certainly was a disturbing view of the situation. However, they had something up their sleeves for that reason. When Subaru exchanged looks with her, Anastasia replied with a gesture of slight acknowledgement using her chin. Then, Anastasia, there's where I come in. Fortunately, I've got a way we can make it to the Sage's watchtower safely, so there ain't a reason to worry about getting lost. Does that calm your worries, Roswell? Well, should I truly believe your words just because? First of all, if you do have this method, the people who would pay a great sum to know such a thing are many. So why are you the only one aware of it, Anastasia? Money is certainly important to me as a merchant, however. There are things in this world that money can't replace. This is one such thing. Hand upon her thin chest, Anastasia. Eridna proclaimed that with pomp. Despite the fact she was pretending to be Anastasia, her word had a wondrous power. A power that astonished even Subaru, one who was aware that it was not her true self at this moment. Being faced with that Anastasia, Roswell responded by closing one of his eyes, glaring at her for a brief period with only a single yellow eye. Me. This is why it's difficult to deal with those who are cognizant of both fighting and gambling. Moreover, I am sure Emilia-sama has already agreed to this anyway. Emilia, I'm sorry for making these decisions all by myself, okay, Roswell? but you won't stop taking these decisions of your own accord. It is fine, however. You'll dare to proceed in choosing this thorny path. That's where he comes into the frame as well. Roswaal retorted in a half-hearted manner, though he was interested in how they would get there after all. The height of the hurdle Subaru had to climb over would be correspondingly higher, based on the difficulty of the road Amelia had chosen. This was because he was now the hope that replaced the Book of Wisdom for Roswaal, Subaru. Anyways, as per Anastasia's information, we'll come across some sort of desert, although it'll take a few days. Julius, it is not some sort of desert. It is the Augria sand dunes. You have had this mistake corrected so many times so far. So, how about you hurry up and remember it accurately already? Julius presented an input of his own as he let out a sigh in reaction to Subaru's vague memory. The person that had been watching in silence while sitting on the sofa next to Anastasia the whole time directed his intellectual gaze at Roswaal and continued, Julius, I do believe that this might be a very difficult proposal to accept for Roswaal Sama. However, in the city of Pristella, there remain many who have been exposed to the witch cult's barbarism, and the number of people who are still wounded both mentally and physically is vast. If we could somehow take any action that may pose a salvation, then I would like to wish to have permission to do so, Roswaal. You have quite the good graceful way with words. It appears that you are an owner of extraordinary abilities, but it makes no sense how I have no recollection of that. Which means that, right, Julius? Roswaal understood the situation based off his non-existing memories of Julius's being. The gaze of Julius turned downcast, at which Roswaal rested his chin on the hand of the arm he had placed on the armrest. Then, loosening his lips with a sense of cheerfulness, he, Roswaal, you've been forgotten by everyone because of the authority of gluttony. It feels like you've been left behind by the world. In order to break out of the conundrum you find yourself in, you're looking to pursue the thin amount of hope that is Sage Shola. You do not need to make excuses on how it's for everyone else. You knew. Julius K.H. By no means am I doing this for selfish reasons, Roswaal. I'm not blaming you. It's actually a natural thing. And so I find that way of being preferable. Doing anything for yourself over doing basically anything for someone else's sake is a desperate act, even if other people were to be saved as a result with your actions. While feeling satisfaction and feeling achievement from doing so, there'd be no need to deny your condescending heart. Julius's face stiffened as Roswaal continued slamming him with word upon word. Under his clown makeup, the smile on his face turned even deeper. Roswaal, and even more, if you save yourself, then there's a high chance that other people will be similarly saved as well. You even carry a just cause to act upon, so there's no need for you to take a little blame, right, Julius? Anastasia, Margrave Mathers, may I ask you to stop there? Anastasia restrained Julius with her voice, taking his place in confronting Roswaal. She let out an elegant smile and then tilted her lovely head. And then, Anastasia, I also ain't got memories of him. But even then, this boy seems to be my knight. That's why it doesn't feel to watch him getting bullied while unable to do anything about it. Roswaal, you're saying that the bond between a master and a servant still exists between you two, even when he has disappeared from your memories. Anastasia, I wonder. I ain't too certain about that either. Though it did feel natural and pleasing that Julius cared for me during the trip moreover. Anastasia gently raised her finger and pointed towards the sofa facing her and... Anastasia, I want to prevent you from tearing your camp apart if you keep doing that. Yeah? Roswaal? My, oh my. In response to Anastasia's point, he looked at Subaru, who was on the verge of eruption, and then promptly shrugged his shoulders. Subaru was on the verge of shouting. Naturally, Amelia and Beatrice were on the cusp of doing so as well. Raising both of his hands in surrender, Roswaal made his statement. Roswaal, okay, I'm sorry about this. Though, I do think that I was just pointing out the possibility of a certain aspect. Subaru. That was unnecessary. You really need to stop fucking around. Roswaal, was it though? You will most likely come across people who don't care about how many people benefit from the outcome, and distrustful comrades who bring you down with abusive complaints. It seemed like you weren't aware of that possibility, so I just thought to advise you to anticipate it. Not doing this for someone else's sake, but for one's own. As a matter of fact, Subaru was experienced in being berated for such actions, which remained in the form of a painful wound. That had been what he had told Emilia at the royal castle, that he was acting for her sake, but her response was that he was acting for his own sake. As a result, he would never be able to forget the heartache that ensued. That was a definite truth. However, whether that had been the truth or not, there often would be times where people would mention it with the intent of hurting him, but that did not mean that. Subaru. It's not as if the feeling of accomplishment decreases depending on the amount of people who approve of one's actions. As if this person is like that. Stop it, Roswell. It cannot be helped, right? Because unlike you, I'm not familiar with his personality, although your relationship with him doesn't seem like the sort of person would have after a few days on a trip. Roswell turned to Subaru, who was about to lose his temper. In just this moment, Roswell's eyes, bordered by his long eyelashes, became overcast with a full-blown sense of tragedy. Then, Roswell, this means that you're the only one who remembers again, just like in Rem's case. Subaru. Though I do wonder what kind of fate this is, Roswell. It is proof your existence is a special one. You should care for it. You should treasure it tight, because there are many things out there that cannot be obtained even when wished for them. Nobody besides Roswell himself followed the second half of his emotional statement. However, even if he were to continue to ask him questions until he shed light on it, Roswell would not let out the truth. Henceforth, Subaru quickly gave up on the situation. Anyhow, the things that needed to be said should have been said by now. Next would be Subaru. Just like the letter said, the confinement room and Roswell. And the Sleeping Beauty will be taken out. Yes, what a drastic measure. I was sure that you really hated people touching her after all. Subaru. A way to wake her up might be found, so I'll try it. Isn't that a given, Roswell? I was surprised to find out that you'd first try this measure with that girl. You give off the impression of a selfish person, but in reality you punish yourself. Somewhere in your heart, somewhere in the corner of your mind, ever since the onset, you believe that she should be the first to be saved. Subaru. He had hit the bullseye, and Subaru reflexively sunk into silence. Ever since they had set out on their journey towards the Pleiades watchtower, and up until the time they arrived at the mansion, Subaru had been constantly wondering if bringing Rem along as one of Gluttony's victims was indeed the right approach. Of course, he was not averse to waking up Rem. Not at all. If there was the possibility that she would wake up, he wished that she would awaken as soon as possible, even if just for a day, even if just for a single second. However, the certainty of Natsuki Subaru being the one to do it was a different matter. All those people in the city of Pristella were suffering the same kind of damage as Ariam, a situation where those who were sleeping were not even taken into account by their own families, unaware their existence had been stolen. The more Subaru thought about it, the more he felt the piercing of a strange wedge in his heart. It was the feeling of guilt from saving her first over a multitude of other people. This was why he had hesitated this time around, on the subject of bringing Em out, but I've already convinced Subaru, so there's no problem. Roswell. My, this is quite surprising. In the place of the stricken silent Subaru, the one replying to Roswell was Emilia. Turning his gaze to Emilia, her chest puffed up with pride, Roswell quizzically closed one of his eyes. Roswell, you say that, but wouldn't her awakening be troublesome for Emilia-sama? Subaru-kun has strong feelings for that girl, no matter how you look at it. In fact, they're as strong as the feelings he holds for Emilia-sama. Emilia. Yeah, I think that's right. Subaru will devote himself to that girl for a while, and he might stop caring about me as well. Subaru. No. Under no circumstances would that happen. It should not happen. His feelings towards Emilia had never wavered, and he swore they would never either. However, a different part of him possessed intense feelings for Am Pass. That was a fact. And just like Emilia said, If she were to wake up, there was no doubt that he'd become devoted to her. However, Amelia turned to Subaru with a, "It's fine." Then resuming her words, "Amelia, if it makes Subaru turn away from me, that just means that I'll be the one this time to do my best for him to turn my way. I'm going to be troubled if Subaru isn't here after all that. Therefore, I'll also have you come my way, no matter how madly in love you are with Rem, with how cute she is." Subaru. Emilia-tan. Amelia. That's my resolve. And that's what I have decided. And nobody will complain about you saving her. So it's fine. Let's wake up, Rem. Amelia supported Subaru's decision with her strong words. Those words somewhat sounded like a confession. It surprised Subaru and caused his knees to shake. On many occasions, Amelia had told him things that sounded like affection. That had indeed happened. But in none of those times did she go over the level of deep affection. Amelia. Me Rem Beatrice. Petra. Patricia. Otto. Kun. Garfield. We all want you to be really happy, Subaru. Though you did mix a ground dragon and men at the latter half of your statement. She had mixed in a lowly at the middle too. Anyhow, he accepted this, and then Beatrice, who was sitting beside him, poked his shoulder. Escaped Subaru's lips, looking towards his side right after. Beatrice had her usual indignant look plastered on her face. Beatrice. It's not like I'm going to complain about Subaru's tendency to fool around with girls, but one of his hands should be always free, I suppose. This is Betty's exclusive special privilege, in fact. Subaru. You're ridiculously cute. Beatrice, that's a given, I suppose. Betty's adorableness resounds to the gods of heaven and earth, in fact. He didn't go as far as to care about what the gods of heaven and earth thought of the issue. But it did resound in Subaru's heart. Backed by both Amelia and Beatrice, Subaru would endeavor to wake Rem up. He longer hesitated about doing this. Subaru. So that's that, Roswell. Sorry for being loved so much. Rem will be taken out. Roswell. You'll just surprise Amelia-sama and Beatrice-sama when you make them sound like alternates like that. It's fine. Do whatever you want. I never planned on stopping you anyway. Subaru. Alrighty then, I'm about the talk from before. Roswell. I was feeling concerned and just wanted to make sure that you understood the meaning of those actions. I also hurt your guy's incredible, nameless night, so my apologies. Subaru. It's okay. Roswell spoke in a way that felt like banter till the very end. Julius, on the other hand, inhaled slightly, and took turns exchanging looks with Anastasia and Subaru. Julius. I am Julius, Juculius. This only remains within his memory as of right now, but I am an royal guard of the kingdom of Lugunica. I am not so inept that my heart would be perturbed by something of this caliber. He makes his declaration in such a manner, a splendid job of brushing aside the pestering from the wickedly evil mage. Subaru. Not very firm. Julius, just whose side are you on, really? I feel like I have been stabbed in the back just now. He sneaked in his last statement just after their conversation had been brought to its conclusion. The conversation had ended, and Subaru and the others had left the parlor. They were heading towards the confinement room that resided in the east wing of the mansion. Over there, they would come in contact with a person who was possibly one of the key factors in reaching the Ogria sand dunes. A year prior to this or thereabouts, a person had been brought along with the residents of the mansion's migration, and had been kept inside the confinement room ever since then. That really was not the type of acquaintance one would wish to come in contact with, nor was it really safe to do, but I'm really wondering what kind of results they'll bring, making me having that sort of expectations. I wonder if Vive perhaps influenced me Yeetic again. Roswell rested the weight of his back onto the sofa, sinking deeper and deeper into it, as these words trickled out of him. One person was left in the parlor. The sorcerer thought over the lingering memory of the previous discussion, had someone come to mind, and then let out a slight laugh. Then, Roswell, does this mean that I'm becoming one of his favorite members too? What do you think? You sure say some disgusting things, I suppose, is what I think, in fact. You really have no limits to the point it's frightening. There's no other way to put it, I suppose. Roswell. It's not like I lack principles to go as far as to get close to him with Faris to get close to him with Thea's body. You were a woman before as well, in fact. Betty is just adequately staying on guard, I suppose. Roswell made an increasingly cheerful smile, and then the little girl who had responded to his statement, Beatrice, began playing with her own hair by pulling on it, keeping a composed expression. It was possibly because she was bored. Or perhaps it was a habit she would adopt when starting to get irritated. Roswell, Subaru-kun and the others are going to the confinement room, you know. Don't you think it's unsafe without you by his side? Beatrice. A stray that bears its fangs is less troublesome than a pet dog that polishes its fangs, in fact, which is why I thought to keep that in check properly, I suppose. Roswell, calling him a pet dog is truly cruel, but being teacher's dog would be something I'd yearn for. Beatrice, you are a deviant beyond saving, in fact, Roswell. Don't test Subaru too much, I suppose. Betty won't allow you to provoke him too much, in fact. Roswell let out a smile containing a hint of obscenity, and was properly rebuked by Beatrice and her bitter face. Roswell removed his smile afterwards, and just like always, he closed his one eye, his blue eye, returning Beatrice's look solely with his yellow eye. Roswell, you and I view things a different way. You act carefree, while I act with a single purpose in mind. Beatrice, that would mean that you see a side of me that is completely different from Mother. The Betty that holds Subaru's hand is several hundreds times better than that, I suppose. Roswell, that is what I'm referring to. It's fine for you, who put on the airs as the guardian of the Forbidden Library, to be Kuam as happy as possible. Beatrice, that's a given, in fact, which is why I'll have you allow me to act in order to protect that happiness, I suppose. Roswell, still seated on the couch and Beatrice standing right before him. With the two's line of sight at the same height, sparks flew in all directions. Roswell squinted, as if to attempt to peek into the heart of that round-eyed girl, and, Roswell, with one of the Sin archbishops being killed, a second one should have entered Subaru-kun. Beatrice. There should be candidates other than Subaru, in fact. Roswell. But none of them come close to him, nor do they overlap with him. Which one will be chosen is a matter of course, between the one who only grazes him and the one who overlaps. Cease with the dull pretenses, Beatrice. I won't let you say much more, I suppose. Beatrice responded to Roswell's argument with a voice coated with determination that she had previously hidden. She grabbed tightly onto her arm's sleeve, then glared at Roswell. Beatrice, Betty is Subaru's, in fact. Therefore, Subaru will remain Subaru, I suppose. Roswell, I don't mean to hinder you or efforts. The lower the number, the more convenient it is more me. That's all, Beatrice. T.H. At the very end, Beatrice sent a scathing look towards Roswell, heading towards the door. This was the end of the discussion. Roswell. Beatrice. Roswell called out to the girl's back as she moved away. Beatrice stopped walking, but did not turn around. Roswell, I want you to be happy, at least much more so than the others. You are like a younger sister to me, that's why. Beatrice, a pretty disgusting thing to say, in fact. Also, you'll never be like Mother, I suppose. Roswell. Isn't that what love is? There was no rebuttal. There was merely the sound of the door opening and closing, echoing quietly in the parlor, and after that, there was no further sound being made within the parlor. Chapter 3. A little girl's cell. How did your talk with Master go? Subiru, you could say that it went the same as usual, and that he irritated me more than usual. You get the point. Well, I understand what you mean. Subaru's group had left the parlor, and Frederica had been entrusted with guiding them towards the mansion's east wing. This scary-faced woman with her beautiful, long blonde hair and courteously worn maid outfit finally exchanged polite greetings with Anastasia and Julius as one of the mansion's honest maids, and then spoke to Subaru, who was walking away, discouraged. Frederica, was Garf useful in your journey and in the city? For him to get heavily injured to the point of not being able to come back, even when I told him specific instructions, I am worried about him causing trouble for Amelia Sama and the others. Amelia. No, don't worry about it. Garfield worked really hard, after all. He's resting along with Otto-kun right now, without causing any trouble. Well, I'm not so sure about the without causing any trouble part. Hope that's not what's happening. But anyways, we did request that they rest. Frederica. My apologies for having my foolish younger brother cause you trouble. Amelia didn't finish her follow-up much due to the fact she half doubted it, while Frederica offered her apologies. Anyhow, Garfiel's behavior worried Petra, Ram, Roswell, and Frederica, but his mentality had changed in some way or another during the incident at Pristella. One could say that he had matured, no doubt about it. To begin with, for a 15-year-old boy, Garfiel's strength was already outstanding. Even considering just how fierce the battles with the Bowel Hunter and the Eight Arms had been, he was still far from being able to boast himself as the strongest. But even then, he certainly possessed a level of strength that contended with not just the Amelia camps, but the whole continent's top ranks as well. His biggest problem? Perhaps his immature mentality. Still, once that mental frailness were overcome, however, he would go a level beyond. Well, there was still a ways to go. That was something that shouldn't be rushed. Steadily and assuredly becoming stronger, stepping firmly on each step of the stairs before moving on to the next stage, was the appropriate way a 15-year-old should mature. And in addition, Subaru. There's another reason for him not coming back right away this time. Amelia, is it Mimi? Subaru. There's that too. But Amelia cut into the conversation as if through sharp hearing, and he smiled wryly. Even Amelia, someone whose knowledge of romantic relationships between men and women seemed to be curious about the love affairs of other people to some extent. She was very interested in Garfield and Mimi's relationship. Of course, Garfield should feel something for Mimi, who had risked her own life to guard his, and she was not shy in proclaiming her affection for him both before and after the battle. Frankly speaking, there was no man out there who would not waver upon being struck with affection from a girl he didn't hate. Subaru, too, was also no exception. He was unable to say anything about that phenomenon, considering he was one that had experienced it before. He would have to wait and see how Garfield would respond to Mimi's feelings, considering the fact that his fondness for Ram was clear. But that was a concern different from the one Garfield had left in the city of Pristella. Frederica. Subaru-sama. Do you need to ask me something? Subaru. No, nothing in particular. It wouldn't be right for me to talk about this matter. He looked at Frederica's profile with a profound look, and was questioned about its meaning. Taking Garfield's true feelings in mind, Subaru dodged her question. At Pristella, a family that Garfield worried about, a family of golden hair and green eyes, traits that would remind anyone of Frederica and Garfield, who were brother and sister. Garfield's relationship with that family was like his relationship with Frederica. It was certain that relationship was something Garfield wished to report to his family, Frederica, and Ryuzu himself. Subaru. So I won't say anything. Natsuki Subaru will leave it at that in a Chuko Suteki way. Amelia. Oh, speaking of Garfield, at Pristella there were some children that were really friendly with him, and they were Subaru. Amelia-tan, Amelia-tan, you're gonna make my monologue go to waste. His mediation was about to go to waste, so Subaru literally covered Amelia's mouth to stop her from talking. The synergy would be scary if he were to leave it as it was, so he decided that he would make the time to properly explain the gist of the setting later to Amelia. Subaru waved his hand with a forced smile at Frederica, whose face became more and more puzzled. Frederica, sorry to interrupt you guys while you're happily heating up your intimacy, but do you have any idea of where you guys are headed? Subaru. Oh, that place called the confinement room. That person we talked about before is there. Julius. That person. Huh. Oh, I wonder if the conversation will go well. Subaru. It's something that hasn't been done before, so, dunno. Anyways, I'll at least try asking to make sure. Julius responded to Subaru's explanation by going into deep thought, his face complex as he follows the latter's back. In reality, Subaru was also aware of the many problems this proposal had in store. However, if all went well, then they would lower the risk of their journey by a considerable amount. Amelia. Also, that girl's rather fond of Subaru, so shouldn't it be fine? Subaru. That girl's fonder of Garfield than she is of me. Maybe she likes him more because he's feline. We've arrived. While he was replying to Amelia's optimistic words with a strained smile, Frederica stopped walking. Subaru and Amelia too halted their movements, having entered somewhere with a view and atmosphere distinctively alien in the mansion. The floor layout was roughly identical to that of the previous Roswell mansion, however, the basement part of the eastern wing. This was the only place that was starkly different. In the central building of the mansion, there was the main center wing that concentrated the facilities needed for daily life. The west wing contained multi-purpose facilities, such as the maids' rooms and the guests' rooms. And then there was the eastern wing, a place that acted as a storehouse safe for the history and heritage of the ancient Mather's bloodline, such as books. However, the only place that was different was the eastern wing's basement. There was a clear goal set for the cold stone room in the basement of the noble mansion. Anastasia. Quite the unpleasant atmosphere floating around this place, huh? Anastasia snorted her nose, complimenting her brief comment on the different atmosphere. There was no denial to her view on the mood, so it was indeed a clear assessment that everyone agreed with. The atmosphere that drifted about in this level of the mansion could not be described in any way other than unpleasant. Anastasia. It's still different from miasma, it seems, but my body ain't feeling too good about it for sure. Julius. The matter of the building's structure and this facility's purpose, in the first place it may be completely unrelated to that, but I do believe that this structure was ultimately erected due to the presence inside. Anastasia and Julius looked down at the continuous stairs leading down to the basement of the mansion filled with darkness as they exchanged these words. The confinement room had already been brought to their attention. It seemed that both of them had correctly imagined the sort of establishment that existed in the basement, or were as close to the right answer as possible. Frederica. Well then, I shall be guiding you all. Now, please be careful to avoid having your feet slip. With those words, Frederica led them down the stairs. Subaru and the rest followed her tall back, headed for the basement. Julius's face indicated that he had steeled himself for what laid ahead. The footsteps they made while walking down the stone stairs resounded very clearly throughout the space they were in. A cold breeze blew upwards from the basement, causing his bangs to shake slightly, which got on his nerves incomprehensibly. Frederica. I am going to open it. Having descended towards the basement, they were blocked by an iron door standing right in front of them. The door had many solid locks installed onto it. Frederica released several of them. One by one, the key to the door made a sound. The locks were undone, and then the door opened with a creaking noise. Beyond that gate, a stone pathway laid in front, with yet another door to be found deep inside this place. At the back. Frederica. The person you are looking for is beyond this door. Frederica stepped to the side of the door, making way for them to enter, and then bowed. They gave acknowledging gestures with a nod of their chin in response, and the four people headed straight towards the door, with Subaru in the lead. The door at the deepest part of the basement had no lock. He reached for the doorknob. If he were to push it open, they would surely meet what was inside. Upon having come in contact with the door, Subaru looked back with bated breath. Everyone, Amelia, Julius, and Anastasia, all stared at Subaru's actions. The three nodded their heads at Subaru, and he took a deep breath, then putting strength into the hand that gripped the knob, and with a sound, the door was pushed open. Roar, roar, I'm gonna ya to you ho. Kya help me no. Nobody will come to save you even if you cry for help. With the doors opening, a lovely voice was heard as the pathway became bathed in light. On the other side of the open door, a lone girl was to be seen inside the room. A multitude of dolls placed around her. Her back faced the others. As she continued to play with the dolls in her hands, she changed into an imitative voice, though it was unclear just what exactly she was imitating. Nonetheless, she was pretty into it. Nope, he's coming. Because he promised to come to me if I was in trouble. After all, holding a doll representing a little doll. The child stood up, having suddenly noticed something. Looking back timidly, she sees Subaru and the others standing still at the entrance, dumbfounded, and then opened her round, large eyes. She had braided, light brown hair, and had simple but lovely facial features. Subaru. Sup, how are you? Addressing her, Subaru raised his hand as if nothing had happened at all. Oh, nice saying, you idiot! At least knock before you come in. Unsurprisingly, he was yelled at as a result of his little prank. Subaru. So yeah, this is the prisoner of this mansion. Meili here will advise us regarding to witch beasts. Meili. I've been disgraced. Anoi-san hurt my feelings. Sniffle, sniffle. Subaru introduced the depressed girl, who was crouching at a corner of the room surrounded by stuffed toys. Meili. Julius shook his head, putting his fingers between his eyebrows, while keeping the girl at the corner of his vision. He spoke this as if blaming Subaru, who had gotten carried away. Julius. It was a bit clumsy of me to not have gotten more information about this beforehand, but the poorness of your character is showing. It is inexcusable that you pull these pranks at every opportunity. Subaru. I don't think I'm playing around that much, though, or well, I do agree that it's in bad taste. Also, she really was someone dangerous before, you know? Julius appeared to have misgivings of Subaru's justifications. Ignoring those all-suspecting men, Emilia and Anastasia lined up and spoke out to Meili. Emilia. Sorry, Meili. We'll scold Subaru later for this, so don't worry. Anastasia. My, what a cute girl, ain't she? Beatrice-chan. Petra-chan. Ain't this quite tellin' of Natsuki-kun's tastes, Subaru? That's a ridiculous opinion of me. Mind saying something more fitting? I thought to gather people, and not specifically lawless. There was suddenly some sense of grounding to his nicknamealimancer. So he wished she wouldn't say such frightening things. Putting that aside, Meili hadn't listened to Emilia and her words either, as she was indignant in earnest. In that sense, there was an imbalance in that she possessed childlike sensitivity. Subaru. Meili. Meili. Can't hear you. Subaru. Meili, come on. Meili. I don't care. This was the situation. She was a nuisance, having entered a mode in which she'd refused to listen. Thus, Subaru decided to hurry up and bring out the last resort as quickly as possible. Subaru reached around his back and then showed Meili the ace up his sleeve. Subaru. Look, Meili, it's a present. Take it. It's a new stuffed toy, Dare Panda. Meili. Wow. It's QT. What Subaru presented Meili with was this stuffed toy, one that he had fixed up during the dragon carriage trip back from the city of Pristella. As someone who had improved his skills in domestic assistance this past year, Natsuki Subaru's sewing skills had become twice as good as before. He could now produce stuffed toys, and if he so wished, he could maybe even create women's clothes now. Anyhow, this new stuffed toy was an innovative work that had merged the panda theme with a lazy from the heat taste. He more or less felt like he had seen something akin to it before, but since that was something from beyond this world, it wouldn't be a big deal. So whatever. And so, he presented the new piece that had this and that to it, and Meili accepted it with glimmering eyes. Meili! Cute! It's a new animal. Wonder what I should name it, okay? I've got it. I'll call this one Big Panda. Subaru. I see you've named it what it literally is. Putting aside her naming sense, she was extremely skilled at understanding the essence of things. Hugging the stuffed panda in a loving way, she looked at Subaru and the others with a face that indicated that her mood had been salvaged. Meili, by the way, welcome back, Anui-san, Wani-san. Looks like you guys have been away for quite a bit, huh? Petra-chan missed you, you know. Subaru. We were gone for a whole month after all, and we're going to be away for a while again. So I don't really want to think about how it'll probably anger Petra. But Meili. Petra-chan does love on Mitian after all. New people? As she was lining up her scattered plush toys onto shelves, Meili suddenly noticed Julius and Anastasia, which showed on her face. Julius became surprised at that change in mood, but Anastasia simply gave a nod with a composed look. Anastasia. Compared to Mimi, it's like the feeling of being manipulated's just the surface. Julius, now that you say it, I agree. Let us give our thanks to Mimi. Master and servant display a strange scene of agreement, and after that Julius's eyes swiftly dart around the room. After briefly taking a look at that underground space, Julius. Nevertheless, I had assumed that it would be a harsh environment after hearing that it was a confinement room, but contrary to my expectations, it seems to be a peaceful place to spend. I'm in. Emilia. The person in here is a little girl, so it's not like we wanted to torment her, but she can't go outside either, so it's complicated. Emilia lowered her eyebrows, her visage complex. Just like she had stated, the confinement room, or rather Miley's living space, to put it bluntly, gave off a very lenient feeling for a place of incarceration. It did seem cold precisely because of the stone pathway, but their colorful wallpaper and carpet decorated this girl's room, and she was free to do whatever she pleased with how she wasn't even restrained. On the shelves, there were countless stuffed toys that had been crafted by Subaru's hands, along with many books and play equipment. She was being given food, and there wasn't any problem with bathing or going to the bathroom. In short, it was a place where a hikikomori could live in peace. It was so comfy that even Subaru wanted to be confined in it. However, Julius, it seems that there is a peculiar air, similar to miasma, leaking endlessly. Anastasia. It also seems to be coming from that girl, is that it? In response to Anastasia and the other's look, Meili nodded with a smile on her face. She had an honest smile, but something emanated from that girl, so dreadful and disgusting that it could not be hidden. That was the biggest reason as to why Meili had been confined here, and was not released. Subaru. I did talk about it on the dragon carriage, but this girl actually aimed for Emilia and us others before, So she's like a killer for hire. Yes, you could put it like that, right, Julius? I feel that is wrong already at that point, but please, continue. Subaru. Feels like you're implying something with the way you say that anyways. She's a professional killer. So, as for what Meili's small body can do, in short, she can manipulate witch beasts. She is a beast master. Meili. Yep, me and the bad animal Sans get along pretty well. Meili said that with Anaheim as she puffed up with pride, but the contents of her words were shocking. Witch beasts were harmful threats to mankind and were never friendly with humans in the first place. It seemed that there was one exception, an arrangement in which witch beasts would obey the person who had broken their horn, but... Subaru, in Meili's case, the presence of the horn is irrelevant. I'm not too good with that theory, so even if I explain it, you wouldn't understand. Meili. From what Mama said, I play the same role as a witch beast's horn. So, I can be friendly with the witch beasts, fulfilling the role of a witch beast's horn. The meaning of that was obscure. That being said, it seemed like there had never been any type of research done on the ecology of witch beasts. Of course, there was the possibility there were people who hunted witch beasts for a living, but even if they held information about their traits, they would not be looking at them from a research point of view, most likely. Emilia. Initially, Meili came to attack us with one more person. Garfield defeated that person, and this girl was caught. Ever since then, this girl's always been sheltered by this mansion. Anastasia, why did you do that much? No matter what you say, if she was an enemy before, you should have dealt with her quickly. Or wait. It doesn't seem like this child can be dealt with. Emilia. There's no way we can even think of killing her. But at the same time, we can't expel her either. Because this girl says that if she gets released Meili, Mama'll get mad at me. Elsa died, and I failed. So she'll definitely kill me if she finds me. So, staying here is the safest option, Meili answered with a calm tone, but it seemed like her expression had become clouded. Meili had lost Elsa, who she worked with, and had failed in carrying out her task. Their guardians were most likely something like professional killer managers, and their failures would definitely never be allowed. Banishing her would mean she would receive punishment. Those would be her own personal affairs, and even though Subaru and the others were completely unrelated to that, Subaru, it certainly is a nightmare to deal with. Julius, this is not the first time Emilia Sama's and your ideations have been brought up. It was out of line for us outsiders to utter such nonsensical things incidentally. Who is this mama of hers? Subaru, we don't know. Any other thing besides this mother's name, Mama, is an unknown. Based on what Meili said, she doesn't even know what her face looks like. What kind of family environment is this? But, considering the professional killer business, perhaps that grim way of life was unavoidable. It seemed difficult to figure out who this mother was based off the content of Meili's statements, so they could shake off anxiety about the future. Subaru. That Roswell bastard was also useless after Elsa died, since there was no one like an intermediary. Julius, did you say something? Subaru. just talking to myself. The insignia incident that occurred on the very first day, the day Subaru had been summoned in the royal capital, had been orchestrated by Roswell. Of course, Elsa, who had attempted to reap Emilia's life, was also the one who he had commissioned to do so. Considering the flow of events of that request, it should have been easy to draw that conclusion. However, the intermediary of that communication line had perished somehow, and it seemed that they were unable to contact the person. If Roswell's words were anything to be trusted, Elsa and Meili's subsequent attack was unrelated to his intentions. This was where this mother, or whatever, had become a concern. Subaru. Anyhow, that's our relationship with Meili. This girl's here out of necessity. It's not to spoil her, at least for now. Meili, considering that, Subaru and everyone are being a little too nice. Subaru. In regards to that, it's our dreamy good virtues taking over. Because after all, it was painful seeing this small, youthful girl being confined to a cold basement. It was not something they could just decide to forget, and if they tried to disregard it, they would end up getting bad dreams. So, it's not like he had any grudge against her, and so he was better off being in a good mood with her. Anastasia, wouldn't you normally have a grudge against her? Subaru. Should I, Anastasia? I mean, didn't you say that she tried to kill you? So, Subaru. There's a thing such as idle malicious intent, although a crime is a crime regardless of age. In response to Anastasia's question, Subaru went into thought while scratching his cheek. Once he took a peek at Meili to the side, Subaru noticed that she was looking at himself with unreadable emotions in her eyes. He wasn't really concerned about her, but he spoke his thoughts honestly. Subaru. If someone orders a person who doesn't know any better to commit a crime, then the person who made the order should be blamed. Even more so if it's a kid. If they're capable of thinking for themselves and do it regardless, I think there's no difference. An eye for an eye. I think the Hammurabi Code is nothing but negative. Anastasia, that's some lip service. Then do you think the people this girl has murdered would agree with that? Subaru. I don't think so. They're free to want revenge on Meili. As for myself, had I died, even I don't think I'd state my forgiveness like I did now. In the end, Subaru's opinions and thoughts would change depending on first impressions. If he were told things such as that he wasn't right in the head, or that he was being ruled over by his emotions, then so be it. Actually, that was probably true. Subaru. Back when I was a kid, my parents and other adults would take responsibility for me. So, I thought that if the kids near me do something that they can't take responsibility for, how about I take them up instead? That's all. Anastasia. A valuable opinion, thanks. Anastasia cut off Subaru's words, as she had lost interest halfway. Of course, he felt like that was a typical reaction, so his feelings hadn't been hurt. In an organization where clean judgment was not taken into consideration, then any crime would be judged to as a crime, regardless of age. A grace period, however, was given because this camp a lenient one. Subaru didn't dislike that atmosphere and environment. Julius. Subaru. Julius. I believe what Subaru is saying makes sense. Subaru. Thanks. He had not been expecting completely positive reactions, but words such as those were akin to salvation for him. Then turning to Meili, who had been forgotten even though the conversation had her as the topic, Subaru matched his eyesight with hers. Subaru. I have something that I need your help with. Mind coming along with me? Meili. Okay, I'll go with Ani-san. Meili quietly nodded at Subaru's request. Subaru nor anyone else pointed out how they felt like they could witness slight tears from the girl who had hidden her face with the panda in her embrace. Meili. I've only been to the Agria sand dunes twice. Subaru and the other's explanation ended, and Meili said those words while fiddling with her braided hair. She closed her eyes as if looking back at her memories before resuming. Meili. I visited to replenish the witch beasts in my control. There are lots of witch beasts there, so a lot of progress was made, but... Subaru... But... Meili Ondi-san, are you really going there? Everyone besides me will probably die, you know. It seemed that their actions were seen as reckless in the eyes of this girl who was devoid of morals. The Beastmaster's opinion carried quite some weight in regards to just how much they were striving for. Subaru. I really want to use the expertise of those with experience as a reference, but the idea that we'll die if we go's been thrown around a lot already, so it's a bit late for that. Also, if it's just like a maze in the desert, then we have preparations to break out of it. Anastasia, yes, that'd be me. Anastasia waved her hand, emphasizing her role as a guide. However, avoiding getting lost on the path in this endeavor to conquer the desert to get to the watchtower was only worth 30 points. Failure would be inevitable with this score. Or rather, as long as they remained unable to find an answer worth a perfect score, they would probably have difficulty getting out alive. The three problems were the desert labyrinth, the witch beast den, and the sage's eye. The desert labyrinth would work out with Anastasia being Aridna, and as for the counter for the witch beast den, this is what they wanted to prepare a measure for. That was why he wished to hear more details from Miley, but... Subaru. How should I put it? Don't you know any way to avoid the witch beasts? Or on the contrary, ways to lure them away from us? Meili. Oni-san, if you run on by yourself, a loot of them will definitely chase you, you know? Subaru. I've already done that a few times, and they were painful experiences. It happened once a year ago at the mansion, and once again a little after that by the whale on the plane. He felt like it was about time to stop this. Of course, he wasn't reluctant to do it if there was no other measure to take, but Subaru wanted to avoid being the only one left behind in the middle of the desert if possible. Meili. If Anui-san doesn't want to do it, then maybe you could prepare a lot of decoys for it. All witch beasts jump at living things over normal food, so maybe something like that. Amelia. That's definitely a no. I'm against it. I am against it, Subaru. You don't have to disagree so frantically. Nobody will be chosen, so it's fine. That being said, it seemed like no useful opinions were coming up. Or at least as far as the witch beast's ecology was concerned, with Meili. Someone who was better at handling them than anyone else, incapable of coming up with an effective plan. They were helpless. Subaru. Yep. Guess we'll have to beat the witch beasts that come at us one by one. Gonna expect a lot from Amelia, Tan, and Julius. Julius. I am wondering about your self-appraisal, considering how you were not included there, but do you think it's possible? Julius reacted to Subaru's proposal by asking Meili about its feasibility. Upon hearing that, Meili looked at Amelia and Julius in turn. And, Meili? Probably not. Can Oni-san use magic for about a week without rest? Subaru. You want us to have something like a final fight in a trench, Amelia? I'll try, Subaru. You don't have to. This is the flow of an unreasonable conversation. Amelia Tan's hair and skin will dry up. So let's not. Okay. Rejected. It seemed like the plan to break through by force already had some unreasonable details to it. Just how much of that scenario Meili had actually seen was unknown. But if there's no such thing as childish exaggeration in her statements, then they could never perform the unreasonable. Amelia. How about smearing witch beast blood on the dragon carriage and fooling the other witch beast's sense of smell? Subaru. No, the ground dragons won't be able to fool them. And there's the possibility that the witch beasts won't band together. Something like hiring guards. How about hiring a big army for this? Much like what was done for the white whale. Julius. That will not be possible either. That was done before by other people who challenged the Pleiades watchtower. Even though it was not as big as an army, it was still a big group. Feel free to guess the result. How about breaking the horn of a powerful witch beast and use it to fend off other witch beasts? Subaru. If it's not as overwhelming as the whale, then we'll be overrun by their numbers. It'd be nice if avoiding them were simple, such as using something like insect repellent spray. Subaru's odor, or rather the witch's lingering scent, was a spray that brought insects towards him, so he was useless. Roswal was the one responsible for constantly managing the barrier that separated Arlem village from the witch beast's habitat. Something like creating a barrier around people, one that moved together with them. It seemed like that sort of thing was not possible. Subaru. Perhaps we should have Roswal hold on to us and attack from the sky. Julius. If we could slip by the sage's eye, then that may have been an option. Subaru. Ah, damn right. We have to consider the sage too. His unrealistic viewpoint was denied by a realistic one. Even if they could evade the witch beasts and the desert, there was still the sage to worry about. Just how had nobody ever been able to slip by this person? It was honestly the only thing they were completely in the dark on how to handle. Subaru, if we could at least narrow it down to one problem, Meili. Geez, I guess I've got no choice. Subaru? Oh. Subaru and the others all sat in a circle in the room, getting headaches from thinking about the way out of this conundrum. And then, finally, Meili spoke. She stood up, shaking her small head at Subaru and the others. Meili, I can go with you guys. If I'm there, the witch beasts won't care what you do. You'll be free to keep away from them, make them pets, make them kill each other, or make them eat the sage person. Subaru, we won't do the second half. Or anyways, he opened his eyes wide at that fairly extreme remark. But the proposal shocked him even more. Not only was Meili being cooperative, but she was willing to go out on her own, an opinion he thought she would never express. Subaru, aren't you scared to go outside? Is that alright, Meili? It's not like I'll be found by Mama right after I leave the mansion, you know? I'm scared of being found, but I can't just stay in here my whole life. He was surprised with Meili being conscious of the fact that sooner or later she would have to leave, but that may have been natural. He had been taking turns checking on her whenever the chance presented itself, but even then, the time that girl spent confined in her room by herself was multitudes larger. Certainly, she had had so much time to think that the silence would become scary. Being confined in a room, alone, was both relaxing and terrifying. And even if those sensations evoked lethargy in her, one day her heart would be tortured suddenly. Emilia. Subaru, and while Subaru was feeling unusual sympathy for Meili's heart, Emilia gently pulled on his sleeve. Subaru knew what she was thinking, as he agreed with it as well. Subaru, this isn't just a fun walk outside. We have a guide, we'll be crossing the desert, and even though we have you, we'll have to get through the witch beast den. To make matters worse, some scary sage guy might be on the watch out too, Meili. Isn't it nice taking a walk after a while? With those bullish words, Meili replied to Subaru. Just how much of it was a bluff was unbeknownst to him. And likewise, just how much of it was her telling the truth was too, but Emilia. She is the trump card for the witch beasts, right? Subaru. Ah, yeah, that's right. We'll be counting on you, Meili. Meili. I'll try my best even if you don't. Emilia and Subaru exchanged gazes with each other, and then nodded to Meili. The girl, the receptor of their words, spoke as if she would push herself beyond her own utmost abilities, and hugged the panda tightly. And so this became a single step forward towards accomplishing their journey, at which Julius folded his arms, some words spilling from his face one of admiration at the result he had just witnessed. Julius. I really wish that I would not utter these words, but persuading little girls really is one of your strong points, although I do not believe that this is not a good ability to be renowned for. Subaru, it's because you guys are steadily treating me like a little girl user. I'll have you know that Meili isn't as small as a little girl. She's not a little girl. Subaru pointed at the room's entrance in frustration in response to Julius's useless words. Right as he did, however, the door was opened, and a person showed up on the other side of the door. I was wondering what was so noisy, only to find out that it was just Subaru making a racket again, I suppose. Having finished her private talk with Roswell, yet another little girl had joined them. Another fuzz was made again, but that was an incident to be put aside as something not worth bringing up, so that will be left as that. Chapter 4. The reason to bring you out the conquering of the deathly Augria sand dunes in order to reach Pleiades' watchtower. The Beastmaster, Meili, joined Subaru's group as a member that would boost their confidence in escaping from the sandy labyrinth, a maze in which laid a witch beast den. However, even though it had been settled that she would be brought along, this girl had been the sole resident of the mansion's confinement room for a long period, 1 year to be exact, because she assisted Roswell. She had an history of cooperating with the Bowel Hunter in attacking the mansion, and naturally Subaru had thought that arguments about releasing Meili from her solitary confinement would be natural, but Roswell, there's nothing wrong with it, is there? If Emilia-sama and Subaru-kun have decided to let you out, then there shouldn't be any problem with that. Even if their judgment turns out to be inaccurate, and she indeed has bad intentions, you guys are the ones that she'd aim for. No. Roswaal readily gave Miley permission to leave. The contents of his reply were truly Roswaalish, but what mattered was that she had gained his permission for the moment anyway, and thus, Miley was finally allowed out of her year-long confinement. Miley. Just as I thought, the atmosphere outside is so different. Being in that cramped room for so long made it hard for me to breathe. Subaru. But still, we tried doing a lot of different things to make you feel otherwise, huh? It wasn't as bad as you say it was, you know? Miley Reali, I welcome the concern, but being able to freely move your body is a whole different feeling. Anai-san, if you don't learn to appreciate the small things, you'll be hated by One-san and Oju-chan long before you know it. You knew. Miley's lips aligned in a pout while holding her plethora of stuffed animals. Incidentally, the person Miley was referring to as One-san was Emilia, while the person she was referring to as Oju-chan was Beatrice. She would refer to Petra as Petra-chan, Garfiel as Fang Donlui-san, and thus she'd reasonably refer to Otto as Weakling. Miley, can I rest in this room? Subaru. From what I've been told, there shouldn't be a problem. Someone came in to clean this place, despite it being a room that isn't used very often, so you shouldn't feel uneasy about it being dirty or anything like that. Frederica should have come to clean the room right around the time we were bringing our luggage out as well. So, Miley. Okay. Within the western wing of Roswaal's mansion were many private rooms for servants. The inside of one of them was currently being inspected by a curious Miley. Miley had been freed from the confinement room. However, her position remained complex. Naturally, expelling her was out of question, as she needed to be taken care of at the mansion. But what exactly was her role? Was she a guest? Was she a maid? She couldn't be pushed away to the point of calling her a guest, but she wasn't as close as to be labeled a maid. Thus, they had settled on branding her a cooperative worker of the mansion, as it would have been insufficient to call her a maid, and it would have been insufficient to call her a guest, and was assigned a room on the servants' floor. Her belongings, that were kept in the confinement room, would be brought over, making it seem as if this bland room had been dyed with colors of her choice. Miley, even if I've been freed, I don't know how long I'll be staying here, you know. Once something that seems like an opportunity to live peacefully appears, I might immediately run away after all. Subaru. Well, what's most important is that you don't cause trouble nor go back to that mama of yours. You can do whatever you want other than that. Oh, but I'll make sure you carry out this duty properly. After that, then you can do whatever you want. Miley? You're saying that when it's all taken care of, I can die wherever I want. Subaru. I have to even hear about stuff like that. Why would I care about where someone dies? That's what the cynical, pretentious me of the past would say. But I won't say stuff like that now. After Subaru had set down all her belongings into the room, he petted Miley's head as she stood still at the window. This girl with braided chestnut hair twinkled her eyes as Subaru continued to pet her head. Subaru, I want the gang to live decently and die decently, no matter what. You're free to leave if you want it, but at least send us back a letter or something. Just enjoy this time as genuinely as you can. He gave a light pat to her head at the end of his statement, then brought his hand back. After receiving that tap to her head, Miley glared at Subaru with scornful eyes, putting her own hand where Subaru's had been. Miley, Anmi-san, did you win over Oju-chan and Petra-chan like that? Geez, even being in constant caution of you isn't enough. Subaru, that egg actually wasn't my intention, you know. Scratching his head, Subaru then finished helping Miley bring her personal belongings in and headed towards the room's exit. He did not have any intention of helping with the rearrangement of the room upon completing the task of bringing in her stuff. On top of that, there probably was a helpless wall separating Subaru's sense of remodeling and Miley's own. Thus, he decided it would be best to depart before doing anything unnecessary that would cause her to dislike him. Miley, well, I'll take your words with a grain of salt. Besides, you're going to be throwing your life away soon at the Agria sand dunes anyway. Subaru, we aren't going to throw away our lives. we're going to assemble our lives. And that's where we'll be heavily relying on your powers, so we'll be counting on you. Miley? Okay. Okay. Swinging his hand back and forth to the girl who was blowing him off so that he would leave, Subaru went out the room. She brought out each of her belongings out from a box, all while wearing an indifferent face as she avoided looking at Subaru. And her possessions were displayed in a first, tentative manner. Just like Meili had said, this was a room that made her feel like she didn't know how long she would be staying, nor that she knew if she'd return. Meili, I'm having fun. Ah. This girl indulged herself in her own room as she walked around with a gait that exemplified unrestrained enthusiasm. And as she went around arranging her favorite stuffed animals, the happiness of the young girl, having obtained her own room for the first time, was plain for all to see. It would make anyone feel pleased to see such a spring in the step of a young girl. With the decision of adding Meili to the group, the participants in the exciting tour to Inquiry the Sage would include this group of 7, Subaru, Emilia, and Beatrice, as members of the same organization, and Julius, Anastasia, and Meili, Anastasia, and Meili, as outsiders made collaborators, and another girl would be taken out. Emma. The aforementioned were the 7 members of the party who would face the Augria sand dunes located at the eastern end of the world. The Augria sand dunes, a place located at the edge of the world, laid in a straight line east of the new Roswell mansion. But, as the path they would travel was longer than the one leading to the Watergate city of Pristella, it would take close to 20 days for just a one-way trip. In other words, just the round-trip journey would take a total of 40 days. They would safely arrive at the watchtower, and considering they would be staying there for a couple of days, the length of this large expedition could very well turn into something close to 2 months instead. The problem with this was Subaru. Hey, Petra. Sorry for leaving you alone, but let me at least brighten your mood. Petra, don't worry. I'm not angry. It's fine. Subaru-sama can go to as many faraway, dangerous places as he wants, just like he always has, right? Petra was yielding to the harsh depression that resulted from having to stay behind during the Pristella affairs for a whole month, which would soon become a period of 2 months. This girl walked impetuously around the mansion with a cold, clear face, as she waved around her maid outfit, an outfit that was befitting for her petite body. As for Subaru, he was following her back, showering her in apologies, in the midst of trying his best to repair her humor. Anyways, why was it even necessary for Subaru to be this frantic in fixing Petra's mood? Well, the common assumption was that, in all times and all places, whenever a girl became displeased in such a manner, it was usually the guy's fault. In reality, Petra was the girl with the most prominent girl power in the mansion. She would proudly display this girl power as the representative for the girls. In this mansion, the only possible unfortunate men that could have possibly harmed her mood were Subaru, Roswell, Garfield, Otto. Wait a second. Isn't that a lot of people? And wait, weren't all guys unfortunate when it came to power? Once he was revived, Puck would probably join the ranks of these bad boys. It was beyond pathetic. But anyways, Subaru, I know that leaving you behind with Ross-chi at the mansion for a month would stress you so much to the point it'd be hard for you to breathe, but if just reason that it's just part of your job and can't be pickabga. Petra, I don't get mad over things like that. I'm not a kid. Stop saying weird things like that when I have Ram Nisama and Frederica Nisama. Subaru, to think a girl who headbutts the pit of a man's stomach would claim she's not a child is just Petra, having caused Subaru to collapse in agony with a strike to a vital part of his body. Truly resembled anger. She stuck a prideful pose as she held her waist with both of her hands, and she stuck out her chest to insistently convince him that her appearance was indicative of anything but a kid. However, a lady's essence was something that would be reached before her body. As for Beatrice, her body's growth rate would not catch up at all, so it felt like her attitude was being dragged along as well. But Subaru. But Petra? Wasn't this headbutt from a higher place than your previous one? Well, even then, it felt like there was a small moment at the start of your previous headbutt where you were on your tiptoes before you came flying towards my chest. Petra, I'm dumbfounded. Didn't I tell Beatrice? Hey, look, I've grown up in this past month. My back has grown, my legs have grown, and hasn't my face become cute as well? Subaru. Ah, I guess you did grow a bit. Your back and your hair, I mean. Although, your face was cute from the beginning. Originally, Petra was the beauty of the Arlam village. Having been lured away by the mansion to serve as one of its maids had caused a great fuss, as Petra, being the village's boys' dream girl, was the one girl everyone wanted to marry. To be more specific, you could cause a sumo wrestling tournament to unfold in the center of the plaza if you challenged these crybabies. The adults would barge in at the end, and the celebration of lifting the somehow beaten-up Subaru into the air would reach its end. It would be an enigmatic rite of passage. Anyhow, Petra was this girl who was loved by the villagers. She was a girl who often expressed her sorrow about helping with the mansion. He wanted to use the convenience of having her in the mansion as much as possible, for the sake of the extraordinary future potential Petra had in store. That being said, at the same time, Subaru held no power within the mansion, so he would cherish these days to an extent so that he'd continue on without forgetting this type of ordinary life, although, Subaru, also, you weren't able to be the extremely playful girl that you are. As for Nisama and her well-known temper, I am aware of how you feel suffocated from having her tell you to work all the time. Petra, it's not like that. Though Subaru let both of his arms open to console the pouting girl. Petra showed a slightly hesitant gesture, and then she jumped into Subaru's arms. He hugged her small body, and then petted her head as to reward her. Petra. Subaru. Subaru-sama. You're going to do something dangerous again. Subaru. It's not as if it's completely settled that it's going to be dangerous, you know? Actually, it kinda sounds like I'm saying you shouldn't consider the possibility of it being dangerous. But the truth is, it really might be a reasonably safe expedition. Petra, what's the probability of each outcome, Subaru? I guess it would be a ratio of 8 to 2, with the safe outcome being the lowest, maybe. Petra, to me? That sounds like it'd be pretty dangerous then. Not being able to lie in a meaningful conversation was one of Subaru's bad habits. Subaru felt like Petra had begun to becoming displeased while being held in his arms. He let out a sigh as he did not understand what was wrong with her. Suddenly Petra started to rub her forehead against his stomach. Petra, I'm worried. Subaru-sama is always like this. Ever since you first came to the mansion, and ever since I met you at the village. You've been through so much, and going all over the place diligently. Without even taking a break, it would be nice if you would learn a thing or two from my lazy master. Subaru. Nah. Even though Roswell gave his stamp of approval, he probably has some sweat rolling down his forehead whenever we're somewhere he can't see. I agree that he's useless when it comes to life-threatening matters, though. Petra. It was rough with the witch beasts. It was rough with the witch cult. It was rough with the earth spider. It was rough with the goddess statue. It was rough at the great forest of Elier. And it was rough cleaning the graves, too. Despite all that, you still fought with the witch cult at Pristella. And then Otto and the others died well. Almost. Subaru, Otto nearly died us back then. Otto D's too much. Amazingly enough, Subaru was in complete agreement with this notion. But he wished that he wouldn't simply die. If Otto died, Subaru would not be able to avoid dying himself as well. Not to boast of it as a friendship that not even death would tear apart, though. Petra, why can't someone other than Subaru-sama do it? Someone. Another person. You should just leave it up to someone stronger or something like that, like Master, since he has the time. Subaru. I understand. I understand just how much frustration you've had piled up because of how Roswell wastes his time so often. Stop trying to drive Roswell off to his death every time you can. There's way too much friction in this camp. It wouldn't be a problem if it were just things like Roswell not noticing how Petra would put squeeze juice out of her cleaning cloth into his tea. However, it would obviously be bad if she started showing her hostility and malice in clearer terms. Before it turned out like that, however, Subaru let out a commanding voice. But Petra eyed Subaru with a serious look. It seemed like half-assed deception and insincere words would not be able to convince her. Also, above all, Petra was seriously worried about Subaru's safety. Saying anything unnecessary and careless in this situation would be disrespectful to Petra's feelings of anxiety. Subaru. Well, I get your point. I really do. It's true that there seem to be witch beasts on the way to the Sage's Tower. It's true that the desert's maze is rumored to be ridiculous, and I know how ridiculous it is in the first place to aim for a sage that'd get mad at us for coming close to the tower. But even then, there's no way in hell I'd leave this up to someone else. Petra. Why? Subaru-sama, aren't you perhaps overestimating your own strength? Just let Garf-san make an embarrassing assumption like that. Subaru, Petra's grading is seriously strict to the extreme. There's no way in hell I'm going to let Garfield hear that. Petra's critical standards were so harsh that it would make many men tremble upon hearing them. It would be appropriate to characterize Garfield's attitude towards his weakness as one of making false expectations while being unfazed. However, Garfield made sure to put in earnest efforts to change these false expectations into reality. Also, in this case, the problem was probably the fact that he would be stronger when holding these erroneous beliefs. The matter at hand, thus, could not be heard by Garfield, considering his interpretation of his strength and his actual strength. Subaru. Well, putting aside Garfield's impression and his way of thinking, it's not like I think there's no one out more suitable for the task. And first of all, leaving everything up to Reinhard would be safer in all kinds of ways as a preparation to escape the sand maze. Petra. Then why don't you let him do it? Subaru. I wonder why. Despite being someone who's fond of being pampered, I thought I was someone that didn't yearn for honor. In actuality, he really did not understand why he desired to do it like this. However, if he were to dare and put it in words, perhaps these would be how to best put it. Subaru. No, never mind. This is something I want to do myself, after all. Even if there's someone more suited for it out there, even though I know there'd be a higher chance of success that way, I still want to do it. Petra. Why? Subaru. It's embarrassing, but it's because I want me to be the first person she sees when she wakes up. Petra. He did not specify who, but even so, Petra understood who it was. If a way to wake up that girl, the girl that laid in a state of continuous deep slumber, were to be found at the sage's tower, he wanted to be the one to seize it. Even if there was someone else out there more suitable for the endeavor, even if someone other than himself with a higher chance of success existed, this was the sole thing he would not give up. He did not want to give it up. This was Subaru's ego. Subaru. If I were to disregard my feelings and think of it from a rational viewpoint, anyone could be the one to wake her up. If something like a ridiculous disease of never being able to wake up were to spread, and were this only about saving them, I wouldn't care about anyone else developing a vaccine or a wonder drug to cure it. I wouldn't care about the process if it meant saving them. Petra. Yeah, Subaru. But if I allow my feelings to come into the picture, I want to do things myself. I want to be the one to help them. I want to be the one to wake them up. I want to give it my all and save everything. Thus, Natsuki Subaru would be the one to go. There were countless others who were stronger. There were countless others who were more reliable. There were countless others who were wiser. There were countless others of class who were more wonderful. But Natsuki Subaru's own ego would ignore all of that, and so he would be the one to go. Only because he wanted to be praised by this girl after saving her. Subaru. Sorry for disappointing you with my selfishness. Petra. You really did disappoint me. Nothing you said changes anything for me. Subaru. After Subaru's own acknowledge of his shamefulness, Subaru petted Petra's head, bracing himself for her hatred. But after Petra let out an unclear voice, she lifted her head from Subaru's arms. Subaru was surprised that her round, large eye had become clouded by giant teardrops. And then, Petra. Hey! Subaru. Another headbutt. Petra swung her pointy head downward, and then her forehead caused great pain to the pit of Subaru's stomach. She had aimed at Subaru's defenseless vitals, making him fall to his knees, promptly escaping from his arms with an anticlimactic leap, then closing one of her eyes and sticking out her tongue. Petra. Subaru-sama, you idiot. You're selfish. Why don't you just go do whatever you want? Subaru. Gah. Oh, Petra. Because when you return after 2 months, I'll surprise you by becoming a really beautiful girl. Feel free to regret not being able to see that growth up close. Subaru. There's really something unfortunate about that. It would not be unusual for a kid to change during their growth period so suddenly. Petra was a glamorous 13-year-old after all. So after 2 months she might give out a completely different impression. Subaru. To tell you the truth, I also grew 19 centimeters between the 7th and 8th grades, Petra. Huh? That seems a little impossible. Well, Subaru's case was rare. He had only grown so much because he was originally short. Although Petra almost broke down due to the size of the expectations he had of her, this girl clenched her fists soon after. And then, thrusting both of her fists toward Subaru, she declared, Petra. Anyways, what Subaru-sama should do is to go ahead and travel to whatever dangerous places he wishes, worrying everyone and troubling everyone. And after that, come back like you always do. Subaru. It sounds like I'm a pretty big nuisance to others when you say that, although, looking at it that way, the way she had described him, surprisingly, did not sound far from the truth. Anyhow, Subaru pushed out both of his hands as well, and then matched Petra's fists with his own. Subaru. It's always troubling for Petra, but I'll carelessly head towards dangerous places like I always do. And you just wait for me to return. After all those things are done and dusted like you always do. It's Petra's own special right to welcome us back once we return from our journey. Petra, you won't let Frederica-ni-sama or Ram-ni-sama say it before me, right? Subaru, yeah, I promise. Petra, including Master? Subaru, don't worry about that. If Roswell is the first one to appear after we come back, I'll smack him. Petra. I understand. All right, that convinces me. She pulled back the fists that were matched with Subaru's, and then that triumphant spirit started to flow out of the sighing Petra, largely because he had let Petra take over the flow of the conversation, though. Petra. Geez, Subaru-sama, can't be helped somehow. It felt like her statement had been delivered in a way that made it seem as if she were talking to everyone. Subaru thought that he couldn't wrap his head around that, although he was not worried to the point of anxiety. In order to settle an uncertain matter that lied within the mansion, Subaru finally stepped inside that room. Subaru. Entering this room was the only time Subaru would naturally hold his breath and lighten his footsteps. But even if he were to enter the room while singing loudly and tapping his feet, the situation within the room definitely would not change. Still, perhaps he unconsciously decided to keep silent within the room simply for the sake of the girl who was laying on the bed within the room, whose figure would cause pain to swell up within his chest if he were to look at it excessively. It was a deep sleep. If she were able to wake up, he would wish for her to wake up right this instant. However, he felt that disturbing her deep sleep would be akin to blasphemy. This girl, who had sunken into a deep sleep of everlasting dreams, was precious to him to such degree. Subaru. I say that, but that of course is just my own overly subjective belief. Huh. Saying those words with a tone of dismay, Subaru pulled out a chair aside the bed to sit on. Just like that, 1 month had passed since he last stepped foot into this room, and he reunited with the face of a sleeping M, whose state showed no change, still in a state of deep slumber. Ever since a year ago. Subaru, I'm back, but I'm sorry for coming to see you so late. I had some business to take care of, and on top of that I showed a bit of hesitation, making this visit very last minute. Ram. It was obvious, but of course, there was no response from the sleeping MM. Subaru reached out with his voice, despite knowing that there would be no response, and held a calm expression, even then. Natsuki Subaru had an expression that he would expose only to this specific girl. He owned this determined expression, indicating he was ready to throw away his own life in earnest, that he would only show to Amelia. He owned this trustful expression, that made it seem as if he would be able to entrust his life, that he would only show to Beatrice. And then he owned this expression that exposed his weaknesses which he so often tried to conceal, the expression that he would only show to M.I.M. Subaru. What should I tell you actually? There's so many things I can talk to you about, you know? While I couldn't come here, I was at the Watergate city of Pristella, and a lot of things happened there. It was such a big uproar that, even if I talked to you about it all night, there'd still be more to tell you about, but even then, I have plenty of time in the world to talk to you about all that. Subaru gently slipped his hand within the bed, searching for the hand of the girl who had a towel blanket up to her chest, and began speaking upon grasping Rem's hand. Within her long fingertips, with her slender, pale arms, her gentleness and existence of her warmth were evident, but for some reason there was the mysterious sense of blood flow. No, a sign of life within her was missing. A lone force within her was preserving her life. However, there was no force within her that simultaneously preserved her life and made it whole. Rem's life, with this contradictory situation, had her time frozen even now, trapped within a state of deep slumber. However, Subaru, I might finally reach you. Rem. Subaru, of course. It's also possible that my expectations are too high, and I'll end up not being satisfied. Of course, it's also possible that, in the end, the sage will fail to live up to their name, and end up with nothing, only to have them apologize for the inaccurate information. Rem. Subaru. But a clear path to a solution, other than defeating gluttony, finally was coming into sight. Although the fact that the path he had followed to reach this answer had been shaped by others was a source of disappointment, even so, it resembled a ray of light, one that seemed like he was finally able to grasp. Subaru. Because I was too busy freaking out to ask Echidna. Within the sanctuary, within the witch's tomb, back when he had been invited to a tea party in a dream, he confronted Echidna, the witch of greed, and in rejecting her, Subaru escaped her control. It was a choice taken to protect Natsuki Subaru's fragile soul, but at the same time, it was a decision that distanced himself from the one person who might have assisted him in finding a way to save Ram. Possibly. Of course, it was hard to gauge just how much insight Echidna, a witch most knowledgeable of the past, could lend about an archbishop brandishing their power in the present. But maybe, had he revealed the situation to her, listening to the witch's input might have been helpful. Right after determinedly rejecting the witch's request, he had been confident that the right decision had been made. But as time went on, he became aware that it felt that the passing seasons and the relationship's development were leaving Rem behind. He became worried about whether his decision was the correct one after all. Even if he had promised from the bottom of his heart that he would save her, he himself had yet to take any definite action for that end. But finally, he was now able to do something for her sake, having slipped out of the deadlock that had stagnated every time. In the city of Pristella, a multitude of people had suffered the same type of fate as EMN, and for the purpose of saving them, they would embark on a journey to the Pleiades watchtower. However, if he were to point out his real motive, the real reason that drove Subaru towards the watchtower was of M. Even while understanding that it was both unreasonable and inappropriate. Subaru, I will save you, Rem. That is the oath I made. Just like she had been there for Subaru in those fragile days, in those times. Now, in these times where M needed someone's hand the most, was when Subaru wanted to be the one there for her and offer his hand. Hurts, Subaru. Hurts. Subaru, who had his eyes closed tight while speaking words of determination, heard of a voice which made him raise his face abruptly. He took a look at Rem with inconceivable surprise within his eyes, only to find that she was laying there, quietly, her eyes closed, holding onto Subaru's hand in silence. Then whose voice was, "Let go of her hand, Barusu. Just looking at how strongly you are holding her hand brings me pain." Subaru. Oh, it's Ram. Looking back at the entrance of the room, Subaru saw Ram standing there, her cold look shooting daggers at him. After being relieved by her gaze, Subaru hurriedly released his hand, the one that had been holding to Rem's own, having realized that he had been grasping it with more strength than he thought. Ram. I cannot bear watching Rem's whitebait-like fingers being violated by Barusu's sexual desires. Subaru. Can you not say it like that? That'll make me feel like my previous determination has turned into something completely loathsome. After Subaru let go of Rem's hand, Ram, who had stepped into the room, took her hand instead. The older sister gently caressed the slender white fingers of her younger sister, then regarding Subaru with a side glance. Ram, was your determination really that pure? Carefully reflect on yourself a bit more, and make your speech again if you lust after me instead. Someone who looks extremely similar to Ram will also get down shivers up her spine, and run will all. Was, Baru, calm down. Even though your physical appearances are extremely alike, I will never confuse you two because of the differences in your inner selves' radiance. I am not a half-hearted man who judges only the outside. Ram, is that so? I guess that is fine then. Even if you have found a way to wake her up, it is hard to imagine how Ram would feel if Barusu had forgotten her during this year. It would be surprising if she does not hold any detest for you, if your depictions of her during our idle conversations were not just wild fantasies, that is. Subaru, just how little faith do you have in me? We've known each other for a long time now, you know. Ram. Huh? Snorting with her nose like she always did, Ram's movements indicated that she was about to leave her seat. Along with getting up from her seat, she looked around the room and then, Ram, I need to get ready to leave, so. Someone also needs to prepare a second set of clothes for Ram. She doesn't sweat, so changing her clothes really is unnecessary, but her body still requires being wiped off. Subaru, Ram, something's widening below your nose. Disgusting. Subaru. I didn't say anything because there wasn't really anything to say, but even when I don't say anything, this is the treatment I get. Taking care of Rem's body. Rem, fallen in slumber due to having both her name and memories eaten, was basically unreactive to any physical stimulus. There was no real practical reason for doing things like wiping her body and changing her clothes. The reason of those around her for doing such things was no more than to simply feel some comfort occasionally, that her existence was not being left behind. Subaru. Only considering the practical aspects of doing all this, actions like Subaru making a speech and Ram taking care of her younger sister's body, neither did anything positive for the situation. Yet, despite that, the reason why neither attempted to stop such pointless actions was because everyone realized that even if they did not say it out loud, they knew that people still acknowledged the fact their actions would not be accompanied by actual consequences. Subaru. Isn't it about time for you to start feeling as if Rem is your real sister? Ram. Subaru asked this question unexpectedly to her as she was looking down at the figure of a sleeping Ram, lending her own hand with a gentleness that did not befit the girl named Ram. Even though Ram bravely took care of no memories of this girl who represented her other half remained within her. The girl was so similar to Ram, it was impossible for anyone to claim that they were unrelated. But if one were to solely consider Ram's true feelings, Ram's relationship with Ram was a weak one. Still, days like these passed by for a whole year. Even though she had lost her memories, it was possible for new, different ones to form. Perhaps right now, definite memories were taking form within Ram. Earnest feelings such as those do not sprout that easily. No memories of her remain in me, and I have never witnessed this girl in a wake state. Although I could imagine that she was probably someone of excellence and dignity. Similar to Ram, Subaru. Sure, she was excellent, but I don't really have any memory of her being that dignified. Rather, I've had my fair share of worries because she would be in such a hurry to the point of being reckless. She did blow away half his body. Well, there were circumstances. Ram responded to Subaru with an, I see, her voice listless, similar to the wind. Ram, speaking of memories that I do not remember, even if just for amusement, is nothing more than moving backwards. It is something Ram is not very fond of, Subaru. Is that so? If you say so, then I'll stop, Ram. After she wakes up, if I regain my memories of her, then we can talk about plenty of things. But even if they are not restored as long as she wakes up, then you may talk as much as you wish. Peeping into the face of her younger sister, Ram played with her bangs with an unchanging expression. Ram's hair freely drifted down from above her pale forehead. Ram let out a small sigh. Her profile looked cruel, yet gentle, to Subaru. Even if she remembered nothing, even if memories of her had been lost, it was not as if their bond had disappeared, and even if it had indeed vanished, that did not that they could not be forged anew. Those were his thoughts. Subaru. Well, leave all that to me. I'll conquer the Sage's watchtower, and then definitely make Ram wake up. And then you two sisters will have your emotional reunion. Thus, Subaru said these words in an excessively bright manner, with a deliberately loud voice. If anything, this moment between Subaru and Ram did not befit the quiet atmosphere within the room. However, Ram looked back at him after his remarks with an extremely confused look. Ram. What are you saying, Barusu? Subaru. Ah. After that, Ram looked at Subaru with a look like that of looking at an idiot. Ram will also accompany you on this next journey. So putting it that way is pretty condescending. If it is going to be an emotional reunion, Ram will be having it herself. Subaru. That's news that I haven't heard before, you know. In response to Subaru widening his eyes in surprise, Ram looked at Subaru with a look even more full of spite. However, that gaze was unreasonable, for he could not know what he had not been told about, and he could not be aware of things that he had not heard about. Ram. In response to Subaru asking what she was talking about, Ram held a manner of blocking her ears from his words, rejecting him. And after that, this day of preparation would go by, and the two would not be able to have a straightforward conversation. Ram and Rem, the sisters, had been confirmed to accompany them. A journey to the Pleiades watchtower, to meet the sage Shola. That was the type of situation that seemed to lie ahead, for a total of 8 participants, a large group. Chapter 5. Each of their unease, various discussions were had, along with some confusion when taking a decision on the travelers. Many problems arose when bidding the people left behind farewell, but still, the morning of their departure had finally arrived. Subaru. It turned out to be a bigger group than I thought, but folding his arms, Subaru gazed at the people who would travel alongside him in the tour to conquer the Sage's Tower. The 2 camps to participate were the Amelia camp and Anastasia camp. The Amelia camp was represented by, of course, Subaru, Amelia, and Beatrice, along with Aram, the perpetual sleeper, and Ram, who accompanied her. There was Anastasia, the guide for the Augria sand dunes, and her knight, Julius, including Miley, who was brought along as the Beastmaster so they could pass by the hordes of witch beasts that lived in the dunes, that made up for a total of 8 people. If their aim was to have a simple plan for their movement, then they had a lot of the people involved in reclaiming Pristella. And in regards to commanding people, Subaru had experience with the subjugation of the White Whale, as well as the battle against Sloth. However, when it came to moving towards that faraway land, these 8 key people, despite being a large number of people on the road, no experience. Subaru. Wonder if it'll actually be fine. Worried about something, Subaru. He twisted his neck while imagining the distant future and saw Amelia pop up in his vision. Subaru cleared his throat with a directed at the girl wearing a lightweight dress for traveling afar and spoke. Subaru. When I think about the place we're going to, I can't stop being nervous. Other than that, I feel afraid about going to a dangerous place with such a large group, since it's hard to protect so many people. Amelia, you may be right. Rem and Ram are coming along too. Subaru will have to be protected by Meili and Anastasia. Subaru. What the? I'm already being treated as a non-combatant. Amelia. Come on, Subaru. Obviously, it's just a joke. You're being taken seriously after all. When Subaru suddenly screeched at Amelia, whose fists were balled up, she began laughing, being unable to contain it. Subaru too laughed after that reaction, but the stiffness of his slight smile was forgiving of her joke. To tell the truth, Subaru's combat ability was overwhelmingly inferior to Amelia's. From Amelia's point of view, Subaru was the one who should be protected. Of course, she didn't mean to think of him only as that. Subaru. The next specific thing to feel uneasy about would be when Subaru took a breather from his conversation with Amelia. He turned his attention towards the front. They were already at the Roswell residence's front garden, and the preparations to depart were going swimmingly. Beyond Subaru's line of sight was a passenger carriage, large enough to carry 10 people or thereabouts. The heads of 2 ground dragons were connected, for the purpose of pulling the dragon carriage. Both were races that were adequate to travel long distances. The problem would be the situation next to the dragon carriage. There was a jet-black ground dragon, casually standing still, and a small silhouette that had come face to face with the ground dragon's snout, the latter glaring at the former. Exhaling a stunned sigh at the situation, Subaru cut in between the two, staring at each other. Subaru, you've been exaggerated as a witch beast user, but you can't even get along with ground dragons. Meili, come on, Oni-san. Can you not misunderstand me? The only animals I can discipline are ones that are bad and have horns. Any other animal won't like me, as I smell like those children. Subaru, so that's how it is, isn't it rough like that? Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Meili's explanation and stroked Patrash's snout, still glaring at the girl. When Subaru touched this very prideful female ground dragon, it took a blunt sniff of his hand's stink. It was as if she was doing this to override the stink of the girl in front of her with Subaru's own stench. Subaru, it's really unusual to see Patrash be this blunt. As someone tolerant and good at being considerate, seems like you're really incompatible. Meili, I can be kind of friendly with other animals, but that ground dragon is too attached to Anoi-san. She's so attached that it feels like if I let my guard down, I will get bitten. Onagi-san, if you don't discipline her properly, I'll become that animal's food, so be careful. Subaru, don't say such scary things like it's nothing here, Patrash. Go with her. Calming down the slightly agitated but very loving dragon, Subaru quickly put Meili on the dragon carriage. Furthermore, this beastmaster who would travel along had little luggage. She was a girl who rarely carried any belongings to start with. But even then, she had brought the stuffed panda Subaru had crafted. The childish charm she had was indeed lovely. Looks like you're having trouble, Natsuki-kun. Always trying to put girls in a good mood. Subaru, if you think so, then it'd make me happy if you didn't bother me. As Meili was pushed onto the dragon carriage, Anastasia called out to him with a teasing tone. Anastasia, however, inside was the white fox, Echidna. In the 20 days from Pristella to the mansion, most of the differences had been smoothed out. If she resumed playing the role of Anastasia, it seemed like it would eventually become hard to tell them apart. Anastasia, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't doubt me like that. Didn't I tell you that I've got no motivation to do it? That's why I volunteered to be Yagai's guide for a dangerous path. Subaru, that bit too, considering your creator. My stance is that there's a possibility of you having various plans. I've said this many times too, so remember it. It's not like I don't want to believe you. It would make me feel a lot more at ease if I could believe you. Anastasia, it is not amusing being at such a disadvantage because of someone I do not recall. It seems like this creator, of whom I have no recollection, has quite displeased you. Subaru. Anastasia, don't get so mad at me. Geez, how frightening. When he glared at Eridna, she went back to disguising herself as Anastasia and pursed her lips, returning to her original state. With that, she passed by Subaru and stepped into the dragon carriage. After that, the number of people was... Subaru-kun, can I speak to you for a bit as we yell? Having been beckoned verbally, he turned around, witnessing Roswal at the mansion's entranceway. Next to the Margrave dressed in a clown outfit were two people, Amelia and Julius. Thinking about the oddness of the combination, Roswal turned to the three people as he closed one eye. Roswal, first off, I imagine that this journey will take almost 2 months. Because of that, I'm thinking that there might be some unforeseen situations along midway. Amelia-sama and Anastasia-sama surely shall be able to deal with each of the problems that arise. But what, Amelia? You can count on me. It's not like I sat around being idle either, after all. Roswal, those words are reassuring. I'm honestly pleased with Amelia-sama's growth, all right. Putting aside the anxieties of the journey as something to be taken care of by each of you, there is one important thing to note. It's Ram. Everyone. Roswal said that with a lower voice, and it made Subaru and the others' expressions change. Amelia's long eyelashes twitched, while Subaru's cheeks stiffened as if sinking into deep thought. And then Julius, the only person unrelated to the camp at this place, frowned slightly. Julius, regarding what you are saying, is it truly fine if I am present? Mathers Kyo, as Anastasia's knight. To discuss the state of camp affairs is, although I am a mere servant, you should understand that revealing them would not be a good idea. Roswal, It's not like I proposed the idea without caring about anything and anybody. Julius Euculius Dono, Doctor. After seeing your behavior at your mansion, and the way you behave with Subaru-kun, I have come to understand that you are a reliable person. I would like you to believe that, and so that's why I am requesting a favor of you. Subaru, this is the shadiest you've sounded in a long time, Rosji. Emilia. Sorry. I kinda thought so too when Roswell replied to Julius's worry with a serious voice. Subaru and Amelia both raised their hands up almost in tandem and teased him, even ignoring his past criminal offenses. What Roswell had stated was too uncharacteristic of himself. He said, "It's not Liike that," perhaps because he himself was aware of how atypical he had been, sending a wry smile at Subaru and the other's way. He then continued, "Roswell, well, maybe my lack of persuasion just can't be helped. Julius-kun is doing everything he can so other camps can find faults. I really do think you do not possess a lowly personality. That's why I want you to listen too. This is a life-threatening matter after all, Julius." Life, when Julius whispered that with an extremely serious face, Roswell said yes, life, and nodded. Roswell. As Subaru-kun and Emilia-sama know, Ram's constitution is just a little special. Her body cannot withstand the talent that was poured onto her, or perhaps you could say that her body cannot provide the fuel proper for the flame called talent. Subaru, you know, I've never heard about it in such detail. Roswell, is that so? How about her being an Oni? Subaru. Well, that's of course, he knew that Ram and Rem were both Onis. More than twice now, he had been saved by Rem, who could exert her Oni power to her heart's content by growing her horn. He had also heard from Ram herself about how she lost her horn and was hornless. Therefore, Subaru thought that it really was not something surprising. Julius. An Oni, you say? Subaru. Julius? The person who lowered his voice and revealed his astonishment was the person next to him, Julius. On his handsome face, his eyebrows had been lifted, a disturbance visible in his yellow eyes. Julius, I've heard that the Oni clan has been destroyed. Roswell, about 10 years ago, their last settlement was burnt down, and Ram was the last survivor. Sorry, including Rem. The two sisters are the last survivors. Subaru. It was a loaded statement, but Subaru did not butt into the conversation. He was more surprised at how those sisters were part of a rarer species than expected. More than irritated. Emilia. Is there a reason as to why the Onis have perished? Roswell, rest assured, Emilia-sama. The downfall of the Onis was inevitable because of natural selection. It was a result of them not going along with the flow of the times and clinging on to old customs. They didn't lower in numbers because of discrimination and prejudice, consequently being destroyed. Assuredly. Emilia, I see. Emilia made an understanding, melancholic look at Roswell's explanation. She too was of a rare birthplace. Emilia was a half-elf. It was natural for her to feel unease and some sympathy for the Oni clan that had perished, having left the two of them behind. Subaru. We get that those two are all the members of the Oni clan. So what? Subaru sensed the conversation starting to stagnate, so he moved the conversation with an intentionally loud voice. When Emilia and Julius lifted their faces in response to that voice, Roswell touched his chin and spoke. Roswell. Putting aside Rem, whose bodily activity has ceased, there is a deficiency in Ram's body, just like I said earlier. Tice is because she lost an organ that is important for the Oni clan. That organ is the horn. Essentially, the enormous amount of mana that powers her body, which should be supplied by her horn, isn't readily available, and so her body is constantly plagued by pain and fatigue. Emilia, that's how it is. Roswell. It's no wonder that Emilia-sama is surprised. That girl is too strong. Not once has that caused her to have a frown on her face after Yael. In response to Emilia, whose throat had caught, Roswell shook his head slowly. Emilia's shock was shared by Subaru. He was aware that Ram had no horn. From Rem's words, he also knew that Ram had possessed outstanding abilities before losing her horn. It was just that he had not realized that there was a penalty for lacking a horn beyond the decline of ability, and that it was eroding her, even now. Julius, I see. I have come to understand Mother Skio's thoughts. Then Julius suddenly spoke, having only heard the conversation until then, and nodded. Roswal raises his eyebrows and hummed in response to that. And then Subaru and Amelia looked at each other as well. The flow of the conversation had out of them confirming Ram's constitution. Julius adjusted his bangs in front of Subaru and the others, who were shocked, as if he understood Roswal's request. Julius, the Onai clan possess traits like the ability to manipulate an enormous amount of mana, and possess a strong body boasting quite the fighting strength. The essential thing that supports those two traits is the horn, which no other species possesses. If an Oni's horn fails to fulfill its role, and they suffer for it, there must be a replacement that fulfills the role of a horn. Roswal, I can only lament not knowing your name, seeing how intelligent you are. Being seen through that much from so little is a good feeling. Amelia. Oh, so that's how it is. Roswal admired Julius for his explanation. Amelia also clapped her hands from achieving understanding. On the hand, Subaru was the one person still perplexed and left behind. When the situation came to magical powers, Subaru was nothing but slow to understand them, as he was an amateur. Subaru, don't just understand it by yourselves like that. What exactly does this mean, Julius? It is a simple affair. Miss Ram's body is seeking the same amount of mana from the outside as it did back when she had a horn. She lost her horn, and as she cannot find the mana, then someone else is required to provide a means for an external source. That is where we may come in, Roswal. Although, normally I would take that role and supply her secretly at Neite. Subaru. Ah? Inside Subaru, Julius's lecture and Roswal's words allow the cogwheels of his brains to catch. Every night he would see Ram rush to Roswal's location with excitement. To be honest, Subaru looked away from the vividness of the suspicious relationship between a master and a maid. After understanding the circumstances, thinking back on it, perhaps this was all there was. Roswal. Something come to your mind, Subaru-kun. Subaru. And no, nothing important. Go ahead, Ed, and continue. Roswal, you sure? Even though the misunderstanding he had held for over a year had been cleared up, it still was not enough to correct it. In the first place, Roswal's family were a bunch bursting with shadiness, with how they had tried to meet with the witch Echidna for generations and generations. Roswal himself was remarkably attached to Echidna, something that was difficult to forget. Upon finding out that he was not cheating on her with Ram, he became even more convinced of his obsession. Julius. Though there is one caveat, Mother Skio. Regarding that request, I feel like I am not competent enough to take it up. To Subaru's side, who was having useless thoughts, Julius shook his head apologetically. That action made Roswal squint his eyes. Roswal. It doesn't seem that it is not a reason born of humbleness, or out of a wish to not support people from a different camp. Offering Ram mana would require fire, water, wind, and earth attributes. Just from those, you would be more fit for the job than Amelia Sama. Julius. Mathers Kyo, you probably hold these expectations because of these girls around me. With that said, Julius loosened his lips with a frail smile. Then, the man who had responded revealed faint lights flying around. 6 kinds of light being visible. They were known as the 6 quasi-spirits that Julius had contracted with. However, as of right now, Julius. About my buds as of now, their connection with me is gone. Though, if their original titles still remained, I would not have any qualms in accepting a request. Roswal, your contract with the spirits has been severed from having your name taken away. That being said, it seems like the spirits aren't trying to leave you. Julius. Perhaps there are remains of the lost connection inside of them. Or perhaps it was bleached over, and the contract is still there. Albeit invisible either way, I am only being saved by these buds' kindness, with how they are not abandoning someone unskilled like myself. There is little left in this body, so I wonder if my poor abilities would be able to help. Julius exposed the connection with the quasi-spirits, and sighed. After that, he looked at Subaru for nary a second. Subaru could not instantly figure out what he wanted with that look, so all he could do was to look troubled. Julius. As of right now, I am merely a devoted knight. My apologies. Roswal. I see. That's Too bad. It is serious damage, but Amelia is fine. If Julius can't do it, then leave it up to me. Roswell also lowered his tone due to Julius's sadness, but the person who took his place, puffed up with pride, was Amelia. Energetically moving forward, she brought out her own micro-spirits around her. Amelia, they're a little different from Julius's quasi-spirits, but I can borrow the powers of the micro-spirits too. The fire attribute is too strong with just my magic, but if the micro-spirits can lend me their powers, then I can use magic of different affinities too. How's that sound, Roswell? Of course, I had thought of asking not only him but Amelia Sama as well. So there shouldn't be a problem if you are willing to do it. However, I believe there will be extreme trouble at first with stabilizing your magic. For assistance with that, please borrow Beatrice's abilities for help. Subaru. Biakos, Roswell. Beatrice really is excellent with magic theory and employing it. Wouldn't you agree? Right now, she is connected to Subaru-kun, so I feel like there is some wasted talent. But things are working out despite the lacking magical power, right? In regards to that knowledge, I would like you to refer yourself to Amelia Sama for that. Subaru. Don't call it lacking magic. But I understand. There was no problem if Ram's burden became lighter through Amelia and Beatrice's cooperation. Subaru had begun to be convinced, but right after he nodded, he cocked his head in puzzlement. Subaru. No, wait. If that's the case, then why are you telling me this? Instead of saying it directly to Beatrice. I mean, I want to listen too, but it would be logical to tell this to Biko. Roswell. Because if I talk to Beatrice, obviously, she will say it's meaningless and refuse. Beatrice is more bitter with me than you think. Perhaps you could tell her to be a bit more lenient with her criticism towards me. Subaru. Not happening. If I had to say which side I'm on, I would say that I'm completely on Biko's side after all. He declined Roswell's request with ease, who had a pitiful look on his face. Things were done, and that fact could not be changed. It was no trench that would be filled up in just a year, give or take. The times were not so nice that she would simply open her heart with someone who would have had her killed, had the events been a bit different. Subaru. Now that I think about it, isn't it a bit troubling how I am doing things with people who've killed me and people who've beaten me up? Amelia. Subaru. You've got that look like you're getting carried away with yourself. Subaru. Do I really look like that sometimes? Anyhow, he had accepted Roswell's request. As for Ram, Amelia and Beatrice would handle her. Amelia was motivated to do it, so there shouldn't be any problem if Subaru talked to Beatrice later. Roswell. I'm counting on you, Subaru-kun. Subaru. This really is special. You rarely ever say things like that. Roswell, you are becoming admirable. This is the first time Ram has requested to leave my side after all. Subaru. That was the only thing Roswell said that didn't give off a joking feeling, instead speaking with seriousness. Removing his gaze from Subaru's face, he looked up at the blue sky. Roswell. Ram and I have no memory of her younger twin sister, but I suppose the people involved still hold some feelings. Seeing Ram emotionally going against my opinion like that is chilling. So, I want to ask you guys to talk to her. Subaru. Yeah, I'll remember that. Even after the incident at Sanctuary that had taken place a year ago, Ram devoted herself to Roswell. Despite Roswell saying that anything and everything came second after the one and only thing that was most important, he still held a soft spot for Ram, as someone who had gone to such lengths to devote herself. If that could be called a change, then by no means was it a bad one. Or at least, it was far better being human and worrying with unmanageable emotions than it was burdening friends as an incomprehensible monster. Roswell. Seems like it's time. Before he could speak further, Roswell turned around. The mansion's door opened behind him, and 4 girls appeared on the other side. All of them made up for the entirety of the maids of Roswell's mansion. Seeing them all together was a pretty magnificent view. That being said, one of the girls was sleeping, and another girl who looked extremely similar to the sleeping one had an appearance of having prepared for a journey, so their beauty was slightly lacking. Frederica. Master, The preparations for the two are set. Roswal, I appreciate your diligence, Ram. Be careful on the trip. Roswal replied to Frederica, who had given her report very quietly, and called out to Ram, who was equipped for the journey. Upon hearing that, Ram pinched the edge of her skirt and bowed politely. Ram, Roswal-sama, thank you for granting my selfish request. I will definitely bring back results you deserve. Roswal, I'll be looking forward to it, although make sure you don't do anything unreasonable. Also, make sure the two of them, Emilia-sama and Subaru-kun, don't do anything unreasonable either. That's also part of your role as well. After all, Ram, I am fully aware of that. He wanted to retort to those words, but Ram's glare silenced him. Subaru gave in to that look, and looked at the short figure next to Ram. There was Ram. She was in clothes suitable for the trip, and was now being carried in a wheelchair driven by Petra. Subaru had relied on his memory to replicate something from his original work. A model of the wheelchair already existed in this world, but quite an amount of work had been put into remodeling it. It possessed caster-like front wheels that wouldn't pose a hindrance when changing directions, along with a scaffold and a modified 8. Of course, seat belts and cushions to protect her head had been implemented as well. It was a one-of-a-kind wheelchair that Subaru had Roswal produce by spending Subaru's own salary. Subaru, I'm worried about the maintenance when we get far. But, Frederica, Subaru-sama is clever, and the materials are what they are, so I believe it could handle being used for 2 months. Of course, please do not do anything unreasonable. Petra, please be careful, Subaru-sama. Receiving Frederica's endorsement, he took over the wheelchair's handle from Petra. Accepting it and going behind Ram, he felt a lot more ease this way compared to carrying her on his back. This was because the road was pavement. It wouldn't be effective in the desert, on grass, or on gravel. Subaru, Yoshi, looks like it'll work. Petra, Frederica, you guys take care too. Frederica, please leave the master to us. Petra, we'll be taking care of Otto-san and Garfield-san too. Petra and Frederica replied to Subaru, accompanied with a nod while he moved the wheelchair. Even if the trip were to take a couple of months, Otto and the others at Pristella would probably be healed up, and so they should be coming back to the Roswal residence. He left that up to the maids, who would take care of stuff while they were gone. Subaru pushed the wheelchair and turned towards the dragon carriage. Subaru. All right then, it's a shame, but I guess we should depart now. Ram, why must Barusu boss people around? Don't get so full of yourself. Subaru, I'm not bossing you around though. How about you take over then, Ram? Does Ram appear to have such ill manners to you? Ram would appreciate it if you don't make her behave like that, as a maid who needs to be graceful and considerate. Subaru, what's up with you? Are you at that age where you can do nothing but complain? Ram, it is not the case. It's just that then. She cut off her sentence, and Ram threw a meaningful look at Subaru's hand. As of right now, Subaru was pushing Ram's wheelchair. He guessed the meaning of that look, and let out a deep sigh. Subaru, if you want to switch places, then just say so, Ram. Given the meaning and purpose of Ram coming along, it is only natural to give that up to me. As for guessing what Ram wanted without having her put it into words, you are now seen in a better light. With Subaru reluctantly giving up his position, Ram took his place and pushed the wheelchair. She showed care for her sleeping sister sitting on the wheelchair as it slowly headed forward toward the dragon carriage. Subaru opened and closed his hand for no reason as saw their backs take off. Then, a small hand gently grabbed his own from the side. Subaru. Oh, it's Biko. Beatrice. You don't have to make a pathetic look like that. It's not that you have to worry because your feelings for that girl are weaker than the feelings her sister has, so you don't have to worry, in fact. Subaru should just be himself and do what he can do, I suppose. Subaru. That's not quite, or well, that's how it is. It wasn't as if he felt like his role had been taken away from him, but looking from the outside, perhaps the look on his face could be understood in such a manner. Subaru touched his cheek with his free hand, pulled on it, and pinched it. Then, this time his hand was snatched away by a different white hand. Emilia. Yeah, I'll take that hand. Subaru. Oh, Emilia Tan Beatrice. After that girl wakes up, we'll have to see what Subaru will do with both his hands taken, in fact. Amelia. Ah. I might be interested in that too. Subaru had been caught in between Amelia and Beatrice, looking at them with embarrassment. However, he was only returned with two things: a serious look and an anticipating look. To make matters worse, Petra's own gaze was piercing him from behind, and even Ram was throwing him a cold, scornful look. Having turned around in front of the dragon carriage, he was being unbelievably surrounded on all sides. Then, Julius let out a hum accompanied with a nod while witnessing that. In response to that craving for a reaction, Subaru's lips slanted grandly. Subaru, what is it? If you have something to say, say it. Go ahead, Julius. Really? All right then. I shall say merely one thing. You really could not be more blessed as a man, being surrounded by beautiful girls like that. I cannot help but feel a lot of doubt on whether your hands are able to satisfy all of those flowers. Subaru. What's this? I'm being blamed. Did I do something wrong? Julius shrugged his shoulders with a shocked face, as the pathetic shout Subaru replied him with soared towards the heavens. Unfortunately for him, at this place were neither the Internal Affairs Minister nor the head military officer to follow up on his statement. Subaru had no choice but to fight alone in this upcoming 2-month journey. Understanding that reality, he felt the trust and the deep affection of the warmth being transmitted into his hands fill up his chest. He felt anxiety in his chest about not falling behind. That was the type of morning it was. The one they had departed on. Chapter 6. The Juculius Inscription. The journey had begun with a morning filled with unease, and the journey, which had lasted for about a month, had been long. However, no significant accidents happened along the way. They went straight along the main road towards the east. It was a boring journey, in which nothing had happened. Subaru. It was like that with the round trip to Pristella. And it was like that with the Lefos plains, but Kingdom of Lagunica's pretty safe when on the road, eh? Julius. Maintaining the roads and patrolling them to maintain the public order is essential to protect the kingdom's peace. Lagunica is particularly thorough with such aspects, even when compared to other countries. There should be low rates of damage from groups of bandits and witch beasts. Subaru. Are you saying other countries aren't like that, Julius? In the holy kingdom of Gusteco, being always covered in ice and snow, it is impossible to properly maintain the roads in the first place. The roads are deep in the snow that was there from the start. As for the Valachian Empire and the Kuraragi city-states, there are many people of all sorts of different races and customs. Such cultural differences may lead to quarrels. In that sense, it may be hard to say that public order is kept there. Subaru. I see. As Subaru and Julius had their conversation, the two ground dragons were running energetically, their heads side by side as they cut through the wind. Subaru's Patrasha and Julius's blue cavalry dragon were leading them ahead, the two pulling the large dragon carriage. Everyone in the dragon carriage would be late to react to the occasion of emergencies. That was the arrangement they had, but as was noticeable from the conversation they were having out of boredom, the journey was peaceful. Subaru. Ah, Julius. Subaru. On top of the journey being boring with how the scenery wasn't changing, he started to yawn. Subaru put his hand on his mouth and became full of drowsiness, as Julius gave him a blaming look. While entrusting his weight to his beloved dragon, he quickly lifted his bangs that were kept from swaying through the divine protection of wind evasion. Julius. I understand that you want to get rid of this feeling of tension, but the moments you loosen your stiffness are the most dangerous ones. I'm not saying that you are allowing your mind to wander off, to act in a way that anyone witnessing would perceive as lazy is unacceptable. Subaru, just how much are you gonna say just because of one yawn? Even you at least yawn too, right? Julius? Of course I have those kind of bodily functions, but if you possess the self-consciousness of a knight, then it should be possible to hold it in when in front of other people, you know? That's what you still lack. Subaru. Yeah. It was already nearing 20 days in this journey accompanied by Julius. From Pristella to the mansion, and now on their way to the Augria sand dunes, they had been making the ground dragons run side by side. And so, he had learned how to deal with him. Julius. I thought it was a part of manners to look at the person you are talking with when having a serious conversation, Subaru. The person is looking away during the serious conversation because he hadn't asked to have said conversation. You should take it easy too. You're straining yourself too much, Julius. You and I are on watch-out duty. That is why, Subaru. You don't have to be so nervous. They won't attack us just like that. If anyone tries to jump us, they're not going to do it in the middle of nowhere. Julius. Subaru interrupted him, speaking as he cracked his head. Julius blinked his eyes, as if Subaru had said something unexpected. After that, this handsome man let out a small sigh. Julius. Is it clear that I am impatient right now, in your eyes? Subaru. Yeah, I have a feeling it's a shot in the dark though, but I feel like everyone thinks you're straining yourself. More than you should, actually. You might just be acting like your usual self, Julius. As of right now, you are the only person who knows that I am being my usual self, after all. Subaru. Yeah. When Julius has lowered his tone, Subaru also naturally dropped his. They couldn't hear the girls' conversations back in the dragon carriage, so the girls should not be able to hear their conversation either. It was a complicated relationship between two men, but as of right now, they were working together. Perhaps this was a time when they should speak a little more frankly. Subaru. It's been talked about with Roswell before. But how are your quasi-spirits, Julius? It is as I have stated previously. The buds are gathered around me, but they will not rest their feathers on the arm I hold out as a perch. It seems my words do not reach them either. Julius raised his arm in response to Subaru's question, and the quasi-spirits came into view. The 6 quasi-spirits shining faintly still remained floating around Julius as he made the ground dragons run. However, they flickered on the hand he had held out as if in confusion, and attempted to move away. Indeed, it seemed that the bond between Julius and his quasi-spirits had been severed. Subaru. Can you not contract them yet again? You're attracting them somehow. So doesn't that mean your divine protection is working? Julius. It seems like my divine protection of gathering spirits is still going strong, and in turn it contributes to these girls' incomprehensible awareness. It is like certain large, incomprehensible, unmanageable emotions are present. Subaru. Not sure if I should say it like this, but how about taking measures through other spirits, Julius? I would have considered that idea, were I a spiritual arts user that could borrow the powers of micro-spirits present everywhere, much in the vein of Emilia-sama, but I cannot bring out the spirit's utmost abilities in such a way. I needed a few years to bind with these buds too, after all. Subaru. Well, it is true that Emilia-tan can bring out Puck's average power from other spirits too. I guess becoming a kata with a spirit is a special thing after all. Julius, Emilia-sama, and the Great Spirit. And like you and Beatrice-sama, it was rough. As a fellow spiritual arts user, Subaru was unable to say something like, "Go find the next spirits right away." It would be like asking him to let go of Beatrice even after their bond had been cut off. Of course, he would raise his middle finger and refuse as a response. As for Julius, his relationship with the 6 quasi-spirits was the exact same thing. Julius. Therefore, as of right now, I can only use swordsmanship to fulfill my duties as a knight. Of course, I do not believe the sword inferior to the spiritual arts, but it is true that my abilities make it insufficient, Subaru. This is also a journey to get that back, and with your sword skills, you saying that is mere sarcasm. And if it's me who you're fighting against, it's even more sarcastic. As Julius had mentioned, there was his insufficient ability aside the spiritual arts. A year ago, at the Royal Capital's training ground, that ability had been the one that had ravaged Subaru. Subaru did become better compared to back then, but it did not feel like the distance had been fully covered. From Julius's point of view, Fighting Subaru at that time was like taking candy from a baby. The current Subaru was as difficult as dealing with a 5-year-old. That was just about how different they were. Subaru. Reinhard is also like that. You guys have a bad habit of underestimating yourselves. Too much humility turns into poison. I think that type of words is used everywhere. Julius. I want to return the same phrase to you, but, you and I aside, Reinhard most likely is not being humble or underestimating of himself. Subaru, not being humble or underestimating. That instant, he imagined the redhead hero, but he cocked his head at the difference in his perception of the man. He had never thought that he would run into differing opinions on Reinhard, because from anyone's perspective, he was the strongest, completely peerless. A Superman. In response to Subaru's doubt, Julius spoke a no, shaking his head. Julius, in regards to Reinhard's true strength, you and I both rate it highly. Most likely, everyone who is aware of him shares the same sentiment. They all think that he is the peak of humans, or that perhaps that he transcends humans. Subaru. It's amazing how that isn't an overstatement, Julius. Not only his real ability, but his way of being has likewise been perfected. I first met him when I was around 10 years old, but it has never changed. Subaru, ever since you were 10, are you for real? As he gripped onto Petrasha's bridle, Subaru was astonished by Julius's recollections. Just when had Reinhard become the person he was now? He thought it was quite the philosophical question, but at the very least it seemed that the version of himself from about a decade ago had been completed, which meant that boy had carried a very heroic fate on his shoulders. Subaru, Reinhard has been the Sword Saint since then? Julius, he was 5 years of age when the divine protection of the Sword Saint was inherited by him. The previous Sword Saint was Theresia van Astrea Samar, Reinhard's grandmother. She passed away in the Great Subjugation 15 years ago, and the divine protection was transferred to him. Subaru. Yeah, I was aware of that. The previous Sword Saint who had perished in battle with the White Whale, yet still was humiliated after death. Reinhard's grandmother, Wilhelm's wife, but this time, at Prestella, the soul of that woman finally returned to the heavens. However, 15 years ago, Reinhard had inherited that divine protection. Subaru. How does he feel, Julius? Subaru. He received his grandmother's divine protection at the age of 5, and to make matters worse, he is descended from the blood of a legendary hero. I can't imagine how he feels. Subaru somewhat understood the weight of holding up to parental expectations. Subaru could empathize with the pain of being crushed by the weight of the expectations of those surrounding him. Of course, the weight and the responsibilities Subaru and Reinhard carried were extremely different, so comparing himself to Reinhard may have been rude in itself. Subaru. I honestly am so weak. I'm so weak that I'm always frustrated because I'm weak and not good enough. There's not a night that goes by without me wishing to be strong enough to hold my own. Julius, I feel like that's pretty groundless. Subaru. Shut up. In the middle of his important speech, Subaru was made fun of, causing him to click his tongue. Subaru. Anyhow, I personally feel his worries despite being on the polar opposite. I don't think Reinhard is the same as he was when he was 5, but I do wonder how he felt back then. Julius. As you would expect, I also do not know what he felt back in those days. But cutting off his words, Julius then lifted his face, gripping tightly onto the bridle, looking in front of him. Julius squinted at the sunlight that bathed him in a daze. Julius. The time I first saw Reinhard was the big turning point for me. Somewhere from those words, pride was oozing out. Julius was squinting from the sunlight, but perhaps he may have not been squinting because of the sun. Perhaps, back then, he had gazed at Reinhard in the same way. Subaru. Which means that you and Reinhard have known each other for about a decade, I guess. I do think that barely satisfies the requirements for you guys to be childhood friends, but is that right? Julius. No? Yes. That was when I became aware of Reinhard, but he only found out about me long after when I was appointed as a royal guard. That happened when I was 16, so I have known him personally for 6 years. Subaru. That's a very big empty period of time, isn't it, Julius? At the time, I was not qualified enough to stand alongside someone who had just taken over as the Sword Saint. The fact that he was younger than me too was a painful reminder, and that was my beginning. Julius said his words quietly, while his tone of voice was passionate on the contrary. In response to the distant look his yellow eyes contained, Subaru nodded at that one word. Beginning. Despite the vague wording, that day was probably vivid within Julius. If that was Julius's beginning, then it was a given for it to be clear in his memory. Subaru's memory of his own beginning was hot in his chest, seared into his soul. The time he was saved by Amelia in a different world. The time Rem supported his back about to collapse. The time he took Beatrice's hand amidst the flames. All those times to Subaru were beginning. Subaru, when you say that was your beginning, does that mean you were surprisingly naughty as a kid? Like debauched aristocrat, or a son of loose morals? He went against the flow of emotions in the other person's affair, and spoke with an intentionally teasing voice. There was no way that was Julius's case, but upon first meeting him, he really did think that the latter was a young, gaudy noble, and if it were to be a story, it was seemingly a given that this young noble had lived a haughty life in his boyhood. With those feelings in mind, Subaru changed the topic to alter the flow of the conversation, which made Julius suddenly loosen his lips. Julius, I would prefer if you changed the way you express it, just a little, but there are parts that I cannot deny. Subaru, seriously, you really were a gaudy noble? Did you kick commoners from the top of a horse, and persistently pressure servants by bullying them? Julius, I cannot help but wonder as to why you are expressing such glee. Julius sent a cold look at Subaru, who got excited. After that, Julius peeked behind himself. Perhaps he was concerned about not only the dragon carriage, but the girls in it as well. Of course, to go to such lengths to confirm that they were incapable of hearing their conversation was unnecessary, but it was a matter of him feeling like doing it. Julius, how much do you know about the Jukulius family? Subaru, nothing at all. Julius, you answered so immediately that it seems you feel pleased about it. He really did have zero background knowledge. Subaru threw out his chest, dexterously on top of the dragon, and Julius displayed a strained smile. After that, he felt his knight's sword on his waist. Perhaps it was handed down through Julius's family. From his face it was plain for all to say that he felt some trepidation about having the qualifications to wield it himself at this time. Julius, I am not the original heir of the Jukulius family. Subaru. Julius, to put it more accurately, I should say that I am not the official heir. Alviero Jukulius is the current head of the house of Jukulius. My father, Klein Jukulius, was his younger brother. As he's already passed away, I have been adopted by the family head. Subaru did not respond to those words, as they had been more surprising than expected. It was difficult to say how much the structure of this world's noble society meshed with Subaru's knowledge of the society he knew, but Julius's position definitely was complicated. Also, in that case, then what was the position of his younger brother, Joshua Jukulius? That young man, who adored his older brother Julius, was now lost from the memories of the world. Julius, I do not know what is the actual natural of the relationship I have with Joshua, left back at Pristella. Is he my own younger brother that has inherited the blood of my real father, Klein Jukulius? Or is he a true, legitimate child that inherited the blood of my foster father, Alviero Jukulius? Subaru. What's the difference, Julius? Siblings is merely a figure of speech, so perhaps our relationship would essentially be cousins. In that case, the position of head of the house of Jukulius would be inherited by Joshua Jukulius, most likely. Subaru. Julius had delivered those words in a flat manner, and just from that he was convinced of their veracity. Even though this pertained to himself, this conversation was complex, because Julius himself was unaware of his position. If Julius and Joshua were real siblings, then Julius would be the one in succession for the house of Jukulius. However, if Julius and Joshua were not blood brothers, then it would be correct to say that Joshua would be the one in succession for the house of Jukulius, and then Julius did not know how to confirm that. Joshua's existence had been wiped from the world, and Julius had lost his memories of his brother. For that reason he was cognizant of where he stood. Julius. It is somewhat unavoidable, but when I think about it, my position has become very complicated. Not knowing about your own tomorrow is not very appealing, although as of now, I should worry more about myself being unable to ground myself than I should about the house of Julius's leadership. Subaru. Julius said that in a seemingly joking way, perhaps because Subaru had received a surprising shock. Subaru's mouth was dry, grinding his teeth while feeling irritation in his stomach. He was ridiculously worried about Julius, with how he was right now. Julius. Because of my upbringing, at the time, I was unconfident. My foster father led me to the royal castle, and that was when I showed the poor etiquette I had been taught just as we were about to depart. There, I laid my eyes on Reinhard, who was an 8-year-old. That's all there is to it. Albeit forcefully, Julius chose to end the conversation. There was no courage to deliver a retort, or even some sort of clever remark. Subaru saw Julius look ahead in a lonesome way, and he stopped biting his molars. And then, what came out right away was a question. Subaru, why'd you suddenly feel like telling that to me? Julius, I believe you were the one who inquired. Perhaps I was mistaken. Subaru. No, that's true and all, that's my bad. But that's not where I'm getting at. Isn't it weird for you to have this kind of talk with me, Julius? No, it is not. This affair was common knowledge for Reinhard and Ferris for people among the royal guards. Of course, Anastasia-sama also knows too. It's nothing special. Subaru. Subaru did not understand one bit, as his face turned into a frown. Even if he said that it was something everyone was aware of, that did not mean it was something he could spread around. After all, those words sounded unnatural. Perhaps Julius understood Subaru's discontent from his frown. He pulled onto the bridle and quickened the beloved dragon's pace just a bit. Julius. Yes, it is something everyone is aware of. So that was why I might have wished for you to know about it just now. You. The person who remembers the most about me in this world right now. The blue ground dragon accelerated while swinging its tail, and Julius's expression could no longer be seen. That being said, he was not going so fast as to leave him behind in the dirt. It was his way of smugly declaring the end of the conversation, as usual. Simple as that. Subaru. It's fine. Thanks for the concern, Patrash. The running jet-black ground dragon had raised her head, glancing at Subaru, in response to her gesture, which said, "Shall we rival the ground dragon ahead?" Subaru showed his thanks and petted the head of that lady. Subaru. That was uncharacteristic of me. Those small, sullen words poured out from his mouth. Was he becoming weak? Or perhaps, was he putting on airs as a protagonist of a tragedy? As a matter of fact, irritating was the only word his feelings could be expressed. Subaru. Damn it. Am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. Subaru scratched his head, and he released his irritation only from his mouth. In the end, he had not found any accurate response to what Julius had spoken this time, and he would have no accurate response until they had just reached the Augria sand dunes. Said answer would not come, even after the party had arrived at the town of Marula, the nearest one to the sand dunes. Yeah. Chapter 7. Aim for the desert, the town nearest to the Augria sand dunes, Marula, truly was a deserted in-town. The town was of a reasonable size, but of course it paled considerably when compared to places such as the Watergate city of Pristella, industrial city of Kostul, and the royal capital of Lugunica. The roads that stretched all throughout the kingdom were well kept. It had been a steady trip on the dragon carriage all the way to Marula, but that final destination of the East End was as lacking as it could have been. Emilia. But perhaps that just can't be helped. Looking at the map, from here on out towards there's only the Augria sand dunes and the kingdom's biggest forest to the south, right? We're far away from the 5 major cities, and we can also see that there isn't much pedestrian traffic. Emilia let out that impression while looking around the town, walking beside Subaru. She was wearing a white robe that covered her head, her beautiful silver hair and face concealed. A beautiful girl like Emilia appearing at a rural area would be a blow to the townspeople's sense of beauty. That was Subaru joking, but she did also have a position of high standing. That was why she showed slight consideration to avoid any trouble, not just for her appearance, but for her identity as well. That being said, those weren't the only reasons as to why her head and her mouth were hidden by cloth. The other reason to conceal oneself, other than her identity, was Marula's renowned disaster, the sand wind. Subaru. It can't expand to the east nor south, and on top of that, there's always this sand wind. That's rough. Amelia stood downwind while Subaru stood upwind to act as a slight resistance to the wind while he pulled up the cloth he wrapped around his face, murmuring those words while covering his mouth. Whenever he moved his tongue, he would feel sand rubbing between his teeth, and it made him feel quite sick. This sandy wind came flowing into the town, as if blowing down from the sand dunes to the east. It seemed that the sand wind would blow against the town continuously on days of strong wind, and for that reason it was imperative to wear sand-protecting fashion like this, just for the purpose of walking through town. Amelia. Subaru? What's wrong? Subaru. It's nothing. I was just thinking about how this turned out different than what I had imagined when I heard it was a desert. Amelia tilted her head at Subaru, glancing at him sideways. Her bare body was concealed to the utmost limit, covered from head to toe in a cloak. Subaru's thoughts were basically that beautiful girls should please the eyes of the people around them with various outfits. However, they couldn't be eye candy with outfits of such high defense. Speaking of the desert, that dancer-like outfit to protect against the sunlight. What was it called? Subaru. Nevertheless, perhaps we should have listened to the innkeeper's advice. Amelia, it's sand time right now, right? There's no one in the streets, after all. The wind wasn't very strong, but perhaps because it was light, a small dust cloud had formed. In this yellow, hazy field of vision, nobody besides Subaru and Amelia could be seen in streets of this town. The townspeople, completely accustomed to this environment, would shut themselves inside during sand time. That was when the sand wind blew, and even the gaps in the doors and windows of the buildings would be sealed. In truth, within the sand wind, not only being able to see but being able to breathe to took considerable effort. It was so bad that the innkeeper had stopped them, saying that they shouldn't go out during sand time. However, there was a reason as to why they had disregarded the innkeeper who had halted them, and went outside anyway. Subaru. This is how it is in the town. The sand wind at the sand dunes isn't like this, right? Amelia. I think so. It wasn't a dry run per se, but they had purposely gone outside during sand time to prepare themselves mentally. Outside of sand time, the circumstances of the sand dunes, which had sand wind blowing and sand spread in every direction, were not ideal for travel. They were distant from the sand dunes, and they couldn't see well in this town dense with buildings. They had to prepare themselves at once for the severeness of the sand dunes path. Amelia. Anyways, how about we enter a shop somewhere? Since Subaru and I will turn into blocks of sand at this rate. What Amelia pointed towards while swiping away the sand that clung onto her, of the building at the other side of the road. A place that appeared to be a bar or something of sort. It seemed to be a temporary refuge shelter. It felt like the other stores were refusing visitors, but the entrance to this one was open, at the very least. They hurried over to that building just like Amelia had suggested. They removed as much dirt as they could from the door, and after that, they slowly entered the bar. Welcome, you from the sand wind. Upon entering the bar, the shopkeeper at the other side of the counter who was polishing a glass looked at them, and greeted them with a low voice. He sounded unwelcoming with his low voice, probably because with a single glance he had noticed that Subaru and Amelia were smeared with sand. They did remove as much sand off themselves as they could, but there was still a huge amount sticking onto them. Although they did feel bad about it, they scattered the sand and set foot into the store. Shopkeeper, what would you like to order? Amelia and Subaru. Cold milk. Hot milk. Shopkeeper. In response to the two people who sat down at the counter and said their orders, the shopkeeper squinted his eyes but remained silent. Incidentally, Subaru had ordered cold milk, while Amelia had ordered hot milk. Subaru. Doesn't feel very prospering his business terrible during the sand time. Subaru took off the hood he covered himself with, and asked a question of the shopkeeper while tasting the milk he had been brought. The unsociable shopkeeper responded with an "ah," before continuing. Shopkeeper. Even at the best of times, very few outsiders come and go at this town. Running a shop during sunrise is just like a hobby. Subaru, I see. Then, as outsiders and customers, we must be regulars, eh? Shopkeeper. You can't just go to a bar, ask for milk, and act all proud. Here, this is yours, miss. Amelia. Oh. Thanks. The shopkeeper held out the hot milk to her. Amelia grabbed onto the ceramic and took a breath. Subaru bent forward onto the counter, gazing at the girl blowing on the milk. Subaru, there's no other customers, so do you have a little free time now, right? Mind hearing me out for a bit? Shopkeeper, even if I did, it's taboo to start talking to someone in the middle of working while saying that they have time. What would you outsiders like to know? Subaru, I'd like to know about the Augria sand dunes. With his finger raised, Subaru thrusted an inquiry to the shopkeeper. Once he had heard it, however, the shopkeeper had his expression collapse for the first time. The rough shopkeeper with short gray hair squinted the eyes under his dark eyebrows in suspicion. After that, he sized up Subaru and Amelia and let out a slight sigh. Shopkeeper, I don't know what kind of joke this is, but don't bother going if you're gonna treat it like a picnic. You'll just end up dying. Subaru, hey, what are you saying? Do we really look like we're fooling around to you? Shopkeeper, what else did my warning just now seem to you? That place is a sand sea of death. Everyone who goes there never comes back. And dies. It's not a place to have a date with a woman. Subaru, I certainly do think that the suspension bridge effect is a valid approach, but I'm not that cornered. Amelia Tan, you tell him too. Amelia? Foo, Hoffart, eh? What was that? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Subaru. Behold, the ways of EMT. Shopkeeper. I'm gonna give you some useful advice. Go home before you die. Witnessing Subaru and Amelia's interactions, the faith the shopkeeper had in the two got worse and worse. That being said, it was not like the shopkeeper was saying this out of spite. He actually did know about the danger of the Augria sand dunes from its reputation. However, Subaru, we don't have the option to retreat. We only have the path to move forward. And on top of that, the only thing we can do is pick the safest path possible. You understand, right? Shopkeeper, you're the ones who don't understand. Listen up. Those sand dunes are hopeless. The witch's miasma drifts about in the witch beast den, and you can't get close to that tower you see far away. A shopkeeper began speaking of the threats of the sand dunes, while Subaru's persistent behavior began to irritate him. Pointing at the window that was closed to prevent the sand from coming in, towards the east side of the town, he curled his lips. Shopkeeper, every year there are people like you guys who make a reckless attempt at the sand dunes. They aim for the Sage's Tower at the Sand Sea, but no one has ever reached it. They'd be lucky to come back alive, but the majority either end up drying up at the Sand Sea, or they become witch beast food. Subaru, has no one really reached it before? Shopkeeper, I believe the Sand Sea's tower was built hundreds of years ago. The number of idiots that have tried to go there hasn't decreased. If a person did reach it, there'd be no way they wouldn't come forward and boast of it. Don't you know that even the Sword Saint failed that achievement? Subaru, even Reinhard had failed the challenge to conquer the Pleiades watchtower. Reinhard himself had conveyed him that tale, and he had also mentioned the abnormally high difficulty of conquering the watchtower. But even then, the people who had to overcome it were Subaru's current group. Subaru, of course, we won't do something stupid like tackling it without any plans. That's why we're gathering information. Doing that in a bar is a basic step, don't you think? Shopkeeper, is it really? Why do it at a place where you drink alcohol? Subaru, if you ask me to explain in detail, I probably can't. But isn't it because everyone gets talkative after drinking alcohol, and then they'll end up pouring out various rumors? Shopkeeper, so, basically you're looking for drunken ramblings. It's unacceptable to go in there without any plans, but leaning towards stupid plans is bad too. Subaru, yeah, your sound argument is piercing. Subaru got knocked down head-on by the truth and promptly sunk as he ingested his milk. Usually whenever Subaru talked with proper adults, his normal conversational pace would be overwhelmed. The shopkeeper also was used to talking to people like Subaru, with the goal of challenging the sand dunes recklessly. As a matter of fact, it wasn't as if Subaru's challenging of the sand dunes was reckless, but the shopkeeper did not know the reality of the situation, and as such he would be treated the same way. At this rate, they would end up returning without gaining a single clue and… Shopkeeper. Anyways, for you to even bring a girl to a hell like that is Amelia. Sorry, Shopkeeper-san. You've been showing care for us. And yet Subaru is doing nothing but complaining. Just when Subaru was about to give in to the stalemate, Amelia stopped the shopkeeper, his sermon about to begin. The shopkeeper widened his eyes at Amelia's words that had been prefaced with an apology. With the shopkeeper like that, Amelia quickly bowed her head. Amelia, thank you for all the help you've given us, even though we aren't even acquaintances. Shopkeeper, I'm sorry too for nagging. However, I don't think I've said anything wrong. I come across youngsters like you constantly. Amelia, are there really that many people that have tried to see the sage, shopkeeper? Well, there's really not that many people with will strong enough to meet the sage. The majority of people trying to conquer the Ogrius sand dunes just want the honor. Sure, there are people who say they'll obtain wisdom from the sage given that things go well, but the idea that they'll get a reward if they make it to Tower is a bit of a stretch. The shopkeeper dropped his shoulders and sighed with what you could call a fed-up look. Just like he had stated, he had probably seen off many people who had gone to challenge Pleiades' watchtower. Perhaps he looked kind-hearted even with how his face looked. Something that brought him shame. Amelia, does that also mean that people haven't met the sage? Shopkeeper, never heard of anyone getting that far. According to rumors, the sage is still watching for anything below, in the dunes, from the top of the tower, punishing insolent people, but it's not like I've witnessed it. I can't help thinking that the sand dunes themselves are a bait, a trap for hunting prey. Amelia, you mentioned the witch's miasma. What is that? Shopkeeper, it's as I said. There is a witch-beast den all over the kingdom. You've got all shapes and sizes of witch-beasts. But those sand dunes are a special case with all sorts of beasts. The shopkeeper quietened his voice, yet he was talkative, perhaps getting carried away with the fun. When Amelia gulped and nodded, the shopkeeper's gaze turned distant. Shopkeeper, spotted rex and black-winged mice have their charm. Unicorns and sand earthworms are endemic species, only seen here. Also, if you find a flower garden on the sandy soil, that's a courtesan bear's hunting place. Think of it as a nightmare, Amelia. Courtesan bear shopkeeper. It seems that they're only found at Kararaji. They're witch beasts that have bloomed flowers all throughout their body. Once you are fooled by their appearance and approach them, they'll slurp on your guts. Subaru. As expected, witch beasts sure are nasty. Who was it that had informed him that witch beasts had the purpose of killing humans? The shopkeeper snorted his nose at Subaru, the latter frowning while listening attentively, as if saying, "Told you so, shopkeeper. But the danger you must watch out for the most, even more than the witch beasts, is the miasma. Yes, there are dangers like the sand wind and the changes in environment, but your biggest concern should be the miasma." Subaru. That miasma doesn't seem make sense to me. Subaru titled his head towards the shopkeeper, who had lost his voice again. Subaru heard the word miasma many times before, and he could even imagine what it was like, based off the impression the word gave off. Basically, it was bad air, which had bad effects on mind and body alike. He felt like it was different from a noxious gas, but perhaps it was something akin to it. Amelia. Subaru. If described, miasma is sort of like mana that was polluted by bad things. You can't see it, but it's something that's everywhere, don't you know? Subaru. So mana is miasma. He was surprised at what Amelia had pointed out. The explanation was easy to understand, but the implications were a bit different from what Subaru had imagined. Mana truly did influence magic users and spirits alike to an extreme degree. However, he'd thought that it would not pose much of an issue for just existing, or moving about atop a dragon. But, as if she could see through Subaru's disappointed inner thought, Amelia slowly shook her head. Amelia, you can't take miasma lightly. Normal mana is something that's pure, has no color, and no directivity. But miasma mana that has been polluted by bad things can be absorbed via the gate, and can corrupt creatures from the inside. Considering how gate is an organ that naturally takes in mana, that's something that can't be avoided. Subaru, can't have your breathing stop for good after all. Shopkeeper, the lady's interpretation is correct, But the miasma drifting about at the Agria sand dunes is even worse. The miasma over there ruins not only living being, but also food and Subaru. You mean food becomes inedible? Shopkeeper. I mean that once you eat it, the miasma's pollution will progress fast. You'll go crazy just from taking even a little bit of it through your gate. Try taking it in directly through your stomach. The pollution will swallow you whole. Subaru. What happens then? It won't stop just because I've gone insane. Shopkeeper. People commonly say that you'll die from madness. To tell you the truth, well, I can't deny it. The shopkeeper spoke succinctly, shaking his head. His complexion was terrible. He'd probably seen it before, although he was not relating it directly. He had seen people's last moments, being violated by the miasma and going crazy as a result, arriving at their death. Shopkeeper. It'd be far better for you guys to not go over there. Do that. Amelia. Thank you for the milk. Thanks for the talk too. Amelia gobbled up her hot milk and expressed her gratitude towards the shopkeeper who had concluded the conversation. The shopkeeper was probably aware of how they had begun prying out information from his conversation halfway through. To pile on further, he had also continued to speak until now, attempting to change Subaru and the others' plans. He simply felt sad for them, but even then, Subaru and the others would still go towards the same place. Amelia. I've paid. Subaru. Let's go. Subaru. Let's go then. Pulling onto Subaru's sleeve, Amelia placed some silver coins onto the counter. She had given him way too much for 2 cups of milk, but it did also include a tip for the information and his care. They got up, conveyed their thanks to the shopkeeper, and moved to exit the shop. Shopkeeper. For about a year now, people have noticed there are birds flying towards the sand dunes. Amelia and Subaru. They covered themselves with their robes again, preparing themselves for the sand wind, and a voice called out to them from behind. When they turned back, the shopkeeper had already turned his own back, and continued speaking as if having a monologue while wiping a glass. Shopkeeper. The people that saw them say that the birds are flying towards the tower, and it's spread as a joke. It's a story without any legs to stand on. But that was when the shopkeeper cut his sentence and put down the glass. And then, shopkeeper. If you ever become lost in the sand dunes, try looking for a bird. If you're lucky, it might lead you towards the tower. Amelia and Subaru. Shopkeeper. Though if you're lost amidst the sand dunes, your luck is already at its worst. Subaru and Amelia left the shop without replying to the shopkeeper's words. Upon going outside, they noticed that the sand wind was now considerably weak. Amelia looked back at Subaru, confirming that her vision was now better to some extent in comparison to the time they entered the bar. Amelia. For now, let's return to the inn and meet up with everyone else. Anastasia and the others might also be back now. Subaru. Yeah, sounds good. I'm also interested in the results they've obtained too. Standing in front of Amelia, who had covered her face again, he began walking while posing as a windbreaker. And then, once they reached a point where they could no longer see the bar, Amelia murmured quietly, Amelia. The person from the store just now was missing a leg. Subaru. I didn't notice. Amelia. I don't know where he was injured, but I wonder if it was because of that. Subaru could perceive what Amelia wanted to say from her thoughtful words. The shopkeeper had nicely and warmly expressed his strong feelings on the dangers of the sand dunes to the 2 strangers. If that was indeed a warning based off his experiences, then they were terrible people to have shaken off that care and head towards the dunes nonetheless. That was what he felt. Looks like Natsuki-kun and Amelia-san returned safely. They had returned to the inn. The person that greeted Subaru and Amelia was someone who should have been outside, just like they had been. Anastasia. She had changed from her outside clothes, a gorgeous and elegant smile on her face as she sat down on the bed. The inn the group was staying at was a first-class inn at Marula. It was still unfair to compare it to Pristella's water plumage pavilion, but there was no other reasoning other than the qualitative difference between both cities. Subaru. Where's Julius? Anastasia. After dropping us off at the inn, he said he was going to take a look around the town for a bit. Perhaps he's getting used to having sand in his eyes, just like Natsuki-kun. How was it? Subaru. I really do wish we had goggles to protect against dust. They're made of transparent glass, and they cover this part of the face as protection. Can't we make some of those? Thinking of underwater goggles? Subaru asked while pointing to the area around his eyes. Anastasia tilted her head at those words and voiced an "I see," as she nodded. Anastasia, we'd have to worry about things like glasswork and durability, but it's something worth considering, perhaps. The sand-wind problem ain't a matter unrelated to Kararaji, so it might be a useful idea. Subaru, I'm not talking about patents far into the future. If we don't have those things, well, as long as we avoid sand time, I don't think we'll be incapacitated. Amelia, it seems like the bigger concerns are the witch beasts and the miasma as opposed to the sand. Beatrice and I can try dealing with the miasma with microspirits, but we'll have to depend on Miley for the witch beasts. Amelia said those words and looked towards the room next door, which lay on the other side of the wall. Right now, Beatrice should be monitoring Miley in that room. He wanted to be sentimental and believe Miley would not betray them. But a previous offense was a previous offense. They could not trust her, and they could not state with complete confidence that her connection with her mother had been cut. Likewise, there was no guarantee that her mother would not attempt to silence her. Subaru, so we'll be relying on Anastasia to guide us. It's pretty risky, Amelia, although it'd be valid to call it the usual. Subaru, you're not wrong. Subaru loosened his lips at Amelia's rare interruption and then looked at Anastasia. She straightened her back while still on the bed and continued the conversation by saying, "But, well, Anastasia, don't you worry. We fulfilled the purpose of our trip. The dragon carriage's wheel adjustments and the way to enter the sand dunes should be as we requested." Amelia, right, sorry. We're somewhat having you do everything. Anastasia, it's eight. Since in return we'll be counting on Amelia San when it comes to fighting power. Anastasia calmly waved her hand. The goals she had spoken of. One of them was tuning the dragon carriage they'd enter the sand dunes with. Usually, dragon carriages would only travel along a well-maintained road, or at least, a road. However, the road this time was mostly a sand road, so an ordinary dragon carriage would be unable to move properly. Ditching the dragon carriage and riding the dragons would have been a good choice. Were there not many women and children? Considering how there was also Rem, unconscious, the option was not viable. Thus, it was necessary to adjust the dragon carriage to suit it for desert areas, and it was also necessary to make some changes to the ground dragons. Subaru, can't leave Patrash behind. Leaving her behind would be ridiculous. Amelia, that girl is really smart. If he told her she'd be left behind, she might bite Subaru. That actually could happen, so he could not give a response. Plus, he was unable to leave her behind. Amelia. So, other than the dragons, about the discussion, Anastasia, it was no discussion, really. All I did was try to placate their fears and listen to me. She showed an adorable smile, but sensing that it was not what it seemed, Subaru's back began to get some chills. There was the dragon carriage and another matter to be taken care of. Simply put, it was the rite of passage to deal with the sand dunes. That was, if the royal candidates Amelia and Anastasia were lost in the Agria sand dunes, who would be responsible? As of now, it was possible to say that these two held the most important position in the kingdom. If both were buried under the Agria sand dunes, it would be quite a big deal. And naturally, there would be confusion over the person responsible. The Agria sand dunes. Never mind the one who managed the sand dunes themselves. The weight of responsibility would be unbearable for the lord that governed the area around Marula. Their last stop. Thus, Anastasia had gone to write a letter to the lord beforehand to convince them with, no matter what happens, it's the candidate's own responsibility. Anastasia, but still they might be blamed for not stopping me. Our lives ain't just our own. It's a big responsibility, don't you think? Amelia. That's been true from the start. Not because of things like the royal selection or being a candidate, but there will be a lot of people that won't be saved if we don't meet the sage and find a way to get those things back. It's not something that has come up now. Anastasia. Yeah, sure are being as dependable as you can. Anastasia looked back at Amelia, who had declared so, in what appeared to be a happy way in some respects. After that, she tilted her head, looking at Subaru with a "So, Anastasia, Did you guys get any results from your stroll? There's no way you guys actually went out to simply get used to having sand in your eyes, right? Subaru. Well, it's not like we went out on a date in the middle of Sandwind. We got the chance to listen to someone informed for a little bit. Emilia. The store person being informed was just a coincidence, though. Subaru. My foresight is on point for choosing that bar. Emilia. I have a feeling that I was the one who chose the shop anyhow. Whatever the flow of events was and whose achievement it was, were both irrelevant. Anastasia had a pondering look after they had finished telling her about the bar. Anastasia. Catching sight of a bird? Subaru. Really, that's what you're curious about? Anastasia. Well, the other parts are just things like challenging the Ogria sand dunes and stuff that's just half a step up from common knowledge. Anyways, the very interesting part is that change. Stuff like birds ought to be the most sensitive to wine mixed with miasma. Emilia. Now that you say it, that's right in response to Anastasia's words. Emilia went into deep thought while caressing her hair. Glancing sideways at Emilia pondering, Subaru gently brought his face close to Anastasia. Subaru. There's no way you actually do have something in mind, right, Anastasia? Nothing special's come to mind. However, that really was something very interesting to me. Subaru. Anastasia, don't make such a doubtful face. Look, she'll get suspicious. He could see Aridna's true feelings on her face slightly, but he had no choice but to withdraw after she had pointed that out. Fortunately, Emilia had not seen the interaction just now as she was in deep thought. But for some reason in Subaru's heart, it felt like he was an adulterer frantically hiding his cheating. Subaru. When should we leave? Anastasia. The sooner the better, right? The worrying conversation about the dragon carriage has been settled already. Perhaps we should leave immediately after we've loaded on supplies again. Subaru. Tomorrow would be too quick. How about around the day after? Anastasia. Guess we'll go with that. When Anastasia voiced her agreement, Emilia also gave an acknowledging nod. After that, she directed her gaze towards the room's window. That had been shut tight as to keep the sand out. Squinted her eyes. What Emilia's amethyst eyes were looking at was the view of the east. On the other side of the window, a very long shadow, standing conspicuously tall, its height taller than the stores and houses on the streets, was present there. Emilia. The Pleiades Watchtower. A voice like a silver bell called upon the building's name. The tower that was their destination was so high that it could be seen from Marula. Was it even possible to lose track of something that big? Before they had even set foot in Marula, with the appearance of the Pleiades Watchtower during their journey, that question had been present in Subaru. What could have gone wrong to not be able to find such a large landmark? But on the other hand, as he thought that, the bartender's warning also pierced him. Subaru. Having no plans is out of the question, and a stupid plan is a poor plan, was it? Whatever the case, they did not have the option to back out from the challenge. That was exactly why they had chosen the means that would increase their chances, means that were available to them. They should be different from the adventurers the shopkeeper spoke of, unprepared with their stupid plans. That was what he believed, and that was why Subaru did not realize it, and he would not realize it. Whatever the case, they did not have the option to back out from the challenge. He did not notice that, at this point, he had already closed off the first path for himself. Chapter 8. The Sand Dunes Initiation. The morning of their departure had arrived. One day had been allocated for rest, and it was now 2 days after the prior arrangements and the information gathering. At the entrance to the town of Marula, Subaru and the others had gathered with their respective equipment on. Having finished their preparations to cross the sand dunes with their respective equipment on, gazing at the dragon carriage, Subaru let out a sigh of admirable Subaru. Wow, this is Julius. A ground dragon to cross the sand dunes. The gyrus species is a species that shines on sandy soil. Their species is adapted to sand, wind, and dryness alike, characterized by large figures and gentle demeanor. You will find that this endemic species has an easy-to-handle nature. As Subaru looked at the ground dragons tied to the dragon carriage with eyes widened, Julius added an explanation. They had to break through the Ogria sand dunes, so that they could reach Pleiades' watchtower. The legs of a typical ground dragon would not be capable of dealing with the difficulty of treading that path filled with sand. Therefore they had exchanged the ground dragons that had brought them this far via the road, and now would have to use the gyrus species of ground dragons, endemic to this land, to carve open a path. Subaru, endemic. There were water dragons in Pristella too, but wow, the world is big. Folding his arms, Subaru gazed at the yellow-skinned ground dragon connected to the dragon carriage right in front of him. Subaru had already spent more than a year in this world. His initial surprise towards the ground dragons had faded, and thought he would never again feel a breed of excitement similar to what he had felt at first, but he'd been too narrow-minded. Subaru. A yellow ground dragon, with thorn-like scales all over its body, its head flat. They had a physique similar to Otto's beloved dragon Frufo, which was of a species with excellent stamina even among ground dragon. Its owner had boasted that it was capable of traveling for 3 days and 3 nights. It would perhaps be similar to the Triceratops that Subaru knew. On the other hand, attempting to compare the ground dragon in front of him to similar knowledge would have a person find them rather resembling an ankylosaurus. However, their tails were short, so it seemed like their tails could not be used as weapons, unlike the originals. Also, what was more characteristic of them, more so than their skin and general looks, were their feet. Every end of their 4 thick, short legs were round, and their sharp claws acted like spikes which moored their bulking bodies to the ground. Subaru, it sure does look like their hooves can cause unrecoverable damage to anything they step on. Julius, the grains found in the Augria sand dunes are fine particles. Without feet like this, there would be the possibility of slipping off slopes. People say that the gyrus species' feet changed to adapt to that. Subaru. So they adapted to the desert areas, eh? They are replacements for horses and camels, but what about water dragons? Thinking hard about it, it's not like I've seen animals pull boats back at the original world. He went into deep thought, and a swan boat came to Subaru's mind. But that was just a boat imitating the form of a swan, and ran on man-made power. However, he'd never heard of a custom in which crocodiles or hippopotamuses pulled on boats, so he couldn't think of any replacement for water dragons, even beyond that. Subaru. These dragons adapted to sandy soil are going there. But can we really bring my Patrash to a place like that? Can't do anything unreasonable with the lady of the camp. Julius. Your beloved dragon belongs to the Diana species, which is considered the ancestor of all ground dragons. The founding forefather dragon, dominant on land, sea, and air, is present in her lineage. It has excellent adaptability, no matter what the environment is. Unfortunately, my Shaknar will be left at the town. Julius answered Subaru's question, then looked upwards towards the inn with lonesomeness. Shaknar was Julius's beloved, beautiful, blue-skinned ground dragon. It was a loving dragon, but it had forgotten about Julius, who had had his name eaten by gluttony. However, this well-trained dragon would be polite to anyone that rode it, at all times. Even at their one-sided meeting at Pristella, it had been accepting of Julius from the beginning, and it seemed that during this trip that had lasted about a month and a half, an intimate bond much like the one from before had been formed. For that very reason, he had what you could call feelings of shame for leaving that beloved dragon at the town. Julius. Nevertheless, for your beloved dragon to be the lady you use the most out of all the people around you, I do not know if I should praise you for knowing how to use your ground dragon, or if I should complain about your evaluation of the women around you. Subaru. Actually, you shouldn't make light of how high Patrashi's girl power is. Julius had an emotional look for a second, so he immediately covered up his feelings with some banter. Subaru also sensed those thoughts of his and went along with it. Seeing that, Julius went to greet the ground dragon of the dragon carriage whose reins he would be holding. As a response, Subaru looked towards the dragon carriage, stepped towards it, and knocked on the door. Subaru. So the inside of the dragon carriage will be left as is, but the wheels have been replaced, and Subaru inspected the remodeled dragon carriage before there was an answer to his knock. Having said that, The changes that stood out were in the carriage's inferior structure. The wheels and the window frames had installed with sand protection for the sand wind. This dragon carriage, which had been devised for long-distance journeys, was something like an RV with its multi-purpose features. Inside, and at the front of the carriage, there was a row of seats, and the middle and back sides were exceptionally good to simply chill. On top of it, ensuring comfort, it could hold up to 10 people at max. Subaru was honestly surprised by how the dragon carriage easily surpassed his expectations on first sight. Subaru. Without electricity and electrical appliances, those tools can be replaced with magic stones. Humans really are creatures that seek convenience anywhere. I do not know what you are talking about so seriously, but are the preparations finished, Barusu? While he was puzzled at the exterior, the dragon carriage's door opened, and a cold voice poured down at the same time. Turning around, there was Ram, standing up from the seat closest to the door, looking down on Subaru. Subaru. Well, the previous preparations were finished yesterday, so it's ready. Next, we've got to prepare our hearts and bodies. But I'm also done with that. How about you, Ram? Let's see. Considering how many days we will be in this carriage, no amount of care will quell this feeling of lack of safety. Ram will not cry for help as a delicate person in the middle of the sand dunes, even if attacked. Subaru, it'll be fine, don't worry. With Ram narrowing her eyes meaningfully, Amelia then made her appearance, having heard them talk. Amelia seemed to have been tidying up the back of the dragon carriage. She then stepped up to Ram's side, tapping on her shoulder. Amelia, no matter what attacks us, I'll protect everyone in here. There's Subaru and Julius outside too, so we've got everything covered. Subaru, you are as reassuring as always. See, look, Ram. Amelia Tan is saying this too, so don't worry. Ram, yes, Amelia-sama. Ram is very reassured as well. However, it will not be just malicious beings that will attack us. Among us there are also those with evil intentions. Ram spoke meaningful words, while directing a meaningful look at Subaru. Once Subaru understood Ram's look and the underlying meaning of her words, he frowned immediately. Subaru, you're still doubting me like that, even after spending close to 1 month of peaceful nights? There's no way I can do something like that with you around. I don't have that type of courage, Ram. It is pathetic how you are insisting that with a loud voice, it is not unthinkable for you to lose control of yourself because of how beautiful it is in this carriage. Ram is always afraid. Sympathize with a maiden's heart. Subaru, always afraid, not always threatening people? Ram basically repeating the saying that boys and girls should be separated once they turn 7, had caused Subaru's voice to shake. Incidentally, Amelia did nothing but tilt her head in confusion. It was Amelia's usual emptiness and Ram's insolence. However, as there was something bothering him, Subaru scratched his head unenergetically with an ah. Subaru, Nisama, how's your physical condition? Ram, weird of you to ask that. Why do you wonder, Subaru? Your worry is unnecessary, but is mine unnecessary? I just want to know the answer to that. Ram, Barusu, you sure are cheeky with how attentive you are. She did not have a pale face, and it did not seem like she was having trouble breathing, and albeit Ram appeared to be acting like her usual self, she had not denied Subaru's words. She did not act tough, nor had she attempted to hide it. In that sense, Ram was being surprisingly sincere. Subaru, looks like your wicked tongue doesn't have its usual sharpness. If your body's condition really is bad, then Ram, after having spent 20 days to reach this place, you expect me to stomp my feet with the objective at hand? It is the same as usual, but today you are being particularly ridiculous. Amelia, Ram, don't speak like that. Ram interrupted Subaru, directing him an even fiercer look. Amelia raised her eyebrows at that girl's behavior, putting hands on her hips like she was angry. Standing next to Ram, she pointed her hand towards Subaru while being next to Ram and spoke. Amelia, Subaru is worried about Ram. I'm also worried about you. Every day I'm giving the treatment Roswell told me about, but Subaru, still unsure if you can call it treatment, but it's not like it's your specialty. Even if Amelia Tan and Biko both do it, they can't do it as well as Roswell. Ram, not trying to use that as a reason. I do not want to be a bother. Subaru, we are worried, you know, Ram. If you were the usual Barusu, then I could fool you. Subaru, you aren't the usual Ram, so you can't fool me. They weren't inflammatory tit-for-tat words, nor were they comebacks. Anyhow, there was a quiet exchange of words, and Ram bit her lips in a seemingly displeased way at the way Subaru spoke. However, there was a lack of vigor in the eyes she stared at him with. She probably was aware of it herself. Ram let out a sigh and looked inside of the carriage. There was a wheelchair right next to her seat, a single girl placed on it. The space had been remodeled to allow the wheelchair to be placed there by removing the dragon carriage's seat. Their interactions did not disturb the sleeping girl, and so she remained there, in slumber. Ram, I shall not be left behind. Also, not like my pain will improve if I do get left behind. Actually, being separated from Emilia-sama with how I am now would put my life at risk. You trying to kill me? Subaru, calm down. I've never even said a single word about leaving you behind since the beginning. Also, if you were to be left behind, Emilia-tan would be too. Emilia. Subaru, there's no way I'd let that happen. Subaru. Lutekai aside, it's fine. I just want to check on Ram. Emilia. What do you want to check? Subaru. Didn't I say it? Subaru gave a wry smile as his earlier words had been forgotten because they had repeatedly jumped to conclusions. Seeing Emilia and Ram exchanging doubtful glances, Subaru continued, Subaru. Ram, we can tell that you aren't your usual self, so if there's something wrong, say something. Don't try to hide stuff and fool us. Even if you do stuff like that, we'll still help you. Even if you don't like it. Ram. Emilia. After he pointed his finger at Ram and affirmed that, Ram made a rare look of shame. Emilia put her hand on her mouth at her side and let out a smile unintentionally, unable to contain. That first urge to laugh, however, was warded off, and Emilia merely relaxed her lips, looking pleased. Emilia, I think that side of Subaru is really nice. Subaru, did you just fall in love again? Ram. Don't talk like that with Ram sleeping in front of you, women's harmful enemy. Subaru. Women's harmful enemy, not just women's enemy. Ram snorted her nose with a ha, prompting Subaru's voice to trail off into the distance. After that, stretching her slender legs, and she recklessly tried to kick Subaru off of the dragon carriage's steps. Subaru. Oh. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to fall. Ram. Putting aside you falling, Barusu should normally be outside, not inside. Mount the prideful ground dragon, and frantically guarantee our dragon carriage's safety. Do it, quickly. Subaru. What do you mean quickly? Listen to what I have to, Ram. I have listened to what I must. So, go. Ram asserted with an even sterner voice and delivered an even sharper kick. Having gotten a punt to the thigh, Subaru descended in dejection, and, just before he went away from the dragon carriage, looks were exchanged with Emilia. She responded to that look by giving an acknowledging gesture with her chin, which had an I know underlying. Subaru, guess that'll be fine for now. But, anyways, you should Ram, go. A kick that felt like a surprise attack connected with his solar plexus, and Subaru fell off the dragon. Then, Ram hurriedly shut the carriage's door, suddenly looked at Emilia as she let out a sigh. Then she spoke. Ram. Emilia-sama, why are you making that look? Emilia. No, it's nothing. But I just thought about how you're kind of cute, Ram. That's a surprising opinion. How cheeky of Emilia-sama. Emilia. Due to being teased, Ram's tongue slipped, eliciting a rare sight of her cheeks being stiffened to be seen. Emilia witnessed that change in Ram's facial expression and smiled, appearing to become more and more happy. Emilia, finally feel like showing that face to me too, the one you always show to Subaru? Ram. It was a slip of mind. Please forgive my impoliteness. Emilia. I'm not really angry. I'm actually a little happy. It somewhat feels like you're giving me trust when you do that. I was a little jealous of Subaru. Ram kept silent for a bit in response to Emilia's innocent reply. Immediately after that, with a dumbfounded look while smoothing her hair, Ram, Emilia-sama, you have changed as well. When we first met, you only seemed like someone with resolve that was hard, but fragile, like glass. Emilia. Do I look a little stronger now? Ram. And now, I think you are like sweet glass turned into candy. Emilia. Wow, Ram, you're harsh. Emilia was smacked by Ram's abusive words, and her voice finally boomed from being unable to bear it. And in that manner, the girls resumed talking with each other inside the dragon carriage. After a few hours, the conquer of the Ogria sand dunes began. They had become acquainted with the sandy soil after 1 hour in the dragon carriage. They were approximately 10 kilometers east of the town of Marula, with the dry sand and miasma-laden wind growing stronger, and the prairie at their feet changing to desert. They had finally entered the Ogria sand dunes proper. Their setup was made up of one dragon carriage, and a ground dragon of the Gira species to pull it. Running off to the side was Subaru riding Patrash, trekking along the sandy soil. The flat-faced ground dragon wasn't fast, but its heavy pacing gave off a feeling of stability. At first, Patrasha had seemed wary of her weird companion, but after a few hours of traveling together, it was as if she'd found a compromise with her partner, and dissatisfaction was not to be found on her highly prideful face. If I had to describe it, then I'd probably say that the dissatisfaction of this ground dragon is because of Betty, in fact. It was Beatrice, completely settled in Subaru's arms. While holding the bridle and onto the curled-up girl, Subaru said, "No," as he shook his head. "Subaru, that's not right. Patrasha isn't such an intolerant dragon. Beatrice. Subaru, it'd be wise of you to be more careful of how you perceive those around you, I suppose." She let out those words, grabbing onto the edge of her skirt as she sat sideways on the jet-black ground dragon. Subaru's dragon riding skills were a lot better than they were before. Up to this point he had been simply spoiled by Patrasha's consideration, but now he was at the level of a dragon rider apprentice. He sat on the saddle and held onto the bridle. Beatrice was in front of him, and he made sure to hold onto her from behind. They almost looked like experts at riding together. Of course, the only ground dragon Subaru would ride was Patrash, and this wasn't the first time he rode her along with Beatrice. Thus, Beatrice was being too paranoid, no matter how he looked at it. That's what he wanted to say. Beatrice. Very prideful ground dragons don't want to let anyone other than their owner ride them, in fact. This ground dragon of Subaru's is extraordinary. One of a kind, I suppose. If I were alone, she definitely wouldn't let me ride her, in fact. Subaru. Isn't that just because you're bad at riding ground dragons? Beatrice. If that was the reason, then you getting close with this ground dragon wouldn't make sense, I suppose. It was just as she'd said. If Patrasha liked a person based on their dragon riding skills, then Subaru should have failed the first test. Since that had not come to pass, there was a reason as to why this lady approved of Subaru. And in truth, Patrasha's actual treatment towards everyone but Subaru was relatively harsh. Subaru. Well, not knowing why you're liked really is a bad thing. Beatrice. True, in fact. Subaru doesn't have the looks to be liked for no reason, I suppose. Subaru. In other words, you have firm reasons to love me. Beatrice. Of course. Betty is just what are you trying to make me say? They were glued together, so he couldn't dodge Beatrice's assault. Her face beat red. While getting struck lightly by her weak palm, Subaru said, "Whoa, whoa," in an attempt to appease Beatrice. Then, Patrasha raised her upper body and shook them, as if displeased with the behavior they were displaying on her back. Subaru. Oh, what the? As she had set her posture in a way that was like doing a wheelie on a bike, Subaru reflexively held tight onto Beatrice. Normally they would not feel any swaying from the dragon, or even the wind, because of the divine protection of wind evasion. But certain extreme movements like the one just now would have effect, as well as things like angle changes from sudden turning. The harassment was based on an understanding of those characteristics. When Subaru put in his objection and glared at the back of Patrashi's head, the ground dragon looked at Subaru and Beatrice for a second, squinting her eyes as if saying, "You'll bite your tongue." Subaru. She's kinda like Ram, just considering how haughty she is. Seems like they'd get along, surprisingly. Beatrice. Or maybe they'd clash with each other and they wouldn't come to an agreement at all, I suppose. Subaru and Beatrice exchanged deep thoughts and nodded at each other. Then, Subaru, Beatrice-sama, it is splendid seeing you guys being friendly with each other, but this would be a good time to put yourselves together in earnest. A voice speaking out from the side was sent towards the two who acted relaxedly. At the driver box of the dragon carriage traveling alongside them, there was Julius in charge of the reins. Rather than the fact that he was not alone, it seemed that the role of coachman was unpleasant and not very fitting for Julius, but he didn't act like he cared about it. That being said, perhaps he did not have the time to worry about that. Either way, at his side there was. I don't mind Annie-san and Beatrice-chan being friendly with each other, but if I'm ignored too much, I'll pout. Having stated those words, giving them a look that didn't fit her appearance, Meili, sitting. Meili was an essential member to deal with the witch beasts, and they would have to always use her for conquering the Ogria sand dunes. Thus, as a lookout for the witch beasts living at the sand dunes, Meili was at the place where it would be easiest for her to deal with them. In other words, she was standing by at the driver box at the front of the dragon carriage. Julius took up the role of staving off her boredom. Subaru, you have the knight next to your side to escort you. He's much more smart, stylish, and elegant than me. Meili, I didn't get more than half of what you said. Plus, I'm fine with Knight-sama. I'm unhappy with Anue-san. Subaru. With me, while playing with her braided hair, Meili glared at Subaru, her cheeks swollen in a pout. Meili, Ani-san made me come along, and so he must be forced to deal with me. Subaru, don't say such unreasonable childish things. As you can see, that place is filled with Biko, right? Beatrice appeared to shrug her shoulders in resentment, and Subaru looked at Meili again. Pouting was a suitable action for her age, but her mood would have a big influence from now on down the road. Considering that, it would be bold to make light of Meili. However, saying that really would make things unmanageable. Subaru, you're quite right, however. We'll have you fulfill your role first before you can say if it's a right or a duty. Meili, my role… Subaru, we'll be entering the most favorite Ogria sand dunes soon. I don't think the witch beasts will suddenly roar when we enter them, but when it does happen, calming them down will be up to you, Meili. You get that, right, Meili? Yees. For someone who spoils Beatrice-chan, Anui-san sure is a bully. He wasn't being a bully to her, but even if he was taken as one, he would just have to cajole her. Subaru felt like Beatrice seemed satisfied, looking at her with a side glance, and then raised his hand at Julius. After that, Julius quietly acknowledged, gesturing with his chin. Unfortunately for him, he would have to be the little lady's sycophant. Moreover, Beatrice Subaru. Ah, I see it. Beatrice called out to him quietly, while Patracia gave a faint neigh, as she glared at what laid in front. Those actions brought back his focus, and Subaru squinted. He saw the tower, its contours so clear that it would be impossible to miss them from Marula. Likewise, surface of sand surrounding that tower was visible, their magnificent arrival to the maze of sand surrounding the Pleiades watchtower, the Ogria sand dunes. In the Ogria sand dunes, there was a particularly famous sand time in which the sand wind would blow particularly strong. The sand wind that would blow 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night, would carry sand and miasma from the east towards the west, a disaster that would silently creep on people. This sand wind would be especially strong in the midnight hour, and it would continue to blow for a few hours, as it was pretty much midnight. So at this time when the sand wind blew, their movement would be stifled. Thus, they would conquer the Ogria sand dunes during the day, little by little, with a few hours of break in the morning and afternoon. At the times the sand times would blow, the grains of sand that fully covered the ground were minuscule, and just like the rumors had stated, it was terribly difficult to keep their footing, causing them to trip. Their march was slow as a crawl. An irritating situation all around. There was something about that situation which disappointed Subaru. That was… Subaru. There's the pain of this sand wind and the poor footing, but it isn't as bad as I thought. Turning his face away from the wind blowing from windward, he pulled up the mouthcloth to secure his breathing. He faintly felt his teeth biting the sand, But this type of baptism was not very different from his time at Marula. The flying sand created a view of yellow, and he felt the sand tickling him in his clothes, but that was as far as its effects went. The fury of the dunes was insignificant. Subaru. When I first heard about the dunes, I even prepared myself on the assumption that it'd be deathly. Beatrice. It's because of the natural environment that there's nothing green in here, in fact. The miasma kills anything and everything, so it only has this sort of scenery spread out, I suppose. That is why rain even pours on these sand dunes, and the temperature doesn't go extremely out of control, in fact. Subaru had a strong impression of the desert being a red-hot hell. He'd never stepped foot into a desert back at his other world, but in mediums like games and manga, the deserts all yielded impressions of hot sand. For that reason, the severity of the Augria sand dunes was pleasant in comparison to what he had initially imagined. Subaru. It wasn't hot or cold at the nearest town, so I guess it'd be weird for the sand dunes to be an extremely hot hell. So, we only need to be careful of the wind and the witch beasts, Beatrice. As well as getting lost, I suppose. One worry had disappeared, and Beatrice stifled Subaru's feelings of optimism to stiffen up. In response to the point made by the girl in his arms, Subaru looked forward while being careful of the wind. The watchtower, its existence ever present, loomed still in Subaru's line of sight. Subaru. You bring up the question of getting lost, but it seems unnatural to miss that thing. Beatrice. Betty thinks so too, in fact. However, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened, I suppose. I don't know what type of cheat this sage is, but the fact that nobody has ever reached them is proof, in fact. Subaru. Of course, Subaru had no intentions of underestimating things. Realistically speaking, it would be unlikely that they would miss their target considering it was a structure that huge, never mind getting lost. However, any prior challengers would have most likely thought the same thing. Despite those thoughts in mind, he figured there should have been a reason as to why they had still not reached it. Anything could happen, just like Beatrice had pointed out. This was that sort of devilish place. Subaru. About that, I guess it's about time we make the next backup. Holding his breath, Subaru looked back at the terrain they had just traversed. On the sandy soil, the footsteps of Patrash, on whom Subaru and Beatrice were riding, had been left behind, one by one. However, only the very latest ones would remain, and in time too they would be washed away, replaced, and hidden by the sand. Nature itself had concocted such a natural trap. Never mind the watchtower at the front. The path they had traveled thus far would be hidden from them in eximious fashion. However, that would only be true if these people were only able to take ordinary measures. Subaru. Seems like the previous one's gone from sight. All right, this is a good time. Subaru pulled on the bridle, directing Patrash to veer towards the dragon carriage running parallel to them. The wheels of the dragon carriage also left traces, as did the ground dragon's spike-shaped footprints, but those were subjected to the same conditions as Patrash's. Thus, they had to devise something as a marks to follow. Subaru. Emilia Tan, please. Emilia. Okay, got it. When he knocked on the dragon carriage from the outside, Emilia answered and showed up on the other side of the door. Emilia's whole body had been covered with a white robe for the sand, and Subaru, behind her, was gazing and pointing at something in the far distance, a certain something that was faintly reflected in his eyes. Subaru. Work so much, but... Please, Sensei. Emilia. Well, I'm having Subaru watch from outside. It's not a big problem. What do you mean by Sensei? Subaru. It's the template when a request is made. All right. All right. All right. Emilia. Okay. I've been requested? Hey. After that brief, light-hearted exchange, she looked to the place Subaru was pointing towards. Emilia raised a listless, shouting voice, the look in her eyes too cute to call a glare, and her magical power surged. Immediately after, an enormous amount of mana swirled in Emilia's palm, and the magical power dashed swiftly through the sky, giving off the sense that its power increased as it accelerated. The sound it produced was like the very air had exploded, and it resounded throughout the vicinity. And then, after a few seconds, a huge ice tower stood on the path of the sandy plain. Emilia. Yeah, that was good. Confirming that the task was finished, Amelia smiled, looking somewhat satisfied with herself. It wasn't comparable in size to the Pleiades watchtower, but it was still a very conspicuous silhouette for the Augria sand dunes. And so, an ice tower had been erected here and there along the route Subaru, and the others had taken inside the Augria sand dunes, in successive intervals such that they would not lose sight of the path. Subaru. The footprints can't be marks, but marks can be made with a more conspicuous method. This is the application of magic, eh? Amelia. Even so, Subaru's craft is very impressive. Nice thinking, Subaru. This method won't be any good if the sand dunes were hot. The ice Amelia created with her magic was fragile to temperature, perhaps because it didn't go against the laws of nature. Based off that knowledge, were this a genuine desert, then maybe such a forbidden move would not have worked. However, it was a valid plan in these sand dunes. Amelia's standing ice tower was functioning as a landmark without a hitch. Worst case scenario, if something really did happen that would force them to withdraw, they should be able to follow them and retreat. Subaru. This tower, yeah, it looks alright underfoot. I'm still scared of it possibly toppling over though, since its foundation seems to be on something fluid. Amelia. I think it's been pinned to the ground as hard as possible, so it's all hunky-dory. You're worried? Subaru. Who even says hunky-dory these days? Ah, all right. Subaru put aside his worry by teasing Amelia and raised his head. Amelia seemed a wee bit displeased with that response, but for the time being she would just put a sarcastic smile on her face. After that, he looked over Amelia's shoulder, towards the inside of the dragon carriage behind her. For everyone inside, it should be the same as usual. But there was one person that he would rather not see remaining the same. Subaru, where's Anastasia? What is it, Natsuki-kun? Looking for me? Immediately after his gaze had wandered, Subaru jumped upon being called by a person's voice. Cutting into his line of sight, Anastasia peeked out from a bit to the side of Amelia. She looked down on a surprised Subaru. Her teal eyes squinted ever so slightly. Anastasia. No need to get startled that much. And I deliberately staying inside? Subaru. I know that you were inside, but it was shocking because I didn't expect you to appear from Amelia's armpit like you're growing out of it. Amelia. Hey, Subaru. I really didn't like the way you said that. Anastasia. Unusual for me, too, to be annoyed by something like that. What a coincidence. With both Amelia and Anastasia showing some dislike, Subaru got back on track. There was Beatrice shrugging her shoulders in his arms, but he turned to Anastasia for now. Subaru. We'll be relying on your knowledge to conquer the sand dunes. Please guide us well, okay? Anastasia, Natsuki-kun sure is a worrywart. I'll be with ya. So the outcome of this journey's the same for us two. There's no way I'd try and cut corners, you know? Don't you worry. Beatrice. Is it possible for someone to believe a fox so nonchalantly, I suppose? Replying to Anastasia's words, Beatrice spoke with a voice so low that it could only be heard by Subaru. He was in complete agreement, but it would be wrong to provoke her by using that basis. If he was going to say that, then opting to go on this campaign towards the watchtower would have been a mistake in the first place. As of now, they should be using up all their strength to fulfill their respective roles without complaining. Subaru. Right, Anastasia. Anastasia. Yes, Natsuki-kun. If something happens, I'll let Julius know, and once we come near the place Echidna spoke about, I'll report that too. Don't worry, eh? Anastasia, or rather, Eridna, did not seem displeased by Subaru's cynical beckoning. It seemed like there would be no problem moving forward like this. For the moment being. Amelia. It seems like the wind has gotten stronger. Subaru. If there's nothing else, then I'm going to close it, but... Subaru. Go ahead, Amelia-tan. I'll leave the people inside up to you. Amelia. Yeah, leave it to me. Subaru. You be nice to Beatrice too. Beatrice. No need to worry about that, I suppose. I'm satisfied, in fact. Amelia put her hand on the door, and after an exchange words, she went back inside and left. Beatrice responded to Amelia's last joke with a light remark. The latter's smile disappeared, blocked by the door. Subaru now went around to the front of the dragon carriage, appearing next to the driver's box. Julius. It appears like Emilia-sama's landmarks are working proper. You are as clever as always, Subaru. You can call it guile, you know, Julius. I shan't. I am jealous of your adaptability. Being able to come up with ideas myself and others cannot with such ease. I really cannot craft these sort of evil ways. Subaru. Guile sounds cuter than evil ways. Julius sat on the driver's box and he had a faint smile on his face, so faint that it was barely visible. A white cloth was wrapped around his handsome face, so his expression couldn't be seen. But even then, as they had been talking with each other in this past month, and Subaru could understand how much he was joking based off the tone of his voice. Subaru. Meili. How about you? Doing your job, Meili? You're gonna ask me that? Oni-san hasn't run into bad animal chans even once, and neither has the dragon carriage. That's not proof of me working. Upon peeking into the driver's box, he saw Meili's arranged in a pout, just as he expected. She was also wearing a cloak around her head because of the sand wind, and she answered Subaru's question with a displeased-sounding voice. In reaction to Meili's answer, Subaru wiped off the sand off his head while regarding the path ahead. Subaru, even if you say that, it's hard to see the results of your hard work. I don't know if the witch beasts haven't showed up because of you, or if they just aren't around here Meili. So that's what you're gonna say. Subaru said a careless thing, being disappointed by the high anticipations he possessed, as so far they had not faced any obstacles other than the sand and the wind. Immediately Meili spoke with a low-toned voice, putting her cheeks in between her hands, as if thinking of something as she sunk into silence. Subaru honestly had a bad feeling about that. Julius. Subaru. Apologize to her. It is clear that you have just said something improper. Subaru. You don't have to tell me. I know. Meili? I kinda was a bit mean now. Well, not kinda, but completely. Please, don't be in a bad mood. I wasn't trying to be mean, Meili. Okay, it's fine. It's not like I'm mad or anything, but I think there's a reason for what Onebi-san said too. Subaru. Oh, that's good. Thankfully, you are much more mature than you, Meili. So I'll make it clear why I'm here. Meili interrupted Subaru's explanation and apology, and uttered some extremely disturbing words. The unsettling sound caused Subaru and Julius to look at each other, and hurried to form a sentence that would appease her. It was immediately after that. Petrasha and the dragon carriage's ground dragon both stepped hard on the ground, halting their moving. The ground dragon's instincts had rapidly sensed something approaching them, alerting their master, the one holding the reins. Then, Subaru and Julius opened their eyes at the same time. There, they saw it. Subaru and Julius. In front of their eyes, the sandy surface suddenly began wriggling, as if it possessed a will of its own, and something wriggling immediately came crawling out from beneath the sands. A terrifying animal, with a large amount of sand clinging onto its whole body, let out an unbelievably piercing cry as its gigantic mouth. Neither arms nor legs were present on its body, and the way it bent its long and fat body back and forth was reminiscent of a snake. However, it had slimy-looking skin, its color similar to that of the sand, patterned with carved, equidistant lateral stripes, carrying along a horrible stench. Subaru only noticed its true identity once the head of the thing lowered. It was no snake. This was an earthworm. Its torso was so massive that Subaru could not wrap his arms around it. In fact, it seemed that its head and mouth were large enough to swallow 4 or 5 humans whole. The stink surrounding it was similar to a rotten smell, and the saliva dripping from its oral cavity lined with fine teeth made noise as it evaporated the sand. Earthworm. The eyeless head turned towards them, acting as if it was sniffing a smell. At this moment, Subaru had completely forgotten about breathing. He also felt Petrasha's thoughts blanking, being transmitted across the bridle, and Beatrice grabbed strongly onto Subaru's clothes while still in his arms. As soon as he thought of its sense of smell, Subaru remembered the smell of the witch that he carried. If the witch beast reacted to that, or something else reacted to it, this group would be Meili. Ah, geez, you steeing. Hurry up and leave. Get loosed, Subaru. In the presence of Subaru and the others who could not avoid letting their fear show, Miley let out an adequate voice. Those words caused the gigantic earthworm to turn towards Miley, but it immediately listened to that little girl's orders, and the giant body crawled back into the hole it had dug. A few seconds later, the hole that the earthworm came from had been completely covered with sand, and only silence reigned within the area. Julius. That was a sand earthworm, most likely. It is a witch beast that prefers to lurk beneath sandy soil, but it was a little bigger than I thought. Subaru. A little? How little? Julius. To my knowledge, I thought they would have been as big as a male adult's arms. Even if the earthworm that had appeared was of that size, it would still be big enough to pose a grotesque threat. But that sand earthworm was hundreds to thousands times larger than the ones in Julius's knowledge. It was said that the witch beasts native to the Ogria sand dunes were more ferocious, but perhaps they should have considered the difference in scale as well. Anyhow. But what was that loud voice? A small window belonging to the dragon carriages opened, and Amelia showed her face from the window that connected the driver box to the inside of the carriage. Even if she had not witnessed that sand earthworm, she would have heard that witch beast's roar. Amelia looked worried, but Subaru was incapable of speaking right away. Then, Meili took Subaru's place as he tensed up and faced Amelia. Meili, no need to worry. I just wanted to let you guys know how blessed you are because you don't have to worry about that thing. Subaru. Ah, geez, we really can't thank you enough, Meili-san. He loosened up thanks to Miley's words, and Subaru gave her a generous compliment that came from the bottom of his heart. Amelia seemed astonished at that change. After Miley's own surprise, she immediately appeared to be satisfied. Meili. Really? You sure? Does Anuai-san see me in a new light now? Subaru. Yeah. I seriously respect you. I sincerely felt just how dangerous this place would be, had you not come along. The Ogria sand dunes are scary. Scary? He now understood one reason as to why the many reckless adventurers had not come back after daring to conquer this place. Indeed, it was certainly a place for reckless people. It was the absurdity of fooling themselves by believing that the baptism of the sand dunes would be easy. Hooray for peace. Peace is the best. Beatrice. You're flattering her quite a lot, I suppose. Disgusting, in fact. Subaru. Shut up. Weren't you scared out of your wits, too? Ah, scary. Beatrice. Betty was only going along with Subaru because you were nervous, I suppose. Don't get the wrong idea, in fact. Subaru. Don't act so tough. You pissed yourself a little just like I did, right? I can tell. Beatrice. Piss, I suppose. Their quarrel started like a comedy episode, but nobody could blame them for it at the time. It seemed like witch beasts would approach them if they caused a fuss, but the power of the being who countered that had been adequately proven. Thus, even Julius did not attempt to stop their quarrel. However, he simply readjusted his consciousness, realizing that the ice they were walking on was thinner than he had imagined. That was the first day of the conquering of the sand dunes, to which they could look back as having been worth it. Suddenly, light ran through the sky and penetrated the wind. With a violent sound, the ice tower shattered in half and crumbled, having been hit directly. The pulverized ice tower immediately returned to mana, and every little bit of it that fell onto the surface was swallowed by the sand, disappearing from the world without any ruin, without a trace. The light continued several times more, darting through the sky in succession. Coincidentally, the number matched the number of times the silver-haired girl had established the ice tower. Nobody knew what that meant at this point of time. However, the conquest of the labyrinth of sand was by no means a simple matter. That much was an established fact. Chapter 9. Breakthrough Sand Time. The first day of the Ogria Sand Dunes conquest finished immediately after sunset. Once the dead of night arrived, the longest of the 3 sand times that blew per day would arrive. If they forced their way through that miasma-laden sand, their bodies would be ruined, and there was the possibility of losing their path. If they were even unable to see the landmark that was the Pleiades watchtower, then it would be wise to sit back, spending a peaceful night regaining their strength, restoring their spirit for the following day. Now that I think, will the witch beast countermeasures work while you're sleeping too? Of course. Having your butt chewed by animals you brought is such a stupid thought that it's not even funny. Aware of the menace the witch beasts of the Augria sand dunes presented, Subaru was somewhat, or rather quite unsure of them. Laughing at his timidness, Meili was proud. She appeared to be in a good mood ever since the sand earthworm incident, perhaps because she had proved her worth. Subaru understood that getting her in a good mood had benefits to their lives' safety. So from here on out, he wished to be serious about dealing with that too. Anyhow, night had fallen. Subaru and the others had positioned themselves in the middle of the sand dunes, in a sandy plain with a good field of view, and had begun the preparations against the sand, with the dragon carriage at the core. Having said that, they did not need that many preparations. Putting aside how the responsibility weighed on one person, the method really was simple. Subaru, all right, Emilia-tan. Sorry for always relying on you, but please. Emilia. Okay, make sure to move away a bit. Take this. Emilia let out a listless yell and used her magic, just like when she had erected a tower of ice. Then, a wall of frost formed on the east side of the halted dragon carriage as cover, which would act as defense against the sand wind, shutting out the sand entirely. There was no worry about the ice melting, and it would likewise protect them against petty witch beasts. It looked and felt cold, but after their eyes were closed, it would work well enough. Julius. I cannot help feeling uncomfortable because we are always being spoiled by Emilia-sama's powers. Emilia. It's fine. I said it before, didn't I? Subaru and Julius will be the ones doing their best while we're on the move. Also, I've said this too, but I am in really good condition. Subaru. Seems like you'd usually start to feel chest pain. That sounds dangerous to me. Looking at the icy wall, Julius sighed as Emilia flexed her bicep, gazing at Emilia's soft, white upper arm by his side. Subaru thought that he should pay attention to Emilia's condition. In fact, the miasma-laden air drifting about in the sand dunes did have a particular heaviness to it. That heaviness had a vague effect on Subaru's body, and it seemed to also have an effect on Beatrice and Julius, both taciturn. It could be possible that Anastasia and Ram being quiet inside the dragon carriage was not unrelated. On the other hand, Emilia and Meili seemed to be in good condition, Meili being the same as before. He did not believe they had common traits, but he should be vigilant for the appearance of any extreme effects. Although truth was, he wished to get out of the sand dunes as fast as possible. Julius. Impatience is forbidden. Although I cannot say I understand why you want to rush over the path. Subaru. Beckoning a silent Subaru, Julius gazed up at the eastern sky blocked by ice. Subaru felt like he had been seen through, so he snorted his nose and turned away from the ice wall. Then, Patrasha came near Subaru, pressing her snout on his shoulder. Subaru felt her doing it over and over, and he gave a bitter smile. Subaru. So, are you going to try and calm me down too? It's not like I want to, in fact. It's not like the initiative has been taken either, I suppose. Beatrice pushed his back and turned away, although previously she had been looking up at him meaningfully. Subaru scratched his head, wondering if his irritation was plain for all to see. Looking over, Subaru found Emilia, looking at him with kind eyes. As their lines of sight crossed, she waved towards him ever so slightly. Suddenly embarrassed, Subaru clapped his hands. Subaru. All right, a place to sleep has been secured thanks to Emilia-tan. So let's get ready for tomorrow. The sand time will end at dawn. So until then, let's Emilia. Before that, Ram needs her treatment. Subaru. Ah, true. That's right. Okay, then I'll be depending on Emilia-tan and Biko for that. He attempted to go through the topics quickly, and was halted by Emilia, trying to follow the daily routine. Emilia and Beatrice nodded at Subaru's anticipations, and the treatment began with the men being put outside. Also, as for why Subaru and Julius had been put outside once the healing begun, Ram. One could tell that it had started because of the voice that could be heard faintly, even through the door. Ram's enthusiastically quivering voice sounded like she was enduring pain. A faint light arose inside the dragon carriage. The treatment was being administered with the use of mana that combined 4 attributes. Mana was being poured into the wound inflicted from having lost her horn, Ram's appearance pitiful. On one hand, though, it really did feel like something erotic. Somehow. Therefore, after the treatment had been witnessed the first day, they refused to have the men with them during healing. Subaru. I don't get what Roswell was thinking in wanting you do that repeatedly. Julius, in a way, it is definitely an honorable role. Miss Ram is charming and pretty. However, when I think about the obvious matter of who she has eyes for, I honestly cannot be pleased with it. Subaru. Roswell should know that too. So I don't know why would he be doing it still in that case. Why would he still say that about Ram, if she's so far gone? Julius. People's relationships, even more so when speaking of a relationship between a man and a woman, cannot be assessed from the outside. To put it another way, I am pretty sure the first time you and I met it was not an enjoyable experience. Or at least, I did not think I would be going alongside you on this life-threatening journey. Subaru. Well, I guess so. Hearing the lovely voice from behind him made Subaru's face faintly turn red as he scratched his nose. Julius had a nonchalant face, but despite that it was still a very strong stimulus to any innocent youth. But still, they could not get away from there and get sniffed out by dangerous witch beasts. They had no choice. It was necessary. You look quite conflicted, Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Wow. While Subaru was quietly listening, the breath that blew against his ears made him jump. He lost his posture and tumbled onto the sand. Then, seeing the figure of Anastasia coming around from the other side of the dragon carriage, Julius, who had been alarmed by Subaru's panic, lost his composure at the sight of Anastasia, and he looked at the rolling figure. Julius, you got a little too surprised. It was as if you were thinking of something evil. Subaru, huh? It's not like I was thinking of something evil or anything, you know? Yeah. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Not at all. Not one bit. So, what do you need, Anastasia-san? I'll listen to anything. Anastasia, you really are bad at fooling people, aren't you? Well, it's fine. Natsuki-kun may be interested in what's going on inside, but I've got something important to talk about. Subaru shook off the dark disdain in Julius's eyes, shot a thumbs up towards Anastasia. Anastasia smiled lightly at that reaction and trekked over the sand in boots, and Anastasia. Wow, it's hard to walk. Young Julius seemed fine, eh? Julius, I have trained, although I would not go as far as to say that it was for this specific occasion. Subaru, when you feel unsure of your footsteps, don't walk slow in attempts to check them. Leave it up to the firmness of your shoes' soles and take relatively hard steps. That is the Klein style. It was the basis of the rough road running style he learned from the all-purpose butler, Klein, back when he was learning parkour. Anastasia gave an admiring nod at those words, and after that, she lowered the neck of her robe, the lower part of her face now showing. She took a deep breath. Anastasia, I don't get this sand, but it seems like it's choking me out. I'd like to go somewhere safe from this sand wind as soon as possible and breathe as much as I want. Subaru. Agreed. I like to take a bath too. My head's already smeared with sand. He could now understand the reason as to why people in desert areas would wear turbans on their heads. Countermeasures for sand, heat, and cold. It was a reasonable yet inevitable way of life people living on rigorous land had to follow. Subaru too was moderately wrapped in cloth, but it was not enough to protect him from this type of conditions. Anastasia, a bath sounds good, yeah. It'd be nice if there's a bath at that Sage Sands place. Subaru. Of course, I don't know that much. Is it like that? Anastasia. Even if Echidna knows how to get there, it's not like we've ever been in it. Anastasia pulled down the neck of her robe even further, the scarf that she always wore now in display. A major premise of this whole deal was that Echidna was the guide for their journey. There was no point in doubting her, but he wished to work out the details. Subaru. I can assume that you're going to tell me important things here on out, right? Anastasia. Of course. Julius, I shall listen gladly. Anastasia puffed out her slim chest, and Subaru and Julius got ready to listen. In response, Anastasia looked back at the dragon carriage pompously. Anastasia. We'll be staying the night inside the carriage starting today. but you boys need to sleep at the front seat. Can't have you getting carried away with the women and children in a small room, after all. Subaru. That's enough of that. Anastasia. Hey, I just thought I'd loosen the tension. Ah. Oh well. It didn't matter at all that they would stay in the same room in the first place. His own lack of courage and the wariness of the other parties were enough for him to understand that. Anyhow, Subaru screaming his inner thoughts was put aside, and Anastasia went into the main topic. Anastasia. After a full day of moving towards the watchtower, how's it looking? Subaru. Even if you ask that, to be honest, the results weren't anything special. Subaru was puzzled by her question, reflecting about the day that had passed. After arriving at the Augria sand dunes around noon, letting the morning sand time pass by, and after that, Subaru and the others spent nearly half the day moving. The sand time that happened during the afternoon was now behind them, and it was now sunset. As for the results that were had up to this point, they would be, Subaru. The tower is perfect as a landmark, and we've got the mark for the way back that I requested of Amelia Tan. Also, melee was more effective than expected. Those were the results, I guess, Julius. The preparations we had beforehand, and Subaru's quick thinking were perfect countermeasures against sand time. But the problem is Pleiades Watchtower, and why we cannot see the route up to there, perhaps. Subaru. Can't see the route. Subaru frowned at Julius, him having taken over speaking but having reached a different conclusion. Julius sighed at Subaru, prefacing his speech with, "Have you not realized, Julius? It is true that we have gotten this far in our journey without any noticeable flaws. I am also in agreement with the opinion that nothing has gone wrong thus far." Subaru, don't beat around the bush. It's a bad habit. Say it more directly, Julius. Then I shall make it concise. Subaru. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about the tower? Subaru, Julius asked him a question quietly, and Subaru gasped. After that, looking at the watchtower, a mighty majesty that could be seen on the other side of the ice wall, even in the night asserting its presence. Even after Julius had pointed out something was wrong, Subaru did not notice any abnormality in the watchtower. Nothing should have been different about the tower at which he had stared at the whole day, compared to how it had been upon first arriving at the sand dunes. Nothing should have been different, surely. Subaru. Julius, it seems that you have noticed. That tower clearly is not getting closer, nor is it getting any farther. We have aimed at that tower, walking towards it this whole time, but the gap has not closed even slightly. Just like Julius pointed out, Subaru finally understood that abnormality. The faraway-looking Pleiades watchtower remained there. Far away, without change, its size such that it felt like it could not be overlooked. There was no sort of change in its appearance. Subaru. No way, Julius. Subaru. I understand your frustration. However, we must be careful, Subaru. So, after all the trouble we've been through today, being smeared with sand, and the distance we walked were all a waste, conquering this place is such a pain in the ass, Julius. Yeah? Subaru kicked the sand at his feet, raising his voice, and Julius was at a loss for words. Squatting on the ground in front of a bewildered Julius, Subaru scooped out sand with his palm, with his lips pursed in a pout. Subaru. Hey, you for real? I've suddenly become tired after finding that out. Saying that those efforts were a waste seriously just sucks ass. Wow, this is the worst. Anastasia, your mental fortitude's weaker than I thought. Subaru. What are you looking at? Don't you see me suffering this much? I'm extremely depressed, and I feel extremely awful. You should have said something earlier, once you'd noticed it. Julius. I thought to not say anything until I was sure. I did not wish to discourage you. Subaru. This is how you people. He threw away the sand he had scooped up and stood up while clapping his hands. Glaring at Julius from below, Subaru acted indignant. Subaru. Can you stop speaking in insinuations? It's not like I'll get mad if you talk about something that came to your mind. Rather, we might find a clue from it. Do you guys have I'll just keep this inside of me sort of mentality? Has that really made the situation better at all? Not once have I thought that I should have kept quiet. Julius. Sorry, Subaru. Speak up immediately, even if it's something trivial. This is something I told Ram as well. A disabled character in this conquest. Do I need to say it to everyone, man? With Subaru becoming dumbfounded by the incompleteness of the 3 T's. Told, tell, talk about. Julius also made a reflective look. With a rare assertion of dominance over the Knight Impeccable, Subaru took that something, which he barely considered a good thing, among the many troublesome things, and turned to Anastasia. Subaru. So, I guess it's safe to assume you know what's up with this phenomenon. Anastasia, I apologize that I didn't explain anything, or rather, I felt confident about my suspicions all day. It'd help if you thought of it like that, Subaru. Start from when you had those suspicions, that's all. So, what's going on? He stuck his tongue out at Anastasia, who had stated her justifications and prompted her to continue. When he did, Anastasia proceeded with, "Please don't get surprised when you hear this, and, Anastasia, this sandy plain between the dunes and the watchtower, the space is prolly distorted." Subaru. The space is distorted, Anastasia. In other words, contrary to what it seems, it ain't connected to land. We continue walking straight ahead, and no matter how long we walk, we'll never get there. Anastasia nonchalantly clarified the shocking fact, and Subaru could not keep his jaw from dropping in shock. Anastasia, or rather Eridna, should have known it from the beginning, considering how it sounded like the matter had been relayed by Eridna. Subaru. So I guess that's why Reinhard and all the other challengers couldn't reach it. Anastasia. The destination itself can be seen there. All you need to do is close the distance, especially if they'd been frantically attempting to escape the witch beasts den along this path. They'd probably want to go further. Subaru. For some reason, he thought of the regret of those adventurers that had broken down halfway through their journey, their goal in plain sight, just in range. This obstacle, which hampered those with the watchtower as their goal, was an obstacle that even Reinhard had given up on conquering. The distortion of space and the end of the sand sea that actually could not be reached. Perhaps that was how it worked. Subaru. How do you defeat that? Anastasia. Ain't you kinda missing the point by asking about defeating and not defeating it? This is a natural trap created by the miasma. There's no kinda unnatural power going on here. Subaru. A natural trap? This? On rare occasions, nature would set up traps that seem to have an intrinsic murderous nature to them. The frequently seen mirages at deserts, and the snow-covered roads that bordered the cliffs of areas with heavy snowfall. Thinking about it generally, humans could get killed by things like bottomless swamps, or even being pulled in by rising tides. However, as one would expect, the existence of this watchtower was... Subaru? This is a trap made by nature? That's an exaggeration, isn't it, Julius? Well, Pleiades' watchtower was originally built at a place where this phenomenon occurs. If you think about it that way, it is not unnatural. Also, it makes sense. Subaru. It makes sense? In what way? Julius, you cannot forget. Yes, the sand dunes lead to the watchtower. But you must not. The tower is not the only location beyond the sand dunes. Why do you think the watchtower is there in the first place? Julius chided Subaru's rude tone and urged him to think. An answer came to mind immediately after that question. The purpose of the watchtower they were targeting was to serve as a seal for the witch's shrine. Likewise, these sand dunes' unsurpassable trap would be highly effective in deterring the witch cult, with their aim to revive the Witch of Envy. He really could not blame anyone for that. Subaru. HK, fine. You. Anyway, forget the details about why and how that tower was built there. I'm concerned about something else. It's how we're going to break through that distorted space. Anastasia, you know we can't remove its source, right? This is the land we're on. Subaru. Dayobu. I've understood the terrain and its peculiarities. Next. Let's look for a weakness. Since you volunteered to be a guide, naturally there's a way out, right? A loophole. Anastasia. I wouldn't be talking if there weren't any. Putting it as something like a loophole is sketchy, though. Anastasia smiled wryly at Subaru, who continued to pressure her, the former displaying a pompous sort of attitude. After that, she nodded at Subaru and Julius, who gazed at her and spoke. Anastasia, during sand time, there should be a moment when the space connected to the watchtower collapses. We'll go through there and enter the real sand sea. That's the condition of breaking through, you see. The attack on the sand dunes that started on the following day had a series of consecutive difficult situations. The condition for the path to the watchtower that Anastasia had disclosed must be shared by everyone on the crew. In other words, most of their traveling would be useless until sand time, and meanwhile, the expectation would be too much for them. However, that anxiety was Anastasia. Even when that key sand time comes, whether we can reach the opening will depend on luck. Thinking about it that way, staying still doesn't sound like a bad idea. Miley. Also, if we always stay at one place, the animals around it might remember our smell. I'll be fine. But if by any chance you lose me or something, then they'll chase you everywhere. Those were Anastasia and Miley's opinions of how to survive without problems. The former's opinion was somewhat unreliable, but the latter's opinion touched on the fact their life was on the line. It was not something he wanted to think about too much. But turning away from danger would be mere cowardice. Daring to be truly courageous, facing fears and nonetheless fighting, was something invaluable. Subaru. Right? Emilia-tan? Emilia. Yeah, right. Subaru. Emilia-sama, you shouldn't take it so seriously. This is the time to make a face for a stupid occasion. He talked with the face inside the dragon carriage periodically, but his motivation did not diminish, even after hearing that the previous day of travel had turned out to be a waste. They had quite a lot of flexibility with things like the food and water procured at Marula. He wanted to believe that there was nothing to be anxious about, since the miasma's effect was being mitigated by Emilia and Beatrice's spiritual arts ability. Subaru. Actually, I'm getting stressed out from not knowing how many days we'll have to work at this. Subaru, spit out the sand in your mouth. Don't swallow it, in fact. Even if it's not a lot, it's sand with miasma, I suppose. If you deal with it improperly, you'll have a painful experience later, in fact. Beatrice warned Subaru, who had become completely used to the feeling of tasting sand in his mouth and therefore less cautious. In Subaru's arms, as was usual whenever they would ride dragons, Beatrice took out a water container from his pocket. Beatrice. Look, I'll rinse your mouth, I suppose. You can't bathe, so at least clean your mouth, in fact. Subaru. Hey, come to think of it, you're clean without taking a bath. Beatrice. That's because Betty's body is made up of mana, I suppose. So Betty is always clean, in fact. Betty being pretty anywhere at any time is a given, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah, cute. Beatrice pouted at Subaru's apathetic response, but he patted her head, and he played with the drills that had been pushed into his robe. They were done in braids. Today. Subaru. Oh, we've discovered a group of witch beasts again. They only seem like mere animals when they keep away from us like that. Meili. If you move away from me and come close to them, people like Onoi-san will get bitten in a flash. It's strange, but all the animals around here stare at Onoi-san. He brought Patricia near the dragon carriage, while looking at the group of witch beasts that were gathering at a place off to the side of their path. Meili, while looking at Subaru with a curious expression, murmured, "That's weird." It seemed like the girl did not know about the witch's lingering scent that surrounded Subaru. Subaru thought that it was of the same nature as the miasma, but it looked as if like he would never be able to understand its true essence. Anyhow, it appeared that the scent had not faded away from Subaru, nor had its property of luring witch beasts disappeared. Subaru. Oh, could that be a nostalgic witch beast? Ram. Take a look, Ram. It's really discomforting how you talk about that like it's a part of Ram's memories. They're nothing but painful memories to Ram, as well as to you, Barasu. The pack of devil dogs that were looking at them from afar were the same kind of disastrous witch beasts that had attacked the former Roswell residents. Ram acted harsh toward Subaru, who got enthusiastic unintentionally. Subaru. Don't say that. If I were to depict what they are to me, you and Rem, I'd say that they built the bridges between us. If they weren't there, maybe I wouldn't even be here right now. When you think about that, we don't have a bad relationship with the weight. It's bad. It's shit. Ram, Stop killing your own enthusiasm by yourself. Watching it elicits pity. Listening to it elicits pity. And just thinking about it elicits misery. The stress caused by the pack of witch beasts a year prior had been revived. Sighing at an heated-up Subaru, Ram quickly shut the dragon carriage's window, thus concluding their conversation. Unfortunately, it could not be helped. That incident from a year ago, inside of Ram, had been painted over into a state in which it had been resolved in cooperation with Subaru, with the absence of Ram's existence. In truth, it was unclear how would they be able to take on the witch beasts without Ram. But it seemed that the amnesia was something she did not feel uncomfortable with. If the memory of Ram inside of Ram were revived, then the missing parts would be filled, and topics would mesh well too. He would think about it once the time came, although he felt like he'd only get insulted. Subaru. Woo. Sand time is dangerous. Sand time is ridiculous. Sand wind is dangerous. Amelia. I made the ice as clear as I could, but if it's no good, then tell me, okay? Subaru. It's already pretty bad. The almighty ice theory's collapsing. The crucial sand time had arrived. They rushed into the sand wind, piercing it, looking for the distortion of space that would lead them to the tower. But they were being struck by the sand's unimaginably overwhelming fury. What had been a particularly bad miscalculation was that the ice wall had been utterly defeated, despite having supported Subaru and the team's venture with an imposing performance thus far. Subaru. It's an ice wall, and yet the absurd sand is sticking onto it, so I can't see what's in front of me at all. Or rather, receiving such a strong wind with this wide area of ice is beyond suicidal. Amelia. What? What? Subaru. Did you say something? I can't hear you at all. Subaru. The wind is too strong, and this is beyond suicidal. Amelia. You want to die? No, you can't. Don't lose courage. Subaru. Tell me about Gua. Sand violently went into my IE. Amelia. Did you say something? Say it again. Subaru? Subaru. Subaru. I'll say it again, such a Spartan act is Gua. Amelia. Subaru. The sand wind was already a gale, was now already close to being a sandstorm. Although Subaru and the others were serious challengers, their interaction sounded more like a comedy act. Even having a thin plate of ice with the sole purpose of protecting themselves against the thin sand blowing against them from head-on was nothing but suicidal. In fact, it would have been better to cover their entire body in cloth and make themselves small, to mitigate the wind striking them. However, the bottleneck in that strategy was Subaru. Keep going. Hang in there, John. We can only rely on your horsepower, Giant. The ground dragon took the sand wind head-on as it charged it down. They had already spent a few days conquering the dunes, and the bond that had been forged between them was expressed in the name it was being called. To put it briefly, the ground dragon of the Gyra species pulling the dragon carriage was named Giant. Its tenacity held the key to break through the sand wind. After all, the dragon carriage the girls were on did not have any way to diminish its size against the wind. As a result, there was no other choice for Giant but to pull on the dragon carriage with all its strength towards the wind. Julius. Doing nothing but forcing ground dragons does not suit my style, but we depend on you now. Miley. Hang in there. I don't want to go back to that unending sandy plain again. Julius cheered on Giant, him holding on to the bridle as well as Miley, who sat next to him. Precisely because they were the ones viewing its tenacity closer than anyone else, they could believe in that underlying strength, sending words its way. Amelia and the others could not even open the small window in the wind, but that they were praying with worry inside the dragon carriage was a sure bet. As one countermeasure for the sand, Amelia had been asked to tamper with the dragon carriage with ice. Even though a sand protective board of ice had been stuck onto the front, it could not handle the fierce onslaught of the wind. Thus Subaru brought out his last resort, a form somewhere in between a wing formation capable of directing the wind, and a sharp shape, a spear that would pierce fiercely into the sand wind, had been fashioned. Subaru. It's an application of a mini four-wheel drive. Reducing its weight to make it light would be fatal, so I couldn't do that. But I did what I could. All right, go Gungnir. Penetrate. Jian. Giant stepped forward with fierce footsteps in response to Subaru's shout. The dragon carriage that had become a spear bit and tore through the wind, closing in on them with a frontal assault, escaping, moving forward and forward. Before long, the dragon carriage, crowned with the name of the spear of a god, burrowed into the scar of the bitten and torn wind, gouged out the sand's tyranny, and then it breaks through. Subaru. The moment they escaped the sand wind, what swept over Subaru was extremely sharp silence. The wind that had made such an intense amount of noise close to their ears, the sand that struck them as if to shave their whole bodies, and the miasma that excited activity from the witch beasts, all vanished as if it were all an illusion. Subaru. The sand time had certainly had an abrupt ending, but it was even more resonating. The vigor of the wind intermingled with sand gradually weakened, and before long, it slowly dissipated like being pulled in by waves, and nothing but the peculiar smell of the sand was left. However, only at this instance did that occur. In other words, that was proof that the ending of the sand time was a special case. Subaru. Feeling thirst in his mouth, Subaru gyrated. Upon doing so, he laid his eyes on Julius and the others, who, much like Subaru himself, were dumbfounded on having escaped the sand wind. Of course, them being there meant that Giant and the dragon carriage were likewise. Subaru. Julius. Julius. Ah! Subaru called out to him, and Julius, all tensed up, gave him an acknowledging gesture with his chin. After that, and before any other thoughts, they both raised their hands at each other, clenching their fists, and displayed their mutual admiration for breaking through sand time. To Julius's side, Miley was seen wiping the sand off her body, then thanking Giant. This journey's most valuable player was definitely Giant. They had to show their gratitude to their heart's content, their appreciation, and reward it as much as possible. But Subaru. Leave that for later. We broke through. We did it. We. Beatrice. What the? You're always being so loud right in my ears, I suppose. Amidst Subaru's display of joy, his chin got pushed up by the bottom of Beatrice's palm coming up from below. The excellent blow caused Subaru's head to spin. Toppling over from Petrash like that, Subaru fell defenselessly onto the sand. Subaru's head was buried in sand, a large amount of sand entering his mouth, and so, getting up immediately, he lashed out at Beatrice. Subaru, why'd you do that to me out of the blue? What's up with you? People were trying to be joyful. You scared me and made me swallow a bunch of sand. Beatrice, getting excited by yourself even while holding on to Betty is annoying, in fact. I don't understand things like downshifts, off-roads, gene shifts, burning souls and all that, I suppose. My ears were on fire this whole time, in fact. Beatrice turned to Subaru, and she complained to him vehemently while mounted on Petrash. Subaru had various things to say about it, but he certainly could not deny the feeling that he had gotten a bit excited and shouted a bunch of random terms. What the hell was a Gungnir? Subaru. Ahem. Anyways. We broke through the sand time safely. First, let's celebrate that. Come on, Banzai. Beatrice. Banzai, I suppose. Putting aside Beatrice's sulky attitude, they certainly had broken through the sand obstacle. Giving a few pats to Petrash's neck, as she had done her best, he showed his gratitude for the braveness of the beloved dragon that did not show tiredness on her gallant face. After that, Subaru rushed up to the dragon carriage, and to share his delight, Miley. Ansi-san. Subaru. Ah, what's wrong? You can be a little happier too, Miley. Shut up. Miley stopped Subaru, him trotting, her sharp words flying towards him as she turned around and looked his way. What was included in them was a clear warning about danger. Subaru was not enough of a fool to mistake what that meant. Subaru. In response to Subaru's silence, Miley nodded while putting a finger on her mouth, and she slowly pointed towards the front with her free hand. Subaru, Julius, and Beatrice were lured by that movement and gazed on ahead. Beyond the sand wind they faced during sand time, the distorted sand sea up to the watchtower had been cleared. Thus, the watchtower's silhouette looming before them was evidently clearer and larger in comparison to how it had been up until now. It was possible to think that now there was a definite distance until their goal. However, Subaru. What's that? Colorful flower beds were spread in front of Subaru and the others, covering the sandy soil that led to the watchtower. Chapter 10. As if a flash, jumbled together with a vast land of sand dunes, was a flower meadow with a variety of colors. It was nighttime, and mysteriously, the light of the stars in the sky of the sand dunes was not visible. The reason why the look of the sky could not be perceived despite there being no gathering of clouds was that the miasma enshrouding the space above ground covered this vast sea of sand, was the explanation given beforehand. It was not clear to Subaru whether the one to give that explanation had been Beatrice, or Amelia, or Julius. But now, what was clear was, rather than the imperceivable look of the sky, the alarm bell of caution directed from the ground, the ominous bloom of the flower meadow undefeated in front of the darkness of the night. The vivid, rather venomous flowers were excessively mismatched in the sea of sand. Subaru. The sand dunes. Flower meadow sensing the unsettling feeling while voicing it as well as he pronounced that word. There. Subaru had already been aware. Emerging at the back of his mind was the information gathered in the bar of Marula. The bartender there, who had lost one of his legs, had spoken of the flower meadows that appear in the sand dunes. If flower meadows are spotted in the sand dunes, run away at full speed is what he had said. Because those are the turfs of the ferocious, ugly witch beasts, courtesan bears. Subaru. But even if you say run away at full speed, pointing out the weakness in those words, the muttering Subaru, while gazing ahead, stepped back. The flower meadow was the territory of a witch beast. That information was beneficial. There was also the mention of immediately running from the, henceforth, ferocious and atrocious witch beast. But if there was a problem, it was its scale. Keeping their silence, Subaru and the others, who were lined up in a row, held their breaths. In front of the row, having surmounted the menace of sand time, broken through the distortion of space, what had appeared was the continuous desert leading to the watchtower. Those lines of sight were now filled with the stretching flower meadow. It was, quite literally, dense enough for there to not be a single spot to step on. Springing forth all of a sudden in the desert was the paradise of the flower meadow. There were limits even when it came to shadiness. It was something that they would have avoided even without the warning of the bar's bartender. That is precisely why, if flying through the sky was an option, then they would have had chosen that and avoided this without any hesitation whatsoever. Subaru. Avoiding it is impossible, you know. Murmuring it such that there was no difference between it and a hoarse sigh, Subaru aimed his voice towards Miley. Under the present conditions, regarding their countermeasures against witch beasts, relying on Miley was of an unexpected benefit. What she judged controlled their path, but the complexion of her face, glaring at the flower meadow, was quite pale. With the formation of cold sweat, blood vanished from her light-complexioned skin. Without the need of any words, she understood the negativity of the emergency, as if having picked it up with her own hands. Slowly Patrash, with her large build, drew closer with unbelievable silence. On her back was Beatrice, seeing the instruction in her eyes, saying, "Jump on, in fact." Subaru placed his foot on the saddle, and while doing so, silenced all sound and once again positioned himself on top of the dragon. Whether it was for continuing ahead or for returning back, it would not be possible for Subaru's legs, who would get swallowed by the sand. Even if their judgments were made through the reins, they would have to rely upon the well-walking legs of Patrash for fast movement. Really, for now, it seems everyone is sleeping. Holding his breath, how much time had it been since Meili's judgment had been awaited? As if 10 seconds had passed, or to him it felt like it had been nearly an hour. Meili spilled that out, as if whispering. Receiving that, Subaru, with energy draining from his shoulders, brought Patrash closer to the dragon carriage. Subaru. That flower meadow is the turf of the courtesan bear. That would be correct, right? Julius, in addition to the received prior information, for now that doesn't seem to be wrong. But it is just that. The scale is larger than what even I had thought. Beatrice? That difference in scale is addition of something as cute as it being twice or thrice, I suppose. Letting out a single sigh, Subaru and the rest, facing each other, exchanged their thoughts. Julius and Beatrice, too, at the great reception surpassing their expectations, were in a state of having lost their voices. The ones inside the dragon carriage, Emilia and the rest, their voices of delight after having broken through sand time too, had come to a halt as they were showing their faces through the small window, wondering what had occurred. Emilia. Subaru. Did something happen? The sound of the sand breeze can't be heard anymore, Subaru. We did a splendid job clearing sand time, and just when I thought we had cleared the first barrier, we're now standing, expecting the next, second barrier immediately. As you can see, Emilia. As you can see, you say, ah. Seeing the clearly visible flower meadow at a single glance through the small window, Emilia's throat froze in shock. She had also heard what the bar's bartender had said. Of course, the information she recollected must also have been the same. Emilia repeatedly blinked her eyes. And beside her, Anastasia and Ram also showed their faces. The two also gazed at the flower meadow and grimaced at the cruelty of the trials to reach the tower. Subaru. Even after passing through the sand wind and sand time, the obstacle this time are the flower meadows, huh? Regarding the territory of these courtesan bears, does Anastasia happen to know something? Anastasia. Guidin' is my business. Expecting anything more than that'd be a problem. That being said, this seriously is a bit of a problem. What should be done? Holding expectations from the opinion of the unexpressed Eridna, she, while shrugging her shoulders, did not seem to possess a plan to overcome the obstacle. Subaru let out a long breath from his nose and looked at Miley. Subaru. Miley, with your physical constitution you can draw in the witch beasts, right? Courtesan bears too. Can't you pull them out from the flower meadow? Miley. That's difficult, Lieutenant. If it's 10, 20, or even if it's 100, I can. But a number more than that and there'll be some children to whom my instructions won't reach. Subaru. There's a limit to the number, huh, Miley? There's also a limit on the quality. Even I can't tell Arun the white whale or the great rabbit. The courtesan bears at that point, its compatibility with me is bod. Very different from the shadow lion. Subaru. Shadow lion. Ah, that large one who showed up at the mansion, right? Putting a limit to their conversation about old memories. Subaru considered Miley's opinion and glared at the flower meadow. Countless. A vast paradise of flowers. Just as expected, even the estimate of the number of witch beasts could not be determined. But it was clear that it was easily more than 100, which was Miley's limit. Julius. In the present situation, it could be said that the choices we have are to either continue or return. Facing Subaru, who had drowned in silence, the driver Julius said that lifting two of his fingers and tilting his neck. Seeing Julius's fingers, Subaru inhaled. Subaru. The choice to return wasn't there from the beginning, you know. It'll be a waste after clearing sand time, but with that, nothing of the problem will get solved. Going ahead is meaningless too. Julius. If we get under a different sand time, or if we take a different path entirely, we may be able to challenge the watchtower. Putting a halt to consideration and plugging up its path, isn't that simply drawing a hasty conclusion? The sand time that occurred thrice in the day. Amongst them lay the correct answer, and that was Julius's insistence. What Subaru and the others had escaped out from was the sand time of late night. Others were the sand time of morning and afternoon, but was it possible that the place that would be reached through would differ as different sand times were chosen? No. Gesturing that, Subaru shook his head. Subaru, for argument's sake, even if a different path was to be taken, I don't think it can possibly guarantee the safety of the path all the way to the watchtower. Here are the flower meadows, but there's the possibility of there being a different obstacle someplace else. Probably no enjoyable path has been arranged at all. Julius. Certainly. Slightly excessive hopeful observation, huh? Subaru. On top of that, possibly the situation of Melee being there and the turf of the courtesan bears. This one is actually the best path. That's also a possibility, you know, Julius. This time, excessive pessimism, huh? As always, it is your forte to denounce and uplift, isn't it? Subaru. I don't remember ever aiming for that. All right then, Melee. What about you? Harshly telling Julius, who rounded his eyes at how unfavorable the situation was, Subaru turned towards Miley. Silent, gazing intently at the flower meadow, Miley, at Subaru's words, said, with her gaze cast downwards. Meili, the number is painful, but if you tell me to do it, then I'll try doing it. It's not like I have to listen to everything which all of the animal sands have to say. Subaru, you don't need to for everything, you say? Meili, for passing through the flower meadow, it would be fine if just the minimum number of courtesan bears are quietly gotten rid. If a path is opened up, for the rest I'll have them obediently sleep. If they're not attacked, then it can be somehow managed with fat. As if gaining certainty in her thoughts while answering the doubt, strength returned to Meili's voice. At the very least, she had a stance of respecting Subaru's chance of continuing. That was something to be genuinely grateful for. Subaru nodded to Meili and then looked at everyone's faces. Subaru, I think we should continue. Regardless of what's chosen, there can be no return without jumping into the risk. It's about there being some solution to the problem rather than just running away from it. Ram, even though you rely on others to attain your own objectives, isn't that quite something to declare with that mouth? Ram fired bitter words at Subaru, who'd suggested to proceed. Receiving her typical words, Subaru let out an "oh" and raised his thumb. Subaru, ultimately it's no mistake that we have to rely on Meili. By any chance, if it ends up being that we have to attack the witch beasts, then we'll have to rely on Emilia, Tan, or Julius, or Biko. How wicked. Subaru. Oh, also, Patricia too. My bad. My bad. He caressed his beloved dragon's head, who'd raised her neck up as if discontent at having her name absent as one of the members he could rely on. Against that pathetic declaration of Subaru's, Ram, with a frankly astonished expression, shrugged her shoulders. Ram, having self-awareness will be of no help. At best, in that unlikely scenario, fulfill the role of a decoy. Subaru, hearing that, is also pretty nostalgic. You may not remember it, though. At the words somewhat pertaining to the past, Ram made an anxious face. Those were words like those in the forest of the witch beasts, or on the morning of the day they headed out to the capital for the royal selection, which he had been slapped with by Ram. With Ram's existence disappearing from her memories, and accompanying memories altered. Now, where must have the back and forth of that day vanished off to? Subaru, let's go to take it back. I don't want to backtrack for even a second anymore. Emilia, I guess that's so. I also think it's just as Subaru says. At Subaru's decision, who hardened his fist, consented Emilia with a gallant expression. She touched the pendant on her neck and stole the feelings of the spirit sleeping within the great magic stone into her fingers, and her amethyst eyes earnestly focused on the flower meadow. Emilia, beyond this flower meadow is the key to precious memories. Let's go without stopping. For sure, I will make sure to protect everyone. Anastasia, that isn't it a bit too uncool coming from a girl? At Emilia's majestic declaration, Anastasia said that as she looked toward Subaru. Keep quiet, he wanted to return that as response, but the truth is, if it turns out just as how Emilia says, he thought that that would be the best, as there would be nothing to worry about left. The distance to the Pleiades watchtower, gauged with his eyes, had roughly decreased several kilometers. Before crossing through sand time, when they had recklessly proceeded through the Augria sand dunes, the supposedly visible distance to the watchtower, seemingly of 10 kilometers, had not reduced by even a single one. Compared to that, this reduction of distance was overwhelming, and it could be said that their arrival was right before their eyes. Subaru. But anything and everything comes after escaping away from this nest of the courtesan bears. Completely filling their field of vision, the flower meadow, on top of the sea of sand enshrined majesty, strongly abhorrent. The plants having their roots embedded into the ground, such natural ecology was nowhere here. The slightly floating stems or roots were not growing from the ground, but from none other than the bodies of those repulsive brutes. Around when they would be escaping the territory of the courtesan bears, what Meili had instructed to Subaru and the others was simple: to be as silent as possible. According to her remarks, the courtesan bears were currently lying dormant. They would not thoughtlessly wake them up, but in exchange for that, it seems they would not be able to get an idea of the ferocity of the witch beasts getting up after continuing to lay down. Meili, the bad animal sands being active is the most brutal thing. The exterminated white whale, when appearing immediately after the fog used to be the most enraged and seemed to be most troublesome too. That was the digression Miley spoke of regarding the white whale. Thinking about it in accordance with that exposition of hers, the exact moment when Subaru and the rest had encountered the white whale at the Lefos Highway. In other words, immediately afterwards it had woken up. It had been the worst timing. Memories of suffering resuscitated. He painted his own praise for himself for having that desire of his fulfilled. Regardless of that, Miley, being angry when woken up goes for everyone. Humans, animals, and bad animal sense. That's why. Stay completely quiet. If you can do just that, I'll somehow manage from my side. Abiding by the remarks of Miley, who possessed such strong will, thus commenced the march of the row who'd clamped down their breathing. Their battle formation was a substitute for the occasion of capturing the sand dunes, the style of the dragon carriage proceeding further. Sitting as the driver, conveying the intents of the courtesan bears, was Miley, and in accordance with those aims Julius drove the dragon carriage further. Patracia, on which Subaru had a good grip on, attached and detached to the rear of that dragon carriage, and raced in a single line. Feeling himself bend, Subaru, holding his breath, clutched onto Beatrice's petite body. Her body temperature could be felt. It seemed that she had stiffened her body and was feeling nervous. On the side of the dragon carriage, upon the roof of the dragon carriage, was present a figure who need not be suspected, for the familiar silhouette was that of Amelia. Noticing Subaru's gaze, Amelia aimed her amethyst eyes towards him and raised her hand. The reason why Amelia was lying in ambush like that upon the roof was so that she could move instantly in case an issue of some sort rose, though Subaru would have liked her to quietly stay within the dragon carriage. But with the support of Julius's spirit arts gone, the only ally capable of long-range attacks was Amelia, though it wasn't as if Beatrice could not do it if she pushed herself. But with a single large blow, Subaru would exhaust his gas. It was a part of Subaru's inferiority complex that, in terms of strength, he had to depend upon others for protecting him as well, if he was present. If that wasn't so, if he did not have to do that, perhaps even Rem would. The weakness of thinking in that direction was always present within Subaru. Ashka. With the rise of such uncompromising emotions beyond his control, the back of Beatrice's head pushed up his jaw. At Subaru's surprise, Beatrice snorted her nose. Focus on what is in front of you right now, is what she must have had meant. Looking overhead once again, Amelia too had pointed her finger toward Subaru, and he understood that she was urging for similar caution. Unable to express either compromise or understanding, he exchanged a deep sigh. The truth was that he wanted to slap his cheek and alter his emotions, but that could put his life at risk, an action that could prove to be deadly. And as Subaru's usual detour of thoughts gave rise to his resolution, the party's forefront arrived at the flower meadow practically at the same time. Miley, move. At once. Jan halted, pulling the dragon carriage, and Miley's faint voice slipped into the creaking sound of the wheels and was thrown towards the flower meadow. At first, there being no response to Miley's call, Subaru gritted his molars. Miley, move. Once again, Miley called out the order. Even still, indeed, no change was born in the flower meadow. In the vexing duration, Subaru's stomach lining started to grumble with something similar to itchiness. And, with that distortion, the ground, as if truly being stripped off, the flower meadow arose. Without thinking, looking straight at the form of the witch beast, Subaru's throat seized up. The witch beast, called the courtesan bear, befitting of its name, possessed a figure like that of a bear. The height of the courtesan bear was perhaps around 2 meters to 3 meters. Short legs in exchange for that, arms long enough to drag on the ground. Its arms visibly concealed under black fur, and claw-like nails growing at the ends, is what he understood. From the rear to the armpits of that body, the vivid flowers swaying was the sort of impression it projected, but, observing that witch beast from close proximity, one's eyes tended to turn towards the front rather than the rear of that body. Though its physique was concealed by black fur, creeping about that body was not body hair. Closely packed, wrapping the body with the finely jumbled together roots of the flowers, they appeared as if blood vessels that were floating on the skin. The minute roots were covering the body of the witch beast. Subaru. Ashka. On the body covered with closely packed roots, the parts which the roots did not reach were abnormally parched, and both the flesh and skin had withered. Its facial features, its cranium had reached the limit of dehydration to the point where it was visibly obvious, and its circular protuberant eyeballs were bloodshot, wielding hatred for everything in this world. That seemed to be as if it was slurping the life of the flowers whose roots it had pasted upon its own body. The courtesan bears could not coexist with the flowers. Clearly, they had taken away the lives of the flowers. The witch beast, which gave off an unbearable feeling of revulsion by merely looking at it, followed Miley's words with sluggish movement, slowly pulling out its body from the ground, as the roots got uprooted from the desert from which nothing could be absorbed. 1,000 sounds of snapping limitlessly chained. For opening up space just so that the dragon carriage could pass, the moving courtesan bears reached 100 in count, and as if knowing no end, their numbers continued to increase. Julius. Hugh. Faintly, Julius's sigh was audible as the dragon carriage resumed proceeding. Julius, in that state, with his body hair standing up due to the spectacle in front of his sight, must have failed to put up with it. Attached to the rear of the dragon carriage, Subaru and the others as well entered the path bloomed open by the courtesan bears. Subaru. Ugh. At exactly that instant, when Subaru's sense of smell crossed the threshold of the courtesan bear's turf, a violent aroma of flowers could be felt. It seemed to be different from the stench of the time of confronting the sand earthworm, with respective difference in quality from that. The sweet scent jumbled together in the situation did not mean that the sense of violence had changed. Their nostrils were invaded. Their intracerebral gears simply acquired the hallucination of the sweet scent. Developing serious dizziness, the repulsive stench awakened a headache, something so exasperating that he would not mind the sand gusts at all compared to this. This toxic aroma coiling up within his whole body must be driven away, is what he thought with utter seriousness. Such wishes of Subaru were fruitless, and in the absence of any flow of wind, the party proceeded towards the interior of the flower meadow. Subaru. Huh? SK. As if having noticed something, Beatrice pulled Subaru's sleeve. Looking at her, wondering what had come up, she was incessantly concerned regarding something behind them. Turning around at that gesture whilst keeping that repulsive premonition in mind, the meaning of Beatrice's reaction could be understood. The space in the flowers that opened up in accordance with Meili's instructions, looking at the passage of the dragon carriage and Patrash, from the close proximity to that till the very end, the scenery was steadily returning to how it originally was. What Meili's orders came true, and the dragon carriage being able to pass at this particular point in time, according to the instructions, had been achieved. Returning to their original positions and entering into the state of lying dormant. Could that be their plans? Even if they did not intend to return, they were still unable to stop midway. Of course, taking a break in the midst of this nest of these witch beasts, such jokes needed to be refrained from as well. Subaru. The moment immediately after he'd thought that, the dragon carriage's advance came to a pause. Looking at the front, wondering what had happened, the reason behind the dragon carriage's halt was explicit. A lone courtesan bear, in front of the dragon carriage, got up and stood still, and turned those hollow eyes towards the two drivers. With that one alone making suspicious movements, the movements of the courtesan bears in the vicinity too started to change. The feet of the courtesan bears, who had, till now, stolidly and obediently made way, stopped, and as if tracing the actions of the one staring at the dragon carriage, their gazes accumulated on the dragon carriage. This is bad, was the intuitive realization Subaru had. Looking back, they had already covered several hundreds of meters since entering the flower meadow. With the pathway behind plugged up, it was clear that they had been surrounded by the courtesan bears from all directions. Their numbers were in the hundreds, or possibly even in the thousands, a violent difference in numbers. Thinking that far, his gaze entwined with that of Emilia's, who was on top of the roof. Emilia was looking down onto the courtesan bear in front, and was puzzled over what kind of judgment she should deal it. If the outbreak of a fight, just as till now, could be avoided, then clearing the frontward of the dragon carriage with Emilia's magic, and running through, was the optimal way. However, she did not want to mistake the timing and rush things too fast. Meili. Shh. And in front of Subaru and the rest who were puzzled regarding their judgment, the one with utmost composure was Meili. Putting a finger on her lips, she calmed the indecisive Subaru and the others beforehand. Following afterwards, she pointed the finger she had on her lips towards the front, and scowled at the courtesan bear looking at her. Meili. Chi. Ch. A finger pointing outwards, and a sound as if flicking her tongue, leaked out of Meili's lips. That was a sigh, like what humans made to soothe kittens. If the subject truly was a kitten, then it would give a pleasant impression as well. But with the fiendish witch beast as the subject, there was no mitigation whatsoever. However, all of Meili's fingers jolted at her tongue's sound, and gradually, the courtesan bear's line of sight shifted from the two drivers to Meili alone, and then moved to Meili's fingers. Meili. Cheech, Tosh, T. At the same pace, obtaining certainty that the courtesan bear's focus was on the finger, Meili slowly swung her hand, which had her fingers pointed towards the right of the dragon carriage. Lured to the movement of that arm, the courtesan bear, which had brought the dragon carriage to a standstill, turned its face towards that and moved, taking a single step in that direction. Subaru. At the courtesan bear's conduct of distancing itself away from the dragon carriage, a reflexive sigh of relief leaked out of Subaru's throat. Emilia, or Beatrice too, who had stiffened their bodies up too, loosened their shoulders in relief. When the one who had caused a standstill moved, the other courtesan bears too tried to return to their own movements of distancing themselves. At the same pace, the march through the flower meadow resumed. Was how it was supposed to be. EHK! At that moment, the thread of tension snapped, and nobody could be condemned for raising their voice. Suddenly, in the situation of enduring under compulsion of utmost limits of the stalemate, the thing known as the heart could not stand strong. That goes for humans, and for ground dragons as well. Showered upon with the pressure of losing to the courtesan bear, Jan gave out a short growl and stamped its feet on the ground, as if enraged. Subaru. Oh, shh. At Jan's roar, which abruptly cut off the silence, the courtesan bears, which were in a state of lying dormant, reacted altogether at once. The one attempting to distance itself away from the dragon carriage turned back, and that reaction infected the environs as well. The witch beasts rose and leapt upon the dragon carriage with their bare fangs. Immediately before Emilia, El Huma, the mana materialized rapidly, and the spearhead of the formed ice lance penetrated through the witch beast's cranium. The sharp vanguard of ice pierced through its large mouth, infringing upon its oral cavity, and broke through its nape. Its brain churned. The courtesan bear, without raising its voice, collapsed backwards as it faced annihilation. Caught up in that vigor, several courtesan bears, without pause, toppled sideways. Subaru. Run! Shouted Subaru, instantaneously after witnessing the attack by Emilia, who was on top of the dragon carriage. Concording to that call, Julius operated the reins and the dragon carriage started running fiercely at once. Patrash too followed that, jumping away from the side of the witch beast standing stock still, and broke off in a savage sprint. Yay! Subaru. They're e-coming. They're e-coming. They're coming. They're coming. They're e-coming. They're e-coming. Ing. Delayed by a single beat, the cutthroat, fierce voice tore apart the night of the Augria sand dunes. The vast flower meadow was shredded apart at once, with fangs and unsightly appearances naked. The flock sloth of courtesan bears advanced on, aiming for the dragon carriage, fiercely plunging its way through. Beatrice. Subaru. Firmly grip on, or you will get thrown off, in fact. The hallucination bathing in strength was the pressure of the thirst for blood and appetite of the innumerable courtesan bears. With thick arms endowed with claws turned overhead, their merciless attack struck Subaru as well, who was riding the dragon. A direct hit and his body would get torn off easily, with strength that could assuredly force his internal organs to protrude outwards. However, just when it was on the brink of striking, a bluish-white glimmer cut in between and pierced through the witch beasts. Emilia. Hi! Yeah, all right. HK. You these Yuma. As always, with the mana forming a whirlpool and her voice coming from her heart, giving the impression that the bluish-white light was performing a boisterous dance in the dark sky. That was the transformation of countless sharp spearheads pointing, above the ground, into blades of ice. That was, immediately after the stagnation of a single moment, firing as if having acquired the propulsive force, tearing the craniums, the arms, the torsos, the legs of the courtesan bears swarming upon the dragon carriage into shreds, giving rise out to spouts of blood. Subaru. Oh. 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 As expected of Amelia Tan. I've fallen for you again, Amelia. This is not the time for saying such things, is it? Run. Yes. Having his life saved by Amelia's follow-up, Subaru further accelerated Patrasha, and with the sudden exchange, Amelia was coping with the fight with such composure that it was surprising. In retrospect, even if Amelia had shirked from fighting, it was not as if fighting intimidated her. The tendency to avoid fighting within her was the indecision that had been erased once that battle had broken out. Ram. Barusu. Run till you die. If you do not wish to die. Subaru. Yeah, of course. Ram. The tough fight being put up by Amelia. The bluish-white light mowed down the frontward of the dragon carriage altogether. And the group of courtesan bears, who had taken a roundabout path, were frozen all at once. Within Jan's rush and breaking through the ice sculpture, sitting on the driver's seat gripping to the reins, was suddenly now Ram, having moved from the passenger compartment. At Ram, who was skillfully handling the reins, driving the earth dragon which was in an agitated state, Subaru peeled open his eyes and let his gaze wander around. Subaru. What about Julius? Ram. Even if there are no means for a long-range attack, it seemed it would be unhelpful if he were to be the driver. That's why. At a glance, Ram looked towards the rear at Subaru's call. Lured to that line of sight and looking backwards, Subaru thoughtlessly felt dumbfounded. Biting the sand, beside the dragon carriage with its wheels roaring, clinging onto one of those ornaments, waving about the grasped night sword, was the form of Julius, clearing away the approaching witch beasts. Julius. Burdening Amelia Sama with responsibilities and such cannot be done either, you see. Subaru, was that directed at me? Julius. That would be... Putting a halt to his words there, Julius had his night sword meet with the claws of the approaching witch beasts. The decapitating slash weaved through the gap of those claws, and deeply gorged into the arms of the courtesan bears. At the same pace, the dancing tip of the sword pierced through the throats of the witch beasts, who let out screams, and as if a flash it granted death by destroying their brainstem. That dance, with minimal destruction, was truly debonair. Julius. Wrong. Successively crushing the witch beasts, Julius voiced what remained of his reply to Subaru while dusting away his sword. Subaru made a bitter face at that gesture, tasting reassurance and a sense of defeat. Simply, having put Amelia in charge of the long range, clearing away the close range was down to Julius. If that structure were to continue, the concern regarding the dragon carriage could be saved for later. Rather, the problem was instead of other affairs. But in this course, Subaru. Byakuo, can you go for it? Beatrice. Subaru too, be careful that you don't run out of gas. I suppose. Above Patrash, raising his body, Subaru held the reins with one hand, and the armed Beatrice with the other, and made her small body stand on top of the dragon, and steadily clasping each other's hands, something throbbed in the interior of Subaru's guts. That something, as if seeming sediment, wielded heat, and slowly streamed from Subaru's body into Beatrice's. Beatrice. Minya. The crystals of violet materialized with the chant, and aimed for the witch beasts blocking the path ahead of the ground dragon's nose. Accurate aiming, momentary advancement. The outcome visible immediately afterwards. Raising a sound as that of shattering glass, the magical attack directly struck the witch beasts, and the crystals fragmented. However, the following moment, the bodies of the witch beasts fragmented similarly as well. Subaru. All right. Good going, Biko. Beatrice. But reckless firing cannot be done, in fact. Cautiously saving Minya. Subaru. What about the cautiously saving? Beatrice's battle strength depended upon the mana left within Subaru. In order to oppose the overwhelmingly advancing threat, Even Beatrice was unable to compromise much, tasting the seeming sense of loss, as if his soul was being curtailed with every single attack of magic. Subaru, talkative and composed, abated Beatrice's nervousness. Of course, such consideration was clearly visible to Beatrice. Meili. Ah, enough. Why did it turn out like this? This could have been taken away. And the one who had been keeping their silence till now. The final ordinance stood up and trod. A driver, having been sat beside Ram, Meili, with her eyes tearing up, surveyed the swarm of courtesan bears crowding around their surroundings while making a red face. And she pointed a finger towards the witch beasts who would not obey her. Meili, I'll give a scolding to the bad animal sands. Come, sand earthworm. Subaru. No way. Immediately after, Meili pouted and declared like a child. The desert that had been turned up thanks to the rise of courtesan bears, and with the underneath of that sand being stirred up subsequently, a big frame rushed out, swallowed within the vigor of the gigantic beast pushing its whole body out from the underground. The countless courtesan bears dragged within were launched up into the sky, falling on the sand from a high altitude. The witch beasts had their bones broken, and the unfortunate courtesan bears directly above that humongous mouth got chewed up. Thrusting out while tearing apart the desert, the one laying devastation upon the repulsive flower meadow, was that sand earthworm, wafting the stench, raising a strange voice, slashing through twilight. The sand earthworm determined the courtesan bears clinging onto the dragon carriage as its prey, and leaping with that big frame, minced and destroyed them at once. Meili, go, sand earthworm, crush everyone. Everyone. Subaru. Are you serious, hey? Are you serious, hey? The weight capable of creating rumbles in the ground writhed through the sand sea, and the wails of the courtesan bears being crushed by the pressure of the humongous frame echoed. Courtesan bears, too, did not possess a petite build whatsoever, but they could not possibly compete with the figures of sand earthworms, whose overall length could be even above 10 meters. The overwhelming masses turned into the outcome of collisions, and the courtesan bears got successively turned into corpses. At the circumstance, which was a decisive battle between monsters at this point, Subaru had no words appropriate for it. Amelia and Beatrice's magic, Julius's swordsmanship, Meili's unusual talent narrowly cleared the way, and the dragon carriage and Patricia rapidly proceeded through the flower meadow. Meili! Hey! The sand earthworm eyes. Meili's shriek was heard. Observing it, the sand earthworm, possessed by a great number of courtesan bears who had their claws gouged into that humongous frame, was shedding large quantities of bodily fluids from its entire body, and collapsed on the ground. The outer skin of the slimy and soaking wet sand earthworm was not something as sturdy as that of snakes or insects. The skin sustaining the soft body easily fell prey to the claws, and a wail of agonizing death reverberated through the sand sea. Meili. Next. Keep coming fast. Once a single giant collapsed, Meili clasped her hands with a pallid face, and, lured to that, once again the sand was uplifted, and a different sand earthworm made its appearance. This time there were 6 at the same time, however. Compared to the first one, they were twice as small, and if they were to get enclosed by the swarm of courtesan bears, they would get hunted down in the blink of an eye. Subaru. At this pace, AHK. They would get outpushed in the amount of violence. With a sense of terrible hopelessness, Subaru desperately looked at his environs in search of something that could help them break out of this deadlock, and he noticed. The watchtower that had been so distant was close enough to be said that it was right before their eyes. Subaru. Just a little bit left. If we can follow up to the watchtower at this pace. It was not as if the witch beast would withdraw with this, but it appeared likely that there may lie some fearful power there. At that moment, it was not as if he had thought something special. However, if they were to follow up to the watchtower, he felt there may be the strength to break free of the deadlock of this situation. The spirit of hope was like clinging onto straws, and in reality, that was no mistake. Subaru. At this rate. However, That strength was not something so convenient. It was the iron hammer which rained incessantly without bias upon all insolent comrades approaching the Pleiades watchtower. Pushing open his eyes desperately, supporting Beatrice while clinging to Patrash, Subaru scowled at the watchtower visible in front of him, sweat dripping along. The moment he dimly narrowed his eyes, Subaru felt a faint sense of discomfort. The core of the tower. Something was visible there, as if shining. Subaru. What's that? He was unable to resume onto the final word. The luster bolted through the sky, and its aim unchangingly landed a direct hit on Subaru's cranium. At that moment, everything above the neck of Natsuki Subaru was blown off by the attack and evaporated with the same unconsciousness. There present was nobody who could observe and raise their voice at the tragic scene of a single moment. For some reason, those who would have had observed it, and those who would have had screamed at it, had been thoroughly pulled up by the root and branch. The earth-ground dragon, which had lost its head, giving rise to a report, collapsed, caught up within the vigor of the dragon carriage toppling sideways. The human bodies who had indeed lost their craniums were pulverized, shattered under the pressure, turned into chunks of meat. Only the pond of blood lay upon the sand, and the parched sand gulped down the blood spilt from the bodies. Before long, gradually, slowly, the fine particles of sand dragged anything and everything rotting on the sand sea down to their belly, and concealed them. The flowers of blood, as if the only visage of their journey, bequeathed the vivid colors. However, even those flowers of deep red disappeared within the evermore swallowing sand. Here, the party greeted annihilation. Chapter 11. The audible, tearful voice. What had been visible was the luster. Nothing but that. He remembered. He had tilted his neck upwards. Also the moment initially afterwards. One section of the tower in front, white luster, and him narrowing his eyes at that dazzle. However, what lay in his memories was only till that point. He did not remember anything thereafter. Neither ache nor impact nor terror. He did not feel a single thing. For Natsuki Subaru, these were all indispensable retinues in the advent of death. Neither did he have the ache to make him wail in tears, nor the impact that would scatter his body into 1,000 fragments, nor the terror of losing everything. Otherwise, that death may have had been a much more kind-hearted death than what Subaru was normally acquainted with. Above all, Subaru, who had died and gotten his brain evaporated, did not have any free time whatsoever to think about it, nor could he merely think back to it and absorb himself into it, as if in the blink of an eye. The moment immediately after he thought his field of vision had been caged within darkness, the lost life of Natsuki Subaru was resuscitated, regurgitated, and once again, into reality, was abandoned. Desh, Subaru, wa. For a single moment, feeling the weight of gloom upon his 5 senses, as if clogging up his breath, Subaru opened his eyes, discerning the clamorous sound of the whole body of the dragon carriage. His contracting muscles screamed out in pain. The reins he had clenched so tightly that his nails could eat away into his palm, and the warm temperature insisting their existence. Beatrice. Subaru. Ah? Within his faint field of vision, he looked down at the back of Beatrice's head from close proximity. The violent, sweet aroma sliding into his nostrils was again different from the one when he had hugged the young girl. Beatrice's scent was like that of freshly prepared sweet confectionaries, but what wafted in the air now was, as if adhesive toxicity, self-assertive sweetness. He had memories of this sweetness. It was natural. It was what, just recently, he had continued to smell ad nauseum. Rather, even if it was only for a limited number of minutes, what was special was that it had been interrupted. Upon Subaru's dusky consciousness, reached a rhythmic sound, as if the clicking of a tongue. In front of his eyes was Beatrice with her body stiffened up, and Patrash, who was holding her breath in, watching over what lay ahead of its nose. The dragon carriage carrying Amelia and Rem, and standing ahead of that dragon carriage was a repulsive witch beast, with fine roots stretching across its entire body. The truculent witch beast, starved of blood. It was a courtesan bear. For a single moment, unable to express it as a déjà vu, the fresh sense of reality returned to Subaru. That feeling was not to be doubted. It was returned by death. Natsuki Subaru had just now, experiencing death, returned to this moment in time. Subaru. Ashke. But, of all things, returning to this moment, rather than the moment of transpiration of death, he cursed at how unfavorable the timing he had returned by death to was. Inviting the interest of the witch beast by the sound of clicking her tongue, the one trying to remove it from the front of the dragon carriage silently, was Meili. That scheme was only barely successful, however, and it fell through in the end. The ground dragon pulling the dragon carriage, Jan, was unable to bear the pressure of the witch beast was the reason for it. While being aware of that, Subaru instantaneously hesitated in making a judgment. The state of the vital Jan was invisible from the rear, but Julius, who had clenched the reins, would not encourage the unusualness of the ground dragon. There simply lay nothing special there for him to turn his eyes towards. Each one in the dragon carriage was praying for the success of Meili's contact with the courtesan bears. However, unfortunately, that was Meili. Chich-tash-tiash. Meili's voice wielded a faint sense of stress, and her finger pointed towards the right of the dragon carriage. Lured to that movement, the courtesan bear slowly stepped its feet ahead in that direction. An ambience of solace originated within the dragon carriage, and for Beatrice as well. However, Jan was unable to stand up to the slicing of the thread of tension. Subaru. Julie. K. Without being able to make the correct judgment, his call was obstructed by Jan's roar. As if going through the recent progression once again, Jan stomped the ground while letting out a roar. And at that wail and rumbling, the courtesan bear's consciousness was awoken at once. Further exposing their bloodshot eyes, the courtesan bears leapt with their drool dripping down. Bluish-white radiance perforated through those craniums. The flow had been completely the same until the blast. Emilia. El Huma. Emilia, standing on top of the dragon carriage, turned over both her hands, as if fluttering in the wind, and created a maelstrom of ice blades in the sky. With movement like that of an elegant dance, the revolving blades of ice successively were fired, with their aim set above ground, as if the encircling notes of a musical saw. The sloth of courtesan bears was swallowed within the lethal weapons of ice, as they raised their death wails with ice, their limbs being slashed away. Subaru. Run, 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 run. Pulling the reins and speeding up Patrash, the dragon carriage too moved when Subaru raised his voice. He glanced sideways at the driver, Ram, who had suddenly appeared, having exchanged the position of driver with Julius, and at Julius, wielding his night sword, who launched sword slashes upon the approaching courtesan bears, along with a barrage of kicks. That was what he was able to understand. Completely the same. Having gone with the flow, Subaru strongly gritted his molars, his consciousness being unable to catch up due to the sudden return by death would not make for an excuse. Putting off the impact of having passed away, Subaru's heart covered his remorse. It could be said that ever since he became aware of return by death, up until now, this had been the first time for Subaru that he had wasted return by death, missing out on the information received through return by death. The result was that he was simply heading for another death. However, this was the first time he was tracing the very same situation, despite return by death, without even any establishment of a trick of some sort. Subaru's own puzzlement, unrelated to his intentions while thinking that the rail of destiny was yet the same. Beatrice. Subaru. There is no free time for you to be spacing out, in fact. Subaru. Lying face down in regret, tightly gripping to the reins was Subaru, and Beatrice struck her back on his chest. Looking ahead at the light impact and voice, he was able to see the truculent witch beasts advancing speedily. At the same time, grasping the small palm reaching out, making Beatrice stand on top of the dragon, thus commenced the counterattack. Beatrice. Minya. One more time, Minya, I suppose. Through the palm, the aimless mana within Subaru's body was absorbed and resolved into power for Beatrice. The materialized crystals of violet pierced into the bodies of the witch beasts, obstructing their path, and as the crystals shattered those bodies, Patrashi proceeded while stepping firmly onto the scattered fragments. Meili. held in rezero. Sand earthworm. Hearing Miley's shout, who had grown desperate, the sand at the corner of his vision spouted up, the desert covered by courtesan bears, making its appearance from further below that. The sand earthworm tossed several numbers of the witch beasts within its huge jaws, and putting together its humongous frame enough to make one look upwards, proceeded to crush its enemies. The second great decisive battle of monsters, but Subaru was aware of how unfavorable this was. Ram! Barusu! Run till you die, if you do not want to die. At Subaru, who was grilling in formless restlessness, a seemingly reprimanding voice was launched. Controlling the reins at the driver's position, driving the agitated Jan, was Ram. She was driving the dragon carriage fully in control, with her handling of the reins no inferior than that of Ram, but at this pace, this was no good. Subaru, it will be no good if you keep going straight ahead at this rate. Ram, change direction. Ram. Ushka, what are you trying to say? The watchtower is right in front. The surroundings are all territories of the witch beasts. Subaru, that is plausible, but still, that won't be any good. Patrasche lowered her head and pierced right through the torso of the courtesan bear in front, while having the writhing witch beast right in front of her nose. The jet-black ground dragon rushed ahead madly, while using the body of the witch beast as a shield. The continuous slashes being hammered in tore apart the body of the witch beast, and its dancing fallen petals and fresh blood soaked the sand sea. Ram. Barusu, what did you notice? Say it clearly. Subaru. There wouldn't be any problems if I could explain clearly. At any rate, it's a change of course. At Ram's words, which had a tone of irritation, all Subaru could do as well was to yell violently back. He himself realized it was a terribly absurd response, but he had no measures other than that. After all, the current Subaru was unaware of the cause of his death. His return by death was unquestionable, and yet he could not remember the reason for his death. Noticing it, regarding the point of return by death, this time it was close to how it felt when he had met death for the first time in the Roswell mansion. From the point of confirming the cause of death, and eliminating that problem, Subaru. The time for that is nowhere here. Having been caught up by the witch beasts, he had fallen prey to those slashes. Just as how the bar's bartender had warned, had he become the cruel bait of having his intestines slurped on. Otherwise, inadvertently falling from Patrash, he may have unfortunately fractured his neck. It was a thought, really, truly difficult, but he may have broken down due to Dietrich utilizing his mana excessively. That was not impossible either. Subaru. Whichever it may be, the memories haven't cleanly, suddenly stopped till now. Even if his guts were cleaved open, even if he was put down in ice, even if his head was crushed by a morning star, even if his whole body was devoured greedily by rabbits, even if he was eaten away by entangling with an absurd authority, Subaru was eaten away by entangling with an absurd authority. Subaru did return by death, and regardless of what the cause of death may be, eliminating and defeating what had occurred right before his own death, which was stalemating him. It had been used as a method for that. That fragile string of fate was nowhere visible this time, and the time to search for that fine string was not bestowed upon Subaru and the others. This was simply the worst entrapment of return by death. In the scenario where he possibly passed away by the same method, it would be a completely fumbling restart. Before that happened, Subaru, move from here. Whatever you do, don't get close to the tower. Ram. Again, why so, Subaru? The tower will shine. Probably. That light is dangerous. Ram who? In the situation where they had been nothing but cornered, even Ram did not have the time to varnish the blades of her words with poison. While clashing with the voice possessing a frank tone of repudiation, Subaru pulled the reins and conveyed that to Patrash, to not go straight ahead, but divert their purpose, at any rate. Subaru. The tower may be visible right in front, but right in the middle of the advancement of the courtesan bears in great numbers in the sand sea. The watchtower right in front of their eyes was clearly getting closer. However, what awaited them if they truly got close to it was only the scorch of before. For that to not happen, what Subaru had to choose was Subaru. Run backwards. It would be better to pass through sand time one more time. Let's go back to that earlier sand dune, Ram. What nonsense have you been, Amelia, Ram? Do as Subaru says. At the determination where it could not be helped but think he had lost his mind, Ram raised a voice of repudiation which Amelia detained. While she purged the witch beasts with countless ice shards, she nodded at Subaru. Amelia. Because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without giving thought to it. Ram, Barusu ordinarily lives by wetting his pants with thoughtless words and nonsense. Amelia. Because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without giving thought to it in a dangerous situation. Subaru. Thank you for going out of your way and correcting it. Whether he should lament being treated as a young wolf in sheep's clothing, or be delighted that he was a man who could be relied upon in times of a pinch, keeping both introspection and conceit for later, Patrasha, moving according to Subaru's intentions, thrust her feet on the sandy soil and suddenly turned round. Her tail cutting through the air mowed down the abdomen of the witch beast, and kicking down one of the courtesan bears with her leg. She ran backwards. Ram. Ushke. The two of you on the top and side. Make sure you don't fall off. Seeing their sudden turning around, Ram, too, had Jan turn around by skillfully handling the reins. Naturally, the dragon carriage, having to eat the centrifugal force at that moment, inclined greatly and turned sideways, but Julius, Amelia, Sama. The foothold, Amelia, eh? Ah, is that so? Yes. Thrusting his sword fiercely into the body of the vehicle and supporting his body, Julius brought aid to Amelia's attention to the inclining dragon carriage. Amelia rounded her eyes at those words, and magical power headed instantaneously towards directly underneath the dragon carriage. As if assisting the wheel that had tilted due to the inclination, a slope of ice was born, and the dragon carriage, as if painting a semicircle, rushed and evaded toppling sideways. Furthermore, at the same pace, without killing off the vigor, commenced the backward dash which followed Patrash. Immediately afterward, Subaru. Wah. The moment following the commencement of the backward dash echoed a metallic shrill as if slashing one's eardrums. Thoughtlessly shrugging his shoulders was Subaru. From the rear, a sudden gale was born. Subaru. The one right now was a, hey, Beatrice. What? I suppose, huh? Sensing the enigma arise behind, Subaru and Beatrice, turning back at the same time, expressed astonishment. On top of the dragon carriage racing immediately behind them, Amelia and Julius too widened their eyes. Melee. Sand earthworm. Chan is AHK. Leaning forward her body on the driver's seat with her throat trembling in astonishment, was Melee. In front of her eyes, in that shape, a visage behind the dragon carriage, as if concealing it, with a large build of the sand earthworm being thrown up, with the frame of a span over 10 meters, with thickness of body such that two men may not be able to rotate it with their arms. Protruding its head above the ground, the form lording over its prey seemed as if it was the ruler of the sand sea. The body of that sand earthworm, receiving the direct hit of that something, was blown off into fragments. That slimy body skin suffered 1,000 pierces, and the thick body of great length was splendidly divided into two. The body that had lost its head toppled sideways, and the head, having lost its support slowly, headed towards them, trickling. Subaru. Get aside, Dajai. The fallen head of the sand earthworm had excess mass which could crush the dragon carriage under its pressure. With the death agony of the witch beasts crushed under the pressure of the body that had, just now, fallen behind, Subaru and Ram subsequently transmitted instructions to the ground dragons, overbearingly averted their routes and escaped the course of the sand earthworm's direct hit. Lee H.K. Raising a shrill, tearful voice, the sand earthworm's head fell onto the sand sea with great vigor. The sand whirled up. The bones of the courtesan bears, injured while escaping, crumbled into fragments and fell, and their limbs, having been caught up in the impact, were blown off. At the same pace, the head of the sand earthworm bounced, while entangling with the inevitable future of the witch beasts, tumbled, and finally suffered countless slashes, quickly turning into fragments of flesh. Subaru. Danger! Danger! Aus! Beatrice. Subaru. This was a mistake, in fact. He'd felt relieved for evading the crisis of the moment, but, instantaneously, Beatrice rejected that relief. Looking at the young girl at his chest, wondering what had happened, she cleared away the fallen, fluttering petals with a troubled expression, and surveyed the rear, Beatrice. From the one just now, the dragon carriage on the other side has gone. Astray, I suppose. There is only Betty. And you, Subaru. What did you say? Pursuing her gaze in panic, Subaru confirmed the absence of the figure of the dragon carriage in the surroundings. Only the distant radiance of bluish-white mana and roars of witch beasts furthermore, discovering a place slightly exposed to the sandy gale. He was able to understand from his view through the immense distance. The hard fight being put up by Amelia and their new servant, Meliot. However, even if they tried to meet up with the other side, the space between them was overflowing with a countless number of courtesan bears, and for Subaru and the rest, with diminished number of moves, there were no indications that the fierce attack of the witch beasts had been weakened. Subaru. Simply half the war potential. The number of enemies are double, Beatrice. Compared to earlier, it has increased to 4 times, I suppose. Brandishing the claws, at the face of the courtesan bears attacking, the cusp of the whip let out a roar. The striking impact fortunately crushed the eyes of the witch beast, and breaking through the one trembling in violent pain, Patracia dashed once again. However, that course of direction had a different direction than that of the dragon carriage of Amelia and the others. Subaru. Patracia. Not this way, Beatrice. It is this ground dragon's own judgment to be left alive, in fact. Rather than Subaru or Betty, leaving it to its instincts would be better, I suppose. Interrupting Subaru's outcry, Beatrice kicked and dispersed away the witch beasts standing in their way with magic. Patracia marked the points where the tight besiegement and broke through them, risking her own life for protecting the two on its back. Subaru. Shit. This shape again. What am I doing? Swinging the whip, he struck the faces of the witch beasts, trying to get closer. However, with this, he would not be able to stop the power of the witch beasts, having an expression of having lost reason. Inflicting fatal wounds with the saber, he sharpened their dynamism with magic. The power Subaru chose, even with any of those, it would not be even remotely attainable. All craftiness would get crushed under the pressure of overwhelming power. Doing what he could do, augmenting whatever he had the ability to do, it had become slightly easier as what he had thought. And yet, the mere superficial cleverness of Natsuki Subaru was fate only going to exhale a laughing sigh at it and trample upon and crush it. Subaru. I had somehow managed better at the time of that shitty bastard Regulus. Beatrice. There is no time for such deep thinking, in fact. Are there any ways to Subaru? Biako. Murak on Patrash. Lighten her weight. Then we can cross over the swarm. Beatrice. Murak. Accepting Subaru's directions, Beatrice used Murak on Patrash, a magic that abates the effect of gravity, and the speed at which they ran further accelerated. Stepping and racing ahead, the distance doubled, and the leaping Patrash used the witch beasts as a place to stand on, and tried to withdraw from the writhing flower meadow. But Subaru. The lie. In close proximity to his eyes appeared a white purge, and the moment he turned his voice inside out, that dashed through the sky. The white purge above ground ran through, and the sand sea was blown off by the terrific force. Facing the swift bolt of the purge, the bodies of the witch beasts were torn apart, spouting out blood, as they leapt, and that aftermath swooped down upon Patracia as well, agitated by the wind pressure of that which was closing on the large build of the ground dragon, and got easily flipped. Subaru. Beatrice. Hold tight, Beatrice. Subaru too, make sure you're hugging firmly, I suppose. Patrash. Ta. Patracia neighed, and Subaru hugged and clung to Beatrice's body. Spinning and revolving in the air, the large build of Patrash pranced overhead of the courtesan bears. As if pursuing that Patrash, the corona continuously downpoured incessantly. The sand was burst open. The witch beasts who got dragged into it and had to receive it were burst open, and the appearing and quickly disappearing Patrash raised an echo of distress. Subaru. Oh yeah, In the midst of the attack, the divine protection of wind evasion failed, and Subaru tasted that impact altogether. Grasping the reins and Beatrice, He had firmly interposed both his feet in Patrash's saddle, but, rubbed by the force, with his body being struck hard in parts here and there, he barely managed to grasp to his consciousness. However, regardless of even that state, the pursuit of the claws of the courtesan bears under his eyes continued to shoot. Swallowed in the terrific attack, he floundered without being thrown off. Now, if he were to fall, no way would he be saved. What barely connected his life was precisely because he had not given up. Subaru. But, at this rate, Beatrice. Not good, in fact. Subaru. Patrash. With the remarkably strong impact, Patrash's roar of anguish pulled back her tall tail. Looking at it, at the side of Patrash, who was flipping around lightly through the effect of Murak, had been exposed to the claws of the courtesan bears and had been slashed, with the scars of the claws etched into the jet-black scales, painful to even look at. From the mouth of the deep gash flowing and spilling was fresh blood. Subaru. Ashkayash, ah? Tumbling down with the same pace due to that force, Patrashi suddenly fell on top of the desert. At the same time, Subaru and the others were thrown onto the sandy soil as well, and were left behind on the feeding ground of the courtesan bears crowding their surroundings. Shaking his head, his body rose, while continuing to hold Beatrice's hand. She, too, dusted off the hem of her dress and stood up, and quickly observed the surroundings with no negligence in her eyes. However, their advantage was undeniable. Subaru, you bastards, don't you dare lay a single finger on Patrash. Beatrice, Minya. Wounded Patrashi groaned in agony as magic pierced through the witch beasts flooding towards it. Subaru pulled Beatrice's hand and rushed over to Patrash, and kneeling down, touched the wound. The claws had not reached her intestines, but if she pushed herself, her guts might brim out. She could not be allowed to push herself. He also needed time to heal it. Subaru, Beatrice, Shamak, deceive the perceptibility of the witch beasts around. Beatrice, now, even if that's done, it'll do nothing but buy time, in fact. On top of that, Subaru, that time is needed for now. Hurry! Bending their stance with bloodshot eyes, the witch beasts awaited for a gap to swoop in. Coping with them would be impossible if they assailed from all directions. The witch beasts eventually became impertinent, and what would be their cue depended on their patience. That could perhaps not be expected. Beatrice. El Shamak. Beatrice joined both of her hands together, and something entirely fell out of Subaru's interior. It rolled towards the whirlpool within the hand of the girl beside. Becoming quiet power, it swept through the sand sea, and with Subaru in the rest as the center, tens of meters in its radius, were wrapped up in black mist. With the foundation of shadow magic, this was the invocation of Shamak. Producing discord in perception, the expanse of Shamak brought the courtesan bear's conduct to a standstill. Conception vanished beyond understanding, and even the instinct to chase after prey gets forgotten. Of course, it did not show effect on Subaru and the others, who had executed it. However, it did not last long. Beatrice, if the ones beyond the scope of efficacy get in, it would eventually be laid to waste, I suppose. Before that, escape along with that ground dragon. Subaru, I know the effect of Murak is still left, right? If that's so, then I'll carry Patrash on my shoulders. At any rate, continuously fire Shamak and joining up with the dragon carriage on the other side is what we should. Withdrawing from the gambling room, judging to prioritize that, he extended his hands to Patrash. Normally its large frame would weigh several hundred kilos, but in the interval it was adhering to Beatrice's Murak. That body, like a feather, would be an exaggeration. It had become light, not enough to be able to shoulder it and run. Her yellow eyes were intently looking at Subaru. The emotions passing by in those eyes were complex, eloquence such that nobody could ever imagine being a ground dragon's expression. Those eyes were telling them, please leave. Beatrice, Subaru. Immediately after his eyes were robbed by the glint in Patrash's eyes, Beatrice raised a sharp voice. She, rushing over, aimed for Subaru's palm. The surging magical power took form of a shield, and right next to Subaru arrived a magical wall of violet, and it averted the fired white luster. Subaru. Goa. reverberated the sharp sound as if an exchange of blows of steel, and Subaru's body, receiving the impact, flew backwards, tumbling over and falling with limbs stretched out on top of the sand. The violently coughing Subaru noticed after trying to lift his body up. Blood was dripping out of his right side, which had suffered the impact, and that it had his right leg thickly soaking. Subaru. What did I receive? Grasping the side overflowing with blood, exhaled Subaru reflexively with one of knees knelt down. At that moment, the impact which had ransacked his internal organs gives rise to vomiting, and gastric juices and blood ceaselessly gushed forth out of the edge of his mouth. Air exited out of his fissured abdomen, and a goofy sound like that of fart leaked out along with the foaming blood. Subaru. Ah, H.F. Beatrice. Baru. Subaru. As he exhaled hoarsely, his field of vision simultaneously inclined right beside him. Toppling sideways, he understood he had lost the ability to move his body. He had understood, but nothing more than that could he continue. The wound on his side heated up, and there lay the pain as if his body was melting away. Desperately, he heard the voice calling for himself. Beatrice. Subaru. Subaru. Don't I suppose? Dying is don't. Don't die. Don't leave Betty alone. Stop UHK. His shoulder was being shook. At the audible, tearful voice, he wanted to stretch his hand out, but he could not move. His brain tissues were burning. He became unable to remember the young girl in front of his eyes. An adorable face, but it was crying. She shouldn't make a crying face, is what he thought. On the other side of that, a large lizard lay collapsed. Black. It was a lizard with a beautiful appearance. In that body, a white, long and narrow something of an unknown source, unknown origin was lunging through. With no movement whatsoever, it was clearly dead. Perhaps his own self had received the same thing, is what he thought. Don't leave Betty behind, please. Shh. Sobbing, the young girl desperately hugged Subaru's body. With that petite frame, Subaru's body, who had lost his strength, would be too heavy. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He wanted to at least wipe away those tears. He searched for a part that was still mobile in his body, but he was unable to find anything. That is why he hauled something mobile from someplace else, not in his body. Subaru. Ka. Subaru. Invisible to the eyes, the hand only his self could see, wiped the tears on her cheeks. Black fingers caressed her teardrops, and the girl looked at him, making an expression as if she had noticed something. The strength to smile and reassure her, even that, he did not possess. Suba. For a single moment, the young girl tried to say something. However that was, interrupted by the white purge that came flying behind her from a distance. The second attack lunged through Subaru's chest. Slowly turning his gaze towards that, it had perforated through the back of the young girl. Furthermore, piercing through Subaru's chest, it came out from behind. Leaving behind a dusky sigh. The form of the young girl, hugging Subaru, disappeared. As if she did not belong to this realm, the form of the young girl was rendered invisible. Losing support, Subaru collapsed on the spot. He could not move. He did not have the reason to move. Subaru. Oh. His weakly moving fingers scratched the sand, that was all. Losing its caster, the black fog which was interposing the environs in space, was dispersed by the breeze. Divulging from the magic that deceived perception, all what remained was only the corpse of a ground dragon and a young boy on the verge of death. The flock sloth of witch beasts slurped on their tongues and advanced closer to that prey. His breath stopped, the focus of his eyes blurred. Excessive blood loss was not how it felt. Something which felt fatal poured upon him. He was rendered unable to understand anything. In close proximity to him, the courtesan bears, with their claws sharpened right overhead, he could hear their roars. Those claws had swung down, and his cranium had been crushed. Or instead, now, on the edge of his field of vision, which was on the verge of vanishing, that which had faintly shined, was the one to blame. Despite not knowing which one of the two was the reason, Natsuki Subaru's life came to an end. Chapter 12. Baptism of the watchtower in an instant. The throbbing and burning pains dissipated, and Natsuki Subaru returned. Subaru. He wanted to praise himself for not screaming at the scene before him immediately. Upon his second return by death, Subaru returned to the flower meadow, beset on all sides by witch-beast. Closing his mouth with his hands, his thinking became serious. Chash. In a place dominated by the violence of the flowery scent, what could be heard was the sound of Miley clicking her tongue. By gently moving her fingers and letting out this sound from her lips, she was stealing the attention of the courtesan bear standing in front of the dragon carriage, a gamble that robbed the breath of everyone witnessing it. He had been brought back yet again to the scene he had experienced just a few minutes ago, making it the second time. Are you kidding me? Subaru's brain kicked into high gear while trying to get the picture of the events that happened to him. He needed to switch his focus immediately. He had to forget that just a moment ago, countless witch beasts were chasing after them with an outcome of bloodshed, and so, before that happened, he had to deal with the problem at hand. The problem that was in front of him right before his eyes. What would happen next? He could hear something that sounded much like someone calling a kitten. The actual situation was totally different from that cute imagery. But that thought was hindered by the smell of flowers. Smelly, sweet, persistent, annoying, itchy, painful, hot. Which one was the correct word to describe it? Subaru. The more he thought about it, the more it stressed his brain, but no concrete solutions came to mind. His brain could not keep up with the discrepancy between the current situation and the situation that he had been experiencing up until now. Subaru desperately tried to adapt to the present, then feeling a light push against his chest. Looking down, it was Beatrice's small body leaning on his chest. As Subaru completely embraced her against his chest, she looked up slightly to show that he should be gripping the reins instead of her. Perhaps she had caught what he had dropped during his immediate shock after returning by death. He remembered the last death, he remembered Beatrice's crying face and tears. Subaru. HK. Yes, that was it. That really was it. This made it the third time Subaru had reached this situation. Twice he had died here. He had no clue how he had died the first time, but the second time he could picture that death to some extent. But what he had suffered at the moment of death was not clear. Feeling like his internal organs were melted after simmering in a pot. That feeling. No, that should not be the priority. Now, the priority should be Meili. Chach-tish. Just as Subaru's thoughts caught up to his second death, Meili successfully drew the attention of the courtesan bear. Following the clicking of her tongue and movement of her fingers, the witch beast slowly diverted its gaze from the dragon carriage and was guided to its right side. There would be no problem if the courtesan bear just left in this manner. However, Subaru was aware that it would not be the case. Subaru. Right next to the courtesan bear who was moving away, stood a ground dragon. Jian's breathing was going wild. The pressure of facing an witch beast from so up close, and the scent of flowers that continued its violent spread. Two kinds of pressure tormented the calmness of the ground dragon, which would make that tense thread snap. If the ground dragon made a noise, the swarm of the agitated witch beasts would attack suddenly and simultaneously. If so, it would result in nothing but a repetition of the previous two deaths. Subaru, however, except for Subaru, no one could notice Giant's agitation. Even Julius, who held the reins, also had his attention diverted from the ground dragon unconsciously, concentrating on the threat of the monsters before them. Therefore, Subaru was the only one who could take measures. But how to deal with it? He was unable to speak. It was impossible to quickly approach and touch it. There was a big risk in beckoning Julius and making him calm it down. Before that, if he could not make a call right now, he would not be able to make it in time. What should he do? Subaru. Then, in the last seconds, Subaru closed his eyes. If nothing came to his mind in this moment, he would go full all or nothing and call upon Julius. He recalled the two previous deaths. The onslaught of the witch beasts and the light of the watchtower coming alive again inside his mind. At the moment of the second death, there was the fact that a crying Beatrice had clung on to him, pleading, "Don't leave me alone," which drove a deep thorn into Subaru's chest. And then he realized, Subaru, the echo. I love you. Beatrice? HK. He hugged her small body from the back and whispered those words in her ear. Beatrice was surprised at the sudden expression of love, but the hand over her mouth did not allow her to shout. Instead, Subaru extended his hand towards Jian, to the front and to the side, the hand which had gently caressed and wiped Beatrice's tears just before his death. Invisible providence. Though, as his mouth was too busy confessing his love with a whisper, the name of that technique was chanted only within his heart, unfortunately. Just then, in the center of Subaru's body, a different sensation from when the link with Beatrice drained his mana permeated from him, something dark being summoned, arousing a silent cry, asserting its gratitude at being summoned aloud, that which accomplished the lazy Natsuki Subaru's goals on his behalf. Arrived the unseen hand that was not of this world, Subaru. With Subaru's chest as its pivot point, the black hand that had been created slowly manifested itself in the world. Of course, its existence could not be seen by anyone except for Subaru. As he was embracing Beatrice, the unseen hand just went through her, and it seemed like it did not make any unintended contact. While admiring that fact, he could feel that something in him was being drained away each second. Whether it was his soul or sanity, Subaru did not know. However, he could not afford to take too much time to avoid reaching out to Julius. The black magic stretched to Jian's neck, who seemed like it was about to roar at any moment. The palm slowly stroked its thick neck, coated by bulky scales. The large ground dragon trembled from being touched by someone, but somehow its instincts probably felt that there was no hostility in the touch of the palm. And so, the ground dragon's rough breath calmed down, its body relaxing. Julius. Huh? Then, also noticing Jian's reaction, Julius pulled the reins and soothed the ground dragon in earnest. As expected from Julius, he skillfully handled the ground dragon, noticing its agitation, with what could have otherwise been devastating. Confirming that, Subaru immediately cut off the connection with the unseen hand. With the black palm deprived of freedom, it dissipated in an instant, fading away into the parched wind of the sand sea, as if nothing had happened. Subaru. Ha! Fool, after dodging that bullet, Subaru took a long breath of relief. At the same time, he felt like a dark black cloud was stuck in his chest, and he wanted to retch. Of course, things would not be so easy. That sense of loss was the price to pay for using the invisible providence, and it remained engraved in the soul. Thus, Subaru thought about the feeling of loss being gouged in his chest. Invisible providence, the cost of employing the unseen hand, the feeling of loss and breathlessness it caused, were certainly easier to deal with than before. The first time Subaru used the invisible providence had been when fighting Garfield back at Sanctuary. At that time, Subaru had unleashed his power in a feverish manner, and was assaulted by a sense of loss and intoxication that caused a feeling like half his body was gone, causing his consciousness to wobble. Perhaps it was disgust for the opponent who had utilized that very same power before Subaru. And it was no excuse that the incident happened after Garfield had beaten him to a pulp in the first place. It was a strange ability, rather, authority, that endlessly intrigued Subaru with the dangers of using it, as well as the circumstances that made it available to him. Therefore, he had never thought to actively use this force until now. Subaru's invisible providence, none of the power or flexibility of the unseen hand, originally wielded by that madman. At best, wiping away tears or stroking the head was all he could muster. To pay with the whittling down of his soul was a cost too prohibitive. With that in mind, he thought the only means was to meet it halfway. Subaru. It's not like I've gotten used to it. Shaken with a feeling of loss and disgust, Subaru felt more anxiety than relief. What Subaru believed was that it was always good to hold more cards in one's hands, but that did not mean that possessing multiple peerless jokers in Old Maid would do him any good. Of course, it would serve as a powerful hand in games other than Old Maid. Subaru. Beatrice. What have you been doing for a while now, I suppose? Subaru? Oh? What as Subaru let out a small shriek amidst his worries, a grumpy voice suddenly appeared. Upon opening his eyes to see what was happening, he found his eyes meeting with Beatrice's own, staring at him. And that Beatrice looked quite unusual. Subaru. Byoko. What happened to your head and dress? Beatrice. It's the result of Subaru being glued to Betty's hair and clothes all the time, in fact. Why do I have to suffer such a humiliation, I suppose? Subaru. Huh. Me. In front of Subaru, who was tilting his head cluelessly, a furious Beatrice was attempting to hide the anger in her voice. Her splendid drills were jumbled, and both the delicate dress and the white cloak to protect the dress from sand wind were arranged eccentrically and running at the forefront of fashion. It was a state-of-the-art pattern that no one had ever thought of. Beatrice, your lack of self-awareness is irritating, in fact. You were very worried, so I overlooked it. But then it went on and on and on and on, and on and on and on and on. Top of that, do you even remember saying those words of love, I suppose? Subaru. No, I remember that. I really mean it when I say I love you, Pico. Beatrice. To those candid words, a red-faced Beatrice completely covered her head with her cloak. He really wished to admire that unfamiliar cute appearance, but right now he could not play with Beatrice. As a result of Subaru's unspeakable efforts, John would not make a fuss and would attempt to resume the march of the dragon carriage by relying on Meili's ability. However, as Subaru went through the gulf opened between the courtesan bears, he brought Patricia close to the coachman's spot. Subaru. Julius, Meili, let's make a temporary retreat. Things are bad. It was because of the 2 deaths that he proposed a rework in their strategy. Meili. I'm disappointed in you, Oni-san. It was only a bit tense. I didn't want to run away so soon. Ram. After all, Barusu is still Barusu. I thought that after becoming Emilia Sama's knight, he would be a little better. But I guess a person's character doesn't change that easily. Pulled out too soon. Subaru. There's no harm in just reinforcing a safety measure. After managing to turn back from the flower garden and returning to the meeting place which they had set up after breaking through sand time, Subaru was being stabbed with strict criticism for making the decision to withdraw. Meili, who had successfully tamed the courtesan bears and opened the way towards the tower, and then Ram, who had been stuck by the window in the dragon carriage, prepared for any emergency situation. Subaru, who had stopped the march of the dragon carriage and requested a face-to-face meeting on the sand, was shrinking as he was cornered about stopping their progress based on just his own opinion. Emilia. But I don't think that Subaru's judgment was wrong. Even if we got really far through the flower gardens, I think that it's still the same situation as a little while ago. If we did that, you wouldn't have been able to get out like we did now. Meili? Oni-san doubts my ability. You believe Onu-san more than me? Emilia, we've come this far. I believe in both of you, but my opinion is that I especially want to believe what Subaru says. Sorry. Subaru. It was Emilia Tan Maji Megami, that who fought against Meili's childish rebuttals while putting her heart into it. As if in prayer, Subaru brought his hands together, and beside him, Beatrice fixed her disorderly clothes and hair. Beatrice. So what do you intend to do after all, in fact? If the Witch Beast Girl's divine protection is not to be trusted, it's too reckless to pass through this flower garden, I suppose. If Bubby were here, it wouldn't have been difficult to annihilate a whole herd of witch beasts, but that's not the case, in fact. Emilia, if only Puck were here, oh well. I guess I'll try my best. Subaru. I really want that to be the last resort, and even if you completely annihilate the courtesan bears here, I feel that other witch beasts will fill the gaps, and it'll become an infinite loop. What do you say, Meili? With the flow being directed towards her, wearing a pout on her face, Meili averted her face. The girl crouched down, putting her chin over her knees, displaying the attitude of a child. Meili. Well, what is it? Subaru. It's weird that the flower gardens would be a territory for only courtesan bears. To put it bluntly, if the courtesan bears weren't around, it'd be a home for other witch beasts. No? Meili, it may be right, or it may be not right. Subaru, which is it, Meili? Yeah, what Anasan said is right, but what are you gonna do? While affirming Subaru's point of view, Meili questioned him back, receiving her dissatisfied look. Subaru frowned, and Julius shrugged his shoulders. Julius. I understand Miss Meili's point. Subaru's worries are justified, but there is nothing to be gained just by fretting over unexpected situations. If we could predict what would happen and deal with it accordingly, we would not dub it unexpected. Subaru, even so, just leaving it all in the hands of a divine protection and rushing in without thinking is a different thing. Or maybe I should say, that proposal would be very unlike you. That's more like Garfield's role. Julius, naturally, I would never suggest such recklessness. We should decide what to do after a constructive discussion, whether we proceed or return, that is. Just like before entering the flower meadow, Julius said this, raising his 2 fingers. As Subaru snorted at the gesture, everyone began thinking about the situation. Ram. What if Barusu acted as a decoy to lure out the witch beasts? Then, while they chase after him, we find a gap for us to break through. Subaru. United we stay, Ram. Ram and the others will be safe, and any nefarious insects can be kept away from Aom. It is a great idea. Subaru, I'll be devoured, Amelia. Still, I'll work really hard to fight for everyone and such, Subaru. Amelia Tan comes to such unexpectedly meat-headed conclusions at these times. Amelia. Meaty, huh? What are you saying suddenly? I'm humiliated. Subaru. It's unusual to me. This isn't an unconditional compliment to Amelia Tan, okay? Julius. Leave it to Miss Maylie's divine protection, and we will advance through the flower garden until we can no more. Once we have reached the limit, we shall launch a preemptive attack and rush to the watchtower. It is a powerful gamble. Subaru. I can't explain it, but it'll fail. I can't explain it, but I'm sure. Julius. You say this as if you possess an absolutely certain basis. Subaru. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It was tough to dismiss the progression strategy without touching on the forbidden subject of return by death, and during the strategy meeting that seemed somewhat lacking in progress, Subaru noticed something and tried his luck, because he had to give first priority to Giant's shock, then afterward the retreat from the flower garden. He had forgotten to sort out the cause of those 2 deaths which had actually triggered his return in the first place. The first time around it had occurred too suddenly, and the second time around, it was a mess, so it was not very clear to him. But the cause of both of Subaru's deaths was related to the fact that the tower in front had been glowing. Subaru. That tower glows. Is there anyone else seen that? Everyone? The watchtower glows? At Subaru's question, everyone tilted their heads with surprised faces. Subaru groaned at the poor response, and that no one saw it. It was somewhat natural. In honesty, Subaru had witnessed that light at more or less the same time of his death. If that light really possessed an intent to kill, then all those who laid their eyes upon it would not live to tell the tale. An attack that would materialize certain death. That was what he should regard it as. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun. Ya saw the tower glowin'. Subaru. Huh? I don't think I'm mistaken about it. I think it might have shined. Anastasia. When was that? Subaru. When I was in the flower garden, I believe, he replied to Anastasia's inquiry in the form of another question. However, because the situation in the flower meadow meant that he could not speak out, it did not seem suspicious that he had kept quiet about the light at the tower. Since Subaru had seen the tower's light both times return by death was activated, it was possible that the taboo would be considered as violated. For a second, he felt sorry that he was able to report the truth only in irregular bits. Subaru. If the tower lights up, doesn't that mean the sage in the tower-san was watching us? Anastasia. Not necessarily. It's nighttime too. It wouldn't be strange to use a light. Amelia. I see. If the sage has noticed us, it may be a good idea to let them know that we don't mean any harm. Except since Subaru's argument had been blurry and ambiguous, Amelia's thoughts went in a completely different direction. Of course, it was a journey to seek friendly contact. If the cause of the light was indeed the sage, it was only natural that such an opinion would arise. But to Subaru, who was aware that the light was anything but friendly, this would be the same as running towards a cliff. Subaru, wait. Let's try to sort out our information for now. And then let's decide whether or not to get in touch with the sage. Amelia. Sort out our information? Subaru? Yeah, organize. Because, you know, it's all there. That light's not necessarily a sign of life from the sage. It's more, there's possibility of it being a dangerous thing like a searchlight, isn't there? Amelia. Searchlight, Anastasia. In other words, Natsuki-kun's suspectin' that the light he saw's like a defense mechanism set up by the fence mechanism set up by the fence. Sage. Subaru. Exactly. While Amelia had a question mark hovering over her head because of the unknown Western characters used, Anastasia, or rather, Iridna, understood the true meaning of Subaru's words, and in hearing that and pondering over it, was Julius. The knight murmured, "Is that so?" Under his breath, and Julius, "I do not know whether the sage has been alive for hundreds of years, or if it is merely exaggeration. Is it possible that the sage has left behind his legacy, still working as a device to protect the world?" Subaru. Oh, didn't think so far ahead, but it's possible. Julius. If that is the case, it would assume for convenience that everyone approaching is one who schemes to resurrect the Witch of Envy. Even the kingdom's envoys. It has been a long-standing mystery as to why the sage, who was supposed to be friendly towards the kingdom, would display such violent conduct as told in reports. Seemingly relieved, Julius spoke, spurring Subaru's admiration with a "So, there's also this way of thinking?" Indeed, it was plenty common to find defense systems having been prepared and left behind by great men in the past that, even after the death of their master, would still remain in place, driving away intruders. In a world where magical devices were rife, it was not so strange for such a system to exist. Subaru. If that's the case, I want you to give me a break because it means this trip will be a waste. Ram, with the sage dead, it is merely a matter of collecting any documents left by the sage. It's still too early to leave the world in despair, Barusu. Subaru. I'm not gonna let Nisama's bullying manner get to my head. If Julius's speculations were correct, the whole foundation of the journey would be undermined. But even against such a possibility, Ram's determination would not waver, nor change, as one would expect. Anastasia. In any case, keepin' watch for hundreds of years without rest, it may be possible, although it ain't realistic. Besides, I don't think there's such a need to be disappointed about whether Sage Shola's dead or alive. Amelia, really? Why? Anastasia. It's not particularly surprising that they'd be alive even now, if they're from a long-lived race. My echidna's birth itself was hundreds of years ago. Pulling out the white scarf from inside her robe, Anastasia smiled. In response to that, Amelia stared absent-mindedly, and immediately touched her pendant, thinking of Puck. Amelia. Oh, my Puck also lives a long time. I'm not losing to that echidna. Subaru. Why are you competing with each other, Amelia-tan? Well, my Biko is quite the lowly granny too, right? Beatrice, do you think Betty will just laugh and answer that, I suppose? Disgusting, in fact. As Beatrice sneered with anger, Subaru shrugged. With the conversation having diverted from the main subject, Ram clapped her hands. Ram, the sage being dead or alive is irrelevant to the discussion. Leaving that aside, the problem is the true identity of the light that Barusu saw. Whether that is dangerous, or just Barusu's delusion, we have to reach a conclusion. Subaru. It's about time our relationship develops to the point you don't doubt whether what I report is true or false, you know, Ram. It is not about deciding whether it is a lie or not. Ram will concede on this matter. If they did not reach a consensus, it was likely that there would not be any progress. In any case, the discussion ended up returning to the subject of the true identity of the light. Subaru. I think it's dangerous. At the very least, it's not friendly. Julius. And the basis is just intuition? Subaru. Well, that's right. Julius, right? That's troublesome. The light of the watchtower, Subaru was convinced that it was the cause of both of his deaths. But to convey that fact was a difficult task. So, he thought it would be impossible to use intuition as his reason, but surprisingly, Ram took that reply seriously. And not only Ram, but Amelia and Julius too. Subaru. Eh? Just based on my intuition? You don't have any more doubts about it? Amelia. If this were only a hunch, I'd think so. But it's Subaru's intuition, right? In that case, it makes more sense to think about it than to doubt it suddenly. Julius, do not be so self-deprecating. You have been through this kind of hopeless situation already, have you not? There is a certain kind of intuition that only works for such a person. To put it in other words, it is somewhat alike a rule of thumb. It is by no means something to make light of. Ram. Like when field mice change their territory before heavy rain, Barusu's intuition cannot be fooled. Subaru. It's just stupid enough, is that what you're saying? Like a reflex reaction to the poisonous remarks thrown his way, Subaru's shoulders relaxed a tad. Not being able to reveal the source of his information, even to those close to him, was an absurd reality. Subaru had come across the same situation many times, but each time he was saved by the concern and trust of the others around, in the same way. Over and over again. Ram in the royal capital, Otto and Ram in Sanctuary, Amelia and Beatrice in the city of Pristella. They all believed in Subaru, and what he was. Subaru. There's no way to catch their attention in a friendly way. If you even make a loud voice, Bear-san will come to welcome us before the sage does. Julius. That is something I wish to avoid. Then, the realistic means should be sending Amelia-sama's magic, or so it seems. While looking towards the watchtower, Julius stretched his right hand and closed one of his eyes. It was a gesture akin to a painter attempting to get a sense of distance. Then staying like that, silently thinking for a moment, Julius. Roughly, from here to the watchtower is around 10 kilometers. It is not a realistic range for Amelia-sama's magic, if produced from the front of the flower garden. Subaru. By the way, how far can you cast your magic, Amelia-tan? Amelia. How far? Well, I haven't tried to measure it before, so I don't know. But I don't think it can reach the tower from here. It'll disappear before it hits. The silhouette of the watchtower at their current location was clearly closer than the silhouette visible before the sand time. In fact, on their trip through the field of flowers, they had come very close. Even so, the plan to aim at the tower from the edge of the flower garden was not practical. Subaru. If passage were granted by simply informing them of one's existence, Reinhard would have been able to get through. Being that guy's like, couldn't he make a magical attack that could cover a distance of about 10 kilometers? Julius. There is no way of knowing that. Except asking him. But it is likely that Reinhard did not get through Sandtime when challenging this trial. We have only reached this far because Anastasia-sama... No, because Echidna knew the way. Subaru. Got a point there. Ah, shit. Don't you know anything more? As the proposal was rejected, Subaru pointed to Aridna with a melancholic voice. Then, playing her part as Anastasia, Aridna appeared skillfully handling the muffler, concealing her state. Echidna. I do not like you putting it like that. Just being able to claim the existence of a path to be found after Sandtime is an achievement that had yet to be accomplished. Should you not give me more credit, Subaru? We're the first to get here, is that it? Claiming to have the way there in memory, but you're actually a newspaper man on delivery duty with only a faint recollection. You're not doing your job. Echidna. Got a point there. Despite Subaru's theory being rude, Aridna did not attempt to refute it. The scarf kept silent, and that pondering attitude also passed on to Anastasia. Then, suddenly raising her face, Anastasia. Anastasia. That's right, but now, looks like it'd be better to sum up the things we know at the moment. Subaru. The things we know. So, Anastasia. Natsuki-kun's light of the tower, as well as its supposed danger, the witch beast's flower garden present in front of the tower, the 3 sand times, and is there something else? The information that Anastasia listed had all been established so far. It was important to build a path and pave the way to a conclusion. Subaru folded his arms and recalled the journey thus far and the dangers he had witnessed for a while. Subaru. Now, this is the place that we came to after choosing to cross the sand time of the night. Then there's the fact that it's too much of a burden on the ground dragons to pass through that flower field. Also, I'm pretty sure Meili brought a witch beast alongside us without telling anyone. Meili, eh? Subaru spoke while counting on his fingers, and Meili's shoulders hitched in a panic. Everyone's eyes turned to the little girl. having seen her blatant reaction. In response, Meili hurriedly shook her head and, Miley, well, wait. Yes, Oniwai-san is right, but how does Oniwai-san know that? Subaru. Guesswork. It was just a trick question. Julius. Still, it seems that Subaru's imagination was right. What will you do? Julius, in a quiet voice, questioned what should be done regarding Meili's betrayal. Hearing that attitude, Meili's face turned pale, but Subaru did not wish to make matters worse. Stopping Julius with his hand and fixing his eyes on Meili. Subaru. Don't worry, I'm not talking about scolding her. I understand it's just your insurance. Still, it was just a suspicious factor. Meili? Do you want me to let it go? Then you won't be angry? Subaru. There's no need to release it. If you think you need one, please keep it. If we're being surrounded or chased by a group of courtesan bears, it'd be a great help. Meili. Thinking he must be joking, Meili widened her eyes and just nodded. Just to be sure, Subaru stared back at Julius, who had yet to loosen his vigilant eyes. Subaru. That's what children do. Let's give her a pass. Julius. If that is the appropriate handling of a child growing up, then I shall do my utmost to do likewise. However, the girl's power is too strong to simply trust in her openly, even more so in the land of Ogria, which can be said to be the garden of witch beasts. Subaru. Even so, we're all sharing the same dragon carriage, so please get along. With that statement of Subaru's, Julius hesitated a bit and then ceased reaching for his sword. Then, instead of the silent Julius, Emilia raised her hand. Emilia. So, Subaru, let's continue the talk from earlier. Subaru. Yes, let's move on. Emilia. When it comes to passing through the flower garden, what do you plan to do? Do you want to try the same thing with another sand time and see if it goes to a different place? Subaru. That's one way, but there's something I'd like to try briefly. Emilia. Something you'd like to try? Having no clue as to what Subaru was thinking, Emilia tilted her head in confusion. Copying that from Emilia, Subaru turned his eyes toward the edge of the flower meadow, the sea of flowers that filled the area up to the watchtower. Of course, it was not possible to see its end. Subaru. If the flower garden comes to an end somewhere, we won't have to worry about being targeted from all sides at least. It's worth a try checking whether there is an edge like that or not, right? And so their plan had all of the participants verifying the edge of the flower garden. Julius, if moving in separate groups, getting lost would be devastating. Besides, it would not be sensible to advance in the immediate vicinity of monsters without Miss Miley's assistance. Julius's point gained unanimous approval. Subaru also agreed on this and decided to give priority to safety rather than convenience alone. Subaru. Well, I'd like to start departing soon, but... Everyone prepared to depart, getting on their respective dragon carriage or ground dragon, with the rule to always keep the watchtower's silhouette on their right side, and with the direction they were heading towards was to the left, the party would make sure they were heading north. However, whether the rules of east, west, north, and south still worked in the sand dunes was a different affair altogether. Subaru. Thinking calmly about it, this whole place is also a strange case of space-time distortion. If by going through sand time you arrive here, it's somewhat similar to door crossing, Beatrice. I don't know what Subaru is trying to say, in fact. It's true that distorting space and making physical distance vague is one application of door crossing, I suppose. Betty set up Subaru into it once too, in fact. Subaru? You did to me? When? Beatrice. I'll never forget it. It was on our first encounter, I suppose. Subaru. First encounter, oh, in Roswell's mansion, when I completed that infinite loop corridor in one try. I'm sorry about that. Even though it was so hard for you to prepare it, I'm sorry for tramping all over your hard work. Sorry, Beatrice. You seriously apologizing for it is seriously frustrating, in fact. Forget it, I suppose. Subaru. You reminded me, Beatrice. That's it, in fact. Riding with him, Beatrice was getting somewhat angry, so Subaru had no choice but to take on the difficult task of handling the peculiar girl. For the time being, he held her in his arms and soothed her, commanding Patrash to walk towards the dragon carriage. And then, Subaru, are you ready there? Julius, without a problem. Now all we need is for Amelia Sama to perform her task. Amelia, that's right. Nodding to Julius, who had finished his preparations on the carriage's coach, Subaru looked up at the roof. Much like in their march into the flower garden, Amelia's position was still fixed on the roof of the dragon carriage. Subaru raised his hand to Amelia, who seemed enthusiastic while standing high, and asked her to create a landmark as she had before. Subaru, Amelia Tan, please hear. For the time being, this is our base camp. Be as quiet as possible, like, so you don't disturb the witch beasts. Amelia, okay. Understood. If I wake up a witch beast with this, all the trouble we went to being all quiet back then would be meaningless, right? So, quietly, quietly, quietly. Subaru slowly moved his hand, gesturing to go slowly, and Amelia mimicked it while, before their eyes, a tower of ice emerged from the sand. It seemed like they were right in their judgment that it would proceed quietly. In fact, the ice tower was built slowly and gently, so the usual tense sound in the air went unheard. A few parts had come out looking a bit weak, but it had a fine finish and seemed to be able to fulfill its role safely. Amelia, is it okay? Subaru, all right, no problems. As expected, Amelia Tan, giving the anxious Amelia a big oank, Subaru peeked in the direction of the flower beds. There were concerns regarding the witch beasts, namely if they would be able to sense mana activity, but fortunately there was no sign of anything other than the sweet scent of nectar flowing from the flower gardens. Actually, it seemed quite dull. Subaru, even now I wonder, why are they pretending to be a flower garden? If they want to camouflage themselves, don't you think a desert is a strange place to do it? Beatrice, witch beasts aren't expected to have that much intelligence, I suppose. They're simple, can't do anything except what is carved into their instincts, and they think of nothing else, in fact. Animals are just like this, I suppose. Subaru, I see. Very interesting. Beatrice, held near his bosom, gave a bitter evaluation. Nodding at those words, Subaru diverted his gaze to the flower garden and aimed to give the order to their departure. And he noticed, at the edge of his field of vision that contained the flower garden, a change took place, somewhere different from the flower garden. The watchtower glowed. Subaru. Amelia! 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 Immediately, Subaru raised his voice and called out to Amelia on the roof. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Amelia stiffened. But the effect of the light exceeded that. Subaru. HK. Making a violent, sharp sound, the ice tower took a direct hit from something and smashed it to pieces. The large, slender ice tower, its height 10 meters, was nothing but fragile. However, as if destroying a sand castle, the attack broke the ice with ease and reduced it to mana. Again, he had not been able to see it, but he understood. Subaru. I knew that light was an attack. Beatrice. Subaru. Next one is coming. While his body was bathed by fragments of shattered ice, Subaru turned his neck to Beatrice's call. Immediately after that, the watchtower shone again as per his intuition. The light's next blow was aimed at Subaru. The light would approach at a speed that did not even allow them to blink, and it would target his vital points with its single blow. Its devastating power was already known to Subaru, who had died from it. Therefore, the moment his brain detected that it has been targeted by the light, death had already been determined. Subaru. The light attacked, aiming straight for Subaru's forehead. It was death itself, killing its prey without a sound, only leaving behind a skewing wind. Natsuki Subaru was once again about to be killed in cold blood, with no assistance possible. Subaru. E.M.M. Beatrice. I suppose. In this case, Natsuki Subaru was not the only one being aimed at. A pleasant sound echoed, and the attack that should have hit Subaru missed. The cause was simple. Subaru's strength surpassed that of the attack. Was one of the 3 original spells Subaru had developed with Beatrice. This particular one was absolute defense magic. During the activation of Subaru would not receive any interference from the outside world, being rendered unable to move. It was the result of applying all of Beatrice's yin magic skill and knowledge into manipulating time and space in a limited area around Subaru. It's a bit weird realizing that the effect is similar to that asshole's Gua. The Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus, could stop the effect of time on his body by transferring his heart. Could be said to be a downsized version of that ability. However, there were no harmful side effects like one's heart stopping, so a person would become invincible as long as their mana was not exhausted. In this situation, though, it was nothing more than buying some time. Subaru. But, just buying time? I've got important things to do. Beatrice. Hey, Subaru. What are you screaming for, in fact? Are you okay? I suppose. Behind Subaru, Beatrice's worried voice yelled as she used his body as a shield. It was like this because even though they were protected, sound and shock were still being transmitted. After activation, the light of the watchtower seemed to wonder why Subaru was not dying even after being hit again and again. So it kept bombarding him with consecutive attacks. Subaru. Its rate of fire and the accuracy of its aim were both extraordinary. Although the pain and the force of the blow was one that Subaru's body did not suffer, unfortunately, it was human reflex to react with a yell upon being hit by something. Emilia. Subaru. Jesus! Watching Subaru being showered by a concentrated attack, Emilia attempted to support him from atop the roof. Looking to protect Subaru from the watchtower's attack, a thick and enormous ice barrier was erected from the sandy ground. Perhaps the toughest defensive wall Emilia could create in an instant. It was well-intentioned, a shield from the attacks targeted at Subaru. But Emilia, no way. Julius, even the ice walls do not stand a chance. Emilia let out a shriek and Julius a startled cry. As they could see, the ice wall was crushed in one shot. That unbelievable power was not the only reason. The ice wall was struck, but somehow weakened the light enough to avoid having it hit Subaru. Much of it rebounded and struck the sand, which kicked up a white smoke. Looking at it closely, the marks of the destruction of Emilia's ice wall showed that it had been melted rather than pierced. Emilia. Heat. Did the heat melt the ice, Julius? Something fell to the ground, a needle? Looking at the effects of the attack, Emilia and Julius simultaneously reached different conclusions. In the meantime, the assault resumed. Subaru was struck by a staggering number of attacks, and even though he was in an invincible state, it was exceeding their limit. Beatrice, Subaru. There's a problem, in fact. Subaru. I'm listening. But I can't. Beatrice. If things keep going the way they are, we'll be running out of mana very soon, I suppose. Subaru. Already, Beatrice. It's almost over, in fact. At Beatrice's cry, Subaru bit his molars while still under fire. Of course, what Beatrice meant to say was not since mana is running out you should supply more, I suppose, but since mana is running out we should counterattack, I suppose. Subaru, can you do it, Beatrice? What a foolish question, I suppose. Beatrice did not answer his question by saying she could not. Hearing the response of his trusted partner, Subaru loosened his jaw, relieving his molars, and steeled himself. Subaru. The third one's incomplete. Let's go with the second one. Beatrice. I'm going to deactivate right after it hits. There was no time. Subaru looked at Emilia. Emilia looked at him and nodded. There was no time to discuss concrete measures, but he believed it was conveyed. Subaru. Gua? The light set off, and again Subaru suffered a direct hit. Because had been activated, the attack would not reach him. It would be cancelled. Each of the original spells was a trump card that could only be used once a day. With the release of Subaru would lose its protective function against that light, and they would have to fight back before the next one arrived. Subaru. The light. As if it could read Subaru's actions, the next strike of light was even faster. Thus far, the speed, power and frequency were obviously meant to finish off Subaru. Naturally, with Subaru's paper-thin defense, only one direct hit would be enough to send to the other side. And so, Emilia. Stop. HK. A vortex of magical power was deployed in multiple manners in front of Subaru, creating walls of ice standing on the sand ground. This time the defense was not limited to only one wall. Instead, 6 sheets of ice walls had been conjured at the same time. The light struck straight into those 6 lines of defense. It went through the first one without a hitch, the second one with ease, the third one like it was nothing. However, there was a slight resistance on the 4th sheet, and the 5th one could endure it for only a bit. By the 6th and last one, the speed of light was clearly dulled, but could still go through it. The light penetrated through the 6th ice wall and was about to pierce through the forehead of the defenseless Subaru. Just before it hit, a knight's sword drew a semicircle, catching the light that had lost its speed and cutting it down. Julius. Unfortunately, there would be a number of women who would grieve if he is hurt. Rushing from the dragon carriage to this place and striking the light with a slash of his sword without minding the danger was Julius. Emilia's defense had weakened it, and Julius had stopped it. Even though he was slightly jealous of that combined strike, Subaru's preparation was complete. Subaru. Let's go. The second, absolute invalidation magic, EMT. Lifting the hood that protected him from the sand, Subaru opened his mouth wide and chanted. Then, hiding behind Subaru's back, Beatrice drained mana from Subaru and multiplied it with her own magical power to cast new magic. Subaru. In the next moment, a light expanded around Subaru and Beatrice, forming a spherical field of about 10 meters, also encompassing the dragon carriage. The result was the equivalent of having wrapped themselves in a transparent, invisible sphere of light. However, the effect was tremendous. Julius. This is in front of the astonished Julius. The watchtower once again radiated light. Noticing it at the corner of his eyes and immediately grabbing hold of his sword, the next second, he opened his eyes wide. The light went straight ahead, aiming directly for Subaru. But the moment it entered the field, it simply lost all its momentum. The overwhelming speed that seemingly surpassed even bullets disappeared, and the only thing remaining after it had lost its velocity and power was a strange white object, both long and slender. It was easily brought down by a swing of Julius's sword, falling on the sand and scattering away. Subaru. A needle, huh? Julius. Something like that. No, more than that, Subaru. This magic Subaru. Wait. There are heaps of things I want to talk about, but for now we have to withdraw. Get in the dragon carriage right away. Let's get out of here. We can't take too long. Julius. Understood. Let's hurry. With the call of urgency, Julius jumped into the dragon carriage, taking back his questions. He took the reins immediately, and the dragon carriage turned its front towards the sand time. It would be a suicidal act to go towards the watchtower now. This was the right decision. There was no choice but to believe it. Subaru. Let's go. Don't get too far from me. Stay within the light. Emilia. Wow, Subaru. Wow. Even though there's so many lights being fired clinging onto the roof of the running dragon carriage, Emilia watched Subaru with astonishment. It seemed like even though it had no effect, the light continued to target Subaru. But no matter how many attacks it launched, the light would simply lose its power as soon as it entered the EMT field, and fall into the sand as was. The invalidation is absolute. Julius. At any rate, it is a terrific power. Is this yours and Beatrice Salma's trump card of some sort? Subaru. One of the trump cards. I'm not going to spoil it. For now, our priority should probably be getting away from the watchtower. No, definitely, Julius. I believe it is an application of yin magic, invalidating the effects of mana within the range. If that is the case, it is the natural enemy of mages, no. You are a formidable opponent for anyone who uses mana to aid their skills. Subaru. I would say it only seems to give a relative advantage. It doesn't make me stronger. I'll still lose in a fair fight against a strong guy. This is the ability that I developed thinking of when I'll give Roschi a black eye. It seemed Julius had genuinely praised him, so he felt a little better. Of course, Escaping from the attack of the watchtower also brought him relief, but in any case, it was nothing more than letting his guard down. However, it was probably impossible to predict what letting his guard down would bring right now, even for Subaru, so no one could be blamed. Emilia. Subaru, are we going back to the dunes in front of the flower garden like this? Subaru, for just a short time, but yeah. We need to polish and refine our countermeasures anyhow. While voicing such voice, on their retreat to the swirling sandy breeze of sand time, on the moment the EMT field touched it, the world broke. Subaru, huh? Beatrice. Oh no, I suppose. Until then, Beatrice had been clinging to his body with relief at getting through the attacks. Right in front of her eyes, the view of the nightly sand dunes was torn apart, causing her voice to tremble. Beatrice. The distortion of space is invalidated by EMT, in fact. Subaru. Beatrice, it's like you said, I suppose. The distortion here is similar to Betty's door crossing in that house. In other words, the distorted space will return to its original state. Subaru. Only the feeling of Beatrice clinging to him. Just like that, the world was torn and unraveled like paper, coming apart, and the crack in space swallowed up Patrash with Subaru and Beatrice, and the dragon carriage with Emilia and the others. Subaru, not good Emilia. Emilia, Subaru. Thrown into the darkness, Subaru cried out. The effect of gravity lost its hold on him. He could not tell top from bottom, from left, from right. He did not know where the dragon carriage was, but he could hear Emilia's voice echoing in response to Subaru's cry. Subaru, this is bad. Before he could say it, he was thrown out into the other side of the broken space. The boundary between the flower field and the sand sea was crumpled and broken, and it was seen that a small group had been swallowed in it. From far, very far away, witnessing that, a shadow wriggled inside the tower. It walked away from the window, stepped onto the cobblestones, and went down a spiral staircase. Its steps were slow, but gradually became faster and more impatient. Shadow found him. And, as if it had not spoken in many years, let out a musky murmur, except no one who heard it would be mistaken, that it sounded absolutely delighted. Shadow found him. That much was certain. Chapter 13. Ridicule of the sands. Space distorted. The world broke, and they fell straight into the rift in reality that resulted. As if it was made of fragile, thin paper, the world was easily torn apart, swallowed by the distorted space. Subaru's eardrums heard no sound, a stark contrast to the magnificent visuals around him. He only heard a voice screaming, as if someone were calling him. Even that voice faded away as well, and before long, he could not hear it. The feeling of someone holding his chest also disappeared, and the fingers pulling onto him detached, drifting away from him. With no one around, abandoned in this empty place, it seemed like he had become completely alone. While being tormented by such loneliness and sadness, Subaru's consciousness began slowly emerging. And then? How long are you going to sleep? Get up, lazy Barusu. Feeling something sharp poking at his side, Subaru got up screaming in pain at the shock. Having jumped up reflexively, the sand clinging onto his body fell to the ground. Coughing, he spat out dirt which had gotten into his mouth. Subaru. Foo, pee, foo, huh. What? What happened? Rubbing his eyes, he checked his surroundings as he rose to his feet. With shaky knees and a poor foothold, he got up comically. Beneath his feet, a sea of fine grains of sand yet remained. As his consciousness returned, Subaru could determine that this was an extension of the Agria sand dunes. However, the view around him was not clear, because it was dark, far too dark. Amidst a darkness where gazing at his own hands was not possible, Subaru's eyes caught the presence of a small artificial light. You can sleep so well in such an emergency, It is amazing. No words. A stern voice hit him, and the owner of the light snorted. That which emitted the light was a type of magic stone. Processed lagmite ore had been fashioned into a tool like a lantern. Looking at the face illuminated by the light, Subaru raised his eyebrows. Subaru. Ram, is that you? Ram, who else can you see? Ram? I did not expect such a lame answer. Subaru. You and Rem look alike, but it oozes from that inside that you're not her. In response to Ram, who seemed harsher than usual, Subaru gives a bitter reply. Receiving the lantern from her, he looked around the area, illuminating it. Subaru. This place, where is it? What happened? Ram. Ram also wants to know the whereabouts of this place. As for what happened, it is 3 times worse than what Barusu can imagine. Subaru. Does that mean you expect me to be an optimist? Do you look down on pessimists? Ram. In this case, I wonder which is better. That reply was probably accompanied by a shrug. Even with her right next to him, it was hard to tell Ram's appearance in the darkness. As the space illuminated by the light was awfully large, it seemed that they were in some sort of hollow space. There was a slightly tall ceiling overhead, joined with walls that indicated the extent of its depth. Subaru. Can't feel any airflow, can't see the sky. You mean we were sent somewhere? Ram. If Beatrice-sama's words before we were separated are true, the space distortion is the cause. Subaru. Separated. That's right. Separated. Separated. Where are the others? While listening to Ram's disinterested and emotionless demeanor, his understanding caught up with reality. Subaru moved the light from right to left, seeking figures other than Ram's in their surroundings. However, as he searched the illuminated space, the light was not reflected by the silhouettes he so desperately wanted to see. Ram, as you can see, we were separated. Barusu's magic nullified the watchtower's deception. The result is not clear, but maybe instead of going into the right path, we were trapped in a distorted space-time where we will wander forever. Subaru, what are you saying? Why are you so calm? This combination of us two. It's totally random. With Ram's calm explanation, Subaru's face turned pale, and so he raised his voice. Beatrice's cries, space breaking apart right before his eyes. He was instantly reminded of it. The rift had swallowed the entire party consisting of Subaru and the others, and dragged them into another space. At that time, Subaru and Ram were both traveling along, but they should have been in different groups. Subaru was riding Patrash, and Ram was in the dragon carriage. Ram. It seems that this separation did not take into account who was in contact with who, to determine who accompanies who. At the moment we entered the rift, Ram should have been hugging Rem, but it turned out like this. Subaru. I was also supposed to be clinging to Biko, and yet, I can't find her, I can't see her, no way. There's only Ram here with me. What kind of grouping is this? If the condition of that separation was not contact, then was there any other reason? Their group was composed of 8 people. There was no particular common feature that only Subaru and Ram shared. Again, was the grouping completely random? Subaru. No, I'll postpone guessing the conditions for now. More than that, we have to hurry and join up with everyone. No, there's something even more important. Ram. Subaru. You and I are 2, so it's still good. If any of the others who were separated are with someone else, there's still hope. But if there's someone who's alone, and if that's Rem, that's awful. Amelia and Julius, the only 2 people responsible for making up the fighting power in this party, were of no concern. Meili and Beatrice could also manage to get by alone with their respective abilities. As for Anastasia, or rather Aridna, probably there was her trump card that had been used to fight back against lust. Although less honorable than other ones, Subaru and Ram's combination was still manageable. But Rem was a different story. Unlike the others, Rem was unable to perform any independent actions by herself. Even if someone was alongside her, protecting the perpetually sleeping girl would turn any kind of undertaking into a next to impossible task. And the worst of all, if Rem were to be completely isolated from the others, then death would be the only thing awaiting her in this lonely sand sea. Subaru. It's important for us to meet up with everyone else, But the top priority is securing Rem. I can't leave her in such a lonely place. That's the one thing that's absolutely not good. It absolutely cannot. Ram. Barusu. Subiru. Because I said I'd bring you here, I thought that you might be able to wake up if you meet the sage, so I did that. It's useless. Absolutely. Shit, just Ram. Ram. Barusu. Calm down. Even I will lose it now, Subiru. Why are you telling me to calm down? Are not you worried because Rem is missing from your memories? Ram. Hey, there is no such thing. Imagining the worst possibility, Subaru started mumbling desperately about the future and enumerating his regrets. Hearing Subaru speak, Ram could not stand it and exploded. She grabbed the confused Subaru by his collar and pressed him hard against the sand wall behind him. Ram! Do you think you are the only one who cares about Rem? Do not push it too far, Barusu. Even without my true feelings, Ram is still Rem's older sister. Do not make a fool of me. Subaru. Ram. I can still slightly feel my connection with her, so at least for now she is safe. That much is certain. So settle down for the time being. It was not as if that face expressed any emotion. However, seeing the unbearable unease and distress in her eyes as she tried to appear calm, Subaru loosened the tension in his shoulders. Seeing that, Ram also moved her hands, released from being pushed on the wall. Subaru looked down in shame. Subaru. My bad. I'm sorry. Really, I was the worst idiot right now. Ram. That's just as usual. If Barusu starts reflecting on his life, it'll take a whole day. Stop wasting our time. Subaru. My bad. Experiencing Ram's sharp tongue and emotional testimony, Subaru finally let out a single apology. Then he slapped his cheeks with all his strength, regaining his fighting spirit. Although Ram had assured him that Rem was safe, the fear of her being alone could not be dispelled. Their situation would not change if they did not reunite with the others soon. Subaru. Anyway, let's rush this reunion. Ram, can't you use your connection with Rem to work out her location? Rem. It's difficult. That girl is asleep, so the only thing transmitted is her heartbeat. There is another means, clairvoyance, but that's not too reliable. Subaru. Why? Ram. These sand dunes, it's full of witch beasts, and there are almost no ordinary animals or plants around. Clairvoyance is not able to borrow their sights if their wavelength does not match with Ram's. It does not synchronize with the witch beasts. At this time, Ram is only able to borrow the eyes from Barusu's ground dragon. Subaru, Patrashe? No, that should be enough. I want to check if Patrash and Jayan are with someone. It'd be helpful if they were with everyone from the dragon carriage. Ram. That would not be very useful. Subaru felt frustrated at Ram's disinterested attitude, tilting his head in thought. Now was the time to collect as much information as they could to get reunited again. And yet, he was unable to understand why Ram was hesitating here. However, before he could touch on what she had truly meant, the answer appeared in front of them both. Subaru. What had suddenly passed by in the corner of his eyes was a light different from the lantern he was holding. Immediately shivers ran through Subaru's body, as he had had a bad experience with light moving through the edge of his sight. But the light that appeared was shaken by a gentle movement, totally different from that. The light gradually came closer, and slowly the figure became clearer. Ramsan and Natsuki-kun, it seems that your discussion's over? Subaru? Anastasia and Patrash. Hearing the familiar Kararagi dialect, Subaru's head slightly lifted in surprise. In front of him, holding a lantern apart from the one held by Subaru, and riding Patrash's back, was Anastasia. In response to Anastasia's question, Ram bowed while lifting the hem of her robe on the spot. Ram, thank you for your consideration, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, how are the surroundings? Anastasia. I just checked all the way back, but I couldn't find anyone else. Only the three of us are out here in this sort of girl. Ram. Is that so? Anastasia. Gotta keep your spirits up. Might not be much comfort though, Ram. Thank you for your concern. Oh, I see. I shall do so. To Anastasia on top of the dragon, Ram responded politely. From the course of the conversation, Subaru vaguely understood that Anastasia had been searching around, but that was the extent of his satisfaction, for the lack of explanation left him displeased. Subaru, hey Ram, weren't you and I the only ones here? What does this mean? Can you explain? Ram. I do not remember telling you that Ram and Barusu were alone. Barusu was the one who made that rash judgment of his own accord. Unsightly. Subaru, it'd be much more endearing if you said you were so worried about Rim you failed to mention it. Nisama. Ram. Ha! Hearing Subaru, Ram snorted her nose with her usual tone, feeling relieved with that attitude. Subaru then walked towards Anastasia. Subaru. Regardless of any deception, it's good news that Anastasia is safe. I'm relieved. Anastasia. Aren't you confusing this deception of yours with a misunderstanding? I'd be relieved to learn that I'm not alone. Besides, Natsuki-kun's ground dragon, Patrashchan, was very helpful. A very good girl. Stepping on the saddle, Anastasia carefully attempted to get off Patrasha, and Patrasha immediately crouched down to help her descent. As expected, she was a proper ground dragon, a handsome ground dragon. A female, however. Subaru, no one else is hiding, right? It's genuinely just the four of us? Anastasia, including Patrashchan. There's no doubt that it's the four of us. Emilia-san and Julius would have no reason not to come forth, but I don't know about Miley-chan. Subaru. She might have taken advantage of the commotion to run away. You don't have to say it. Picturing the girl with braided hair in his mind, Subaru thought about Miley's options. Just before being separated, Miley's secret insurance and having a witch beast accompanying them had been exposed by Subaru. Subaru, who had returned by death, actually knew that Miley's witch beast served to protect the dragon carriage, both from the watchtower and flocks of attacking courtesan bears. However, since that was an event that had not occurred in this loop, essentially, the only one who knew Miley's reason for having the sand earthworm follow them was the girl herself. In this particular situation, having Miley escape the group and try to leave the sand dunes alone would not be strange. Subaru. But she won't do that, that's what I want to believe. Anastasia? Expectations? Or should it be trust? Subaru. Make what you will of it. Leaving that aside, how are the surroundings? Setting aside his stance on Miley, Subaru asked Anastasia to be briefed on her inspection. She put her hands in the sleeves of the robe and tilted her head, saying, "'Bout that, huh, Anastasia? Judging from what I saw, we're certainly in the sand dunes, but mayhaps this place could be underground." Subaru. Underground? How could there be an underground in the sand dunes? Anastasia. Under the sand of the dunes. A cave, more of a cavity, so to speak. But the temperature's obviously lower than above ground, and the air is also feeling kinda heavy. Subaru nodded as the girl swung her robe in an appealing gesture, joining the front parts to keep out the cold. Certainly the atmosphere here felt far colder than in the earlier setting. Considering the space had a tall ceiling with the sky left unseen, it was a suitable guess. Subaru. Underneath the dunes. I've got a bad feeling about this. I pray that this isn't a sand earthworm's lair. Anastasia. It was a plausible scenario. In fact, they had witnessed the existence of sand earthworms inhabiting the ground, and given the enormity of the individual used by Miley, this cavity was just large enough for it to be possible. Considering the ecology of the eyeless sand earthworms, this dark space devoid of any light would be a perfect match for them. Subaru. I mean, this team seriously lacks combat power. Ram and Anastasia. Is this a special front of non-combatants? Ram. Emilia-sama's own knight, proudly describing himself as a non-combatant. How hopeless. Subaru. I'm just stating the reality. Without Beatrice, I can't be so conceited as to rely on my whip skills alone. In terms of everyone's self-defense measures, this really was a group that lacked fighting power. Ram had restraints of her own, and Subaru lacked Beatrice, to name a few. Ram. By the way, what about Beatrice-sama? Do you feel any connection relating to your contract? Subaru. Unfortunately, Mai and Biko's heart are strongly tied, but not in a realistic sense. No, Beatrice told me before that she could feel me, but I can't. Ram? Useless. Subaru. Shut up, as Ram sighed and looked away. Subaru discreetly zoomed his face closer to Anastasia as he murmured towards her calm profile. Subaru? So? Can you fight? What do you say, Anastasia? If it comes to it, of course I will fight no matter what, but it will shorten Anna's life. I would prefer avoiding it as much as possible. I will be relying on you guys, Subaru. Those expectations probably won't be met. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad. For a moment, Subaru snorted at Anastasia, who appeared as Echidna. Then, looking at Petrash, who quietly waited for instructions, Subaru stroked the tip of her nose with his palm. The jet-black dragon kept silent and, leaning forward, nuzzled Subaru with her hard scales. Subaru. It hurts, but it's a relief. Emilia and Beatrice aren't here, but I'm relieved to have you. Except it still doesn't make a complete group reunion. Ram, Barusu. As he was sharing his anxieties with Petrash, as Ram was beckoning him, he looked back at her. Then, Ram crossed her arms while facing Subaru and jerked her chin towards Anastasia. Ram, we cannot stand here forever. Let's move to meet up with the others. Fortunately, thanks to Anastasia, we have light. We will be moving onwards. Subaru. Oh, I didn't know that the light was brought by Anastasia. Anastasia. Just before the dragon carriage was swallowed, I could only grab the emergency bag that was prepared by Natsuki-kun. Thanks to you, I was able to bring in the light, a knife, and some emergency food. Anastasia pointed at Petrash where a small emergency bag was hanging on the saddle. It was the equipment that Subaru had prepared for the dragon carriage as a literal emergency kit. Even if an opportunity did not occur in which its use was necessary, he felt relieved that he had thought of it. Subaru. You shouldn't make fun of the wit I have in hand, after all. From now on, let's not forget to check the emergency door at any place we stay in for the first time. Ram, jokes aside, it is Barusu's credit, so a light will be given to you as a reward. So go ahead and lead the way. Subaru, who? This is a reward. Passing him the lantern, both Ram and Anastasia got on Petrash's back. This scene, regardless of how anyone saw it, put Subaru in the position of a servant. Anastasia. As a matter of fact, 3 people'd easily fit. There'd be plenty of room if Ram-san and I cramp in, wouldn't it? Ram, please, stop there, Anastasia-sama. You can imagine Barusu would happily try to touch our bodies were he to be so close to them as to be able to touch them. Subaru. Off you go imagining stuff without a reason to. But if you want to be like that, I'll imagine a lot more than that. Don't mess with me. I'll give you a taste of puberty. Raising his middle finger, he argued back, prompting a wry smile from Anastasia. Ram reacted as usual, as Subaru continued walking into the cave with a lantern in his hand. Subaru and Ram's light skirmish made it seem like they had forgotten the circumstances. But it surely was a way to hide the anxiety in each respective heart, and brought just a bit of relief to their minds. Perhaps they had both realized it, but they kept quiet. Although walking was a struggle, Subaru and the others were advancing through the large cave in the sand. As expected, Petrashi was used to it, and there would not be any problem with her movement, even if 2 heavy stones were to be put upon her back. Subaru had learned the technique for walking in the desert these past few days, and was able to proceed without much difficulty, albeit there was the feeling of sand entering his boots. Subaru. The wind, I can kind of feel it, and also can't. Ram. I feel it. But given how thin this wind is, it's still a long way from being connected to above ground. Along the way, wetting his finger on his tongue, Subaru tried to examine the airflow, but it was not quite clear. On the other hand, with the wind-sensitive Ram feeling it out, she concluded that the exit was still far ahead. The way this exit was what he wanted to give priority to, looking to meet up with his companions. Unfortunately, though, there was no indication that the signs of wind would be very reliable. Ram. Emilia-sama and Julius-sama should not get lost due to the guidance of the micro-spirits, and that is why I doubt that there is a malicious intent in the selection of this grouping. Subaru, well, it's quite useful to be guided by a micro-spirit. Damn. In my case, Biko's so strong that she keeps the micro-spirits away. She's far beyond their capacity. To be clear, this was something beyond Emilia and Julius's exceptional fighting power. When setting out to look for a lost member, The search may not go as smoothly if they are left to do whatever they feel. They could only try not to overlook anything around them as much as possible while proceeding. Anastasia. Before Natsuki-kun woke up, Ram-san seemed considerably shaken. She could not find Ram-san, but seems to be hiding it behind her attitude now. Subaru. Is that so? Secretly, Anastasia shared this anecdote, which made his fight with Ram after waking up feeling more and more awkward. Subaru had spent the past year alongside Ram, after she had the memories of her sister completely erased. Any connection those two previously had must have left behind some remains after being wiped. If no one else, Subaru at least had to believe so. Anastasia, well, it is not fun seeing you huddled up all gloomy and miserable like that. So why not look ahead if you are so down about it? If you do not, you might miss something important. Subaru. Don't throw me off like that. You, stop giving me those nice words. You're taking after your creator, enticing people like that. Anastasia, sooner or later I wish you would start thinking of me separately from my creator. Girls will not like you if you are so insistent. This is something I've picked up with time. Subaru. I don't know any other approach. I'll keep it in a corner of my mind. The tongue-in-cheek, talkative exchange seemed to distract from the impatience and anxiety of not making any progress. In the midst of that conversation, the party advanced through the large cave. Nothing really changed about the sand path and the sand walls. While walking along that path, there were a few things to think about. That was, Subaru. Even though I said to be wary that this might be a witch-beast nest, we have yet to run into a witch-beast. Ram. That is what Ram is concerned about. Kicking the sand under his feet, Subaru grumbled at Ram as she expressed a similar opinion. They continued into the large cave, and soon an hour had already passed. With no one and nothing around, their anxiety, impatience, and bad premonitions continued to grow. Of course, not having enemies show up was a welcome situation, but the extensive silence could not be of any help in wiping out the bad feelings regarding this place. It was much like being detached from the whole world. Subaru. No way. We couldn't have been swallowed by a hyperspace that does not connect to anywhere, right? Anastasia, well then, would you tell me where the wind we're relying on's coming from? Do you think it's the heavy breathing of an unusually big and ferocious witch beast who owns this cave? Subaru. That's not even funny. It's rather scary. In fact, it would not be surprising if that happened. They had already seen it with their own eyes, that even the world could be broken apart. Whatever this rift was connected to, it would not be worth a surprise. Ram. Regardless of the maliciousness of this selection, it is hard to believe that whoever set it up had considered it could be broken. We were not aiming for such a thing with the negation spell. It was just a coincidence. Subaru. What do you mean, precisely, Ram? It is useless to imagine the worst scenario that this road, as it is connected to a witch-beast's stomach. Look, observe. The lack of progress was leading to pessimistic theories, which Ram rationally rejected. Then, at the end of the explanation, she urged Subaru to look ahead, him having stopped. Following her indication, Subaru held out the lantern to look forward. Then, the illuminated passage of the cavity became narrow, in front of their eyes. Subaru. It's a fork. Anastasia. Right or left? We gotta make a choice. What do we do? Subaru. From what I know, Kurapika said to choose right when the time called for it. Anastasia, who's that? Looking at it in practical terms, he remembered hearing that people tended to unconsciously choose to proceed left when they got lost. Perhaps it had to do with dominance, such as the dominant hand, dominant leg, and other complicated factors like those. That was said to be one way of thinking about it. For that reason, Subaru wanted to follow the theory of an intellectual character he once knew and chose the right path which he thought was correct, but Ram. So, Barusu, which way do you want to go? Subaru. So, honestly speaking, left. Ram. What happened to Kurapika? Anastasia. Who's that? Subaru replied. Ram asked question after question, and Anastasia just poked fun. If the words were taken at face value, then the exchange could be interpreted as such. But in reality, The three people who exchanged words had a stiff expression and worrisome looks on their faces. On top of that, even Patrash, unable to speak, was staring at the right path with stern eyes. The cause was the overwhelming negativity they were feeling from the right path. Abstractly speaking, they felt a detestable premonition. If more words were to be used, what they felt was more like dread. Their instincts were ringing the alarm bell. Selecting the right path would be deadly. Subaru. The right, I think it's dangerous. I have a feeling it's not going to be pleasant. Ram. Surprisingly, I agree with Barusu. What you think, Anastasia-sama? Anastasia, if done the Kararaji way, majority wins, by the support of 2 votes besides. I'm honestly lacking the courage to choose the right side, as no sleeves would swing. Anastasia made the gesture of swinging both hands as the answer for everyone. Subaru was not the only one. Ram and Anastasia both felt a strange sensation from the right path. Patrasche did as well. Therefore, the right road could not be chosen. Subaru. Then, left it, is that also feels like choosing a terrible option though. Ram. So, turning back. There is nothing to gain in such a manner. Subaru. There's nothing to lose. That's what you're saying. I might just be overly negative. As Subaru failed to make a decision, Ram and Anastasia seemed ready to jump in. Reluctantly shrugging his shoulders, Subaru stepped forth, walking in front of Patrash, straight towards the road on the left. Despite his hesitation, by proceeding in that direction, the path on the right would deviate greatly from the large cavity. He found that the pressure that he felt through the walls of sand kept disappearing further and further, and the stiffness in his shoulders was naturally released. Ram. What an unpleasant place. She felt the same thing, and as he heard Ram murmuring, Subaru agreed in silence. At this crossroads, the right path caused overwhelming negative thoughts. They chose the left road out of something like instinct to avoid the other, but there was one more reason. Inside his chest, Subaru felt the presence of something shouting in joy towards the right path. It would be dreadful to obey what it declared. It was also undeniably a major factor as to why Subaru did not opt for that road. Team non-combatant traipsed through the cave, and a few more hours passed after that fork. Subaru. Anastasia. Ram. As they slowly advanced their search in the great cavern, the number of words spoken between the three dropped drastically. With their fatigue, and not to mention the darkness, any sense of time was fuzzy. But what was truly wearing down their spirit along the walk was silence. In fact, Subaru felt like several hours had passed, but he did not know if that was true. There was the possibility that they had utilized the time better than they thought, or even that they had completely squandered it. What they knew for sure was that there was no progress, no more than that. Subaru. At that split, I wonder if we should have gone right. Ram, after that much silence, you can only think to complain? Stop it. It's shameful. Murmuring, he moved his dry lips to complain, and Ram bitterly delivered a stab. However, her poison also lacked ambition. Not being able to find anything, it caused her to also be slightly dominated by anxiety. Although the foothold along that path of sand was shoddy, there was some confidence that they had already walked for a few kilometers. So, with no end to the cave in sight, it could not be helped that they would be swept over by a bad feeling. It was natural that one would doubt that the wrong choice had been made. Even more, if they reached a dead end, they would give up and turn back. Subaru. The barrage of lights above ground, what do you think it was? Subaru changed the direction of the topic, for fear that the negative conversation would continue as it was. The topic that turned up was the light of the watchtower that had triggered this situation in the first place. The defense mechanism of the dunes, which was believed to have been prepared by the sage. Ram. It was a needle. Subaru. A needle? To that question, Ram responded curtly. She spilled a sigh at Subaru's follow-up question and gently stroked her pink hair. Ram. I do not know its principle in detail, but long and narrow needles enchanted with magic were being fired. The needles carried high heat, probably the effect of firing magic, but the needle itself seemed to be of special manufacture. As it was repelled and fell on the sand, it disintegrated and disappeared. Subaru. You got such a good glance at it during all that uproar. Ram. A quick glance would tell you that much. Without a doubt, it seemed Ram's observation power was not as ordinary as she claimed it to be. In fact, with Subaru just staring at her, Anastasia shook her head in amazement. In Ram's case, she was aware of her own talents, but was still speaking sarcastically. Despite that, it was quite the analysis. Subaru, what do you think was the purpose? Ram, kill those approaching the watchtower. It is a mystery why it relentlessly aimed at Barusu. It's standard practice to take down the weaker enemies first, so that might be it. Subaru, crap, I can't deny it. It would be only natural to arrive at the same conclusion when taking a bird's-eye look at it. Nonetheless, thanks to that, there had been no casualties among those of the party. The conclusion to be reached here was that it was good to have a weak Subaru donning invincible magic. But in that case, Subaru, it means a friendly encounter with the sage would be difficult. Anastasia, I think it's premature to say so. Looking at it from their point of view, they didn't know who we were nor what we wanted, right? There's a chance for a discussion to occur. It's what I think. Ram, at worst our business is with the sage's knowledge and not their personality. If they do not speak, you can just tie them up and make them taste an adequate level of pain until they do. Subaru, Nisama, was that your villainous side talking? Ram, if there is something you want, take measures. This is not mere child's play. Ram remained strangely calm in the face of Subaru's astonishment. Just hearing those statements, he felt he was being reminded of how innocent and shallow his own resolutions were. Regardless of whether it was actually put into practice, there was no doubt that Ram was prepared for it. That was not but proof that she was serious about I am Subaru. To touch Ram's resolve, Subaru would be required to make some decisions regarding his own resolutions. He had not thought of getting his hands dirty for Ram was not to be blamed for that either. What he had to do was to be prepared to reap the results. When confronted with the existence of the sage, no matter what kind of opponent that is, he must be absolutely determined. He must be resolved to that degree. Patrasha. Subaru. Patrash. At the same time, Subaru bit his lips with those thoughts. Patrash held her breath. The ground dragon was glaring at the path with squinted eyes and neighed a little. Having noticed that stare, Subaru also stopped his feet and returned to soothe the ground dragon. He stroked the back of her neck and called out, "What's wrong, Subaru? Did you see something?" "What?" "Ram. The reason would be this." On Patrash's behalf spoke Ram, interrupting Subaru. Anastasia frowned and looked at the passage, imitating Patras. Of course, nothing could be seen anything within the extent of that darkness, but a different feeling was being stimulated rather than sight. Seeping into their nasal orifices was a smell of something burning. "Anastasia, don't you think it smells like fire?" "Ram, I cannot think of anything else, but I do not think something like a kitchen could possibly be here." Subaru, if this is fire, the reason for this smell is civilized people, right? Ram and Anastasia. At Subaru's clinging question, neither Ram nor Anastasia could just easily nod. He could also understand the girl's judgment, but the smell that was drifting was clearly a scent of something supposedly burning. Ram said it was something like cooking. The aroma wafting through the air was similar enough. A bonfire. Or stew for a meal. If that was the case, Subaru, do you think there's a possibility of that being Amelia and the others? Anastasia? Assuming they were sent to the same place, there's enough possibility. Nevertheless, whether it's rational or unwise to use fire in such situation, I'd leave that judgment up to the others. Subaru, even if discussed here, the answer regarding who ate ahead of the road would not arrive. The idea of beckoning and checking the intents of the other party came to mind, but Anastasia, even if they're at the end of the path, it doesn't mean they're friendly. Supposing it was not Amelia and the others, could it be the sage? It was hard to believe that the sage who should be in the watchtower would come down, but it was not unlikely. In that case, if the sage continued to be hostile, a corresponding assault was also to be expected. Subaru, hide the light and move forward? What I mean is, if they're using fire, then there's light on their side. We, at least, should hide. Anastasia, it's strange to keep speculating about it. We also gotta check what's the cause, so I think it's a reasonable idea. Anastasia nodded to Subaru's proposal, and after that, Ram also quietly agreed with it. When the lights of the 2 lanterns were turned off, the party went back to the path where the smell of fire was drifting from, relying only on Subaru's light. Ram. Barusu. Subaru. What? Ram, if anything happens to you, we will leave you here and run away. Try not to hold a grudge. Subaru. If you do that, I'll curse you. Ram's words were those of encouragement, perhaps because she knew he would be fearful. In the light held by Subaru, Ram slightly loosened her lips, and Subaru went straight through the passage. Feeling Patrasha's breath behind him, the scent of the fire gradually grew more intense. Subaru. It's the light. Beyond the passage, he found a slightly shimmering red light. Subaru immediately darkened his own light and instructed the 3 behind him to be silent. Then he squatted down and stepped on the sand stealthily to confirm the existence of the light. 1 step, 2 steps. As he moved forward, he could see that the light was on the other side of a corner. The passage was slightly bent to the left, and the fire was just beyond there. Subaru. Quietly reaching the bend, he took a peek of the other side ever so slightly while leaning against the wall. At that moment, a wind carrying a slight heat tickled Subaru's forehead, and he unintentionally closed his eyes. Immediately after, Subaru's footing dug into the soil unexpectedly. The sand slid, and his body rolled down. Subaru. What? Incapable of withstanding that surprise, Subaru forgot to hold on and rolled down the slope. The fine particles of sand were hard to grab onto, and so he slid all the way down to the bottom, plunging headfirst into a pile of sand after rolling down a steep incline of about 10 meters of height. Subaru again spat out sand and raised his body. Subaru. Ugh. Phew. Again. Sand, no. Then Subaru shook his head and looked around. With the shock, he had dropped his lantern. As it was nearby, he started searching for it. Stretching his hand, and he touched something hard. For an instant, he thought he had found the lantern. But it felt different compared to the hardness what he had held. The surface was crisp and pleasant to touch, like a wooden stick. Despite its thickness and length, he judged it light when lifting it up. Subaru. What is it? In that pitch-black darkness, even getting closer to it and straining his eyes would not relay to him its identity. Smelling it timidly, the smell of charcoal was felt. Subaru. The very next moment after he thought that, a light appeared behind him suddenly. The wisps that appeared in the background were red, shimmering, and primitive, and they were called flames. Then, as the flames began to light up the world, Subaru saw the true identity of the thing he had grabbed. Probably. It was a creature's foot, something that had once been an animal, burned until it turned into charred remains. And around the place where Subaru was sitting, the remnants of former creatures that had become lumps of charcoal were scattered. Subaru had slipped right into the middle of countless, burned, dead bodies. Subaru. Oh, Throwing away the charred waste in his hand, Subaru aimed to retreat. However, a terrible flame existed at his rear, and his neck was burned by the heat wave, and this time, he fell down just on his face. And finally he turned back and looked at it directly. She. Subaru was thrown out of reality, facing a tremendous roar from his front. Why were all the witch beasts' roars so disgusting as to irritate human beings to the limit of their disgust? With such a high-pitched roar, it was like countless babies were crying all at once. It was a blasphemous creature that Subaru had never seen. It burned red in a place full of burned bodies. It truly was a witch beast. But the color of its fur was different from what he had seen in the past. As far as Subaru knew, all the witch beasts were distorted and ugly, but they were often in a form such that they bore a resemblance to an existing creature somehow. That applied all the same for the white whale or the great rabbit. For all cases, there was a basic foundation of an animal. However, this time, he did not wish to apply the same concept to the witch beast that existed in front of him. Witch beast. She-he. The witch beast once again cried out. At first glance, some similarities could be found with a horse, thin but strong legs of a quadruped that existed to charge over the earth. It was the same as a horse, in that it possessed a trunk supported by its 4 legs and a long tail swaying from its rear. However, there was a human torso in the part where the horse's neck should normally be, leading to the head. Compounding on the 4 legs, the human torso possessed 2 further arms, and there was no head above the neck of the human torso. As from the neck to the top, a horn protruded. It was the mark of a witch beast, a mark that branded it as something decisively different from other animals. In place of its head, a horn grew. It possessed a head knot. But if that were the case, where was the mouth from which its cry was raised? From the chest till the belly of the human torso was a vertical gash, and inside the oral cavity were fully grown fangs aligned horizontally, asserting their existence. Subaru, a monster. Even calling it a witch beast was somewhat absurd. Rather, it was a blasphemy of life. To Subaru's knowledge, it was close to a creature of fantasy called centaur, half man and half horse. But that was a distorted figure, as if its production had been abandoned halfway. From the backside of the human torso of the centaur grew a mane of flame torso searing the sand cave with incredible power, red light urging forth. Considering the strength of that blaze who had created all the charred carcasses that lay around the place became clear. Using fire meant civilized people or whatever. It had been a mistake to embrace such expectations. Subaru. The arms of the human part of the centaur were that of a human, with 5 fingers. The legs of the horse part of the centaur were that of a horse, with hoofs having been formed. The figure was about 6 or 7 meters long, just about the right size to pass through the cavern. That was to say, the master of the cavern was this being in front of him. Subaru, it was a trap, holding his breath. Subaru despaired. There was nothing he could do. He quickly turned his hand to the back of his waist and grabbed the handle of the whip, but he did not believe he could do anything with it. And to that breathless Subaru, the centaur tilted his eyeless head. From its mouth was hurled a bellow, inciting fear. Witch beast. Kshee! At that moment, Subaru moved to create a gap. He turned around on the sand, roughly kicked one of the charcoal debris onto the centaur. Having been cooked to a crisp on the inside, the corpses had no power to them, even if they connected. But still, it was good to be in control. Clinging to the steep slope, he attempted to return to the upper passage. He would go back the road he came, but he did not mind it. The problem was, how far this centaur was going to give chase was unknown. Given that it burnt its prey in this manner, it was dubious whether it had an appetite. Of course, this was not necessarily a good thing, as he had heard that witch beasts possessed an instinct to hurt and murder human beings. Still, if there was a possibility that the situation to look up for a little bit, it would. Subaru. Kafu. While thinking so much about it, Subaru noticed that his body was not trembling. Trying and creating a diversion by kicking a piece of charred debris, and climbing the steep sand slope and turning back, and reaching out to his whip, Subaru could do none of this. Because before he could get to it, the breath of the witch beast burned Subaru. Subaru! Ah! As soon as the conception reached that his whole body was being burnt, Subaru screamed in pain and suffering. However, perhaps because his throat was being burnt, his lungs were having their oxygen burnt, not a bit of his voice could be raised. Where the burned skin formed bubbles, they swelled and burst instantly. The fluids that had flown inside the body, which he had never seen before, instantly evaporated, his blood actually boiling. Subaru. Never mind rolling over on the ground in this suffering. The muscles and fat had been burnt, melted and charcoaled. The pain disappeared to a place far away, and Subaru experienced an illusion of being drowned in flames. Burned. Yes, burned. He had read somewhere about burns in depth. He had learned that there were several stages of burns, and that once the 3rd stage was reached, the scars would remain, and a skin graft would be necessary. He also had learned that if 30% of a person's body were burnt, breathing would be made difficult, leading to death. Subaru. Body hair burnt till the follicle, eardrum and brain matter alike melted and flowed out the earlobe. Lips and gums evaporated, exposing the teeth, and the tongue was gulped by the suffering of the heat wave. It did not matter. He had already drowned. These burns, could they be healed? Even though he was not confident regarding his face, if it got burnt, would they like him less? Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, Rusu. Burning, his field of vision was burning. Everything was burning, turning red and going white. Blood was eradicated by the tremendous heat. The eyelids melted away. The fluids of the eyeballs evaporated. It turned white and cloudy, and nothing could be seen. He had just heard something. He had heard someone calling. He had heard babies crying. Someone came down beside him. Idiot. Why had they? They had said they would run away. Why had they come down here? But he did not know what going down meant. Moreover, what was left or right? A horse, a human, different. Hot. It melted. It burned. Sleepiness melted and disappeared. How long are you going to sleep? Get up, lazy Barusu. Subaru. Gwa. A Subaru was pulled back to reality with a sharp poke. His limbs unable to move, and his scorched thoughts crumbled away. Suddenly raising his body, Subaru wiped cold sweat from his sand-laden forehead. Subaru? Eh? Oh, eh? Looking around. Dark. He was unable to see anything. There was something that evoked fear just a few seconds ago. Subaru? He? Ram. I am stunned. How can you be frightened from mere darkness? You are not a child. Subaru. Ah. Cowering. This small Subaru's eyes widened at the sound of that voice, her face illuminated by the lantern she herself carried. From Ram spilled a slight exhale. Then, she quietly knelt down on the spot and stroked Subaru's cheeks with her hand. Ram. What a pitiful face. Subaru. Has my face melted, Ram? Except in front of Emilia-sama, I have never seen such a pitiful sight. The heat of the palm touching the cheek was so warm, but it was not even close compared to what Subaru had just experienced. Thanks to that feeling, thanks to the sensation of flames and the warmth of another, Subaru understood. Again, he had returned by death. And here was another save point, different from that of the two deaths he had met in the sand dunes. So it had been said that to conquer the labyrinth of sand one had to put their very lives at stake. He felt like the cold sand flowing on the sand sea was silently ridiculing the scorched Subaru, watching. Chapter 14. Faith built atop the sand, the warmth coming off from Ram's palm contrasted with the scorn of the cold sand. Both of those were the realities which Natsuki Subaru was faced with now. That was the present that he should accept. Subaru Ram. Ram. What? Subaru. Your fingers sure do feel nice and smooth. It's as bee-boo-bee. Ram. This Barusu sure pushes his luck, doesn't he? Subaru, will you ever stop using people's nicknames as curses? Subaru voiced out his complaints with tears in his eyes after having had his cheek slapped in recompense for his careless remark. However, Ram, who held a lantern in her hand, did not reply to him. Instead, she hurriedly moved off, keeping her distance away from him. It was something cold from her, even though up until now she had shown him a kindness which was seldom seen. Though, if things stayed like this, since Subaru would be unable to even have an awkward conversation about it, part of his true intention had been to go back to how they usually interacted. Subaru. Right here. We're Ram. It's pitch black absolutely everywhere. You remember the crevices opening up in the sand sea and our dragon carriages being swallowed up by them, I presume? I don't want to have to explain more than that. Subaru. No, I'm fine with hearing just that. I get it, Ram. Okay, Subaru received an outline of the current situation from Ram as he took a deep breath. He understood that he had returned by death, and that his returned by death point had been changed already. Subaru had met death 3 times in these sand dunes with this. Twice he had been killed above ground by the flashes of light, which had likely been fired from the watchtower. However, this third time, was far different to the other 2. He had died from being attacked by a monster at the underground. He could barely keep his body from shaking as he recalled the manner of his death that he'd experienced just a minute ago. Subaru. I never thought I'd die like that. The manner in which Subaru had died now was what you would call a fiery death. His whole body had been scorched by crimson flames, and he had been burnt to death still without understanding everything that was going on. It was hard to forget that his whole body had been licked by red-hot tongues, and that every part of him had melted rather than burnt. He knew from knowledge that the human body was a lump of fat. However, was it really something that melted away so easily and runnily like that? That his burnt remains were tragic was something which he would indeed agree with. Ram, Barusu, have you calmed down yet? If you've settled down, we need to talk. Subaru. Yeah, I'm okay. Is it just me and you here? Ram, if that was the case, Barusu, I would be ditching you and running away for my own safety. Since I haven't, well, you understand what that means, don't you? Subaru. Did you just show a part 2 to the kindness you seldom show? Ram? You sure do say a lot of disrespectful things towards the bundle of love and compassion which is me, don't you? She came back whilst you were spouting out nonsense. Looking to his left at the lantern, and then looking at where it was pointing from Ram's right, he saw the glow of a lamplight approaching from deeper within the cave. The lantern was swaying back and forth at around head height. And just as he expected, the source of light was held by Anastasia, who was riding Patrash. Anastasia. Ram-san, Natsuki-kun, seems your conversation's finished, right? Subaru. Anastasia Patrashe, is that you? Anastasia, who was riding on Patrash, spoke out the same greeting as she had before as she flashed him a grim, and to those words, Ram pinched the hem of her skirt, like before, and bowed. Ram, thank you for your thoughtfulness, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, what do the surroundings look like? Anastasia. I just went to look a little further inside, but I couldn't find any of the other young'uns. It's just the 3 of us who were hurled down around here and this young'un-looking one. Ram, I see. Anastasia. You gotta keep your chin up, though mayhaps that in itself ain't gonna be of any use to us. Ram, thank you for your concern. Indeed, I understand. I'll make sure to do so. Anastasia voiced her apprehensions from Dragonback, to which Ram replied in the likeness of how she would usually speak, different to how she spoke to Subaru. Anastasia's face was clearly visible this time since Ram was the one holding the lantern. Everything Anastasia had said was exactly the same as last time. The fact that Ram was upset at being separated from Ram was clearly shown from her face and profile, in which the slight exhaustion therein could be seen. Subaru. So for now, the only ones that were able to join up is just us 4? Pretty damn awful that we have no fighting strength. Anastasia. We ain't as scattered as we thought, eh, Natsuki-kun? What special good luck charm did you even get Ram-san to cast us? Ram. Unfortunately, nothing would happen even if it has to decide between just me and Barusu. Only Barusu would end up dead when he would be found the next day. Subaru. What do you mean? Do you mean like the werewolf in a game of werewolf? Scary. Their comments were not meant as a show of bravado, but rather, Anastasia and Ram exchanged words in such as ways to calm Subaru, who had just woken up. Though his grasp of the situation was quick since it was the second time around, they were still in a place where it paid dividends in getting a move on immediately, even now. Subaru. Ram. Just to make sure, you don't know where Ram is using your synesthesia, right? Ram? That's correct. It's no use. Since I feel the link, I have no doubt that at least she's alive, but I don't know any more than that. All we can do is pray that she's not alone. Subaru. Given that my everyday deeds are tied to fortune and misfortune, Rem's deeds will just be good ones. Make no mistake in that I absolutely believe in her safety. If this theory was right, it was entirely because of his own deeds that he was going through an absurd amount of suffering and death. He wanted to go and close his eyes to that. Subaru on top of that, Subaru absolutely couldn't let Ram and Anastasia know. That was his greatest anxiety. It seemed like everyone he wanted to save had been scattered away from him thanks to his return by death point having been updated. It was just like when he couldn't use his return by death to get Rem's name back. What if tragedy had struck his companions due to his return by death? Updating now. Subaru. I absolutely won't allow that. For those who weren't here, Emilia, Beatrice, Julius, Miley. And Rem. He prayed that nothing disastrous had happened to them. Natsuki Subaru prayed that they weren't hurt, even if they weren't in his reach. Ram? Barusu. Aren't you connected with Beatrice-sama? Subaru. I've tried, but it's no good. As long as there's a path between us, Biko herself should be able to sense me. but even if I try to call her, the connection is pretty weak. Anastasia. Might be due to the miasma. Even spirits can't keep their breath held long. Even my echidna's grumblin' every so often. It was just Amelia-san who was fine tayet. Subiru. I guess it was the same for you as well. Eh, Beko? Beatrice, stout-hearted as she was, probably wouldn't let out any complaints, even if she was in a bad state. Were that to happen, Subaru would have absolutely noticed it. Beatrice, being in a bad state, would influence everyone else's safety as well. When they safely reunited, he'd have to tell her off. Subaru. That's why. For that too, we need to rejoin with the other guys. Let's go deeper into the cave. It was likely that they'd come across the monster which had burned him once again if they went towards its depths, but even so, there was no other way but to go forward. So, to reunite with his precious companions as well. There was no other way but to go forward. Anastasia. You're the only one walking, Natsuki-kun. Ain't your footin' getting worse? Subaru. I'm fine. Do take care though, since Petrasha won't welcome anyone with open arms except me. Every time, it seems like she's about to bite off one of Biko's drill curls. Anastasia. Aha, what a great joke. Petrasha-chan is a good girl. She wouldn't do that. Ain't that right, Petrasha? Petrasha gave a quick grunt at Subaru, who was leading them with his lantern whilst they made their way deeper into the cave. Her grunt was the sort she made when she had no complaints. Petrasha was still a hard worker, even in spite of her carrying other people who weren't Subaru, since she knew it was an emergency. As expected, she was a woman worthy of being part of the Amelia camp, having placed Ram and Anastasia on Petrasha. Subaru was the only who traversed the maze of sand on foot. They followed the same way as last time, with the four of them moving forward towards the depths of the cave. They may have left dozens of minutes earlier than last time, but since he didn't know when that monster would appear down here, it would all be down to nothing more than a margin of error. Subaru. Its lair is way over there. Maybe it's its feeding ground, or its playground. What couldn't be called feed was the sheer amount of burnt corpses which had littered that area. The charred corpse which Subaru had accidentally grabbed had probably been an animal's. From its shape it seemed like he'd grabbed the hind leg of a four-legged creature, but there weren't any indications that it had been eaten. The amount of charred corpses over there had been countless. He could even have appreciated its cuisine as being simply gourmet witch beast if it was using fire to just prepare its meal. However, it merely burnt its prey and left their corpses behind untouched. That monster possessed a cruel nature that delighted itself in burning its prey to death. It made sense that it had a way to capture it and a place to burn it. It was a grotesque figure, munitioned with abnormal amounts of heat. Subaru also feared the witch beast itself, which existed with a wrong form as a living creature, at the same time as he recalled the moment he had burned to death. Anastasia. From what I can see, we should still be in the sand dunes around here, but maybe underneath it. Well, I think, Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Eh? That's right. I think so too. Ram. Did you actually hear what she said? You're being rude if you think that response adequate. Ram swiftly exposed Subaru's mindless agreement. However, Subaru hastily shook his hands and head in denial. Subaru. No way. I heard everything properly. And what's more is that I'm sticking with my stance of absolute agreement. Ram. Really, when you take off your bra when you go to bed, your breasts don't sag an inch. Is that what you're saying? You're affirming it? Disgusting. Subaru. Isn't the way you're bringing that up to me disgusting? Or rather, it's not like what she's saying. Don't you agree with me? Subaru, in a state of disbelief, turned towards Anastasia for help. She gave him a wry smile, and then spoke out saying, You shouldn't worry, Anastasia. Ram-san was messing about just now. I don't think it's proper to speak like this in this terrible situation. Subaru. Yeah. That's right. I was in a hurry. And in the first place, neither Ram or Anastasia's breasts would sag, nor do they have enough to even notice Anastasia. Whoopsie? Sorry, Natsuki-kun. My hand slipped. Subaru. Why the past tense? And why so hot? Her lantern was pressed to the nape of his neck, and the heat coming off from its magical orb burnt his neck. With the sensation of his fiery death resuscitated within him, he shuddered and rolled down onto the cold sand, shouting and screaming as he relieved himself from the pain. And as he did so, still collapsed with the back of his body lying on top of the sand, he glared at the two of them on Dragonback. Subaru, isn't that cruel doing that all of a sudden? I would have liked at least a chance to explain. Anastasia, you can't go criticizing people's physical characteristics and then showing contempt for AM. You absolutely can't do that unless you're masochistic. If this was Kararaji, you'd lose all your reputation and become broke. Don't you agree, Ram-san? Ram? I don't mind. Besides, Rems are bigger, so we keep the balance between us. It's no issue for me. If he went and spoke out on their beautiful sisterly love which complemented each other, he'd once again provoke their ire. Thus, he kept quiet. Subaru grimaced. His nape tingled in slight pain. He stood up and coughed, brushing away sand. Subaru, anyways, let's get down to business. We're underground here. That's what you said, right? Anastasia. What? You actually heard me? That's right, I think so. The reason why is cause the air is heavier than above ground, and the temperature is lower. Don't you agree? Ram. Underneath the sand dunes, we'll have to pray that this isn't a sandworm's burrow. Subaru. It could also be worse than that. Anastasia pulled her robe in tighter, appealing to the chill, a gesture which Ram followed suit in. Subaru subtly weaved in the reality of the situation, while he agreed with their opinions. Of course, even if there were sandworms here, it would be a Herculean task to beat them back with the meager fighting strength they had available amongst them. Even so, sandworms were still better as they somewhat had a strategy to deal with them. That witch beast, which for now he'd call a centaur for convenience, was something which Subaru had no idea of how to deal with in battle. He'd come across it and been immediately burnt on the spot. He was sure he'd meet the same manner of death if he bumped into it like last time. Subaru, practically, it's likely we'll come across witch beasts other than the sandworms. Even though they're witch beasts which roam these sand dunes, I think it's a good idea if we came up with a plan for them for later. Ram. Yes, nonetheless, I can only say that I just know what I heard Meili speaking about on the way here, and other than that, perhaps how a typical witch beast lives. Anastasia. The witch beasts of the Ogria sand dunes are far more aggressive due to the effects of the miasma, and there are also witch beasts that shouldn't be living here in the first place. Even so, knowing is better than not knowing. When Subaru put out his suggestion, Ram and Anastasia both nodded in agreement. As a result, they talked about the witch beasts, whilst they continued their search forward into the depths of the cave. Ram. Sandworms stand out due to their stench and ugliness, but in contrast to their aggressive nature, their bodies aren't that strong. Even if their bodies are large, my magic can kill them easily. If anything, your whip may actually be useful, Barusu. Subaru. Seriously? My whip would damage them. Anastasia. It said they tend to be cowardly, and if they feel pain, it'd seem like they'd back away. It'd depend on the type of pain they'd feel, but at least the chance ain't zero, wouldn't you think? Ram. I don't want to come across a Banassi if possible. Subaru. Is that a vicious witch beast despite it having the name of a rodent? Anastasia. Nah, it ain't got any fighting strength. Oot. It fights dirty. It puffs itself up until its body goes kapow, blowing up anyone near it. And with that, its blood and guts will shower its enemy. Subaru. Then, is its blood poisonous or something? Ram. It's not like that. It's just pestering, but once one of them does that and their stench pours out, other Banassi flock over and do the same thing. You end up becoming smeared in blood. Subaru. Scary. As expected, there were a lot of witch beasts which were unfamiliar to him, and there were many things which made him want to frown when listening to their composition. After they finished their discussion on those witch beasts, Subaru felt like the time had come, and chose the topic. Subaru. So, the next one is about a witch beast I saw in the distance back at the sand dunes. Do you know about a witch beast which has a human body attached to the body of a horse that spouts flames from its back? Ram and Anastasia. Subaru told them about the centaur, keeping in tune with the discussion which they'd had so far regarding the mode of life of witch beasts. It was a distinct witch beast. Even if this witch beast was one of the more aggressive varieties which were native to these sand dunes, if there was an origin to it, he should be able to make a breakthrough on it. It'd be ideal if there were weak points to it which were easy to understand, such as being weak to water due to its fire. Anastasia. Sorry, but I ain't got a clue. What about ya, Ramsan? Ram. I'm sorry as well, but this witch beast invites only revulsion even in just listening to this. Subaru. You both don't know, huh, however. He only got those answers from both of them. It seemed that neither of them had any knowledge of the centaur, or a different kind of them with those abnormal characteristics. But that was the witch beast they'd likely first come across. He didn't want to give up on finding a breakthrough with only the answers he'd received now. Subaru. You really don't know? Like, part of Patrash's head becoming a human body, and 2 arms sticking out from there, and a mouth stretching vertically across part of its body. And finally, a horn growing from its neck of its human body instead of a head. Anastasia. Eee, what the hell? That's so gross, Ram. Honestly, that's so off-putting. The more details he put into his explanation, the more he put off the women. Seeing even Patrash's face looking disgusted after she received Subaru's semblance of an explanation, Subaru dropped his shoulders in defeat. It genuinely seemed like they all had no clue about it. Ram, if you happened to catch a glimpse of a witch beast like that in the first place, you needed to report it back then. Why did you let such a seemingly dangerous witch beast go by? Subaru. No, that's not. It's because it was nighttime. Maybe it was because Meili's divine protection was active, so I just saw it in the distance not approaching us from all the way over there. It was like when you were being treated by Amelia Tan inside of the dragon carriage. Round. Disgusting. Subaru. So that's all you're gonna be saying. Subaru was discouraged by the lack of a response as he fumbled around for a suitable excuse. With it ending up like this, they had no means capable of striking first against the centaur. All he could do was search for a plan to avoid meeting the real thing, whilst he spelled out its danger in anticipation. Subaru. For now I'll call it a centaur, but I reckon it's a really dangerous thing. A mane grew from the back of its human body, and it was burning like fire. It had quite a tenacious look to it. I don't know how, since it didn't have a face, but that's the feeling it gave off. So it's likely that if we don't take care, it'll come and chase us. Ram, then why did you ignore it? Do you have a death wish? Subaru. I think there were misleading words in the explanation right now as well. He couldn't deny that his explanation had become fairly absurd in wanting to let them know of the danger. However, by telling them this as a precaution, the girls would likely be able to keep themselves on guard for danger in regards to an encounter with an actual centaur. That's all he had managed. He hadn't managed to tell them about when he had really met the centaur, and they had no countermeasures against it. Subaru thought about a more fundamental approach as well. That was Anastasia. Natsuki-kun. Ramsan. Can you stop the chatter for just a mo? Anastasia said that and motioned for Patrash to stop. The clever earth dragon had stopped before she had been told to, but she drooped her head as if she understood what Anastasia meant, and then Anastasia held out her lantern in front of her and said, Anastasia, there's a fork on the road. Before his eyes was the first part of his plan to avoid meeting the centaur. As before, a dread hung in the air at the fork, enough to make one grimace, and that dread came clearly flowing in from the right path. Anastasia, left or right, which way do you want to go? Subaru, if we follow Kurapika's theory, going to the right is the correct option. Anastasia, who's that? As before. Subaru's knowledge was nothing but foreign in this other world. Subaru had already experienced it with his body, so his words weren't unsubstantiated. Subaru. In times like these, people tend to unconsciously want to pick the left side. Though various factors are at play like one's dominant hand or eye, ethology has shown actual evidence of that, especially when there are no additional conditions attached. Ram, ethology. What a smart word came out of your mouth, however. Are you ignoring this horrible presentiment which you can feel coming from the right path? Isn't this a condition? Whether it would be correct or not to take the right path. This time, they had to take it. Having deemed so, Subaru would have to try and persuade the others with logic. However, he felt a strong feeling of aversion to the horrible sensation that was drifting in from the right path. If they could, both Ram and Anastasia didn't want to take the right path. He could see that from the look in their eyes. Persuading them and making them take the right path was what Subaru had to do. He wouldn't let them go towards their death so easily after getting the chance from returning by death. Subaru, it's true that a blatantly horrible atmosphere is coming from the right, but I think it's just a little too blatant. It's as if it's saying, don't come here, right? Ram, Subaru. It's exactly like the mechanism which breaks through that sand time and the flower garden of witch beasts before the watchtower. They're far too intricate to be something that cropped up naturally. Didn't you think so, Anastasia? In other words, Natsuki-kun, you want to say that the sand time, the flower garden, and this cave as well are things of artifice. In contrast to Ram, who had sunk into silence, Anastasia followed what Subaru had been trying to say. Subaru cracked his fingers at hearing her response and voiced his agreement with a, "That's right. Subaru, they've set a bunch of traps since they want to keep us away. Why haven't we come across a single witch beast here in nearly an hour if this wasn't something artificial? We all seem to agree that this is part of the Augria sand dunes, and though Meili's not here, we haven't encountered any witch beast lairs. That's unnatural. Ram, so here we're in a place where someone's hand, no, where the sage's hand came into play. Subaru, with that, we know that the sage's personality isn't very pleasant. Ram, although it was an opinion which was half-coated in truth, Subaru admired that even if he spoke himself, it didn't mean that he hadn't been able to sound persuasive. In fact, when he looked back on the journey through the Augria sand dunes up until now, there had been many things set which could certainly be called traps that were there to impede their journey towards the watchtower. It could even be called a trial. And it was a fact as well that they hadn't come across any witch beasts yet in this cave. Of course, Subaru's thoughts were incorrect in the end, as he knew that they would come across the centaur at the end. However, no. Perhaps that centaur was the last guard. There was a chance that its presence was a mechanism that denoted a last show of strength to those who came to enter the watchtower. In that case, he just had no way to express the malice in their choice of guardian. However, Ram, there's certainly logic even in Barusu's point. Subaru, seriously? Anastasia, why are you acting so surprised? Is it strange? Subaru instinctively reacted with surprise at Ram's words, who had sunk into pensive silence. And after that, Anastasia, who had seen that response, gave a wry smile and lifted up the pom-poms on her hat with both of her hands. Anastasia, to tell you the truth, I really don't want to go to the right. But now that you said that our opinions have been induced to form up and pick the left, I don't want to go with it anymore. Subaru, that's an opinion that doesn't seem like you, who lived by your do-or-die intuition. You sure have been swept away? Anastasia, are you just saying even I'll do it if your opinion becomes approved? The wry smile on her face grew deeper, which, as a matter of fact, probably indicated that Eridna was unable to imitate the vital point that had been Anastasia's do-or-die intuition. This was a last resort for her too. She should have had a difficult time deciding whether or not to get on board with Subaru's point. Subaru. So, what about you, Ram? Ram, it's as I said. I can understand Barusu's point too, considering how things went in the sand dunes up until here. We can just agree that apart from the sage's wicked disposition, there's also the harsh environments that those who can't reach the watchtower are subject to one after the other. That's why it's obvious that someone has meddled. Subaru. I sure don't agree with calling them natural things, Ram. So, although I don't fully agree with your point, Barusu, it doesn't mean that I don't agree with some parts of it. With that said, there's no hesitation in checking the right path. Subaru. What do you mean? Anastasia. It's annoying for her to do what Natsuki-kun says, but she's going to go along with it, is what she's saying. Anastasia politely interpreted what Ram had meant to say. In fact, it seemed like it was the correct interpretation considering that Ram didn't correct any of it. In short, it meant that both Ram and Anastasia had accepted Subaru's cajolery. Subaru. All right, excellent. Muchas gracias. I won't make either of you regret it. Ram, I will take at least some share of the responsibility in my choice. Don't you go trying to carry my share of the burden on your back as you please. Focus your useless resourcefulness only on Anastasia. If you make me regret it, I'm gonna let you take the responsibility for it. If that happens, we'll have to consult with the abacus for how much it's gonna be. Don't you think? Subaru. Both of you are so damn scathing. His delight was short-lived, and his speech in which he had taken responsibility for the choice was quickly assailed by the both of them. Although he didn't know how serious Eridna's trace of Anastasia was, Eridna was putting in great efforts so that things wouldn't end up in regret. Only that feeling was genuine. Subaru. Plus, it's not like the obstacles end with just their persuasion. Indeed, that was right. In the end, all Subaru had got was the right to make a challenge. The challenge against the real hurdles started from here on out. The fork in the road awaited their decision as it exuded an overwhelming negative atmosphere out. They were going to take the right path where the air lay thick and visible, ever worsening. If this was a trial which the sage had prepared, he wondered what they were thinking by opting to make this path its start. Subaru. If he's waiting for us beyond this point, then let's give him as much of a surprise as possible. I'm gonna slap his face and make him apologize over and over, and after that, I'm gonna make him find Amelia and the others. Determining that, Subaru turned towards the right path and brandished his lantern there, having declared that. And then, Ram gave a soft sigh behind Subaru's back. Ram, I agree with you, but there's still a chance that Amelia Sama, along with everyone else, will make it to the watchtower before us. Subaru, honestly, wasn't this a good spot to show off? Subaru, whose spirit was being strained even before the challenge began, voiced out his disgruntlement. After those exchanges, the three of them and their Earth dragon, the group of four went into the right path. He still had a bad feeling, even now. That feeling seemed to make even the sand underneath his feet feel different. Whilst tasting this discomfort, Subaru wiped the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead and grinned at Patrasha. Subaru. Come to think of it, I was wrong to decide which way to take without hearing your opinion. Patrasha. Subaru. Where you're going is the road I will take, and whatever road it is, no matter how harsh, you'll believe in me since I always weather through. Hey, you're way too handsome. I'm falling in love. Ram. He's being nonsensical, but he doesn't seem to be doing it by mistake, so he's being sinful, don't you think? What good do you see in him? Ram muttered that out as if she were shocked when she saw Subaru rambling on about Patrasha's feelings as if he was her, whilst she remained taciturn, though Patrasha would usually immediately rebuff such talk. Right now, she had remained composed as if he hadn't said anything wrong, or she had thought it foolish to waste strength doing that, so she was saving it for until they reached a safer place. One of the two, likely the latter. Subaru. Even if so, can you go easy on me, if possible? Patrash. Subaru. Was that a voice of denial just now? Despite having chosen silence until now, she abruptly let off an impatient bark of denial at what he'd said. But then, having the mettle to first of all escape safely from here before berating him was quite the good thing, because that meant Patrasha believed that they could get out of here safely. They kept on walking without any change, with Subaru at the head and Patrash at the back. The lantern's light illuminated the way several meters ahead. Making sure to tread carefully, their exploration continued. Their pace, however, had definitely slowed down compared to their way here. It was even slower than when they'd taken the left road before he had returned by death. The reason why was simple. Subaru. My body is so heavy it wasn't that his weight had increased or that an invisible yokai had climbed onto his back. And, in practice, it definitely wasn't any sort of issue that affected his actual corporeal self. That both his body was heavy and his feet unmoving was entirely a mental problem. Sure enough, the right path was brimming with a negative sensation that had caused his feet to seize up. He hoped this was one of the sage's detestable trials, and that if they came out of the forked road, they'd find a safe spot awaiting them ahead. Of these hopes, he didn't hold a single one. But unfortunately, even those hopes were fleeting and quickly turned. Rather, his negative thoughts, which felt like a curse, grew ever stronger. Subaru. Gulping down some saliva, still keeping his silence, Subaru took a step forward so to move his leaden feet from the sand. His feet were frozen in place. He wouldn't move, even if in his heart Subaru knew just how weak and fragile he was. He shouldn't have felt like cowering in this passageway of sand, where nothing had happened yet. Indeed, he felt no fear at heart, and even his head felt clear. Just his limbs didn't try to move in line with that purpose. His flesh and body, only, were acting against his reason and the course of his soul. His body instinctually rejected it and tried to stop him from moving forward. It cost Subaru twice as much time, strength, and willpower to move forward, and even he couldn't help but feel tired. Subaru. Fool. God. Can I really whine this much? Violently shaking his head, Subaru tried to forget the feeling of tiredness that ladened his body. Choosing the right path had been no one but Subaru's decision. Even though it had been, he couldn't permit himself to try and whine, or such, before the two behind him did. Subaru. Well, this walk sure may be a little difficult, but it's no big deal. Surprisingly, our goal may be getting closer, Ram. Baru Susubaru. Oh, what's up? Ram, shut up. Subaru. Oh, his attempt at trying to drive away his whining with a show of bravado was shot down by Ram's curt toxicity. Their pace had fallen drastically, and their fear of the surroundings had also only increased. It seemed like probably even Ram was being taxed mentally. That her words were more toxic and curter than usual was proof of that. Subaru. Hey, I get what you're feeling, but I think I suck at walking in silence. Ram. Are you walking to enjoy yourself? Remember why we're doing this? Subaru. Well, no, but like Ram. Be silent and walk. An unapproachable, obstinate attitude. Of course, though Ram's opinion was correct, Subaru had a point as well. Right now, the weight of his body was pulling into sync with the weight on his mind. In other words, it had become a vicious circle where the heavier his mood got, the heavier his body became. He'd wanted to take their minds off it a bit so that things wouldn't end up like that. Keeping on guard was important, as well as wanting to show some consideration, but he wanted them to show that they'd understood that and taken it on board. Or rather, Ram especially should take it on board. She always showed consideration. Still, she might be really struggling. Subaru. Do you reckon we should move faster, Ram? Subaru. Ram, Subaru called out, trying to determine how urgent the conditions had got. But Ram didn't bother to reply to his words at all. The light from the two lanterns, one of which was illuminating the path ahead of Subaru, and the other which was illuminating their surroundings from Patrash's neck, didn't allow the particulars of Ram's expression to be seen. With her hood pulled over her head, Ram cast her eyes down to look at Anastasia's back. Her face wasn't visible. Subaru. Ram. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun, is that quite enough? Subaru. Ah. Stopping in his tracks, Subaru turned his head around to try and look at her expression. But Ram, stubborn as she was, didn't let him see her face. And on top of that, Anastasia had defended her. Seeing Subaru's lips bend in frustration, Anastasia scratched her cheek with a troubled expression adorning her face. Anastasia. I hadn't mentioned it, but Ram-san was considerably flustered after she woke up in the underground. Her composure seemed to have come back because of how plucky she is. But I guess it still looks like she hasn't fully regained it. Subaru. You're saying too much, Anastasia. Look, will you leave this to me? While Anastasia had put some consideration to Ram's feelings, her words lacked in it. Having just had her hidden innermost thoughts divulged, Ram gritting her teeth could be heard all around them. But Anastasia took no notice of it. She raised one of her small hands and pointed it in front of her so that Subaru could see it. Anastasia, we shouldn't talk right now. When your nerves are frayed to the limit, no matter who says what, nothing good will come out of it. Isn't that right, Subaru? Anastasia, isn't that right? Though it annoyed him, Anastasia Aridna had a point. He had put too much priority in trying to move forward and getting out of the cave safely. Subaru this time definitely hadn't been able to consider Ram's feelings much. The price for doing that had come to bite him back here, and mayhaps had ended up expressed in Ram's attitude. Now that he thought about it, was overly hasty of him to assume that there was a problem there because of Ram. Subaru, you're right. You're definitely right. It was my bad. Ram. Reflect on it. Subaru. Chach! Hey, Anastasia, stop that, no fightin'. Come on, Natsuki-kun, keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. Subaru's nerves had become frayed on seeing Ram's attitude, which gave no signs of letting up. However, Anastasia had gotten in between them and somehow stopped him there. She then pointed at Subaru, motioning him to move forward. She nudged a lantern that was fastened around Patrash's neck with her feet, rocking it about. Seeing the silhouettes of the passageway of sand flickering across his sight, Subaru clicked his tongue. Although he couldn't stomach her attitude, there would be no point in them falling into strife here. Fortunately, he could excuse it as the unpleasant atmosphere influencing the highs and lows in their mood. While he could lay the blame on something, there was no need to worsen their relations with such an unnecessary thing. They could talk about their current foul attitudes when they made it safely out from here. Subaru, let's get going. Once again, the search spearheaded by Subaru resumed. However, their pace was still slow, and didn't get any faster. In the end, his so-called attempt at picking up their spirits and removing the loads from their body had failed. Since nothing had changed for the better, the chances of the situation improving had naturally become zilch. Even so, when it came to change, there had been some. And it wasn't a change with Subaru and the others, but rather a change with the maze of sand itself. Subaru. No matter how you look at it, the path has become narrower. They probably spent nearly an hour steadily advancing through the right path. The pathway of sand was narrowing from the left, right, top and bottom. The height and width of the path was reaching a size that would make it impossible for large witch beasts to pass through. There was just enough space for Patrash to squeeze through. However, it was at a size where it wasn't wide enough to accommodate the dragon carriage which Jan pulled. Likely, it was impossible for sandworms and centaurs to pass through too. At least in other words, when it came to the worst situation, i.e. a centaur lying in wait ahead on the path, that situation seemed to have been avoided. Compared to that, no matter what was awaiting ahead, at least they seemed to have avoided going towards that terrible direction. Subaru. But it looks like we'll have to be more cautious since the paths become narrower. We'll probably end up unable to move without any warning. You guys will need to be on your guard too, Ram. Subaru? Hey Subaru, who had said that thinking about what would happen soon, raised one of his eyebrows at the sudden sound. Turning his head back, he looked at the two on Dragonback who were illuminated by their lantern. No one responded to his shout. However, he knew that Anastasia, who was sitting at the front on top of Patrash, had covered her face with the palm of her hands. That seemed natural for Anastasia, who wanted in one way or another to move forward and keep things rolling along smoothly. Anyway, what Ram had done now was that she had tiskied at Subaru's words. Subaru, what have you really been planning from the start? Ram, nothing. Subaru, it ain't nothing. I asked you what have you been planning? Raising his voice at the limit of his patience. Subaru kicked at the wall of sand beside him. Part of the surface of the fragile wall came loose. But Subaru didn't care at all about the sand which sprinkled down on him. All that Subaru saw right now was the insolent Ram. Subaru, all I can hear is you butting in over and over again when people are walking in silence. It seems like this isn't the first time you clicked your tongue at me. Isn't that right? Hey, Woy, what are you planning, Ram? Nothing in particular. I have nothing at all to say to you, Barusu. Subaru. Nothing at all. And yet aren't you clicking your tongue at me year after year going tch-tch? Tch, aren't you doing that? There's got to be a reason for you to be saying that you aren't doing that even though you are, hasn't there? Subaru's fervor continued to grow stronger than before, in contrast to the cold Ram's attitude. It seemed natural. Everything which Ram had shown was cold and one-sided in contrast to the exertions which Subaru had made up until now. Subaru did not know why he was being looked down upon and rebuked. Subaru, if there's something you want to say, then say it. Go and say it since I'll listen, Ram. That's why I have nothing to say. Subaru. Liar, are you stupid? If you feel like hiding stuff, then hide it all. Now that you slipped up, flaunt it all off, you say there's nothing? That's a fucking idiot's expression, huh? Dumbass, Ram. Ram's mood changed at seeing Subaru hurling insults at her, spittle flying from his mouth. Sat behind Anastasia. She leaned her body out and glared at Subaru. He was unsatisfied with where she sat as well, hiding behind others, looking down at him from above. Was she planning to rise above them all by borrowing something's strength? Ram. It seems like you've really gotten yourself all worked about moving forward, haven't you, Subaru? That's to be expected though, isn't it? What do you think we came here for? We came to meet the sage, didn't we? All the hardships we faced for this, and all the progress we made. What's so funny about it? Ram, you're wrong. We didn't come here to meet the sage. Subaru. Ram. We came here to return Rem back to how she was. Ram clearly asserted this, all the while glaring at Subaru, overwhelmed by the sharpness and pressure that emanated from her eyes. Subaru, who had been seething, his conviction weakened a little. Saving Rem meeting the sage. Wasn't it like that? Subaru. It's the same thing, isn't it? Meet the sage and then save Rem. It's connected. Ram. It isn't. Saving Rem comes first, and meeting the sage comes after that. You've got your priorities wrong, yes. You've got them all wrong. Ram's voice trembled as she spoke the last of those words. The fury she had voiced was a wrath that burnt like an unquenchable raging fire that brought together everything the emotionless girl had felt up until now. In the underground area of these cold sand dunes, Ram continued to speak, her words still full to the brim with the fever of wrath. Ram. I came here for Rem. I came here to remember my little sister. And yet, what are we doing now? Rem isn't even here, so stop messing about idly in this place. Subaru, no one's messing about, because things ended up like this. Now that things ended up like this, there's nothing else we can do at the time it did. Am I wrong? Ram. Yes, maybe so. But, before we make sure of that, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem even once? Subaru. Ram, ever since you woke up below ground, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem? Or about Amelia-sama? Or about Beatrice-sama? Have you ever at all worried about those who are missing? Ram showered those questions at him, but he kept silent, speaking not a single word in return. Certainly this time around, unlike the last, Subaru hadn't tried to check how everyone else was doing after he had woken up from returning by death. However, this absolutely wasn't because he wasn't worried about them, but rather because he knew that Ram and Anastasia didn't know anything about them. It was Subaru's consideration. It was care. And despite that, Ram... No, you never did you? You never did, Barusu. You don't care at all about Ram, Barusu, because your head is full of Amelia-sama and Beatrice-sama. Well, so be it. You're just that kind of man. But I feel bad for Subaru. Shut up. Ram. Didn't Rem believe in you, Barusu? Though I don't know, since that too is a convenient story which I've just heard from you, Barusu. Maybe you were just saying whatever popped into your head. You only say what's convenient in front of women. I feel bad for Amelia-sama and Beatrice-sama as well, deceived by such a man. Subaru. Shut the hell up, Ram. No, I will not. How many times must I repeat myself? Barusu, you don't care about Rem at all. Even if she isn't found, you would just feel glad. Subaru, don't you mess about with me. His field of view was dyed in crimson, and his nerves had flared up hearing her vent those thoughtless remarks. His anger at the arrogant woman who had vented out those selfish words whilst looking down upon him from her perch exploded. He would grab her and drag her down, though the time it would take to do that wasn't quick enough. Subaru. Invisible providence. Ram. Subaru dropped that darkish sensation which swirled through his brain down to his chest and let it loose. The black palm which had come into being cried out in joy and smoothly stretched itself out. It crept up to the rear of the earth dragon's back, where it threw down the pink-haired girl who had denounced him. Letting off a shriek, Ram wildly tumbled onto the sand. Confusion racked Ram's face, indicating she had no idea what had happened after she had been hit by the demonic hand, which wasn't visible to the naked eye. Subaru rushed over next to where Ram was lying down atop of the sand. And then... Subaru. Don't you mess about with me. Saying that he didn't think at all about Rem. Saying things like that was no joke. Consumed by anger, everything had become like whichever way he looked at it from, following his overheated thoughts. Ram. Subaru leaned down over the supine Ram and began to strangle her slender neck. Creak. Creak, 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 creak. Chapter 15. Scattered to the sand, Subaru's fingers wrapped around the slender, white neck. As Subaru tightened his hold using all of his strength and felt their neck bones creaking underneath his palms, he felt like something was quite out of place, like it was a girl's slender neck. Ram. Ram was being straddled, and her neck was being strangled by someone with all their might. A groan escaped from her lips. Her noble features were warped in agony, and drool could be seen dribbling down from the corner of her rosy lips. Her red tongue danced from side to side, searching for freedom inside of her mouth. She thrashed her arms and legs about, desperately resisting him. Ram. Subaru couldn't possibly put up a fight against Ram if she put up a serious resistance. She had managed to strike Garfield down for a bit back at the sanctuary by herself. And even if she hadn't, she was a woman that should be well acquainted with the art of self-defense. It would be reasonable to assume that she should possess multiple ways to restrain him and deal with a situation of this ilk, where she was seized from above by a man like this. However, that would boil down to whether she could at least get one of her limbs free or not. Subaru. Invisible Providence, Ram. Subaru set free the dark emotions within his chest as he strangled her neck with a creak. The dark, invisible sediment took shape and helped keep Ram's arms and legs firmly pinned down now. With her limbs pinned down, Ram was unable to struggle about effectively. Her breath would soon stop so long as he continued to put his strength into strangling her neck. Ram too would have regretted her reckless remarks from earlier if she stopped breathing. Subaru would be able to make her pay with her life for having wounded his heart with her misdirected, callous remarks, and for her ungrounded, thoughtless remarks which had been spurned by her selfishness, and for having spoken light of Riam. For thinking he never cared for her. Subaru. It's you who's at fault. It's you. You. Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. All of those little things that piled up poured out one after the other. He put his hatred into the fingers which were strangling her neck. His nails dug into her pale skin, and blood trickled down. Ram. Hush. Ram turned her eyes full of hate at Subaru, who was breathing heavily and relishing the touch of hot blood at the end of his fingernails. What was with that inflexibility in her light pink irises that gazed at him while the light of her life was about to be snuffed out? It's as if they were complaining, saying, "I won't truly die by having my life taken." He decided that he would gouge out her eyes after he strangled her to death. Subaru. Gonna rip you apart piece by piece, bitch you, when I think of you looking at me with that face which is a spitting image of Ram's. It makes me want to hurl. Ram. Subaru. Oh, what is it? I can't hear you. If you got something to say, then say it clearly. Ram. Ram wheezed something out that overlapped with the last syllable of Subaru's abusive tirade. For a split second, Subaru narrowed his eyes to the echo of that sound. Then the sand beneath Subaru, who was pushing Ram down, exploded, and both of their bodies were blown away. Subaru. Ram. Huh. Subaru was showered in sand by the sudden blast which got inside of his mouth and eyes. He toppled down towards the back to the taste of sand and pain. Ram too had been caught up in the explosion, and her small body had taken the brunt of it as she tumbled away from him. Bearing cuts from the explosion, the blood Ram spilled had spattered across the sand. However, Ram had escaped from Subaru's clutch. That was the fact of the matter. Subaru. Ram. You use fucking magic, Ram. I had enough time to take a gasped breath. That's all I need to be able to. Chant Jiak. Ram picked herself up from her knees. Her breathing was in a feeble state. She had barely managed to chant out her Fula wind magic whilst her neck was being strangled. Unable to afford to miss, and unable to aim accurately, she had instead aimed underneath her. As a result, she had dragged both herself and Subaru into the blast and escaped from danger. Subaru. Chich. Ram. As soon as he came to that realization, Subaru turned his hand to the back of his waist and pulled out his whip. At the same time, Ram pulled out a short wand from her bosom, letting her fighting spirit well out, showing that she was prepared for battle. Ram, as a magician, had the capacity to deliver one strong blow, but even Subaru wouldn't be bested when it came to the speed which he could attack at. The swift nature of the whip was one that was favored even by the big guns of this world. He should crack his whip straight at her unperturbed-looking face so to make it one that he'd never have to see again. Subaru. Even if you start crying and apologizing, it's far too late, Ram. That's my line. There's no value in letting an uncaring sex freak like Ubarasu meet turn to pieces and wither upon the sand. Subaru. Whatever you say. Subaru's resolve in dealing with Ram, who had softly let her murderous intentions flare up, stiffened as well. Making use of the light of the lantern which had dropped down between them, both Ram and Subaru continued to glare at each other, moving around each other in a circle as they slowly tried to get within striking distance. And just as the lid was about to be blown off on them slaughtering each other, just a few seconds before that happened. Alright, that's enough. Subaru and Ram. The sound of violent applause echoed throughout, and both Subaru and Ram's faces jerked up on hearing its withered timbre. The one who had interrupted them, Anastasia, was looking down on them from Dragonback. She glared at the two who had been on the verge of trying to kill each other in turn, still sat alone on top of Patrash. Anastasia, that's enough. I don't think it's acceptable that you're both glaring at each other with such angry looks on your faces. Despite us all being on the same side, there ought to be limits no matter where you are. Subaru. Limits? Of course there's limits. And the one who stepped over them and said something that she never should have is that girl there, isn't it? That's why I'm making her pay for it. Anastasia. Since I ain't getting through to you, what about you, Ram-san? Anastasia looked on in shock at Subaru as he jabbed his finger at Ram and spoke with spittle flying out of his mouth. She had turned her flow of talk towards Ram, but the response she received from the pink-haired girl wasn't all that different from Subaru's. Ram still warily kept the tip of her wand pointed at Subaru, keeping herself on guard for battle. Ram. What a foolish question. It's Barasu's attitude that's intolerable. I'm rather at the limits of my patience. If all he cares about is himself, then why don't we go and drop him in the pitch-black darkness alone just like he wants? Subaru. I have no words for this bullshit. Fuck off. Anastasia. No good from her too, huh? Geez. Why? Seems like I've got too much on my shoulders seeing Ram's attitude, whose anger remained unrelenting. Subaru's anger also showed no signs of disappearing. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders with a gesture that indicated she'd given up on the two of them, who continued to exchange sharp looks of murderous intent. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, Subaru began to feel irritated at Anastasia as well. In the first place, why was Anastasia alone making a face that looked just like she was an outsider? He wondered who the hell it had been that was behind everything that had happened. He wondered who the hell it was that had first told him to travel to the Augrius sand dunes and aim for the sage's watchtower. Who the hell did they think they were leaving everything to others, despite unmistakably having the strongest incentive for setting out to the watchtower? And on top of that, they were sitting alone, even now, looking down from the top of his Patrash. Subaru? Hey you, what the hell are you preaching to me from up above? Get down, Anastasia. Huh, it's come to that? Subaru, get on the same level as me before you run your mouth with your arrogance. I'll hear what you have to say after that. I ain't gonna let you run your mouth at me unless you can do that. He swung his whip down, scattering sand up with a whoosh. His whip caused skin to split open if it hit its target. Even by looking at it, his whip was a weapon designed to inflict cruel wounds. It probably wouldn't matter if he hurt her host body regardless of whether Eridna was inside of it. As a matter of fact, Anastasia complied with Subaru's orders and slowly climbed down from Patrash's back. Right after she landed gingerly onto the sand, she cocked her head and asked, "Now what, Anastasia?" "There, I got down too, but Natsuki-kun, what is it that you want to do?" "Subaru, that should be obvious. I'll let that idiot take back what she said before. And if she doesn't want to, then there'll be just one thing left to do." If Ram changed her attitude and apologized from the depths of her heart, taking back everything she had said up until now, then Subaru would consider taking into account the extenuating circumstances. However, Ram's reaction, who'd heard what he'd said, was something that was easy enough to understand. "Anastasia. Well, that's what Natsuki-kun's saying, but what do you think of it, Ram-san?" "Ram? That's out of the question. You're leaping to conclusions, for I have nothing that should be taken back. I'm having a hard time understanding what on earth I'd be saying differently." Ram snorted, declaring that with an attitude that looked like she was making a fool out of them from the depths of her heart. That was her answer. Thus, with that, she had forever lost her chance to be forgiven. "Subaru. You heard her. Back off. I'm gonna make it so that there's only one face which is the same as Rem's in this world. Ram? Subaru. Hey, you got nothing to say? Ram. I'm talking to myself here, but idiocy is a contagious thing when speaking with idiots. That's why I am not say anything. A vein bulged across his forehead. Subaru's remaining patience got closer and closer to its limit. In that state, Subaru gathered his strength and tried to get to where Ram was, straight ahead of him, so he could tear her limb from limb. Anastasia rushed out, spreading out her hands in front of Subaru. Anastasia. Oh ho ho. Hey. Calm down. You're jumping to conclusions again. Subaru. Get out of my way. Do you want me to pummel the life out of you first? Anastasia. You left this to me, remember? Hey, Ramsan. Just a sex holding Subaru back, who was trying to step forward. Anastasia turned towards Ram. The taciturn Ram glared at Subaru, before reluctantly moving her gaze slightly towards Anastasia. However, it didn't seem likely that she would change her opinion. In fact, the look in her eyes betrayed that she had no intention to do so. It seemed like she had stepped towards Anastasia just out of obligation. Anastasia. Look, Ramsan, I get that cause the air's bad and such. Various feelings end up getting frayed, but... Ram? Such talk doesn't matter right now, don't you think? More than that, go say it to that idiot. Anastasia. Alright, it doesn't matter. G's giving off a fidgety impression. Ram tried to end her conversation with Anastasia as well. For the first time, she had moved her face away from Subaru and looked dead on at Anastasia. The reason was because she'd felt a sudden impact. The impact which had pierced into her body, more precisely, the left part of her chest was due to the thick knife which Anastasia held in her hand. Ram. Anastasia, I had to eyeball a decision of which of you would be useful. Can you forgive me? She twisted her knife and pulled it out from the wound. Ram looked down at the fatal wound that had been birthed on the left side of her chest, as blood tricked out from the corner of her lips. Then, she looked up at Anastasia, who had raised her hand up with a smile on her face, and collapsed in front of her. Ram feebly fell down onto the sand. The blood that gushed out of her continued to be soaked up by the parched sand. Subaru. Subaru looked at the scene with his own eyes, at a loss at what had occurred. His palm, which he held his whip with, trembled and his molars creaked in anger. Subaru. Why did you, Anastasia? Since you were going about it slowly, Natsuki-kun, didn't it seem like you'd have ended up killing each other if Ramsan's vigilance couldn't be loosened? What would I do if both of you got injured, or both of you died? I can't escape from this place all alone, you know? Anastasia cocked her head at the angered Subaru, her face showing no ill will. Her words made logical sense, but what could he, who was crushed by logic, do about this fury of his? His urge that he should have attacked Ram was still uncontrollable, and his rage was still bottled up. Anastasia. Or are you feeling like taking out your annoyance on me? Subaru. Anastasia. Don't you think it's stupid to get seized up by your current rage and lose sight of the goal? I think that's enough of getting rid of companions for the time being. Anastasia's words continued to quench his fury as if she was slowly pouring water on them. It was certainly as she said. Continuing to get rid of the thinking minds which had come this far was foolish. Moreover, Anastasia A.E. Iridna was their guide for their journey to the Pleiades watchtower. It was dubious whether her knowledge had come in use, but casting her aside would be regrettable. She was different from Ram. The latter's words only made him sick to the stomach and had no use to him. Anastasia was a piece that would be bothersome to lose. Yes, that's how it was. Subaru. All right, I'll get on board with your persuasion for now. Anastasia. That's great with me. No, thank goodness. What a relief, making a show of patting her chest in relief. Anastasia smiled from ear to ear, and then she stepped through the sand, giving off a perilous impression, and came towards Subaru, proffering her hand out. Perhaps she wanted them to shake hands? Anastasia. A reconciliation. A handshake to show that from here on out we'll treat each other well, won't we? Subaru. Subaru faltered for a moment in thought as he looked at the hand she had offered out to him. Her face showed no traces of maliciousness. Anastasia's true feelings, or rather, Right now it was Eridna's true feelings. He didn't truly know what she was scheming. He was neither comfortable or optimistic enough to think that everything she'd spoken was the truth. To start with, Anastasia had killed Ram with the knife that she'd kept concealed, whilst she expressed the same smile as she was showing now. Indeed, with a knife that she had kept concealed. The thick knife she was holding looked like it could cut all the way to the bone depending how it was handled. Since it had been put in their survival kit along with their lanterns, the kind of utility of an item that was presumed to be for survival was pretty high. However, she had kept it concealed all this time, and had used it in self-defense at her time of need. No, it may not have been self-defense. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Anastasia, you ain't taking my hand. The hand she had offered out, her right one, was empty. However, her left hand was still holding the knife. Even now, the range at which he'd be able to shake her hand was also the range at which the knife would be able to reach him. At least one of his hands would be occupied if he took her hand. He didn't even need to consider which out of his whip and her knife would be more effective at this distance. Taking her hand. Wasn't that in itself a trap? Shouldn't he kill her before he was killed? Anastasia. Natsuki-kun? Subaru. Don't worry. It's nothing. Subaru gave a weak smile and reached out for Anastasia's right hand. The moment in which she lowered her guard completely would be his chance, after they took each other's hand. Invisible providence. He once again invoked his unseen hand, and the black hand slowly fixed its sights onto Anastasia's slender neck. He wouldn't make the same mistake as he had with Ram. Next, he would make the black palm mercilessly crush her throat. He would teach a lesson to the woman who had kept belittling him ever since she had managed to secure the upper hand with her knife. Although even if he wanted to show her, this palm wasn't visible. Subaru. Then, Subaru slowly took her outstretched hand with his own, whilst he put the fingers of his black hand around Anastasia's neck. The touch of slender fingers. Anastasia's smiles grew deeper, and at the same time, Subaru's lips broke into a sad smile too. Anastasia. Well then, right here. Thus, he believed, he would use the strength of his demonic hand before Anastasia could finish speaking, and raise her knife. He would grasp her slender neck with his black fingers and crush her neck bones in an instant. Just before that happened, however, a blade of wind came streaming in and cut Anastasia's body in two from behind. He felt like he'd hallucinated that a wind had blown. Straight after that, a spray of red gushed out right in front of his eyes. A daft voice let out an, "Eh?" And Anastasia's body was cut in two across the middle. A heapload of blood was strewn out onto the white sand. Steaming shit and warm guts mingled in with the cold air, leaving behind a putrid smell to hang over the inside of the cave. Pink small and large intestines, along with many other internal organs that still showed faint traces of activity, rolled onto the sand. The sand itself had turned into a showcase of organs, in which the items on display were the raw ingredients that made up a young girl. Subaru. Ah? Seeing the spectacle in front of him, Subaru cast his gaze down to his own hand. What he saw there was Anastasia's upper body swinging about. She was still firmly grasping Subaru's right hand with hers. She opened her eyes and speechlessly looked up at Subaru. Behind her, the lower part of her body, which had been cut at the waist, was flopping about. Her legs were convulsing like a marionette, and pee was pouring out everywhere as her muscles had relaxed. Subaru. Subaru let out a scream at Anastasia's horrific condition. He immediately tried to shake her arm away. However, she was holding on with inordinate strength. Unable to shake her off, Subaru just swung the now half-in-weight Anastasia about. More blood spewed out of her as she was swung about, and the intestine that still connected the upper half of her body with her lower jolted about, scattering body fluids everywhere and emitting a foul odor. Subaru. Ha! Let go! Let go! Anastasia. No, ooh, I don't want to die. Subaru. You're already dead. Can't you grasp that you're beyond saving? Her vivid laments were far more clear than imagined, leading Subaru to scream in return. The upper and lower half of her body had now separated, and so much blood and guts had flooded out. It was wrong for her not to have died immediately. It was also wrong for her to still keep grasping his hand. It was all so ridiculous. Subaru. Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Anastasia. No. No, I won't. I absolutely won't, HK Subaru. Even if you say that now, I can't do anything. Yeah. The upper half of Anastasia clung to his arm, and pain shot through Subaru's shoulder as he tried to throw her off. Anastasia was still holding the knife in her left hand, and had thrust it into Subaru's body in an attempt to hold on to him. The sharp blade easily pierced through Subaru's left shoulder, and cracked his collarbone beneath it. Bleeding and scorching pain caused Subaru to scream. Subaru, gah, fucking idiot, hurry up and die. Anastasia, new HK Subaru, fiercely grabbed Anastasia by the face and forcefully tore off her body. With great difficulty, he held the girl who had shouted something out whilst in tears, and threw her away. From the start, Anastasia's body had been quite petite, and now that she had become half, and with all the blood she had lost, she felt as light as a feather. Subaru. Ha 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 ha. Without taking any notice of that, Subaru put his hand on his wounded right shoulder. His sight flickered in pain, and his heartbeat accelerated like it was going to explode. However, it wasn't a life-threatening wound. Subaru sluggishly reached into his thoughts whilst besieged by an unchanged, sickening tension. The blow that had killed Anastasia before was Barusu. Subaru. Guha. A shadow swayed up in front of Subaru, who had fallen onto his backside and was gasping in pain. A slender girl with blood covering half of her body came into view from the dim light of the lantern, which was half buried in sand. Ram. Since she had been stabbed in the chest by Anastasia's knife, he'd taken her for dead. Yet, the girl still breathed, and keeping a hold of her tenacity, she had killed Anastasia with her magic. Subaru, this fucking idiot. If you're gonna die, then fucking die on your own. Subaru declared that with annoyance in his voice as he looked up at the staggering Ram. It wasn't as if Ram wasn't covered in wounds. Anastasia's attack had been fatal for sure. The bleeding from the wound in her chest hadn't stopped, and even now, blood was endlessly soiling her skirt all the way down to its hem. It looked like she'd soon die due to blood loss. However, before that happened, she could take Subaru with her. Subaru. Shit, Subaru looked around his surroundings trying to find his arme de guerre, his whip. However, even if he located it, his right arm which he used to wield it was injured from the shoulder. He couldn't wield it with his left arm like he did with his right. Then he had just one choice left. Subaru. Invisible Providence. His trump card, which he'd already relied on many times in this short period of time. Once again, Subaru's brain throbbed in burning pain the moment he tried to unleash the strength of his invisible black palm. An agony like his skull was being bored through by a drill exploded within him. Subaru. Gah. Ooh. Puke trickled out from the corner of Subaru's mouth due to the agony that visited him in waves. In exchange for trying to use his trump card past its limits, his consciousness was broken up by the hellish banquet that had woken up inside his skull, starting from his cranial nerves. Pain of his right shoulder and such wasn't even comparable to this. Whittling at his brain and skull, the sense of loss froze Subaru's will like it was gnawing at his soul. Speaking nothing of the resistance he offered with his crappy whip, Subaru, who was writhing in agony, was prime prey. The dying Ram moved her body fueled only by hatred and slowly made her way towards Subaru, raising her blood-stained wand. Ram. Fu Subaru. Ah. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Subaru rolled over to where Anastasia lay in her pool of blood, still holding his head. Looking down at him, Ram's lips stirred, and she began to chant her spell. And then, Ram. La. Subaru. She completed her chant, and the blade of wind which she created hewed Subaru down. But before that came to be, the sound of something hard being chewed echoed out across the cold cave of sand. That horrible grating sound continued, and it changed into the sound of flesh and water being chewed. Subaru. That he would die, that he would be hewn down. Subaru had been convinced of that. However, the death that should have come to him didn't come at all. Finally, Subaru, who had been breathing heavily and rolling around, his headache and feeling of loss slowly started to subside. Subaru. He covered his face with his left hand and briskly shook his head, which was drenched in cold sweat. Though a dull ache remained, the sharp blade-like agony had faded. Taking deep breaths, He lifted himself up, using the strength of his entire soul. Subaru wiped his moistened cheeks whilst he foolishly took the time to raise only his upper body. He noticed that his palm was covered in bright red, the source of which came from his own eyes. It seemed like he had shed tears of blood. A lot of blood dripped from his nose as well. The lower half of his face was probably in a horrific state. There was likely no doubt that the drilling pain which pierced directly to his brain was in recompense for his unseen hand. It was a familiar story. The feedback from having used his special superpower had come. Subaru. Wahap briskly wiping his face with his sleeve. Subaru looked around his surroundings. He had no idea how much time he'd spent in agony. Nevertheless, he had hardly even thought it possible that he had it in himself to spend his time like that. Something had happened, and with that he had been... Subaru. Patrash? Patrash. Subaru's jet-black earth dragon nestled up beside him as he sat in blank amazement. Crouched down on the sand, she heard Subaru's call and shook her long tail, indicating that she was in good health. Subaru. So you were uninjured? Let me think just now. He recalled what had happened before. He recalled the scene in which Anastasia had been cut in two by Ram, and the latter aiming down at him. Subaru should have been ripped to shreds by Ram's doing. Subaru. And yet, why did Ram? Perhaps she had used up all her strength and collapsed. Though it was a really convenient development, Ram had been bearing fatal wounds. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think that she'd collapsed. Subaru. Is that lucky or unlucky? He didn't want to say that he was lucky since she had been no less than almost dead. However, if he thought about it, he still couldn't say he was unlucky since he ought to have been dead if things had gone south. In any case, now wasn't the time to go on about these things. Given that everyone who had gotten in his way was gone, he had to get out of this place as soon as he could and make his way to the watchtower. Subaru. Patrasha. Sorry. Let me hop on. Patrash. Subaru. Patrasha. Subaru called out to her and touched her back, but the earth dragon didn't obey his instructions. On the contrary, Patrash, who had crouched down, still didn't make any move to show her face to him. She was sitting next to him on the sand, looking rather at peace, merely breathing heavily over and over. Subaru. Hey Patrasha, are you listening? Hey. His irritation slowly started to increase. It was a spiral of negative emotions which built up at supersonic speed, similar to those which he had felt against Ram and Anastasia. He felt like he wanted to teach the unresponsive earth dragon her place. Subaru. Hey Patrasha, you look over here. Hey. Patrash. Subaru. Bastard. Listen to what I've been saying from the start. Patrash lifted her head up at Subaru, who had raised his voice and furiously slapped her back. He realized that she was trying to come face to face with him to try and express her words, breathing heavily out of her nose. Patrash's mouth looked far from normal and was dyed in red. Subaru. That crimson color was one that he had become used to seeing already in this short period of time. That color coated parts of Subaru's body as well, and still streamed down from his right shoulder even now. The foul smell which drifted around the area lay thick in it, along with that of piss and shit. There was no mistaking it. However, he hadn't wanted to notice something. He shouldn't have noticed it. Subaru. Pink hair innumerably entwined itself between the fangs that lined Patrasha's mouth, who had now turned his way. Subaru. Eep on the other side of the crouched Patrasha's large body. Ram, whom he had lost sight of, fell down to the ground. Though the body of the girl fell, he couldn't tell whether she was lying face up or face down. Checking that would be easy to tell if he looked at her head, but it was precisely because of that which he couldn't. He couldn't assess that because everything above her neck was chewed, and its original shape was lost. Ram's skull had been crushed by vicious fangs, and her brain juice had spilled out, leaving her dead. Just like Anastasia, who'd had her guts spilled out before dying, Ram had had the contents of her skull spilled out. And the one who'd done that, Patrash, was staring intently at Subaru now. Her yellow eyes, which resembled that of a reptile, were sharply and cruelly tinged with madness. Subaru. So, the last thing he saw was her maw opening up millimeters from his eyes. All that Subaru heard was the sound of his own body being chewed up all the way, until just before he slipped out of consciousness. Even after his head was crushed and his ears stopped working, the sound continued. He almost ended up laughing, wondering where he was hearing the sound from. However, he had no mouth to laugh with, no life that he could merely laugh at, and nothing which he could laugh at. He was chewed up by his companion, and died. Chapter 16. Chewed remains. The sound of something breaking. Only the consciousness continued to hear endlessly. Bones were being chewed, gray matter being flattened, eyeballs cracking, the liquid therein contained overflowing. The cranium. The bones of the head were being crushed. The important part on the inside was thoroughly overwhelmed by the pressure of sharp fangs, and it was clear that it was all turning into a pulpy mess. Gray matter and spinal fluid flowed out together, mingling with an unknown yellow liquid pooling on the forehead, where blood vessels with the appearance of a thin mesh were torn apart, causing red blood to gush forth. With all of that joining together, consciousness and memory transformed into flesh-colored vomit. Pain. There was pain. Trouble breathing, too. The pain in his head creaked like it was splitting his head apart, and thinking so, his consciousness bitterly smiled. That splitting was not what this was all about. There was nothing left to split, and everything important was already smashed. Besides, even with the part that registered pain having been squashed, so what was left to say even? The organ that accumulated memories and was used for thinking, the brain, had been destroyed. The parts necessary for maintaining life in the first place had been completely ravaged. What would occur after that happened? Once such a thing took place, humans would experience death. So, naturally, him too. Barusu, get yourself together. Grabbed by the scruff of its neck, the intensely muddled consciousness was forcefully brought into light. The first thing he felt upon returning was someone's voice close to his ears, scolding him with a stern face. The voice was not only accompanied by the trembling of sound, but also by a slight feeling on his face as if it had been slapped. Barusu, if you do not get up, I will burn off your eyelids. Subaru, HK. With his sleeping mind hearing that terrifying statement, his consciousness rapidly rose to the surface. As the voice called and dragged it out of that dark world, his consciousness passed through a suffocating environment that appeared like the surface of water. And so, opening his eyelids before they were scorched by flame. Barusu, are you awake? Subaru. Immediately he encountered Ram's face in front of him. Her light crimson eyes narrowed. He could hear her breathing. Her face was so close that he could touch her lips if he raised his mouth a bit. Of course, such colorful situation could not exist. The reason Ram was leaning down so close was because the surroundings were so dark that they could not see each other's faces unless they looked at one another from close range. That was all there was to it. Upon becoming aware of Ram in front of him, his sense of touch began registering the feeling under his buttocks immediately. Among others, fine particles of sand rolled out from atop his body. Subaru had been lying spread-eagled on the sand sea. With a breath, air leaked out of Subaru's mouth, and Ram seemed to stare deep into his eyes for a short moment. And then slowly, with the other hand, she shined a lantern upon his body. From the girl's hand, an orange light cut through the darkness, and Subaru understood that he was still trapped in the labyrinth of sand. No. He understood he had returned by death. Subaru. I'm looking around the darkness. Subaru gradually remembered what happened. The shock at the moment of death was always vivid, and there was nothing to indicate he had gotten used to shaking off the memories at all. Immersed in the trembling field of his memories, he struggled to remember the meaning of his certain death, and Subaru's last moments grazed past his fingertips as he remembered it. Subaru. Recollecting the awful situation, the image of Ram's expression of hatred illuminated by the lantern appeared yet again in his mind, with a tremendous impact. And then, the murder spree that had originated from the insults and abuse he had hurled at her, a killing rampage with no meaning nor significance, and the horrendous conclusion of it all. Subaru. Ubu H.K. Ram. Barusu. As Ram displayed a confused expression, Subaru involuntarily put his hand over his mouth, remembering the reality of Ram's death that had occurred just a couple of minutes ago, and the desire to scream was not it. In fact, facing Ram and remembering her gruesome last moments caused a vomiting urge. Subaru. Ugh. Agay. Subaru's deaths had already exceeded the number that could be counted by the fingers on both hands, and in this world with return by death, it could be said that the experience of losing a close friend like Emilia or Beatrice was nearly the same as his own death. However, Subaru himself had never got used to death. For his own, or the death of someone else, was one and the same. The fear of being dead himself, or thinking that someone close to him might die, shredded his heart. Indeed, in the last loop, the tragedy of Ram's brutal death was a shock he had experienced for the first time. He had seen her figure having had its stomach cut open, its neck severed, her whole body mercilessly wounded, and then dead. Each death was full of anguish and grief, and Subaru was unable of putting people's deaths on a scale and compare them. It did not feel right. However, it was the first time he had had his head crushed, chewed up, and ruined in that manner. He had also witnessed Ram's beautiful face being crushed by fangs without mercy. That was also a tragedy enacted by Patrash, one of the beings Subaru most trusted. Subaru. Oh, gah. Desperately attempting not to remember, it was no different from remembering. The more he tried to forget Ram's miserable end, the clearer the pink hair and the remnants of her head in the mouth of the ground dragon were carved into Subaru's head. As a result, it was not possible to get over the urge to vomit, so Subaru turned toward the sand. However, his throat and stomach had yet to recover from the impact of having returned by death, and so they just cramped, not obeying Subaru's will. Subaru. Is this just because you woke up suddenly? Miserable. Tackling the ground, desperately attempting to vomit the contents of his stomach, but nothing exited. That his throat was dry, and that not even a drop of saliva had come out was vexing. He could not gaze at Ram's expression looking at him with the lantern in one hand, but the surprised tone in her voice was easily conveyed to the panting Subaru. Naturally, the coldness reminded him of the events just before that death. The violent passion that led to the murderous intent was rising for no reason, as did the abuse that had triggered the emotional outburst. The impulse that had driven him to do so urged inside his chest. It was dreadful. However, Ram, do not bite down. Subaru, HK. With that sentence of preamble, Ram sat down beside Subaru and lifted his chin. The kneeling Subaru was surprised for a moment, and Ram opened Subaru's mouth with no worry as to his reaction, with the same uninterested look as always, then thrust her own white fingers into the back of Subaru's throat. Subaru. Oh, ache. Ram, that Barusu is this severely inept was already known, but this is at the level of a baby. Having someone else's fingers entering his throat, Subaru felt like his esophagus was being rudely violated, but then, his stomach and throat, which had resisted vomiting until then, accepted that surprise. This time, both began pushing out gastric juice and saliva at once in a desperate action. With tearful eyes, Subaru got rid of his urge to retch by letting out his stomach's content on the sand. Only gastric juice and drool had been vomited, but it was still much better than it had been before. Subaru. Hey, geha. Boo sorry, I'm fine HK. Ram? So, I'm happy that you're pleased. Subaru. Subaru wiping his mouth with a sleeve. Ram shrugged her shoulders and replied with childish language. Despite her attitude, it was true that he had made an impression that was roughly at the level of a baby. There was no room to refuse that, and Ram's palm was still gently stroking Subaru's back. It was hard to understand her scathing thoughtfulness. Subaru. The hand, it's all right. More than that. This place, Ram. You remember that the barrier got broken and the sandy sea cracked in front of us? The dragon carriage was swallowed up, and as a result we got thrown in here. Ignoring Ram's consideration, Subaru spoke while looking at his surroundings. In response to her remark, Subaru was hesitant as to whether he should be relieved or anxious that the return by death point had remained the same. However, in either case, action must be taken quickly. According to that judgment, he tried to continue speaking. Ram. Ever since you woke up below ground, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem? Or about Emilia-sama? Or about Beatrice-sama? Have you ever at all worried about those who are missing? Subaru. Ah. What resuscitated in his mind were those blade-like words of Rem, both terribly sharp and heartrending. The discord that had invited the previous end, The situation where allies killed one another was obviously abnormal. He must come back to his senses, but recalling the situation, it was hard to imagine that he had been in a normal state of mind. In the first place, the trigger was abnormal. It was absurd that something such as negative emotions had been amplified and evolved into the exchange of insults and then into mortal combat. Ram. Barusu? Ram tilted her head at Subaru's visage as his words would not come out. The last time they had talked, discord sowed by an aberrant situation had followed suit. So of course, there was no meaning in being concerned about the words Ram had spoken in such a state. But it was inaccurate to say that everything that had been said was a lie. The fact was that the dissatisfaction and indignation Subaru had felt towards Ram had not been fake, but true, even though they had been augmented to a point that they would not have in normal circumstances. But it was not that everything had been untruthful. Then, it was also true that Ram had held some inexpressible discomfort over the fact that Subaru's attitude seemed like he had no concern regarding about Amelia and the others. If consideration were given to that feeling, Subaru should be worried about Amelia here in any shape. Actually, he was worried. So it was not a lie to act that way. However, he just knew that he could not do anything about the target of his worry. Subaru. At this time, yes. At this time, did Subaru realize that he was at a loss for words for that. He knew it was necessary to avoid conflict, but still hesitated to deceive Ram by lying. Worrying about his peers and deceiving others by being calculative. Disgusting it was. Naturally, that hesitation had to be swallowed down. It was not worth getting someone displeased for that reason. Subaru. Not everyone, Ram. It is useless to blame yourself so much. There's no point in pursuing who is responsible. There should be something else to give priority to, rather than wasting time like that. However, before Subaru could speak his words of worry, Ram reached her own conclusion on Subaru's feelings. That being said, she had misread the serious expression in Subaru's face. That was something rare. For Ram's insight, she would say and do things as if she could see through people's hearts. Her error here was evidence that she was impatient deep down inside. Ram. Besides, we have already wasted time with Barusu's vomiting. Of course, Ram would never display such stormy behavior of her own heart. Because of Ram's attitude, which could not be described as headstrong, but rather as a bluff, Subaru was at a loss for words. After that, Ram moved first without saying anything. While she wiped the finger which had been jabbed into Subaru's mouth, she turned the lantern towards the back of the labyrinth. Ram. We cannot stay here. Ram must be with Rem, and we have to join up with Emilia-sama and the others. Subaru. I know who else is here, Ram. Besides Ram and Barusu. It seems like they have just returned. With Ram glossing over that confirmation, she turned back, and he followed her words and gaze. Coming from the other side of the maze with a swaying, flickering light were Anastasia and Patrash. Subaru's eyes shook slightly as he gazed at the jet-black dragon that melted into the dark. That dignified and ferocious, beautiful face, illuminated by the flickering orange light. A row of fangs that could be mistaken for blades were present within that closed mouth, which had crushed the girl's head, which had even crushed Subaru himself all of a sudden. That would not occur in normal circumstances. Subaru. Am I an idiot? No. I am definitely an idiot. Clenching his teeth, Subaru tried to stifle his fear. In that abnormal friction, the murderous intention that had been directed could not be genuine. The experience of being killed by Patrash was carved into Subaru's heart as a scar that could not be healed. Still, Subaru had supposedly been faced with existences that had murdered him time and time again. Subaru. Yeah, even Rem and Ram at first. Even Ram, who had just now displayed her affection. Even Rem, who had supported and forgiven Subaru with her devotion. His relationships with them had been the worst at first. There had been times his life had been targeted. There had been times he had been deprived of it. Compared to that, the events from just before, which had not been intentional, were adorable. Subaru. That's right. That's very right. It has to be, right? He embraced his shoulders and grabbed his skin as if feeling cold. In the basement of the sand sea, in this place, dominated by sand and darkness, it was certainly cold. However, the reason as to why he felt those chills was different from the ambient air. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun, you seem to have woken up. Ram, with some assistance. So, how is the vicinity? In front, Ram and Anastasia were talking. They should be fine-tuning a strategy for conquering this labyrinth of sand based on the information they had just obtained. Originally, Subaru had blended in there, with many things he had to communicate. But now, the priority was to calm his mind and to stop the quaking of his knees. With return by death, the events and impacts immediately before death should have been left behind. But even if he tried to quench it, the fear emerged, and the passion of that moment revived. Subaru kept resisting, endlessly so, as to disperse those feelings. Subaru. With Subaru in such a state, the jet-black ground dragon seemed lonely as it watched him attentively. The heart of Subaru, who had supposedly returned by death just now, had yet to be restored wholly. Apart from that particular aspect, the four-person exploration of the sand maze proceeded in almost identical fashion as before. In search of their allies, the group headed by Subaru slowly moved in the cold darkness. With a lantern lighting up the corridor, the journey was slow and frustrating, keeping an eye for any shadows lying along the road. Subaru. Truth be told, Subaru wished to skip this checking process. Subaru had gone through this way twice already. There was no way Amelia and the rest were strolling in the area that he could see. However, there was no point in appealing to the two people behind him. There was no defense to the argument that it was something that had been overlooked. As a result, the frustrating march did not pick up its pace. Subaru's impatience only rose as time went by. Anastasia. Everyone else is probably okay in our case. We're just barely in luck to have Patrash-chan here. Subaru and Ram. Anastasia. If you think about it, it'd be hell to have no ride in the sand sea. As expected, the only thing to be worried about's the lack of strength. Subaru and Ram. Anastasia. If push comes to shove, I won't hesitate to use my trump card. But if I don't use it sparingly, I'm afraid we'll end up having our backs to the wall. So, can I rely on the two of ye? Subaru and Ram. Anastasia. Hey, are you listening to me, Natsuki-kun? Ram-san. For a while now I've been talking to you all by myself. As their search journey resumed, Anastasia chatted continuously. But she seemed to become cross with them. Subaru stopped and looked back at her, who had complained about getting the silent treatment. Then, brightening Anastasia's face with the lamp, he took a deep breath and spoke. Subaru. How can you go on and on without running out of things to say? For now, we are sort of desperate to find the other guys. We don't have time to chatter uselessly. Anastasia. There's no waste nor anything. I'm talking about things related to our future plans. Besides, it's usually Natsuki-kun's role to continue chatting. Without that, the two girls know. Us four's anxieties will be going up. Subaru. 4. Huh? As Subaru pouted his lips, Anastasia's mouth went on and on. The two girls here referred to Ram and Anastasia, but with it being rephrased to 4 people, it would result in adding Aridna and Patrash. Strictly because Anastasia was Aridna, that should be rephrased as 3 people, but it was not something to correct in the first place. Subaru. Subaru thought, narrowing his black eyes at Anastasia, who was puffing her cheeks. The real Anastasia was dormant. And now, Aridna was donning her appearance. Even so, her behavior had become so familiar, it seemed as if she had blended in. It was unfortunate that, independently of which one of them was in control, it was still impossible to see through her facial expressions, words, and behavior to see her true intentions. In the disagreement that had culminated in them killing each other last time around, though he was conscious about Ram and Patrash because of how horrifying that ending had been, Anastasia's attitude also brought forth a sense of discomfort. Ram's enmity and Patrash's attack were easy to understand. The two had apparently gone crazy. However, at first sight, it was hard to judge whether Anastasia had fallen into insanity, and whether what had laid within her heart had been indiscernible until the very end. Of course, due to their difference in strength, Anastasia had been slain by Ram. But her cunning was dangerous. She had concealed a knife in an emergency bag and had looked for a weak spot by feigning mediation. If he were not wary, he could be caught and murdered in his sleep at any time. Subaru. Whatever it takes, he wondered. Had they always been hostile to him? Subaru. Cool. Facing ahead, Subaru struck his cheeks in a way that was invisible to Ram and Anastasia. His mouth was cut with that unrestrained blow, and he felt a sharp pain as the tip of his tongue became acquainted with the taste of blood. He would hurt himself to correct the cloudiness of his consciousness. Ram and Anastasia. They were not acting abnormally. It was Subaru, who was not able to let go of the abnormality now. Subaru. Great. Understanding that I'm being weird all by myself, I'm shuddering. Had he gone insane? Or was everyone else insane? There had been a time when Subaru had become so conceited as to believe that everything except him was wrong. Ultimately, of course, it had all been a mistake. Subaru himself, a lost cause as he was, had tasted the foolish experience of arrogantly assuming that he was in the right. And in the process, he denied all that surrounded him. He had known all along that he had been in the wrong, and in the end he was able to indicate that and admit it. It was an accurate, vivid memory. However, the current Subaru acknowledged his own abnormality and normalcy. On top of that, it was terrible that he was not managing to tame his abnormality. Just awful. At this point, Subaru remembered this desolate sensation in his heart, where the loneliness would drive one into craving madness. This was the horizon that the madman, Betelgeuse Roman e Conti, had reached. Being aware of his own madness, recognizing his abnormality with normalcy, this was what that madman had gazed upon. Ram. Barusu, what's wrong? While he was feeling disgusting empathy, Ram's voice fell upon the trembling Subaru's back. Subaru swallowed the blood mixed with saliva and looked back at those two, acting like nothing happened. Subaru. Nothing. Just sand in my shoes making me feel uncomfortable. Ram's heart doesn't care even a bit about you in particular being silent, Barusu. But Anastasia-sama's words do also have a point. Subaru, what do you mean? Ram. Even if you are the one shutting up, holding back something will not ease a woman's anxiety. If you wish to do so, then hide it better. Subaru. To those words, Subaru once again bent his lips. The meaning of Ram's words was obvious, difficult to be mistaken about. Then he also noticed that Ram's words were translations of Anastasia's hard-to-understand words. It seemed as if he was being seen through, and his heart rather began to scatter. Subaru. It's vague. I don't think I can explain by saying it. Ram, it is too late for incomprehensible statements like those from you, isn't it, Barusu? If there is a matter of concern, it is normal that arrangements are made regarding it. Anastasia, Ram-san's really an unforgiven opponent for Natsuki-kun. Tooting at Subaru's words, Ram's usual sharp tongue struck back. With bitterness and sharpness close to being poisonous, Anastasia gave a bitter smile. To Anastasia's calm composure, Ram shrugged her shoulders. Ram, please be relieved. Barusu is pretty happy because he is a deviant who enjoys suffering. Subaru, the fuck are you talking about? Why on earth are you judging on what I am? Don't turn me into a punching bag so freely, okay? You know what? You can only hit someone if you're prepared to be hit yourself, yeah? Ram. Snorting her nose, Ram's attitude was almost that of her usual self. Unlike Subaru's mood, that she had already been able to return to her self-indulgent self, was envious and hateful. He felt disgusted just for thinking so. However, even though they were having the usual chit-chats, the shade of the shadows of discord would be dimmed like this. During his daily life with those girls, that had undoubtedly been the light that Subaru had created. Subaru. If I somehow explain something that's difficult to explain, I'm just a little paranoid now. Ram and Anastasia, after putting into words, it sounded more futile than he had imagined. It was no wonder that Ram and Anastasia both had bent their lips in response to that. Patrash. Looking at her, even Patrash seemed to be somewhat taken aback. For Patrash, who was clever and able to discern the reason behind things, it was possible that she regarded Subaru as good for nothing now. Rather, if she gave up on Subaru and replaced him with a proper owner, it would be way better for her. Actually, he felt like even Ram and Anastasia were better at handling Patrash. If she believed him to be a hindrance, it was only natural that she would open her fangs wide towards Subaru. Subaru. Stop. Stop, Anastasia. I understand it's more serious than first thought, given how stupid it sounds. Anastasia commented on Subaru's self-deprecation as he stared at Patrash. Upon their realization that the reason was ridiculous, relief and anxiety simultaneously increased. In other words, One of their options was to eliminate Subaru. Before that happened, still, Subaru, I really am a pain in the ass. Anastasia. Perhaps it'd be easier if we tied him up and carried him for real, no? His face turning red then pale as his face contorted into several different expressions on its own. Anastasia threw in the towel regarding Subaru. Ram curled her eyebrow at Anastasia's observation, thinking out loud. However, Ram, even if we do tie up Barusu's hands and legs, it would not solve the situation at its core. Subaru, don't use such strong words. You might make an enemy out of me. Ram, it is not that much of a big threat, but Ram does not wish to turn herself into an enemy of Emilia-sama, and Beatrice-sama would not be able to face Ram again. As Ram was ruminating, Subaru struggled not to harbor any hostility towards her. While fighting such emotions, there was, in fact, something he was wondering about. In reality, there's nothing to think about in this situation. However, now that they had embarked on a journey to reach Pleiades' watchtower, having returned by death, twice now in that maze of sand, a question had to be asked. When it came to the matter of Ram reacted awfully sensitively. Subaru. Of course, for Subaru, it was a good sign that Ram cared about Ram, for M, who had been erased from everyone's memory other than Subaru. Only Subaru held a two-way bond with her, although it certainly caused a special feeling in Subaru, but it had no meaning in a practical sense. As for Rem's circumstances of isolation, Ram was trying to get closer to her family as much as possible. Of course, no memory of Rem remained in her. That sad fact he had come to learn over the past year. On the other hand, however, there was no doubt that Ram accepted the existence of another girl like herself. Ram, more seriously than the truth Subaru had informed her of. And apparently, those feelings were so much beyond Subaru's imagination that perhaps the actual feelings were being brought back to Ram. That could be seen from the explosion of discontent in the previous loop within the labyrinth, which had triggered the outburst for Subaru's lack of consideration. She did not remember. Yet, Ram's feelings were comparable to what he could remember. The feeling was deeper than what Subaru had believed it to be. But in reality, was that all it was? Ram. Disgusting. Subaru. No, it's not disgusting. Not looking at you with those eyes. You're being paranoid. Ram. Have you gotten yourself up on a pedestal? There is no use. Subaru. If I'm on a pedestal, aren't you putting yourself on a kamadana and looking down on others? Ergo, it was safe to say that the relationships had not deviated from their routine of light-hearted conversations, even though the mood could change instantaneously, and those warm feelings could turn into cold-hearted hostility. For the time being, they could not help but not hate the other. Anastasia, be careful about Natsuki-kun's behavior. I wonder what's the cause. Ram, did you also notice that Anastasia-sama? Anastasia. Well, seems that Natsuki-kun's obviously affected to some extent. I think Subaru was being invaded by the paranoia of suspecting anything and everything. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other as if they had an inkling of what was going on with him. Rather, only Subaru knew the real reason. With the perception and insight the two had, they were becoming even more wary. Alas, it was clear that Subaru's every move was being carefully observed to an annoying extent as they were conversing. Subaru. Annoying. I'm an idiot. Anastasia. Did just say something, Subaru. Just the extent of my stupidity. So, what do you think? As he wrapped his head about his own sensibilities, Ram and Anastasia's heads puzzled over it. Then, in response to Subaru's question, they both turned towards the front. By looking ahead according to that movement, it was plain to see what was meant by that. A fork had appeared in front of their eyes. Anastasia, I felt a disgusting wind flowing in for a while now. Now I realize why. Ram, this bad wind invokes discord. As Meili described it, Barusu's body odor seems to summon witch beasts, and by nature their affinity is bad. No, I wonder if it's good. Subaru, do you know what this disgusting feeling is, Ram? Multiplying Barusu's present condition with Barusu's body odor would yield the same. Subaru, don't say body odor so many times. In the past two loops they had unanimously agreed on the bad feeling subject. Then, Subaru's current physical condition and present circumstances were intertwined. Thus, a different opinion was born. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other and nodded together. Ram and Anastasia. Miasma. Subaru. The witches, huh? Then, going ahead would mean Anastasia. Though I ain't sure. It's a well-known fact that the witch's shrine lies beyond the sand dunes. Oh, and since the distortion of the sand sea has been solved, and it's now connected by some accident, Ram, it turned out to be an unexpected shortcut, something like that. And because of that, it had been determined that the cause of their souls becoming corrupted, and the discord that was stirred up, concluding in having them killing each other, was the miasma. On top of that, Anastasia pointed it that way with an ironic smile, speaking of the possibility of a terrifying existence, a two-way fork, with miasma drifting from the right, and the centaur's lair on the left. Of course, he intended to smoothly explain the threats lurking in the left road after this, but for the time being, which way should they go? Anastasia. So, which way do you think is the right answer? At Anastasia's question, Subaru and Ram exchanged glances, but, without the slightest deviation in their voices' synchronicity, they spoke. Subaru and Ram left. That was how it went down. Chapter 17. The King of the Desert. The non-combatant team unanimously opted to take the left path in the fork. It was evident that if they progressed down the right path, they'd end up being swallowed up by the miasma, resulting in discord arising that would develop into them killing each other. That's why there was no mistake in that choosing the left path was the most natural thing. That, and for Subaru, the questions were providing him answers too. Though, since the left path wasn't exactly a safe bet either, the one who was setting him those questions was of ill nature. If he labeled the right path as an emotional snare, then he'd have to label what awaited them on the left path as a physical snare. That grotesque witch-beast clad in flames. He would prefer to avoid meeting the centaur if possible. Even if he engaged in battle with it, his odds of success were slim. That much was obvious. Their difference in strength wasn't the only issue. The reason being that when the time came to encounter the witch-beast in his current emotional state, he didn't hold any belief in himself about whether he could fight alongside Ram and Anastasia. Subaru. To tell you the truth, there was a time back at the sand dunes where I saw a damn weird witch beast in the distance. It had a human body sprouting up from the neck of a body that looked like Petraschi's, and it had a huge mouth gaping from abdomen to chest there. And finally, a huge horn sprouted up from its human body, where the head should be Anastasia. What the hell? That's so gross, Ram. Honestly, that's so off-putting. They followed the same flow of witch-beast-related talk as last time, in which he naturally included his explanation about the centaur's particularities. The reactions from the two female members of the group in response to his description, 3, including Petrash, were once again unpleasant. It's not as if Subaru wanted to give this explanation because he wanted to. Nevertheless, he had to consider that there was a 70% chance that they wouldn't be able to avoid an encounter with that thing now that they were going down the left path. Subaru, I'd expected all of you to be charmed by it, but in any case, it definitely seems like a dangerous creature. For the time being, I'll go ahead and call it a centaur. But it ain't just that its appearance looks disgusting. The mane on the back of its body burns up into flame. It seemed crazy strong. To say the least, it doesn't seem like we'd be able to beat it. Ram, why did you ignore a witch beast like that after spotting it? Do you have a death wish? Subaru. He had explained it whilst keeping his emotions from billowing out as much as he could. However, anger had welled up in him the moment Ram had replied in her usual frivolous manner, despite him having expressly warned her. Who did she think she was? She always arrogantly looked down on others, thinking that he felt his anger morphing into hatred. Subaru took a deep breath. He did everything he could to keep his violent emotions in check, to settle himself down. Subaru, damn this. This place is the worst. Ram. It sure is demanding, isn't it? Even I have to pay attention to the words I choose. Subaru. If you're going to choose them now, then you know, perhaps, they ain't gonna make anything better. Both Ram's voice and expression were tinged with sympathy for Subaru, who was overwhelmed by his emotions. However, as her sympathetic attitude kept irritating him, he had to say that what she'd done too had ended up producing the opposite effect. Anastasia. It's easy to talk about the effects of the miasma, but that's all that's scary about it. Don't you think? In reality, me and Ram-san ain't affected. Subaru. What do you mean by that? If you're thinking flowery thoughts like only we will be okay, then you'd better stop. If we scratch off the surface, me and you are the same. Anastasia. What harsh words. I'd mean that even I've got that much self-confidence. One's capacity for judgment and determination, and so on, are different issues to say the strength of one's mind and body, whoever. Going about it like you're completely paralyzed by the scariness of the miasma is pretty bad, don't you think? Anastasia offered her candid advice to him, phrased with an air of superiority. Though her words were rational, Subaru grew irritated that she hadn't gotten the point. Standing at the head of the group, Subaru had pressed his prior point to her as he marched on through the passageway of sand. On hearing that, Anastasia cleared her throat with a small hem-hem and said, "Anastasia, what I have to say is related to the miasma though, since it's not like even I know too well about it. Can you forgive me if what I say is gonna be rough?" Subaru. I imagine the only ones who really know all the details about it are the witch cult, right? Anastasia. Indeed, but in the world, there's also the kind of people who like to poke into things which people despise. For example, there's the weirdos who go around studying stuff like miasma, eh? Though, what I know about it is something which barely resembles the truth from a rumor of a rumor of a rumor. Was what Anastasia had brought up surmised to be a witch researcher. It had a strange ring to it, but it would be pretty silly to presume they didn't exist, if he thought about it. This world likely had people like researchers too, and of course all such individuals who possessed this thirst for knowledge would rationally avoid searching for taboos and keep in line with the flow of the world. No, there was no way they'd have such an upright, pious nature. There would be incarnations of curiosity who wouldn't fit in with the mold, whatever world or era it may be. Anastasia. Though before I dive straight into what I know from that rumor, we have to ask first of all, what is miasma? Ram. It's the contaminated manna which the witch and witch beasts let off, right? I've also heard that witch cultists let off the same thing like that. Anastasia. Ram San's answer is the prevailing view. The miasma's something which the witch gives off, so even the witch beasts which were created by the witch emit it in a similar fashion, however. Have you heard of this, Ram? Anastasia. Have you heard that witch cultists and witch beasts, in fact, really detest each other? Anastasia. Iridna spoke without pause. Knowing what the creator was like, they were fond of flaunting off their own knowledge, perhaps. It looked like Anastasia's gilded plate had been torn off, and underneath it, the white fox's true nature had showed through. Ram's eyes widened at Anastasia's words, in stark contrast to Subaru, who harbored that impression. Both witch beasts and witch cultists were creatures that she thought were lead to the witch of envy. Perhaps she was surprised to learn that in the truth, they didn't get along. Ram. I can barely bring myself to believe that, but is this for real? Anastasia. Unfortunately, I don't know for sure since I ain't acquainted with either any witch cultists or witch beasts. That's why I introduced it as something from a rumor. But don't you think it'd be interesting if this was a true story? Subaru. Interesting, Subaru responded, having gotten the impression that she shouldn't have described it that way to begin with. Anastasia replied to him with a curt nod, saying, Anastasia. Everyone in the world thinks that the witch and the witch cultists and the witch beasts are good friends, right? And yet, it ain't known that in fact, the two of EM under the witch are hostile with each other. This misunderstanding has gone on overlooked for 400 years. No one knows the actual truth. Ram, surely that's Anastasia. I apologize for bringing this rumor forward too, but it seems like there's many misconceptions about the miasma too. For example, the relation between the witch beasts and the miasma is the exact opposite than what is known, in that the witch beasts loathe it, and it's said that they hate the witch in their true feelings as well. Ram. No way could it be like that. Ram kept piling Anastasia with her doubts, drawn in by her story. Behind the two of them, immersed in this exchange, Subaru grasped that Anastasia Iridna's words were substantiated by a rather undeniable factor. The relations between witches and witch beasts were in fact poor, and witch beasts do hate the witch. That possibility made complete sense to him. considering how much he'd made use of the witch's lingering scent until now. If it wasn't like that, then why would it have made the witch beasts seethe so much, making them frantically pursue him, who was covered in the witch's scent? He had used his lingering scent against the first witch beast invasion after he had been summoned to this parallel world, and he'd even used it against the white whale. It was impossible to disregard the relatedness between the witch's lingering scent and the miasma if he gathered all the evidence he'd seen up until now. The witch's lingering scent that surrounded him seemed to be miasma itself. Subaru, there's no way that all of these witch beasts would have petal juice-like Yandere attributes. He wouldn't be able to allow the witch's scent from these creatures, other than from the witch. It'd be like having another woman's scent. It was disgusting to think about if that was the case, but the aforementioned possibility was suitable in regards to a logical explanation. In other words, the witch beasts hated the witch's miasma and strongly looked on at it in hostility. And to start with, most people shouldn't know that the theory which stated that the witch of envy created the witch beasts was actually incorrect. The one who created the witch beasts wasn't the witch of envy, but rather the witch of gluttony. Since that hadn't been circulated around, it seemed like nobody noticed the relations between the witch beasts and the miasma as well. Anastasia's source of knowledge, rather, he didn't know whether there really was a researcher who studied the witch, but if they did exist, they sure did make a good point. Subaru, what a complete farce, huh? Subaru sighed at his own lack of concern, having thought about it to this extent. It was more natural to think that she'd just spewed out the knowledge that Anastasia H.A. Eridna had known from the start, rather than doubting whether said researcher existed or not. When Subaru's train of thought moved to that, a different form of anger gradually started to take root in him. Why did Subaru have to hide the circumstances around Anastasia being Eridna like this? There was his consideration towards Julius and the Iron Fang. In particular, Julius in his current state had completely slipped out from the memories of the world. Julius tried to act his same old self as much as he could, but even in him, there was a part that was careless about it. Taking that into consideration, Subaru had decided that he should avoid any extra mental burdens. He should avoid them. But why was it that he had to bear the burden instead? Subaru. Everybody was selfish. Why was it just him who had to do everything to cover those guys' asses? It was irritating. It was annoying. He might as well just spill the beans about everything, shouldn't he? He might as well tell them about Anastasia's spirit, his return by death. Everything. Ram. Barusu, stop sticking your head in the sand all of a sudden. It's strange. Subaru, it's just my natural defensive reaction to stop our relations from getting any worse. Fea. Since Subaru's anger was reaching its boiling point, he had stuck his face into the wall of sand before he hurled abuse at them. The wall of sand was unexpectedly brittle, and it appeared like he'd be able to dig through it with his hands. In return for finding that out, Subaru spat out sand from his mouth. There was something to think about in Ram's cold expression, but since he was responsible for his own actions, he kept any retaliation to himself. Anastasia. Could Natsuki-kun's eccentric behavior also be from the miasma's influence, perhaps? Ram? Nope. Barusu's behavior is as usual. Sabaru? It ain't as usual. It's just an aftershock from the miasma's influence. Anastasia. Well, regarding the authenticity of things there, if we get back to what we were talking about whilst you were crying out the witch beasts, in truth, hate the witch. If we presume that, then there's gotta be an explanation for the witch cultists and the witch beasts being hostile with each other, no? Anastasia, who deliberately found a lull in their conversation to shift the topic back to the main point, ponderously inclined her head. However, Subaru's like-minded opinion didn't reach her words. Instead, Ram nodded and said, Ram, whether they're hostile with each other or not, I've never heard of the two of them acting together. To begin with, there's also that rumors of the witch cult don't spread. Subaru. I see then it's really the type of secret organization where those guys keep it hidden and move about in secret. I wonder why they don't leave any impressions at all, though. Ram? Barusu and Emilia Sama come across those guys far too often. All the witch cultists which Subaru knew strongly craved limelight, and were absorbed in an inflated sense of their own self-worth. He couldn't even say that Betelgeuse's movements had been kept surreptitious. And what's more, The other Sin archbishops had went all the way up to making a broadcast after having hijacked one of the great cities. How could those guys claim that they were an evil organization that operated in the shadows? Subaru. But wait up, what about the white whale? That thing was cooperating with the witch cult. Though now it's a bit suspicious whether it was or not. There was still that time. Anastasia. Even though I know that the witch beasts definitely do hate the witch cult, I'm not too sure whether the witch cult hate the witch beasts, though, either way. Even if it's not like that, I ain't gonna fuss over it, Subaru. That's what I'd told you, providing a suitable rebuttal to Subaru's objection. Anastasia threw down her personal opinion straight away. That she didn't cling to it was, perhaps indeed proof that she'd heard it from the rumors of another's opinion. However, she'd thoroughly used it as the basis of her conversation. In the end, Anastasia closed one of her eyes and said, Anastasia, in the end, we can just put it as that we don't understand the connection between the miasma well. There's also the way Ram-san looks at it, in which it's like contaminated mana, but, well, doesn't it seem like there's no one around who can explain what goes on for the mana to get contaminated like that? Ram. Anastasia, mana is mana, regardless of mana, regardless of whose body it goes through. Even if its nature changes in magic, or when you craft with it, it ain't possible for anyone to add a little extra to the mana itself. Subaru, that's Anastasia. Why is it that the mana can just get contaminated with the Witch of Envy? And also, why the heck do witch cultists acclimatize to that contaminated mana? Quite unusually, Ram kept her mouth shut as Anastasia launched this barrage of questions. It was rather strange that she didn't raise any words of objection and kept silent. At the same time, Subaru was experiencing a sense of déjà vu, along with his feeling of revulsion. The way she had presented it made both her point and conclusion vague. Everything about her attitude felt like she was speaking in riddles. That she seemed to overlap with Echidna left him quite the sour taste. Anastasia. All right, it seems like we've spent too much time idly gossiping, don't you think? Anastasia suddenly spoke out without any consideration for Ram's silence or Subaru's cathexis. The tone she'd been speaking in up until now suddenly changed, leaving them behind with the abrupt change of subject. Leaving the two of them in her wake, Anastasia shone her lantern at the front part of the passageway. Subaru also stopped in his tracks, imitating her, and as he held his lantern up, he noticed what was up. Subaru. In front of them, the passageway gradually turned to the left, and a faint breeze blew towards them. The wall of sand still hadn't changed in any respect, but he vividly remembered that smell of burning that mingled with the breeze, along with that sudden bend in the path. Ram. It smells like something burnt, like grilled meat, doesn't it? Ram let out her candid impressions about the breeze, which carried a tinge of hot air to it. The smell of overcooked, charred flesh streamed in from the depths of the passageway. Maybe it was possible that this aroma was proof that there was someone cooking, and that they'd be able to meet a friend party up ahead. However well-intentioned his thoughts were, they were tantamount to ignorance. Ram. Amelia Sama and the others carelessly set up a fire and are taking a break, I think something along those lines. Subaru. I do agree that Amelia would be the one that had seemingly set up a fire without any care, but with me mentioning the centaur, I can't at all imagine it being that. You two have to believe that this isn't your head filling up with overly optimistic thoughts, right? Ram. I'm looking forward to how you're going to come up with excuses for all these reckless remarks after the influence of the miasma is gone. Every time he replied in a snappier manner than was necessary to Ram's questions, he'd get toxicity scathingly thrown back from her too. Letting out a snort to that, Subaru reassured himself that the one he needed to turn his hostility to was not her. There was no doubt about that, considering they'd already made it here. There would be a large cave up ahead, and right there, the blasphemous witch beast clad in flame would be awaiting them. The time they'd spent getting here seemed to be a little quicker compared to last time. Nevertheless, considering that they were going to encounter it, perhaps that place was the witch beast's burrow. He held no fleeting traces of hope that it would have moved from there. If possible, they would have to... Subaru. We've got no choice but to kill it to get past, huh? Ram. I think it'd be productive of us to come up with a plan that can be put into motion with our current fighting strength. Anastasia. We ain't got any fighting strength even if I use my trump card, and even then. I want to keep that grueling thing as a last resort if possible. since I can't undo its effects." Both Anastasia and Ram opposed Subaru's course of action. Though Subaru was annoyed that he'd been denied, even he had no intention of pushing his own opinion on them. In fact, it would be absurd. He hadn't dubbed their group as the non-combatant team for nothing. All the choices which entailed confronting the witch beast would probably end up being reckless. Subaru. On the other hand, there's no way we can go back and take the right path. Ram. After looking at all the different faces you've made up till now, Barusu, I can see that you wouldn't have the guts to go down the right path, isn't that right? Anastasia. But by saying that it means we're cornered, it wouldn't work to do such a laudable thing as to go back to where we started from and wait for the others to come look for us, right? Ignoring Ram's flippant reply, Anastasia's reply hit the nail on the head. If he still feared the witch beast enough to turn back, then he should have resorted to spinning those words from the beginning and stopping back there. Since he hadn't, his conclusion had left him with just the option of passing by the witch beast. Thus, that didn't mean they couldn't find a way to accomplish that. Subaru. First things first, we need to gather information on our opponent. If everything goes to plan, we have a chance. Subaru spoke out, reaching a conclusion before the other two, who were puzzling over a plan, did. Subaru hardly knew anything about the centaur witch beast's mode of life. That was due to the fact that he'd come across it for only a few dozen seconds before being burnt alive. All that remained pitifully carved into his soul from that experience was that its grotesque-looking figure made him feel sick to the core, and that it had tremendous firepower. If he briefly thought about it, his manner of death had been such that it felt unavoidable to perceive it as anything other than having been a death in vain. However, it'd be bothersome if he got worked up about it over that. When it came to unexpected deaths, Natsuki Subaru was a veteran. By now, he'd cultivated enough experience to not treat the phenomenon of death as just death. Subaru. First of all, we need to pay attention to the centaur's appearance. Its repulsive appearance was something which you couldn't forget once seen. Though he'd seen it only for a few seconds, its grotesque appearance was seared vividly into his mind. That would give him a helping hand in his reflection. It had a human body on top of a horse body, with its head transformed into a horn. In addition to that, it had a gaping maw across its body. It looked shoddy, like something half-assed a child would have made out of clay whilst playing. However, there was something he'd taken notice of when he racked his brain without averting his eyes from his memories. Subaru. It definitely didn't have eyes. In essence, it didn't have a head in the place where you'd usually find one. Thus, he was certain that there hadn't been any organs on that witch beast's body that provided it with a sense of vision. Or, since there was no light down in the cave systems underneath the sand dunes without being in possession of a lantern, perhaps the negative effects of moving about down there had caused it to de-evolve. Subaru. Something like a mole? It adapted to living underground and lost its eyesight. Or, he wasn't sure whether it had an eyesight to begin with. But at least that witch beast probably didn't rely on it, and went on about its business without it. Back then, the witch beast didn't seem to have noticed him due to the lantern light. It had noticed him from the noises and indications he'd let off from his own carelessness. Namely, from either a sense of smell or hearing which the witch beast would have developed instead of eyes. Subaru. If I'm recalling correctly, I once heard that moles have a good sense of hearing to make up for their rather poor noses. It wasn't something he'd heard from Anastasia earlier, but rather surely some odd knowledge he'd picked up somewhere. However, Subaru's guess ended up far more useful than what he clung to in his groundless thoughts. The centaur's forte was in its sense of hearing. Having come to that conclusion, Subaru sprung into action. Thus Subaru, without uttering a single word, Subaru swung his arm up and down as quietly as he could. From the moment he'd stepped onto the sand, he'd taken care so that his footsteps wouldn't make any sound from crunching against the sand. The thing he'd thrown from the extremity of his arm was one of the flasks of water that they'd put in their survival kit. Without any particular aim, the flask flew straight forward to the end of the large cave, drawing the attention of the fiery witch beast in the middle of the cave to where it had landed. Centaur. As soon as the flask of water landed on the sand with a quiet clunk, the reaction of the centaur who heard it was dramatic. Shaking its blazing mane, the witch beast leapt up with its horse body and galloped forward to the source of the sound. It ferociously rammed its body there with no trace of hesitation. Centaur. Sand billowed up, and flickering sparks flew about around the cave. Thrashing about violently, the centaur skidded around. It gnashed the fangs inside its huge gaping maw together, and continued to let out a shrill yowl which sounded like the cries of countless babies crying. It stamped on the flask of water, crushing it flat, and set it aflame over and over again. Once the centaur reduced its original shape to nothing, it let off more flames which were brimming from its mane onto the sand, and when everything other than the parched sand had been burned to a crisp, the witch beast stopped in its tracks with a hint of satisfaction. It did seem to look satisfied. Whilst looking at its handiwork from the corner of his eye, Subaru shook the string he had attached to his waist and motioned them forward. The sound of them carefully stepping on the sand was drowned out by the shrill cries of the witch beast that permeated all across the cave. Taking absolute care with each step, they crept on forward one step at a time. Subaru tugged at his string, indicating a halt to their march, stopping his advancing earth dragon in its tracks. To his surprise, the earth dragon, who shouldn't have been able to understand human speech, had faithfully followed his instructions. It had slowly trodden along the sand with a prudent gait that was not befitting of its large build. Subaru and the others were conducting a march along the precipice of death in the cave that was coated in darkness. Come to think of it, the width of the cave was probably around the size of a school gym, or thereabouts. They were in an area where the charred corpses of the creatures that had been incinerated by the witch beast had fallen just about everywhere. Subaru and the others were trying to move across and get past the witch beast by trying to silence their footsteps and breathing. The area wasn't such that only quietude like that of the grave would descend upon. The centaur's ridiculously large maw was panting wildly over and over again. The sound felt like the awkward sort you'd get from air coming out of a balloon. It wasn't just its appearance but also its behavior that was repulsive. Nevertheless, he was thankful that it was behaving so plainly right now. Thanks to that, he'd managed to come up with a plan that wouldn't involve fighting. Once again, Subaru took out another flask of water and threw it behind the centaur. The simple-minded witch beast reacted to that sound, and once again fiercely assailed the empty flask. Flames and the cries of babies permeated the cave, and the flask of water burst open thanks to the centaur's immense heat. With a parched sound, the flask turned to black charcoal. Regardless of that kerfuffle, Subaru and the others moved forward and managed to shorten their distance to the passageway during that time. This simple diversion was the conclusion Subaru had reached from observing the centaur's mode of life. Having deemed that it didn't have an eyesight, Subaru determined that the centaur relied on its sense of hearing. Leaving Ram and Anastasia behind him, he'd attracted the witch beast's attention by using the same method of throwing stuff. He'd repeated this demonstration a few times until he won over their confidence. The centaur was a witch beast that sought its prey using its sense of hearing, and on top of that, it was a simple-minded creature that could be tricked a bunch of times with the same method. So long as he'd been able to ascertain that, the rest came easy. He'd made Ram gather the items for the diversion, as well as made her read where the exit was using the wind, for after they made their escape past the witch beast. After that, he'd scrupulously told Patrash about their covert plan, and the need to keep a strong heart so not to succumb to stress or anxiety, and to just put her game face on. In actuality, Subaru's tactics were working really well to the point that it felt anticlimactic. The distance between the cave and the passageway had already been half cleared, and the time they'd spent stressing wasn't all that much. Since it had no capacity for intuition, the witch beast would probably be clearable by repeating the same thing over and over. Of course, they had dropped the lantern light, and the only thing they could see was the centaur's blazing mane that was crackling in the distance. The lantern light likely wouldn't have affected the sightless witch beast, but still, they'd made the bourgeois decision of narrowing down anything which could trigger its senses as much as they could. Feeling the string being pulled, Subaru's attention, which had wandered off in thought, was brought back to the present. He was holding two strings as he put the diversion into effect. One of them was fastened to Patrash, whilst the other was held by Ram, who was riding on her. The instructions he'd set to Patrash were, "Stop and go." However, its connection between him and Ram hadn't been particularly well stipulated. It was just there to get each other's attention. Even so, their connection using the string that merely conveyed their presence without being able to look face to face or exchange words was something that settled Subaru down a rather surprising amount. Having this for now made it so that Subaru wouldn't bear any ill feelings towards Anastasia or Ram. He was in a state of mind where it felt easier for him to not look at someone else's face. On the other hand, it didn't mean that there wasn't any anxiety in his heart, which had grown at ease to such solitude. Subaru had convinced himself that it was partially due to the miasma's influence. However, many parts of the story which Anastasia had told them earlier regarding what miasma is had become cloudy. Would he be cured from its effects when they left this place? In truth, that also felt doubtful now. Supposing he wasn't cured from it, would he end up being unable to get rid of these unpleasant feelings even when he met Emilia and Beatrice Subaru? The string was suddenly pulled with strength, causing Subaru to unintentionally pitch back. The string that had been pulled was the one that was fastened to Patrash. The Earth Dragon had made a snap decision to stop him by force, and right as he lifted his face up, he immediately saw why. Subaru. A clump of fire hurled past a step ahead of Subaru. The clump of fire was approximately the same size of a football, but it hurtled past, spraying waves of heat to its surroundings. It crashed against a wall of sand a few meters away, letting out a violent booming noise, followed by an explosion. A hot wind gusted out that scorched Subaru's cold body. He barely managed to stop himself from screaming. It would definitely have landed a direct hit if Patrash hadn't stopped him. He didn't know whether it had enough power to kill him, but he was sure that it had enough firepower to injure him. Subaru gritted his teeth, realizing that he'd barely escaped with his life as a shiver ran down his spine. Why had the fireball been thrown at him? Subaru reflexively turned to look behind him. The centaur should have been deceived by his diversion, and should have been messing around with the water flask on the other side of the cave. However, the witch beast now had turned its horned head to where they were, snarling, just like it knew that Subaru and the others were standing there. Subaru. No way could that be it. Subaru shook his head. Subaru unfastened a water flask from his waist and took hold of it so he could set up the diversion again. The string which connected him with Ram was constantly being tugged, calling him, but he took no note of it. His highest priority now was to lure the witch beast's attention away from them. He swung up the flask of water into an arc and threw it far to the left of the centaur, where it dropped onto the sand. And just as he'd expected, the witch beast's attention turned to that spot, and the clumsy beast was attracted to the obvious diversion. Once again, flames gushed out, and the lament of crying babies echoed out. And whilst the shrill echo reverberated across the cave, Subaru urged Patrash onwards towards the exit. They just had to keep repeating this predetermined routine over and over again. With just that, they ought to be able to break past, however. Subaru. HK. Once again, the fireball thrown by the centaur hurtled past next to where Subaru was walking. It had gotten even closer than last time, with the shot being so accurate as to graze his skin. Subaru's breath was instantly taken away from him by the fireball's explosion, and he was buffeted by the wave of heat. Subaru. Bathed in the illumination of the newborn orange light source ahead of him, Subaru locked eyes with the witch beast in the distance. Their eyes didn't actually meet. So saying they locked eyes wasn't quite right. However, the witch beast's attention was clearly focused this way. The witch beast had no way to track them except by sound, so why was it able to find them in the middle of its own cry? Subaru. Its own cry, Ram, Barusu. The echo as the question and answer came together in Subaru's mind. Ram, who was still pulling the string, finally called to him and made a sound. At the moment, they both came to the same conclusion. The centaur kicked the sand. Its hooves kicked the surface of the sand, and the witch beast, which was so large they had to look upwards at it, flew lightly through the chilly air. The heat of its blazing mane increased as it moved, and all at once was streaking towards Subaru's group. The human torso attached to the horse's body raised its arms and pulled away pieces of its own flaming mane. While held in its hands, those pieces changed into balls of fire, and after the blink of an eye, became explosive flaming bullets. Subaru. Run, 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 run! At this point, avoiding a fight with the centaur was no longer possible. Discarding the plan to move with as little noise as possible, Subaru slapped Patrash's haunches, ordering her to run immediately to the corridor. Subaru's group was currently in the exact center of the cave, far from both the corridor they entered from and the one they were moving towards, a position so advantageous for the centaur that it seemed likely this had been the witch beast's plan. Subaru. Was it playing about with us? Ram. Subaru's mind froze in amazement, but the witch beast didn't let up, hurling the fireballs as it created them. The centaur blew clouds of sand into the air around its fleeing targets, as if playing with them. The witch beast had expected that they would run straight for the corridor. Having said that, even if they tried running a zigzag course to confuse it, its hearing captured every sound and wouldn't fall for such a trick. Subaru. Whoa, wah. Grazing their lowered heads, the fireballs were thrown one after another. Out of sight, the witch beast ran circles around them as they fled, not letting up with its explosive barrage, hurling bursts of sand into the air. Subaru. Gah! The heat wave of an explosion at his feet lifted Subaru easily into the air and sent him flying. He quickly protected his head with both arms, but the rush of hot air burned the inside of his nose and throat. Breathing was painful, and with the inside of his nose scorched, he temporarily lost his sense of smell. He rolled on the ground from the agony in the center of his face, then raised his teary-eyed face. The mouth in the centaur's torso was open wide, and the toothy maw was emitting an ear-splitting noise, almost looking like it was laughing. No, it was actually laughing. Laughing at the weak human plaything that couldn't even win a battle of wits with a witch beast. Subaru. Damn it. Ah. Hatred boiled in him and gave Subaru the strength to stand. Compared to suspicions and mistrust, what a wonderfully healthy feeling it was to hate the vermin that opposed him. As he was swallowed up in a blackness of distilled fury, Subaru snorted at the witch beast that looked so pleased with itself. Acting like it had won was laughable. How could a lowly miasma-hating witch beast think it could ever hope to beat Natsuki Subaru? Subaru. Putting a hand to his waist, he took out his whip. Letting his hand remember the feel of the handle, he lightly flicked the sand with the end of the whip. The centaur immediately stopped its roaring laughter and intently turned its ears towards the crack of the whip. Most likely, it was the first time it had ever heard that sound. However, that wasn't Subaru's real plan. The whip was nothing more than a diversion. Subaru. Invisible providence in response to the witch beast's violence. A roiling, seething black emotion formed in Subaru's heart. Given direction, it turned into strength to tear the centaur limb from limb. Using it this way made him look like a one-trick pony, but he didn't care. It was a trick that would work on anyone. Subaru. Swinging the whip above his head, he let the witch beast listen to the sound of it splitting the air, taking care not to alert the centaur, which was paying close attention to the first sound. The invisible magic hand advanced like it was slipping through the darkness, infiltrating the witch beast's shadow, aiming for the horn atop its human torso. Between the human body and the horse body, he couldn't tell which one had vital organs. With its head being a horn, if there was a brain stuffed inside it, or not, was a mystery. Despite that, there had to be a vital organ of some kind inside. With that decided, he would crush the horn in the palm of his invisible hand. If the loss of the horn happened to make the witch beast obedient, he'd simply have it kill itself. That would be much more pleasant. Subaru. Guachga. With that thought, it happened just as he was about to carry out his plan. Focusing on the centaur, his unseen hand reaching for its head, Subaru's own head was filled with a burst of unimaginable pain. Feeling as though something had stripped away his scalp and was drilling directly into his skull, his eyes rolled back and yellow foam frothed from his lips as he fell to his knees. Subaru. Gah. Bringing both hands to his head as he knelt, he struck himself on the side of the head to try and fight off the pain. Rubbing his head, holding his head. Nothing else helped with the pain. To fight the pain, he tried to inflict a sharper, stronger pain. He struck himself again, and again. But no matter how hard he hit himself, he couldn't overcome the pain. He rolled on the sand while his head felt like a hell full of thorns piercing his brain. And nearly fainting from pain, he ended up swallowing sand without understanding why. Subaru. It hurts. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! He shouted like he was spitting blood. With a mouthful of sand, chewing it with his back teeth, Subaru thrashed on the ground, fighting against the mysterious pain to keep it from blocking his throat. He couldn't fight it. He was losing. Of course, invisible providence had vanished instantly. With that dispersed, he had no way of affecting the centaur. The witch beast, as though disappointed with his lack of resistance, prepared to turn him into a smoking corpse. A huge ball of flame drove away the chill in the air as the explosive heat warmed the world around them. Just like that, Natsuki Subaru would be changed into charcoal Patrash. At the last moment, the jet-black earth dragon charged in fiercely, tearing away the witch beast's arm. Patrash. With a body color that blended into the darkness, the earth dragon had soundlessly approached the witch beast and landed a biting attack. Losing its balance along with its arm, the witch beast dropped the fireball it had raised above its own head. In other words, the heat of the fireball the witch beast had created exploded at its own feet, and the point-blank blast wave blew it into the air. As it was thrown away by the explosion, blood dripped from the centaur's wounded arm, and it fell over on its back. Without sparing it a glance, Patracia sprinted over the sand, and holding Subaru's clothing with her teeth as he thrashed in pain, she immediately began a sprinting retreat. Held by Patracia's teeth near his waist, swinging left and right as he dangled, tormented by poor circulation and the continuing headache, Subaru looked behind him. Behind Patrash, the centaur unsteadily rose to its feet. The wound on its human torso foamed, and the left arm that had been bitten off grew back in an instant. Its monstrous regeneration ability was at work on its other injuries as well. The wounds all over its body, inflicted by the explosion moments ago, closed one after another. The centaur returned to full health in a matter of seconds. With that done, there was nothing left to slow it down. Screaming viciously at Patrash, who had struck it by surprise, the centaur sped up to pursue the madly fleeing earth dragon, and its mane blazed brighter as it leapt. Patrash's running ability was impressive in even the worst terrain, but the centaur's was in its own habitat, and its acceleration was a step ahead. Along with their difference in size, Patrasha was weighed down by Subaru, and the witch beast was soon running side by side with her. A burning fireball appeared in the witch beast's hand, but this one was stretched tall. Looking closer, the fireball changed in the witch beast's hand to a long-handled weapon, and in the blink of an eye, it had become a spear, covered from end to end in flame. Centaur. Raising the flaming spear, the centaur drove the tip towards Patrash. The black earth dragon ducked as the spear approached, almost diving into the sand to avoid the attack, and using that as an opening to speed up further. However, just when it looked like they could get away, the witch beast's hoof drove straight into the earth dragon's torso from the side. The force of the attack passed through her hard skin, and she cried out as the impact smashed into her guts. Even then she refused to drop Subaru, still dangling from her teeth. The heat he could feel near his waist was from the blood Patrash was coughing up from her internal injuries. That was the only sign she was badly injured. However, she still wouldn't let Subaru go, and Subaru had no way to care for his loyal dragon's wounds. All he had was the seemingly eternal torture of the unending pain in his head. Ram. Elfula. Anastasia. Gewald. A second strike from the flaming spear was aimed at Patrash, who was clearly slowing down. However, before it reached the earth dragon's body, it was interrupted from two different directions. From one side came an invisible blade of wind. From the other was a convergence of white-hot rays of heat. Both of the incantations came from familiar voices, but that was all Subaru could say for sure. Both spells landed direct hits on the witch beast, blowing holes through its body and cutting through the human torso at an angle. Those wounds, too, closed instantly. Rem. Barusu. Oh, fine, if you're dead you should say so. Anastasia. That's a nasty one. That witch beast eye won't be able to do much to that thing. Even though it sounded normal, one of the girl's voices carried a trace of desperation. On the other hand, despite being in a desperate situation, one of the girl's voices lacked any sense of stress. Feeling his loyal dragon's breath and blood on his skin, Subaru was on the verge of falling unconscious. If he was going to go through this much pain and torment, maybe dying wasn't so Ram. Don't you dare die, Barusu! Rem would cry. Subaru. Oh, that voice, shouted right in his ear, cut through the pain and reached his brain. What the voice awakened was a hatred no less than the one he held for the witch beast. They had forgotten. Not a single one of them remembered that girl. Don't talk about Rem and I like you know anything about it. Subaru. Invisible Providence C. Releasing his feelings of anger towards the witch beast passing through the edge of his tear-stained vision, Subaru struck at it with a pitch-black magical hand in an outburst of rage. Partway there, another raging pain tore at his skull. Before he was swallowed by it and lost consciousness, Subaru's unseen hand hit the witch-beast's spear head-on, breaking it as a token act of defiance. That was all the resistance he could muster. Centaur. The reward for his angry counterattack was another burst of furious pain. The centaur planted its front legs in the sandy ground and pivoted on them, turning itself around forcefully, and then its rear legs lashed out like a catapult. Its solid rock-like hooves kicked sand into the air as they sped towards Subaru's group. Himself, Patrash, and Ram and Anastasia, who were likely nearby as well, intending to tear through them all at once. In an explosion of leg strength sufficient to bring down part of the cave, everyone was sent flying different directions by the wave of sand. Subaru was even torn away from Patrash's jaw, rolling helplessly on top of the sand, and thrown by the aftermath of the impact against a destroyed, burned body. Subaru. A headache that couldn't be described, and a body trampled by the centaur's kick. Assaulted by continuous pain from the inside and out, Subaru could no longer hold on to his consciousness. Somehow, as he rolled loosely on the sand, he could feel the approaching darkness of death, destruction, annihilation, futile death. Death in battle. Heartless words like that roamed the back of his mind, but Subaru. In a situation where his lungs had forgotten to even breathe, Subaru saw someone standing in front of him. It was a small, delicate shadow. In a world with too little light, he couldn't see it clearly. Even then, it was a familiar shape that he knew immediately. It was Ram.U. She was wobbling as she stood. She had both arms outstretched to protect Subaru. Stop it. It's stupid. Impossible. Useless, he tried to say it, but his throat would no longer listen to him, as though it was filled with sand. No. It actually was filled with sand. Because of the sand he'd stupidly swallowed trying to fight the pain in his head, Subaru could no longer even speak clearly. Subaru. Why? With all his strength, Subaru managed a weak cry. Despite all the pent-up dissatisfaction and anger he had felt towards Ram and his other friends, that surely they must have known about. Ram would cry. Ram made only that quiet response to Subaru's words. For the little sister she couldn't remember. For the person most dear to that unremembered sister, Ram stood. What pushed her to go that far? Subaru couldn't understand. He couldn't understand that. But there was one thing he did understand. At this rate, Ram was going to die. Subaru would die too. There was no way to avoid it. Subaru. The centaur bellowed, swinging both its arms, and creating a blazing sword in each of them. They didn't really look like swords, though. So perhaps it had meant to make hammers or axes. Regardless, they were both weapons wrapped in flame. It stood on the verge of using them to cut Ram's much smaller frame into pieces, and roast Subaru as well. Subaru, come on, there's gotta be something. Staring death in the face, Subaru reached down through the depths of his pain. Fighting against the relentless pain was like diving deep into himself, looking outside himself. To Ram, Patrash, or Anastasia, was unrealistic. Even if it would be derided as a dream or delusion, Subaru looked inside himself for something, anything. This unrealistic approach was the most realistic hope he had left. Diving inside, reaching into the murky depths of his body, pulling aside the writhing black thoughts, Subaru looked inside himself for anything that could help. Not the unseen hand he had overused. Something different. Something new. Some way to pull through this mess. His last-ditch search yielded Subaru. Nothing. And Subaru watched as the witch beast in front of him raised its swords. The flames crossed above the witch beast's head, and after a moment's pause, descended towards Ram. Burning the very air, the oncoming slashes would heartlessly cut a burning path through the girl's slender body, burn her away, leave nothing of the path she had walked, the memories she had held, or anything at all except black charcoal at that. Seen! Subaru cried out against his own powerlessness. The next moment, white light unleashed with tremendous speed blew away the witch beast's upper body. The body of the witch beast which had wielded those swords of flame vanished from the world, thanks to that tremendous light. The light didn't bring forth such simplicities like crushing or severing its body, but rather it was the literal meaning of annihilation. The centaur was a monster that had a human body on the head part of a horse's body, and the light had blown away the part which was construed as its human body from chest up. Of course, that included the arms on its shoulders, the horn which was in place of a human head, and the fanged maw that gaped across its chest. Blood soundlessly gushed out from the witch-beast's wounds from the impact, and immediately after, its wounds started to foam, readying itself to use the same hyper-recovery technique it had used thus far. Its squirming flesh swelled up, and its obliterated human body reformed anew. The human body regenerated right away, and explosive balls of fire quickly surged into life on both of its arms. Centaur. The centaur roared, and the alluring voice of countless babies filled the chilly air. Turning its body around, the witch-beast paid no heed to Ram or Subaru, and instead leapt straight up towards the dangerous enemy that had blown away its upper body. The witch-beast summoned a heap-load of fireballs on its arms and cast them one after the other as it rushed forward. Consumed by its heated frenzy, the witch-beast prepared to unleash its own battle cry. However, Centaur. The fireballs brought into existence by the witch-beast were all intercepted from in front of it one by one. The things responsible for that were the flashes of white light that pierced the fireballs head-on with tremendous accuracy. The speed of the flashes of light were out of the ordinary, and its strength was clearly superior to that of the fireballs. The lumps of flame were struck by the light dead-on, pulled in by the power of it, and clashed against the body of the witch-beast itself. Immediately after Subaru had thought the centaur had ended up like a hedgehog with quills of white light, the flames exploded all around the witch-beast's body. The centaur's arms were obliterated to nothing. Its maw was torn to shreds, its horse body was burnt, and finally it had collapsed. It thrashed about on top of the sand, letting off a shrill cry in sheer anger. However, the witch-beast's wounds squirmed over, and it refused to die. It was as if it was telling them to grow stronger, to change their approach, and that they should evolve their manner of bestowing death, since they couldn't achieve it by blowing away parts of it into nothing. The witch-beast's appearance transformed as it regenerated its lost parts. The human part of its body changed. Now its arms had increased from 2 to 4, and sharp, long fangs jutted out from its maw. Its lower horse half also had more legs, numbering 8 in total. Doing a simple calculation, they had doubled in quantity. As well as that, its charred skin had hardened, now shining with a black luster to it. At a glimpse, it maybe looked like a being that was clad in armor, and it held an axe, a hammer, a spear, and a sword of flame in each of its newly added arms. The witch-beast had managed to evolve itself in an unbelievably short period of time, all to alter itself so it could face the being casting the white rays of light. Raising its 4 forelegs, the centaur thunderously let out a roar. It clacked its raised hooves together with a piercing clang and began to spur forwards. Its huge figure was similar to that of an armored train decked in steel. Its weight and acceleration would easily turn any opponent to mincemeat, causing them to meet a vicious end. The being that had put the witch-beast to shame would end up being completely annihilated if it was treated to a fiery finishing blow. Centaur. Kicking sand up into the air, a white light pierced it, and trailing up a white light pierced it, a plume of fiery heat. The witch-beast fiercely, a white light pierced it, broke through. A white light pierced it, the heat of its flames, a white light pierced. It had flared up, a white light pierced it hotter than ever before. It was like a white light pierced it, the hellfire. A white light pierced it of the abyss. Its grotesque and atypical figure, a white light pierced it, made it so that you couldn't avoid a white light, pierced it, breaking into shudders when a white light pierced it. You caught a mere glimpse of it. A white light pierced it, regardless who you were. A white light pierced it, that was what the king of the sand sea was. A white light pierced it, 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 a white light pierced I. A white light pierced. I, 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 a white light pierced, a white light pierced, a white light pierced, a white light pierced, a white light pierk, a white light pierk, a white light pierk. A white light pierk, a white light pi, a white light pi, a white light p, a white light white, a white light, white light, a white light, white, white light, white, white light, white light, white light, white light, white light, white light, light light, white light, white light, white light. White light, white light, white light, white light, white, light light, white, light light, white light. Subaru. There was nothing left behind anymore right after the crazy amount of light had streamed out. The witch beast, which had wielded such menace, had been completely obliterated by the light all the way up to the smithereens of its flesh. The witch beast had completely been blown away somewhere far out of this world. The only thing that was left on the sand was the countless number of light rays which had been fired at the witch beast to erase its existence. The source of that came just from those white, elongated stingers. Those two instantly turned to powder as if they'd effloresced away. Subaru had even forgotten his headache as he gazed aghast at the spectacle with his own eyes. He realized that a feverish, slender body had happened to leap in between his arms. It was Ram. He didn't remember what had happened, but it seemed like he'd been embracing her body in their final moments. Though it should have been a meaningless gesture, it looked like Ram wasn't conscious. Subaru could hear the sound of someone stepping on the sand. That someone was ever so slowly approaching Subaru and the others. They were definitely approaching them. The inside of the cave was still enveloped in darkness along with a frigid silence. The only source of light came from the scattered fiery scraps that had been spewed out by the witch beast earlier. There was one such fiery scrap right next to Subaru that allowed him to look around a few meters. Someone's foot entered the very edge of his field of vision. Subaru. Lifting his face up, Subaru looked up to where the owner of those feet, and perhaps the one behind that light, was. Gradually lifting up his field of vision, what he saw reflected in his bleary eyes was a human being. Subaru. It was a woman with a rather queer air to her. Her legs were audaciously bare all the way up to her thighs, and the only thing that covered her crotch was the hem of her shorts that were just barely cut down for that task. Above that, her waist and belly button were exposed. A piece of cloth was wound above her slender waist like a moonate to keep her breasts concealed. However, she wore something akin to a cloak from her shoulders which barely protected the greater part of her body, exposed from her pale shoulders, from the wind. Her hair was a brown that was closer to black to the point that it seemed to blend in with the darkness around them. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail that collected all of it together. She gazed at Subaru and the others with moist eyes which were chock full of thick emotion. Her thin lips curved up, breaking into a rather bestial smile. "I found you. At least I can understand what she's saying," Subaru thought to himself. And just as he thought that, his consciousness reached its limit. Tasting the feeling of sand, Subaru let go of his consciousness still without uttering a single word. At least it didn't seem like he'd have to let go of the girl wrapped inside his arms. He held her tight. He only had enough willpower left to persevere to that point. Chapter 18. The keeper of the sand tower won amid the dregs of murky darkness. There was consciousness. It had been a long time since Natsuki Subaru visited this place. Like the several previous times, it was a dark world where sky and earth had no end, and only darkness resided. It felt like he had been forcibly summoned to this place, just like when he returned by death. If he were to think about it, this too was a truly mysterious place. At any rate, it wasn't like Subaru could pull out his memories of this place and bring them to the outside. Despite it not being his first time visiting this place, he would forget entering it after leaving. A transient feeling, just like as if he was a mere bubble floating by in a dream. Within this pale darkness, in the narrow gaps of his faint recollections, the consciousness known as Natsuki Subaru on the outside floundered through the air and slowly swam amidst the jet-black darkness. With only his consciousness, he rose to the surface. Of course, when it came to his body, he had gotten used to the feeling of not having his limbs, his eyes, his ears, his mouth, as well as that, the fact that he didn't know what was top, bottom left, or right, and the anxiety towards not being able to see anything, including the depths below. All of that didn't matter to his consciousness, which was dominated by just one thing. There was an unbearable, unending passion at the core of his consciousness, or perhaps within the formation of his consciousness itself. No, more so, it was dear love, adoration, deep, unconditional love. When he comes here, he can be with the source of this love. His consciousness had learned just this thing, and he was delighted that he could visit this place once again. Before he began to even relish that long-awaited encounter, the feeling pounded in his rightfully non-existent chest was one of such joy that he wanted to open his rightfully non-existent lips to sing. However, The passion of his consciousness was mysterious voice. 1. He seems to have arrived in high spirits. Mysterious voice. 2. It's really nothing to joke about. Acting all smug, due to just a bit of luck. Have some restraint. Even shamelessness can go so far, how unbearable. Do take a long objective look at yourself. Maybe then, you will see just how far your impudence has gone. Suddenly, he heard them. He was disturbed by voices which, by all rights, he should not be able to hear. His consciousness turned to look behind. If neither face nor body exist in this directionless world, then what's the significance in the act of looking behind? Was there any? It was not to find a meaning in this. Rather, it was an act for the sake of giving meaning to it. You needed a body to look behind. If he consciously thought so and acted, then the jet-black darkness has no choice but to give that to the nothingness that was Natsuki Subaru. Thus, the consciousness which looks back became Natsuki Subaru, now bestowed with vision, so he could look around his surroundings, and a body which he could turn back around with. Yet, that alone was still insufficient, and his body was far off from being complete. This Subaru was an imperfect recreation. The real Natsuki Subaru couldn't be reproduced at all. Would it be better if he had hands, or legs, or perhaps a nose and mouth? No. Making and manifesting a human being out of nothing was not that easy. Natsuki Subaru didn't know nearly enough about himself to recreate himself. It wasn't easy for Natsuki Subaru to complete himself using only his own memories and knowledge. Therefore, it was impossible currently to make Natsuki Subaru more than this. However, in that lacking state, the incomplete Natsuki Subaru wasn't even able to recognize this. And that was why the incomplete Natsuki Subaru, who'd only gave his transient body some transient eyes, whilst existing in a state in which he can't even place a foot down onto the ground, spun around to look at his surroundings, and noticed something. There was something other than the consciousnesses of Natsuki Subaru coming to the fore within the depths of the darkness. Mysterious voice. 1. Disgusting and shameful, nothing more than the result of self-conceit. Yes, how very sinful, how dirty you are. Just so worthy of disdain. Mysterious voice, too. Subpar, way off from a human. We could say we have the ultimate imperfection here. Doesn't it feel like that? What were they even thinking? That a guy like this would kick the satisfied me to the curb? Shouldn't it have been obvious from the beginning if you knew your place? Who are you to stand in my way? A nuisance, a hindrance, pretty much everything. So lacking. Not enough. Liike, if you think like a logical human being. Even with you being a subhuman, Liike, the likes of human cattle. His consciousness rose to the fore in the darkness, where jeers rained down upon the very much imperfect Natsuki Subaru. On one side was insanity, and on the other was annoyance, both respectively venting out their hatred towards Natsuki Subaru. However, unfortunately for Natsuki Subaru, being a mere speck of consciousness, he could not comprehend that hatred. The heart, the brain of this Natsuki Subaru were not prepared at all to comprehend it. If he were to try and gain an understanding of those words which the consciousnesses uttered, then just like he materialized some flesh, and just like he created a sense of sight, he had to create a sense of sight. He had to create organs to allow him to understand them. But somehow those organs felt unnecessary. At least, in order to grasp what those two consciousnesses were saying, the meaning behind trying to produce such a thing was weak. Above all, he didn't feel the urge to do so. It was not easy to drag out the material from the immaterial. At the very least, if Natsuki Subaru's consciousness didn't truly wish for it, then he could neither create nor acquire it. So, as things were right now, he couldn't help but to postpone bringing forth a mind to understand them, as well as words to reply to the consciousness of those two. No, actually, there was no ulterior motive behind it. Mysterious voice. 1. What insolence, what contempt, what disdain. Here I am, preaching with such diligence, and yet you don't even bother to consider contemplating it. How very, awful. Thoughtful. You are truly slothful. Mysterious voice, too. How far will you go in making a fool out of others until you're satisfied? Damned human cattle. Listen well. Just who do you think I am? I am the most satisfied man in the world. One who worries about nothing, and only wishes to pursue his simple joys and live a fulfilling life, undisturbed and free of greed, and yet you would interfere with that? This is a violation of my rights, an act of wickedness. One such as you, who would crush the dreams of others so easily, must be stopped. Feeling that he wasn't making any progress, he turned his back to the consciousnesses of the two. It was convenient, having this body, to indicate that he has no intention of talking to them. Behind the scenes, he felt that their abusive words would still echo, but he didn't mind, because if he showed that he cared, it would be plain enough to them. His sense of vision worked without even needing to turn back. Right now, what he would probably need was not a sense of vision, but eyeballs. Should the chance present itself, he would remember to make them. However, right now, he had no time to deal with such trifles. Because, right in front of Natsuki Subaru's consciousness, the shadow whom he aimed for was showing herself. In the jet-black darkness, where nothing should have been visible, the silhouette clad in deeper black than the midst of the darkness he was in was far more vivid. Sometimes, she would freeze Natsuki Subaru's heart, with those arms with such graceful fingers would dangle loosely. Though slender, those limbs possessed such tenderness, garbed in a dark dress. As usual, her features are unclear, as everything above her neck was covered by a thick mist. But Natsuki Subaru understood deep within his soul that there was someone there that inspired such deep emotions of love. Her appearance was far more clear than the previous encounter, and he was far closer to her, distance-wise. In his previous encounter with her, only her arms and body could be seen, a silhouette, but now she was wearing a dress, and he could see up until her bare feet peeking out from underneath the hem of her long dress. Nearly all of her body was perfectly reproduced. What wasn't visible to Natsuki Subaru was just her face hidden by the darkness. How irritating. But for now, that was okay. Stronger than before, he felt her presence ever nearer. However, Natsuki Subaru, though clearer she may be, was not yet prepared to go out and meet her. Right now, he should simply rejoice that he was so close to her. One day, he would definitely reach out and touch her fingers, embrace her slender waist, and make love with her. I love you. Faced with this confession, Natsuki Subaru gave his newly manufactured chin a nod in response. Through that mere action, the shadow's delight could be felt. Accompanying it, an apologetic feeling sprang up. Next time, a mouth and tongue would be necessary so that he could express his words of love from there. While feeling these profound emotions, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness started to leave this shadow garden, and though Subaru knew he was good at getting up from sleep, on the flip side, he also knew that he found it hard to get asleep. For Subaru, waking up from sleep felt as if he were raising his face above the water's surface. No matter who may be submerged underwater, if their face breaks up to the water's surface, they will not forget how to breathe. For Subaru, that breathing signifies the waking of his consciousness. It's fairly natural that he can breathe when waking up. Emilia. Ooh, you get up so well. I'm jealous. I am really bad at getting up. This had been Emilia's comment from when they had this conversation before. Incidentally, when it came to Emilia getting up, there was no exaggeration or humility when she said these words. It really was that bad. Just as you would imagine, Emilia did have very low blood pressure. It took her about an hour to wake up and get herself out of bed. When she wakes up in her bed in the mornings, in her drowsiness, she waits for her to get back to her senses and then finally gets out of the futon, washes her face and fixes her hair. That's her style. And on the other hand, unlike Subaru, she slept as well as a child. A stark contrast. Emilia. When I was in the forest and I only had Puck beside me, since Puck didn't come out much at night, I could only do stuff like sleeping. This had been Emilia's comment from when they had this conversation before, and regarding the details of how Subaru had replied to this, he would leave those turned over. But now that she has someone to keep her company late at night, she should forget about how the past was. In any case, Subaru was honestly quite envious of her quality of sleep. No matter what, when Subaru gets into bed and closes his eyes in the middle of the night, He can't stop thinking about all kinds of stuff. In particular, what he thinks about includes all the things he could have done differently, and all the regrets he has. Whether it was about what happened during that day, and sometimes as well what happened days long before. Regret torments Subaru without any heed for either time nor means. When fighting with stuff like that, he can't fall asleep at all. That's the source behind his poor quality of sleep. So, even the events which happened beneath the sand sea became a newly planted seed of regret as far as it concerned Subaru. It's practically assured that this would become something that would greatly disturb Subaru's sleeping quality from now on. Subaru, where am I? At the moment he woke up, Subaru understood that his waking had differed to the usual one from return by death. First of all, there was light in the surroundings, quite unlike the underground area beneath the sand sea that he had awoken in submerged by darkness. The fact that he can look around his surroundings serves as evidence of things having changed. In addition to that, the chilliness had also faded, and his body was embraced by a feeling quite different to that of lying on top of the sand. The soft feeling against his back was perhaps that of a bed. Below his head there was also something like a pillow there. In other words, Subaru was Subaru. I'm lying down in a bed if he were to check and say it out loud. Resting on top of his body was a white cotton blanket. The feeling of a bed with a pillow was not a feeling he wasn't familiar with if he were to really check. Rather, he was really familiar with it. He immediately realized that it was the bedding that came from the dragon carriage. Thus here, he was inside the dragon carriage that they had used in their attempt to seize the Pleiades watchtower. Subaru, what's this doing here? Subaru sat himself up, understanding that he had been laid down within the dragon carriage that was supposed to have veered off course. In that moment, he noticed that someone was clutching his right hand. If he were to turn to face his right-hand side, there was a young lady kneeling on the floor right next to the bed. Her body sprawled out across the bed, sleeping. It was the silver-haired Amelia who was clutching Subaru's hand, with somewhat of a look of relief on her face, softly breathing, with warmth radiating from the palm of her hand. Subaru let out an exhausted, hoarse breath, seeing that she was definitely here. Subaru. Amelia. That's you, right? Safe and sound, Amelia's form, nestled beside him, left Subaru puzzled, with it not having sunk in yet. Since his right hand was being held, he stretched out his left hand and placed it against her cheeks. Her pale cheeks were hot, as if she was developing a fever. Her skin was absurdly soft and smooth. Just by touching them, it felt like love and affection are about to burst out of them, touching them as much as he dared, just to make sure. Subaru. Oh, there's no doubt it's Amelia cute, delicate, warm. You wouldn't be happening to be doing something inappropriate, in fact. Amelia was terribly worried for you, I suppose. She didn't sleep for 2 days, in fact. Subaru. Hoo-oo. When stroking Amelia's cheeks, having his fill of her soft breathing, Subaru had reflexively flinched at the voice that had abruptly interrupted him, and in a panic he tried to turn his head around. Standing by the door which connected this living space with the bed, he found the little girl leaning on it, with a look of disgust on her face. Subaru. Beatrice. Shh. I suppose. I dislike this unreasonable Subaru, in fact. Subaru. Instinctively, he had almost raised his voice, delighted in seeing her again. But he had been interrupted by Beatrice just before. Subaru placed his hand over his mouth and quietly looked down below at the still sleeping Amelia. Whilst letting him chew on his words, her stiff expression loosened, leading her to look somewhat more happy. Subaru. That sure was a close one, Biko. Come over here. Let me hug you. Beatrice. What a foolish thing to say. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. If he can't show his happiness at this reunion using words, then he has no choice but to show his happiness at this reunion using actions. With Subaru beckoning her, Beatrice sighed and drew closer to him. The little girl was indifferently playing with her drill curls, and when she came beside him, Subaru hugged her with his free left arm, firmly embracing her against his chest. Subaru. Thank goodness, seriously. Thank goodness. I was really worried. Beatrice. That's Betty's words, in fact. We couldn't find Subaru or the older sister anywhere, and we were all frightened to the core, I suppose. We feared you weren't alive, I suppose. Subaru. Is that so? Were you worried to death about me? Beatrice. Not entirely like that, I suppose. That's right. I was worried, I suppose. Really, while embracing Beatrice's light body. The little girl cast her gaze down and her words faltered mid-sentence. He continued to stroke Beatrice's hair, who nuzzled her head against his chest, and cherished her reunion with him in silence for a moment. And after a little bit of time, the silence was broken. Beatrice moved her face up away from Subaru's chest, with a feeling of relief traced across her features, and hopped off of the bed with a bowing. Beatrice. Anyway, other than to the sleepyhead Amelia, we've got to tell everyone that you've woken up, in fact. We were all worried, thinking it was your last, I suppose. Subaru. Everyone. Oh yeah. Is everyone safe? Even those who got separated from me, and those who were with me? Beatrice, you can rest assured, in fact. Everyone is safe and sound, I suppose. Subaru. I see. Subaru's unease faded as he heard Beatrice's guarantee. He had heard that everyone was safe. Her unexpected answer had set his heart at ease. But, straight afterward, Subaru jerked his head up, an unpleasant feeling of déjà vu resounding from that guarantee. Subaru. Wait, Biko. I'm sorry for how short-lived my happiness is. But, is everyone really all right? Beatrice. It's upsetting being doubted by Subaru, in fact. There would be no sense in Betty deceiving Subaru like this, I suppose. I am not joking, in fact. Subaru. I get that you're in a huff, but this isn't the reason why I am doubting you. Even if you weren't looking to deceive me, that doesn't mean that I haven't been fooled. Didn't we just experience that rather painfully in Pristella? Beatrice. Hearing this, Beatrice seemed to notice the source of Subaru's concern. Even in the battle against the witch cult in Pristella, after their battle, Subaru had received an identical report. He had been told that everyone was safe, in fact. That had been a correct presumption to make, but Subaru. Let's confirm it. Is me, Amelia, and Beatrice. In addition, there's Ram and Patrash, Astasia, Maylee, Jan, and finally, Julius. This is everyone. Beatrice. Subaru? You're saying that everyone is here? Beatrice? Don't worry, I suppose. That's everyone, in fact. There's no one that I've forgotten, and that Subaru only hasn't. I suppose. Subaru. I see. Then I guess I can really be delighted by it, having confirmed that everything that was necessary. Subaru carefully thinks about whether there are any more pitfalls remaining. He determined that he hadn't overlooked anything. And finally, he found strength in those words which had said that everyone was safe. Subaru. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Beatrice. Good grief, you sure like to over-exaggerate, in fact. In the first place, when we found out that you, the most likely to attract danger, was okay, we guessed that everyone else was too, I suppose. Subaru. Idiot. That's not always true, you know. Even if I know that's so, anxiety is still anxiety. And worry is still worry. You were crying after finding out I was safe, no? Beatrice. I wasn't crying or anything, in fact. Just because Betty was pressing her face against your chest, it doesn't mean you should look at it like that, I suppose. You can't prove it, in fact. With a humph, Beatrice puffed out her delicate chest. However, her words seemed to be brimming with emotion to the contrary. On top of that, there were traces left on the bed that someone other than him had slept there at a space of the lower part of the bed which took up about half of its size. Subaru pointed at it and said, Subaru, there's evidence right here that someone crawled in next to me and fell asleep. But even with seeing this dead giveaway, are you still going to say that you weren't worried? Beatrice. That wasn't Betty, I suppose. This is completely a false accusation, in fact. I have no idea what you're talking about, I suppose. Subaru. No one but you would act like this. Don't feel embarrassed. Beatrice, you're wrong, in fact. Geez, we're gonna wake up Amelia, I suppose. Beatrice forced a change of subject as they exchanged such frivolous conversations in their usual manner while giving a wry smile at her flushed face. Subaru let out a long, truly long, deep sigh. Everyone was safe. He was relieved for now to hear those words. When they were at the sand dunes, they had been pursued by a herd of witch beasts and they had split up. Subaru had repeatedly returned by death in the underground area of the Sand Sea. He had no clue how Amelia and the others were doing, and what would have happened if he couldn't have undone it, Subaru. Now that you mention it, it's like feeling suspicious about everything will only raise bogeys. Is that what it is? Beatrice. Looking dumbfounded, Beatrice cocked her head at Subaru, who had placed his left hand on his head. For Beatrice, the meaning of that behavior felt cryptic. But to Subaru, there was a meaning to it. No, there was no meaning to this behavior itself. But it could be said that the subjectiveness of it all was the greatest factor. Subaru. Biko, you're the same as always, Biko. Amelia as well as cute as always. Beatrice. What are you even saying, although she fixed him with a deadpan gaze? Subaru felt no extraordinary sense of discomfort or irritation at her words. Toward the sleeping Amelia as well. He felt nothing but trusting love to the two of them. Not a trace of the inexplicable hatred that had tormented him underground was left. Subaru. Guess I'm all right now, since I'm far away from the miasma. Though it makes me sick to even leave such a strange thing of unknown cause and treatment. As is Beatrice. Subaru, if you still aren't feeling well or you feel anxious about your health, it would be better for you to lie down, I suppose. There's no need for you to get up all in a hurry for now, in fact. In one way or another, just Betty and everyone else will manage to undertake the trials, I suppose. Subaru, huh? Placing her hand against his forehead, Beatrice had showed concern at Subaru, his eyes downcast. Amidst the concern in those words was something that he hadn't heard before. Subaru interrupted her without thinking. Subaru, what did you just say now? Beatrice. So you can rest, I suppose. It's not like you're taking the day off with no good reason. Betty won't get mad at you when it's about you not feeling well. In fact, Subaru, though I remember saying such terrific stuff in this feverish talk, it wasn't that part I was referring to, you know. After that you said something about a trial? Beatrice. Yeah, I did say that, I suppose. At having heard Subaru hounding her, Beatrice slipped out a damn it in response. It's not like she had really wanted to hide it from Subaru, rather, it more so came from her concern from worrying about wanting Subaru to rest for a bit. However, it wasn't enough to make him have peace of mind. Having heard that much, since Subaru was not much of an obedient person, and Beatrice knew that well enough. Subaru. Vyoko Beatrice. I know. I will give you a proper explanation, I suppose. Really, I thought that it'd be better to talk about it after you settled down. Despite that, my mouth slipped. Subaru. It's one of your cute points that you can't hide stuff like this. In the first place, I've looked the other way on stuff that I ought to have asked you from the start. He flashed a faint bittersweet smile at Beatrice, who had admitted defeat, though the smile quickly disappeared from his face. Subaru more or less lowered his voice and opened his mouth, and naturally questioned her with, Subaru, where are we? And don't go butting and saying something silly like inside the dragon carriage. Beatrice, Subaru, I think it's no long stretch of the imagination for you too. I suppose Beatrice gave a weary sigh, putting her arms together. And so, with a click of her heels, she looked up to the other side of the room. The little girl looked up to the ceiling. Beatrice. Pleiades Watchtower. Subaru. Beatrice, the watchtower at the end of those sand dunes, we are in it, I suppose. And that was what she said. He carefully let go of Amelia's hand. She was lying down on the bed, fast asleep since she had stayed up for 2 days. Subaru slipped out of the dragon carriage after giving her forehead a quick stroke. Within the dragon carriage, which they'd spent over a month in, it seemed like there were no changes to it from before it had veered off course. Without so much of a scratch on its body, it looked just as if it was new. Beatrice, unlike those who were with Subaru, the ones who were with Betty, swallowed up by the sand-wind chasm, were safe, I suppose. We were hurled away to a different place from that flower garden. Everyone with us turned pale when we realized that Subaru and some of the rest had been separated from us, in fact. Subaru, you as well? Beatrice, Amelia, and Julius too, I suppose. Betty isn't the only one, in fact. With a humph, Beatrice pouted and turned her eyes away from him. She opened the door that led to the outside of the dragon carriage. The sensation of the wind outside felt rather like the one present in the sand dunes. The darkness outside was close to that of the one in the underground area of the sand sea. However, unlike back at the sand dunes, there's no sand mixed in with the wind, and the darkness was less profound when compared to the underground area. The cause of this came from some magical lamps which had been installed all the way around the area, as well as some densely packed luminous moss which lined the walls around them. The moss near him certainly reminded him of the kind he had seen inside Sanctuary's graveyard. It grows quite superfluously wherever he may go. It's certainly quite a handy piece of vegetation to have around. Subaru. This place is Beatrice, the 6th floor of the Pleiades watchtower. Well, the lowermost floor, I suppose. From looking at the tower from the sand sea, it looks like the 6th floor seems to be partially buried beneath the tower. In fact, the 5th floor is above the sand, although you might say it's hard to tell, I suppose. Looking over the circular area, Subaru widened his eyes at hearing Beatrice's explanation. The reason why he can't really get the gist of her explanation was probably because Subaru was completely unfamiliar with the interior and the structure of the Pleiades watchtower. As far as he can see, the inside of the Pleiades watchtower was fairly vast and spacious. In the place Beatrice had mentioned as being called the 6th floor, the floor was on one side made of stone, and right in the middle of it rested the dragon carriage. The circular area that spreads itself around from where the dragon carriage stood was probably about 200 or 300 meters in radius. If the tower was built exactly in the shape of a circle, rather than something more crude like an ellipsis, then he can hardly believe it, mouth agape, at the enormity of the handiwork it would have taken to construct it. Subaru. Thinking about the pointless work done back in the olden days, doesn't this remind you of stuff like the pyramids? It's such a massive waste for just one person's tomb. Wait. No, I've heard some stuff about how they were kinda used as public enterprise, and the unemployed being super grateful for them, Beatrice. I really don't get what you're muttering about again, in fact. Subaru. I'm talking about tombstones. Even burying people alive was once popular, thinking they were taking preventative measures about what would happen to them after death. That's how they thought back in olden times. The idea is similar, Beatrice. Stories about what happens after death aren't good omens, I suppose. Ridiculous, in fact. Hearing Subaru's thoughtless remarks, Beatrice turned her eyes away from Subaru, as if in a sulk. Stroking his cheek, Subaru realized that he had said something he shouldn't have, and so he started petting Beatrice's hair. Suddenly, he wrapped back around to the front of the dragon carriage, as if having remembered something. Subaru. Oh, Jan, you're also safe and sound. Jan, you aren't dead. Beatrice. Why are you saying such inane things all of a sudden, I suppose, Subaru? No. I just felt like I needed to do it. But I am really glad that he's safe. At the front of the dragon carriage, reined to the carriage itself, was the reliable earth dragon, Jan. Of the gyrus species which are adapted for the desert, resilience was their strong suit. Jan had splendidly managed to survive the difficult circumstances, showing a particularly shameless obstinance to those words. Subaru. That said, disregarding the others, you're the first one confirmed alive. Jan. Subaru. Oi, don't make such a long face. I said I'm glad. Hey, I will give you a larger share of food later, so cut me some slack. Jan. Subaru. What is it? Look, I'm a money-on-hand kind of guy. Beatrice. It'd be high time for you to calm your little act down any time now, in fact. He's tired. So we're heading off, I suppose. The look on Beatrice's face was one indicating she didn't want to have anything to do with this, as Subaru had his little joke alongside Jan. In response to Beatrice's reaction, Subaru with a twist of his neck said, My bad. My bad. Subaru. Come now. I didn't mean to embarrass you, but there's something I wanted to check. Beatrice, what is it? Subaru. Well, even though Jan's here, Patrasha is still nowhere to be seen. His fellow Earth Dragon, Patrash, It would be normal for her to be reined here to the carriage if she was safe. However, even when he checked the other side of the dragon carriage, her jet-black beautiful figure could not be seen anywhere. Subaru was uneasy at the fact that her figure, which should be there, wasn't. But, Beatrice, don't jump quickly to conclusions, I suppose. That earth dragon Patrash, as we couldn't keep her on the 6th floor, she's on the 4th floor in fact. Subaru. 4th floor? Is that above? Why, Beatrice. She's getting treatment for her wounds, I suppose. The younger of those sisters, Rem's figure, shouldn't be there in the dragon carriage either, in fact. Everyone in a poor state was brought up to the 4th floor, I suppose. Subaru, getting treatment, will Rem be cured? Subaru jumped at Beatrice's unexpected words. A faint look of surprise flitted across Beatrice's face as she saw how forcefully Subaru had reacted. But she kept him at bay by pinching his nose as he drew near to her. Beatrice, to calm down, in fact. Don't be so impatient, I suppose. Subaru. As if this is the time to be calm. Will Rem be cured? Also, you said Patrash is getting treatment as well. What sort of state is she in? Beatrice, let me start from the beginning. I can't just say everything all at once, in fact. We put her in place that is better than just laying her down, I suppose. The Earth Dragon is like so too, in fact. Subaru. Oh, I see. Subaru, having tried to press for answers, hung his head down despondently. Seeing the energy sap out of him, even Beatrice gave him a sad look. But the little girl clenched her small fist and said, Beatrice, look, this isn't a situation where you should feel down, I suppose. Surely there has to be a way to manage it. In fact, in order to check that, everyone will challenge the trials of the Watchtower now, I suppose. Subaru. In order to cheer up the downcast Subaru, Beatrice clumsily attempts to urge him into rousing his spirit. Seeing her attempt, Subaru was taken aback and he jerked his chin up with a... That's right. Subaru, my bad. I'm really sorry in retrospect. I'm sorry about worrying you. Beatrice. If this worry is from Subaru, then for you, I'll allow it, in fact. But at least let me worry in a place where Betty can keep an eye on you. That'd be a great help, I suppose, Subaru. I'll consider it. Subaru ruffled Beatrice's hair and expressed his gratitude at hearing her sympathetic words. Beatrice's hairdo was completely unyielding, and even his attempts at ruffling and disturbing it in this manner were in vain. Such was its strength. In any case, under the encouragement of Beatrice, Subaru turned his eyes towards the top of the tower. Subaru. This is the 6th floor at any rate. We can just go up, right? Beatrice, perhaps Julius and the others are in the middle of the trial right now. So, beforehand, it's best if we meet with the sage face to face and ask them for some more details, I suppose. Subaru. Agent? Huh. Now that you mention it in the middle of Beatrice's words, Subaru caught hold onto the word sage. In spite of in the first place having come to this watchtower to meet with the sage, Beatrice hadn't mentioned anything to do with the sage up until now. Subaru. Theoko, I guess you already met the sage. What sort of guy was he? Did you talk to him and complain about the white light beams which zinged towards us? Beatrice. I don't really want to talk about the sage too much, in fact. Well, no, I suppose. Perhaps when it comes to the sage, it'll be simpler if you met them in person. I suppose, Subaru. You know, I don't remember ever having met face-to-face with any normal guy with the way you're speaking about them. If I recall, I feel like I was told something similar by Amelia Tan when I first met with Roswell. It had already been more than a year ago, but he remembered the conversation back then vividly. He remembered that she had explained it like this. I think meeting and talking to him will be easier to understand him than talking to each other about him in relation to Roswell. In reality, she thought that he wouldn't have received the impact unless he met with him in person, and he'd be on the same wavelength if they spoke, but, well, it was far too late now for what happened back then. Beatrice, if you meet them, you'll understand, in fact. Subaru. Understood. In any case, we should go and try and meet them. How do we get above? Beatrice. Stairs, I suppose. If you look closely, there are stairs by the wall, in fact. If he squinted his eyes to where Beatrice's words had pointed him to, he can just about make out that there's something like steps. A staircase on the outer edge of the circular room indeed. However, there were a huge amount of steps forming a spiral staircase that wound its way around the big circular tower. Subaru, does this lead up? Beatrice, climb up this, I suppose. If you keep going up, it won't take too long, in fact. Subaru, even if you say to keep going up, how many steps is it until the top? Subaru shrieked this out, as it looked likely that he'd be made to get some heavy exercise, being made to go up and down all over again. His voice echoed around the tower in vain. Most likely it echoed all the way up until to the top, before sorrowfully fading away. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders, uttering a good grief at Subaru's lamenting. Beatrice, it can't be helped, I suppose. If we could use something like a bit of magic for this, it may be possible to fly upstairs in some shape or form. But well... Subaru, you have no other choice, in fact. Subaru, no, look, we can use Murak here. How about we use something like that to climb all the way up to the very top without stopping with ease? Beatrice, it's not like we can't, but when push comes to shove, I feel we'd be in danger of running out of mana, in fact. Subaru, even if we go up the stairs normally when push comes to shove, won't we be running out of steam, physically? Even though Subaru's physical strength compared to back when he had been a hikikomori was stronger, he was still a feeble boy who still has some ways to go before he reaches the standards of strength of this other world, and thus he can't escape from it. But he didn't know how high above the 5th floor was from the lowermost floor, i.e. the 6th floor, but at least when he looked above it he couldn't even see a ceiling. With how high he thought it is, climbing up would be a deed on the level of mountain climbing. Subaru, damn it. Even so, I have to go up and make sure that the likes of Rem and Patrash are safe. I have to. Ah, god damn it. Beatrice, that's the spirit, I suppose. Good luck, in fact. Betty will cheer you on, I suppose. It'd be really helpful if you call out to me when you reach the top. In fact. Subaru, a shortcut? I ain't gonna let you. You come along too with me. Walk. Break into a sweat. Beatrice, I'm sorry, but Betty is a cute spirit and sweating would be... Subaru steeled his resolve to tackle the stairs, left with no choice, as Beatrice almost dampened his enthusiasm. But, in the middle of their argument, Beatrice suddenly broke off mid-sentence and looked up overhead. Subaru. Go. Beatrice. Oh no, I suppose. Subaru. Get down, in fact. With her sudden change in attitude, Subaru's voice trailed off, as both Beatrice's expression changed as well as coming to jump up to him. Catching Beatrice by her chest, he lifted her up into his arms. And Beatrice was open-mouthed, and then she beat at Subaru's chest. Beatrice, idiot, that doesn't mean you can pick me up like a baby, I suppose. Get down, in fact. Subaru. It was just on the spur of the moment as he held Beatrice within his arms. Subaru gently leaned his body back. He doesn't know what's happening. Beatrice's alertness was the only thing he had to work from. In preparation for that, he tried to think, but it was too late. Immediately afterwards, a terrible sense of pressure emanated from above them. Subaru held his breath. The source of that pressure came ever closer with ferocity. And in the next moment, something blasted towards Subaru, right in front of his eyes. A violent quake shook the enormous tower. Subaru was almost blown away by the shockwave which raised sand and dust up. He would have probably been thrown about over and over if not for Jan's enormous frame just behind them. Protected by the weight of the Earth Dragon and the Dragon Carriage, Subaru desperately pushed his eyes open in the midst of the sandstorm that was blowing against him. And then, on the other side of the smoke plume, from where the impact had been, the cloud of sand and dust that had risen up abruptly cleared. Something like a gust of wind tore through the smoke, and soon after, from the other side, a majestic figure of a person could be seen. Tearing through the dense sandy haze which had enveloped them, the person's figure started to become visible. Subaru's cheeks stiffened. He was frozen in place. That figure, their appearance, he recognized it. Subaru. Are you? A tall woman was walking briskly across the hard floor, stepping ever closer to him. Her brown, more so black, hair was tied up into a ponytail. She was marching forward boldly. Her limbs, belly and back, were exposed by her clothing. It's safe to say that she was half naked. Her chest and crotch area were just barely covered up, and she donned a black mantle over her clothes. She was a person who wore rather odd clothing. In Subaru speak, she looked like a nympho who was donning her mantle over a black bikini top and hot pants. Long, slender, white arms and legs, along with large breasts which were liberally swinging about. She was around the same height as Subaru, maybe a little taller. A handsome face sat on top of her white shoulders. She was quite the looker, with eyes that, albeit languid, were rather striking. That was definitely the last thing he saw before he had lost consciousness. She was the one who had attacked and slaughtered the centaur without mercy, and those countless flashes of light that she had launched towards the centaur was something Subaru knew only too well. "Subaru, are you the sage?" Feeling how parched his throat was, Subaru hoarsely raised this question to the woman who was approaching him in silence. However, the woman did not deign to answer Subaru until she came right up to where he was stood. She stopped herself in her tracks at a spot where, if Subaru were to stretch out his arm, he'd be able to touch her. She was just looking at him intently. Her gaze felt as if she was scrutinizing his entire body. Honestly, it made Subaru feel quite uneasy. He hadn't even heard the voice of this person, but her strength was such that she had made short work in burying the centaur that had attacked him. It was at an inhumane level. Make one bad move, and this peculiar person would instantly turn you into nothing more than charcoal. He can't really figure out what her attitude was showing. All he knew from that was that the only emotion he can feel about her right now is fear. In Subaru's arms, Beatrice's body remained unchanging as she clung on to him tightly. Even in her, anxiety starts to seep throughout her small body. At least, he was lucky enough for the circumstances to have allowed him to come across Beatrice. In the worst case, it wouldn't be impossible that they'd have to get into another fight. Of course, there was no need to come to the point of initiating a fight for the sake of it. He shouldn't be all willy-nilly about such an exertion. "Subaru, are you listening? Hey. I heard my friends are being looked after. You don't intend to become hostile or stuff to us, right?" "Subaru. Your silence is making me anxious. If you could say something. Or perhaps do you communicate with something like telepathy rather than words? If it's that, that's gonna be a bother. Ha ha ha." Staring at him, the presumed sage did not reply to Subaru's words. She just continued to stare. He felt extremely uneasy. The extent to Subaru's bewilderment and confusion could be seen from the confusion in his way of speaking. If things stay like this, they'd end up being killed by the uneasiness itself. Suddenly, though, Subaru's anxiety was torn away. "3 Subaru. While staring at Subaru, the woman suddenly muttered something that way. Her voice was a little husky, but if he could continue to listen to it, he could probably say that the huskiness in her voice was quite beautiful. However, it was relatively mysterious, with unreadable emotions coming from the voice of the woman who stood in front of his eyes. He thought there was a faint charm to it. In front of Subaru, the woman sighed quietly. "Well, that's no problem. More importantly, I found you." "Subaru, eh?" Swiftly, the woman's expression changed, and she blurted out something. Her serious attitude had looked, until then, as if she was trying to peer inside of Subaru. But slowly and steadily, time passed, as if something frozen was melting away. The woman's lips then spread to the sides, forming a shape which you could call a smile. The woman stared at Subaru and said, "Master." Subaru. "What?" She uttered a word which he had never heard being said to him before, and emotions which seemed to come out of absolutely nowhere. Subaru turned to look behind him, in mute astonishment at her unexpected outburst. As expected, there was only Jan's figure there. Then was Jan the aforementioned master. "Subaru, did you come here to suddenly set up important character flags?" Beatrice. "I don't think it's that, I suppose. Look at the facts, in fact." Subaru drew nearer to Jan as Beatrice grew angrier, still in his arms. Even though her words were reasonable, Subaru couldn't wrap his head around it. Instead, he turned around to face the woman. Still standing there as if nothing had happened, without having a clue what had been said. "Subaru. Wait, no, my bad. But perhaps you're mistaking me for someone else, or something like that, Em." "Master. Ease. I have been waiting." In the middle of his words, the woman jumps emotionally and embraces him with her arms. Rather than receiving her tackle in full as she came barging in, he was pushed down, letting out a shriek. Mkaya! Beatrice fell from his back, onto the floor. The woman, bouncing in joy, doesn't detach herself from Subaru, who was darting his eyes back and forth in confusion. The woman swished her long ponytail about, and while hugging Subaru with unnatural strength, she kept repeating over and over with delight in her voice. Master? Master, it has been so long. I missed you so much. I thought that my life was gonna be just me shooting those approaching here. Subaru, wait! Wait! What? What are you talking about? Hala, how cruel. Master ordered me, no? You said to stop anyone from getting near to the shrine. Well, as for the means, well, that's a different matter. Butte Subaru. Not that I'm your master. What are you insinuating? He was pressed against her soft skin, but he had no time to enjoy that lucky lewd encounter. Subaru desperately tried to escape from her clutches. However, there's a saying that goes that women will always be women after all, and she doesn't let go of Subaru. As a result, Beatrice ended up being sandwiched between Subaru and the woman on the floor. Subaru. Anyways, let go of me, this is ridiculous. No way. There's absolutely no why. As soon as you say that, you'll disappear again as soon as I lose sight of you. Master hasn't changed at all. Subaru. I don't know what you're on about. The stubborn woman clung to Subaru as if she had gone through some sort of trauma. Whilst he roughly pushed her face away, trying to keep her away, Subaru snapped back at her. Subaru. In the first place, who are you? What's with all this? Hola. What are you even saying? I'm Shala, the Starkeeper of the Pleiades Watchtower. I am Master's cute apprentice, Shala. Subaru. I don't remember you whatsoever. A woman called Shola, whose name was supposed to be that of the Sage of the Tower, the great so-called sage in the Pleiades Watchtower, could not be such a strange woman who doesn't know such thing. Subaru firmly objected to this idea. However, in this place where there was no such thing as progress, a sudden interruption came about. That was Amelia. Oh no. Oh no. When I woke up, Subaru wasn't there. I need to hurry and tell everyone. We have to go look for him, Subaru. Having said that, a sleepy-looking Amelia jumped out of the dragon carriage's door. Exiting the carriage, she found Subaru and Shola entwined with each other. Of course, Beatrice was there too. Her eyes widened as she saw the two. Subaru. Amelia Tan. Thank goodness you woke up. This is actually Amelia. Hey, Subaru! That hurts? Amelia Tan. What was that kick for? Amelia. I really am not sure, but I was really upset there. With Amelia awake, the shouting and yelling continued for a while. Eventually, when Julius noticed the noise and joined up with them, the hard battle with the assumed Sage of the Pleiades Watchtower continued. End.